Yo, what's up guys? This is your favorite fanfic YouTuber, the Fanfic Majesty. Become a member of the channel to access more content. The link is in the description. 10 Deci Seconds Chapter 310 Teach You. Yukimaru was overjoyed to see Smoker agreed. Thank you very much, sir. Please come this way. After saying that, he turned into a fox again, jumping and leading the way. Smoker looked at Odin eating icicles on the tree and had an idea. Odin, please eat something here. I'm leaving first. Hearing Smoker's order, Odin let out a cry of joy, flapped his wings, dived onto the icy lake next to him, and disappeared in an instant. Smoker was stunned. Odin did not break the ice and drill into it, but melted into the ice. Ice escape. However, he did not hesitate too much and quickly caught up with Gumaru. Giwan walked around for a long way and came to a dilapidated house. Outside were countless tombs. Smoker looked around. This is where you used to live. Gumaru nodded and started digging in the corner. Because the ground was frozen hard, after digging for a while, there was only a shallow hole. I'll come. Smoker stretched out his hand, and darkness eroded the ground layer by layer, and soon a box appeared. When I opened it, it turned out to be a devil fruit. You've been with Kawamatsu for so many years, why didn't you give him the fruit? When Lord Kawamatsu dived to rescue Princess Iori, he refused the fruit after hearing that people with special abilities couldn't swim. Smoker nodded. I see. Many people refuse to have devil fruit because they can't swim. In fact, the 9 red scabbards have a good foundation, but it's a pity that most of them have never eaten devil fruit. The 3 guys who ate it were each one less competitive than the other. Kanjuro and Raizo's fruits are just so-so, and Kinemon's abilities are just a joke. Yukimaru. Do you know what fruit this is? Smoker shook his head. I haven't seen the devil fruit illustrations, and the original plot doesn't mention the Onimaru hidden fruit. So this fruit is unknown to me. However, this gambling nature is also one of the reasons why devil fruit is so attractive. Smoker puts the fruit into the darkness. I will keep my promise. You just wait here for my good news. After saying that, he turned and left. Advertisement. Halfway through, Smoker realized something was wrong. I don't know when it started, but most of the snow on the ground disappeared, and all the ice in the rivers and lakes also disappeared, revealing the long-lost water surface again. Suddenly, a dark shadow flashed across the sky. Smoker looked up and saw a 100-meter iceberg circling in the air. He couldn't help but widen his eyes. What the hell? Rabbit prison. Inside the luxurious guardhouse. Quinn was fiddling with experimental supplies and medicines of various colors and shapes. Jin sat aside, bored, by the window. Quinn suddenly let out a breath and raised the stack of papers in his hand. Okay. The blueprints are complete. Submit them to the factory so we can mass-produce poison gas bombs. I really am a genius. Ah ha 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 ha. Suddenly, he saw Jin staring out the window. Hey, you be asterisk 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 D Jin, what are you looking at? Jin looked out the window. That kid is from the government? Just let him stay outside like this? He was talking about Lu Chi. At this time, Lu Chi was wearing sea stone shackles and carrying the big stone with difficulty. Because the power was sealed, the huge rocks that were once ignored became as heavy as mountains. Lu Chi walked step by step, veins on his neck bulged, and sweat fell like raindrops. Oh ha ha ha, he's just a minion, it doesn't matter. The reason he's living so comfortably is just because Laozi was busy with experiments and didn't have time to deal with him. The real trouble is the white-haired guy. Luckily he promised to come, we just have to wait. As for this little brat, he's no longer valuable, so just keep him for work. Fortunately, the guy said he would come over, so we just need to wait, so this guy is no longer valuable. Jin narrowed his eyes slightly. At 2h a carat at plus. In that case, why don't you let me take care of it? It's really boring before the enemy shows up. Quinn refused outright. Impossible. Boss Kaido's biggest mistake was letting a fool like you join the beasts. As a warrior, how can I succumb to mere pain? Lu Chi looked at the chains as thick as his arms and said unhappily, sorry, I can't tear apart steel. Advertisement. The two of them started to talk nonsense as usual, and the surrounding pirates quickly dodged. Because he was a key focus, he was assigned to the worst cell. Why was it Jack who died, not you? You be asterisk 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 D. Besides, you don't dare to save me. All I can do is endure it, right? Ah ha 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 ha. This is a burly man with blue hair, sunglasses, and exaggerated tattoos on his body. Lu Chi sat up with difficulty. That's the power that can make you 10 times stronger. As a thank you, let me teach you, little rookie. You idiot, Quinn. Lu Chi opened his tired eyes and looked at the strange man in the room. Quinn's mechanical arm also made a clicking sound. That's what you heard. Hardened. Iron body, you look pretty good, so I thought you were just timid, but it turns out you're a green hand who doesn't know how to use emission. Lu Chi poured strength into his body, and it suddenly became hard. It's been 2 days, you look energetic. You are dragons, but we are cattle and horses. But at this moment he couldn't care about these things at all and collapsed to the ground. But, for a rookie who can't even harden himself, forget it. The sturdy man sighed. Anyway, I still have to thank you for the dumplings yesterday. It was the first meal I had this week. The flame behind Jin suddenly grew stronger. What did you say? Emission. What's that? Whether it was Boss Kaido being drunk or the two disasters fighting each other, they were the ones who got hurt. However, due to the sea stone restraints, as well as being tired and hungry, he released the iron body after a few seconds and sat down on the ground, panting. What? Can't you do it, kid? Haha, there is a foundation, but not much. Since being thrown here 2 days ago, the weirdo has been tied up with iron chains and hung on the beam, with 2 huge iron bodies hanging under his feet. They are all beasts. The sturdy man was stunned, then burst into laughter. Remote, damp, dark, dilapidated. Late at night, Lucci dragged his tired body back to the cell. I will kill you sooner or later, Jin. This is my territory, all the prisoners belong to me. Here, everyone must listen to me, including you, Jin. Advertisement Chapter 311 TNU Red Rain. A few days ago, Sanai saved White Pig Hill from the beast's pirates. To express his gratitude, Zhao Shan took Sanai and Griffin into the primeval forest on the edge of Jiuli. There were occasional attacks from Lion Majesty along the way, but they could not escape Sanai's hawk-like eyes and were easily dealt with. After wandering around, the man and 2 beasts came to a place shrouded in thick fog and surrounded by mountains. After passing through a huge but hidden cave, the view in front of them suddenly opened up. As far as the eye can see is a huge basin with a large lake in the middle and dense forests everywhere, which looks full of vitality. Sanai looked around and admired secretly in his heart. Surrounded by high mountains, the thick fog is like a huge lid that covers the entire basin. It is indeed a good place to hide. Even if you fly in the sky, it is difficult to find this place. When Zhao Shan returned home, his mood had obviously improved. He hummed and hawed at Sanai, then spread out his 4 legs and rushed towards the lake. Sanai and Griffin followed quickly. As we approached the lake, we could faintly hear the sound of water. Zhao Shan seemed to sense something, hummed happily a few times, and suddenly rushed out quickly. Then there was a faint sound of laughter coming from not far away. Open black lens bracket. Is there anyone? Close black lens bracket. Sanai was stunned, then quickly jumped off Griffin's back and followed quickly. I pushed aside the obstructing trees and came to an open space, and suddenly my whole body felt numb. By the lake, a green-haired girl was touching Zhao Shan's head while smiling, and Zhao Shan was humming with a look of enjoyment. The girl has a beautiful face and a great figure, with a curvy figure, a slim waist, and especially her legs, which are a bit too long. With her loose green hair, she looks like an elf in the forest. Why can Sanai see so clearly without any clothes on? The girl was taking a shower just now, and when she heard Zhao Shan's voice, she went to meet him. Zhao Shan is a pig, so he didn't even think about wearing clothes. Who would have thought that there was a Sanai following behind him? With Sanai's super eyesight, he can see even the hair clearly. His nose felt hot, and 2 streams of heat flowed out. Ah, the girl reacted, covering her body and screaming. Then his face turned red, his eyes rolled back and he fainted. Sanai was also spinning around, not knowing for a moment whether to avoid it or go up to pick it up, to help. Suddenly, he heard the sound of countless trees breaking around him and the ground trembled slightly. He immediately became nervous and did not care about anything else. He rushed to the girl in one step. Griffin also jumped over and looked around vigilantly. A few seconds later, the surrounding trees broke and a group of huge beasts rushed out, surrounding Sanai and Griffin. Advertisement. Sanai was surprised. These wild beasts are huge in size, including bears, cynomolgus dogs, crocodiles, and baboons, all of which are about the same size as Hills and Griffins. Especially the white baboon, holding a knife. If Smoker were here, he would definitely recognize that this was the baboon Maru who was later tamed by Kurozumi Tama. Sanai raised his spear and shouted, "Griffin!" Griffin growled and began to change forms. The huge lion head turned into an eagle head, and a pair of giant wings several dozen meters long grew behind it. They flapped a few times, stirring up a gust of wind. The other animals saw this and began to stir slightly. But when he saw the girl on the ground, his face suddenly became fierce again. The white pig Zhao Shan jumped out quickly and started snoring at the animals. The animals' expressions finally relaxed, but Baboon Maru was still pointing at the girl lying on the ground, howling angrily. The white pig Zhao Shan looked embarrassed. He looked at the girl, then at Sanai, and cried a few times. Sanai understood that this was asking him to take care of the girl. After all, they were just a group of wild beasts. Sanai had no choice but to take off his cloak and cover the girl with it, then carried her to a clean boulder nearby. Fortunately, the cloak was big enough to cover her body. After a while, the girl woke up slowly. When I saw the clothes on my body, I was shocked. Seeing Sanai wiping the blood from his nose, he immediately exclaimed. "You! Who are you? Don't come over here, you! Don't get me wrong, I'm not a bad person, it was Zhao Shan who brought me here. It was just an accident, I'm so sorry." The girl lowered her head shyly. You move aside, I want to change clothes." When Sanai heard this, he nodded repeatedly. Okay, your clothes are all here." He had found the girl's clothes, but it was difficult to put them on her, so he just left them aside. After throwing the clothes to the girl, Sanai hid behind the bushes. Thinking of the girl's jade-like figure, Sanai's mouth was dry, especially her timid look, which was really heartwarming. Just as he was daydreaming, he suddenly felt a warning and lowered his head. A flash of sword flashed by and almost killed him. Sanai was shocked. Who? When I turned around, it was that girl. At this time, the girl changed into a warrior outfit, holding a sword in both hands, her face flushed. "You rude fellow, I must chop you to death today. Advertisement. After saying that, he rushed forward with a knife. Sanai was shocked. I already said I didn't mean it. As he spoke, he ran away. The girl didn't care and chased after him with a knife in hand. Hey, calm down. If you do this again, I'll fight back. Griffin, help. A few seconds later, in front of the confused gazes of the beasts, the two ran farther and farther away and disappeared into the forest. Griffin and the other animals looked at each other, thought for a moment, and ignored Sanai, continuing to argue with the other animals about who was the boss. At night, Sanai and the girl were guarding a bonfire. In the distance, you can hear the deep roar of beasts, and several giant beasts are fighting for the position of the boss. Sanai had a bruised face, a bandage on his head, and 2 pieces of cotton stuffed in his nose. He looked a little disheveled. He was roasting a sheep. After it was done, he tore off a piece of meat and handed it to the girl attentively. The girl took it with a smile and began to eat gracefully, without any of the ferocity she had when she was chasing people with a knife during the day. Although her clothes were neat, a dark spot could be seen at the corner of her eye. During the day, she chased Sanai and fought him all the way. Sanai fought and retreated, and was beaten all over, but the girl also took a few hard blows. Now, the two of them can be said to have known each other through fighting. From fighting to scolding, from scolding to chatting, and now to eating and drinking together, they surprisingly get along very well. Chat room. Sanai also knew the girl's identity. She is the daughter of the former daimyo Nozomi, Amatsuki Akame. Back then, his father and Shimotsuki Yushimaru fought against Kurozumi Orochi together, but were ultimately defeated by Kaido and captured and taken to Onigashima. Faced with the siege of the Kurozumi snake, her mother held her, who was still an infant, and fled all the way to Kuri, and finally hid in Yamanaka, which is how she managed to escape with her life. In the following years, her mother raised her with great difficulty, but unfortunately she passed away when she was very young due to excessive worry and sadness. She could only live alone in the mountains, hunting and gathering for a living, until she accidentally discovered this place a few years ago and officially lived in seclusion here. Why? Sanai was a little surprised and looked at the black shadows fighting in the distance. How did you survive in this mountain when you were so young? Tianue Chiyu pinched his face and pulled out a small ball. That's it. Chapter 312 Hockey Impact. After receiving a commission from Onimaru, Smoker set off for Udon Prison. Onimaru was very anxious because he felt that Kawamatsu's life was hanging by a thread in there. But Smoker is not in a hurry at all. He knew that the jailer guarding Udon Prison did not recognize Kawamatsu. They just regarded him as a simple scary kappa, and since he injured several jailers, he was locked up in a small dark room, and thus escaped the waves of searches by the big snake. Although it is dark, your life is safe. Until Luffy arrived more than 10 years later, he was just vomiting violently because he had eaten poisonous fish for more than 10 years. Now that there aren't as many weapons factories in Wano-kuni, the river water is relatively clean, so Hisong can still eat normal fish. So, Smoker didn't fly all the way over at high speed. Instead, he walked forward steadily, so his speed was naturally much slower. To get from Linghao to the prisoner quarry, you need to pass through Linghao, Baiwu and Tuden, which is another half cross-country journey. Smoker was gone for a whole week. I can't remember how many times I encountered warriors from the general's mansion conscripting whole villages of men. Naturally, there was burning, killing, looting and all kinds of evil in the process. If someone offends Smoker, he will turn them into toy soldiers. As long as it doesn't irritate him and isn't excessive, he won't bother to care. Before we even reached the prisoner quarry, Smoker already had more than 500 toy slaves under his command. The officials of the general's mansion suddenly discovered that the army roster and the actual number of troops did not match each other, and they immediately broke out in a cold sweat. In this way, Smoker successfully arrived at the prisoner quarry. Looking at the towering stone walls and heavy iron doors, he nodded secretly. Another check-in destination. Suddenly, a strong conqueror's haki burst out from his body, and black and red lightning ran around, instantly covering the entire prison. Smoker's attack is completely indiscriminate damage. Under the influence of haki, most of the jailers and prisoners had their eyes rolled back and fainted. Many unlucky people were directly crushed under the rocks, with their hands, feet, and even heads broken off. Even those who were conscious were in chaos. What a strong haki! Who is he? Conquerors. Enemy attack. Enemy attack. In a dark cell, Kawamatsu's eyes suddenly widened. Haki like Oden-sama. No, even more powerful. Kaido. Not either. Advertisement. He tried to get up, but was caught by the chains. These chains were made of sea stone, which was much tougher than ordinary chains, and he couldn't break free of them with his own strength. He slammed the ground hard. Damn it, why didn't I resist back then? I really regret it. The other side. Several jailers let Hana no Beoguro down. Hana no Leopard Goro's body shook, but there was still a defiant smile on his face. He, it seems that Lousy is lucky and didn't die this time. The jailer snorted coldly. You are lucky, this time it's 10 days, next time you resist, I will hang you for a month. Let's go. After the jailer left, Rob Lucci came in quietly. Teacher. As he spoke, he took out a few hidden vegetable dumplings from his pocket. Bao Guro didn't hesitate to grab it and stuffed it into his mouth in big bites. Suddenly, he grabbed Lucci's neck and tightened his fingers. Lucci was caught off guard. He felt a sharp pain in his neck and became dizzy instantly. Open black lens bracket Y. Close black lens bracket. He grabbed Bao Goro's hands with both hands and tried to resist, but it was of no use. After a while, his consciousness began to blur. Open black lens bracket. I died here. Close black lens bracket. In the moment of despair, a sudden force emerged. Although it could not shake the big hand away, it made him feel much more relaxed and his consciousness was slightly restored. The big hand suddenly loosened its grip. Lucci covered his neck, knelt on the ground and started coughing violently. Haki awakened in just a few days, and he accidentally used emission as soon as he awakened. Your talent is beyond my expectations. You have to remember that Haki is the spirit. Never relax your spirit at any time. Even when facing the most familiar person, you must be aware of dodging attacks at any time. Lu Qi took a few breaths and said respectfully, "Yes, teacher." At this time, a storm of Haki swept in. Lu Qi was almost knocked unconscious by this Haki. Fortunately, Bao Goro was quick to protect him with his Haki. But he also looked shocked. This level of Haki is unheard of. Who is this person? Advertisement inside the guard room. When Quinn and Jin felt the Haki, their faces suddenly changed and they broke through the wall and rushed out. With two loud, boom, sounds, the two men turned into human beast forms and fell in front of Smoker. Quinn took a step forward, a cocky smile on his face. Ha ha ha, you really came. I didn't expect you were a man who keeps his promises. Very good, you didn't embarrass me in front of Lord Kaido. The reason he stayed here was that Smoker said he would come, but he also felt a little guilty. What if Smoker didn't come? Wouldn't it be a disaster? So he has been feeling a little anxious lately. Smoker was confused. Promise? What promise, Quinn? Didn't you say you wanted to come over and discuss poison gas bombs with me? Oh. Smoker thought for a moment and shook his head again. Sorry, I forgot. Quinn. Nani? Then why did you come here? I came here this time to take someone away. Quinn's face was arrogant again. Ha ha, that brat is right here, but you can't take him away, so you can only stay here and keep him company. Smoker was confused. Little ghost? Who is it? Quinn. No, who are you looking for? I'm looking for a kappa named Kawamatsu. What the hell is that? At this time, all the jailers who were still awake came over. Deputy Warden Babanuki came forward and said, Master Quinn, there is a kappa who has been locked up in the cellar because he refuses to obey discipline. Quinn's eyes nearly popped out of his head. Why? Aren't you here to see that kid named Rob Lucci? Smoker was confused for the third time. What, Rob Lucci was arrested by you? Ahem. That's right, I came here this time to take them both away. Ember. Quinn. Chapter 313, Capturing the Two Disasters. Jin couldn't stand the two idiots' nonsense anymore, so he drew out his sword and disappeared in an instant. Smoker's mind moved, he took a step to the side and tilted his body. The next moment, Jin's blade passed by where he had just stood, and then he turned around and slashed at Smoker's neck. Although Smoker's body tilted a little, he just managed to avoid the tricky knife. You. Jin showed a look of shock. As a veteran cadre of Beast's pirates, he had fought with Katakuri many times before. Every time you can't hit me, I can't hit you, plus one of them is engulfed in flames, the other changes the environment after awakening, and both have amazing physical strength. In the end, the game ended in a draw. I didn't expect that the guy in front of me also possessed the same observation Haki. The world government really let in a big fish. As long as you catch it, you will definitely get a lot of benefits. While he was daydreaming, Smoker's fist was already close to his stomach. Jin looked disdainful. Today, I will show you the Lunaria group. Ah. Jin was hit hard by the punch, the force of which was so great that his eyes rolled back and he felt like he was going to vomit the food he had eaten the previous night. Cinders flew out like a meteor, slamming hard into the wall of the prisoner quarry and directly collapsing half of the mountain. Smoker shook his hand. It's hard. The Beast's pirates were all shocked to see Jin being knocked away. Quinn, who knew more, almost popped his eyes out. Clatter, after a noise, Jin came out holding his stomach. Smoker's punch broke his defense, but not by much. The flames behind Jin were blazing. What did you do? Smoker raised his fist and shook it, saying calmly, I didn't do anything, it was just a simple punch. You are not like Logia who can avoid damage. As long as it is defense, there is always a limit. The so-called invincible defense is nothing more than insufficient firepower. If Lunalia's defense is truly invincible, how could it have fallen to this point? When Jin heard Smoker mention Lunalia, his eyes suddenly widened and became bloodshot. The world government already knows. It's bad. The pirates at the back heard what Smoker said and started to whisper. Huh? That Luna. What the hell is that? Advertisement. Idiot, don't you know? That's a rare species that even the world government wants to get. Just by providing information about your location, you can get 100 million berries from the world government. Why? You're not tempted, are you? No. No, how is that possible? My loyalty to Master Jin is evident to all. Then what's that flowing from your mouth? Tears. Suddenly, they saw Jin's cold eyes and were startled. Jin. Lord Jin, we won't leak the secret. That's right, I'm not that kind of person. Jin slowly drew his sword and was about to deal with these guys. Suddenly, a burst of Gatling gunfire sounded nearby, and bullets rained down like a rainstorm, turning the pirates into pulp. Only Babanuki and a few other cadres were left standing there in fear and confusion. It turned out that Quinn had taken the initiative. Although Tianshan and Jin talk nonsense, they are also decisive when it comes to taking action. Stupid Jin, what are you standing there for? Come on together. After saying that, several lasers emitted from his hands and whip. Smoker moved flexibly, slipped through the gap and rushed in front of Quinn, punching him in the stomach. Quinn didn't have Lunaria's super defense, so he was hit so hard that his eyes rolled back and he flew out screaming. The huge body crashed into the gable and became embedded in it. It struggled for a long time before falling out. After landing on the ground, it spat out a mouthful of blood. Damn it. My health bar is turning red. He quickly transformed into Brachiosaurus form. Smoker's attack was so powerful that he almost fainted. If he gets hit several times in a row, he might really fall to his knees. Although the beast form is not the strongest, it has the longest health bar, the strongest defense and is also the most resistant to attacks. Watch out, Brachiosaurus snake. Quinn stretched his neck, flapped his tail, and leapt out like a python, instantly wrapping around Smoker, then desperately tightened his body. Then he yelled at the body, Brachiosaurus snake. I'll go. This attack almost crushed Sanji. Although Smoker's defense was stronger, he also felt tight and stuffy, and his whole body was in pain. Get off me you disgusting bee **************** D. Smoker gathered his strength, yanked out a hand, and slapped Quinn in the face, sending him flying. But the missile that remained in his body was activated and hit Smoker instantly. Smoker used Haki to block the explosion and was not injured, but was instantly covered by billowing smoke. Ahahaha, this is Lousy's poison gas bomb. Go to hell you be ************* D. Advertisement suddenly, the poisonous fog dissipated at a speed visible to the naked eye. There was a dark purple skull floating next to Smoker. It was Kless. It opened its mouth wide and poisonous gas flowed into its mouth like rivers flowing into the sea. What? Quinn's eyes nearly popped out of his head. What the hell is this? He didn't notice that a darkness had spread to his feet. Suddenly, his body sank and he found himself slowly sinking. No matter how hard he struggled, he could not escape. What the hell is this? Let me go. While struggling, he attacked the darkness on the ground with lightning, lasers and great strength, but unfortunately it didn't work at all. Stupid Quinn, hold on. Jin quickly flew into the air, his whole body burning with flames. A huge ring of fire condensed in the air, like a crater, ready to attack Smoker. Amulet Fire Dragon King. Maximum power. Jin swung his sword and slashed. A giant flaming dragon several hundred meters long jumped out of the fire ring. Its color was not bright, and was even a little dim. Jin concentrated all the energy of this attack into the fire dragon's body, without any fancy special effects such as explosions and meteors. The flames were highly compressed, almost liquid, like a huge volcano of lava. But this elemental attack is useless against Smoker. He has 99 ways to deal with this attack, 99 kinds. Smoker stretched out his hand calmly, his palm became elemental, and Odin jumped out of it. Smoker was curious about the power of homies. It is definitely unrealistic to deal with a powerful general, but can you withstand a big cadre? This time I'll give it a try, Odin roared, transformed into a giant bird hundreds of feet long, and rushed straight towards the fire dragon. The dark red fire dragon and the blue and white ice bird collided with each other, causing a violent explosion. Streams of white mist spread out, covering half of the sky. After a while, Smoker used his ability to take away the fog. Jin was trapped in a huge block of ice. Although the fire behind him was still there and he had not lost consciousness, he was still trapped. Odin's body size had shrunk by half, and he was now continuously breathing cold air onto the ice. Good performance, you take a rest. Odin cried out, then flew back into Smoker's body somewhat listlessly. There was a gleam of light in Jin's eyes, and flames raged behind him, as if he wanted to break through the ice while Odin was away. Smoker sneered, do you think you can escape? Dark Cave Road? A darkness appeared and dragged Jin and the ice down with it. Don't worry, I won't kill you, you're precious hostages. It is also an important bargaining chip for me and Kaido. Chapter 314 Liberation. After killing the two disasters, Smoker looked at the remaining jailers sinisterly. In order to conceal Jin's identity, Quinn just smashed all the jailers into pieces. At this time, there were only 30 or 40 people left. It's not that Quinn is merciful, but these guys are either die-hard fans of Beast's pirates or they don't have to worry about mutiny. Either they hold high positions in the prisoner quarry, and it will be difficult to find so many people to replace them in a short time. However, now they are all cheaper Smoker. Seeing that both Jin and Quinn were defeated, they turned around and fled without saying a word. But Smoker would never let them go. He used a low-profile version of the hidden acupuncture point to firmly pin their feet and nail them to the spot. I'll ask you only once, who among you is a person with special abilities? Everyone looked at each other, and 3 people raised their hands impatiently. Me, I am the user of the repair fruit. I am zone fish fruit Greekote form. I am the user of the tracking fruit. Smoker had an idea. These 3 guys are all capable, especially the 2 parameshes. Magellan should like them. No matter where they are, people with special abilities are very popular and are the first choice for recruitment. Smoker nodded. Not bad. The 3 people with special abilities looked at each other, and a hint of relief flashed in their eyes. This guy should want to recruit us. After all, recruiting people with special abilities is the basic operation of all forces after victory. But the reality is different from what they think. Smoker. Darkwater. Suddenly, a huge gravitational force came from the darkness and sucked them directly into it. Others. Clo. Yes, Master Smoker. Kless suddenly appeared and turned all the remaining jailers into toys. As they turned into toys, Smoker lost all memory of them. However, since he appears here, it means he is an enemy, and most likely a prison guard. Advertisement. Smoker found out the other party's identity after asking a few questions, so he asked for information more happily. For example, why are Quinn and Jin here? How big is the prisoner quarry? How many prisoners are there and how many guards are there? For example, how strong are the beast's pirates? How is their relationship with Kurozumi Orochi? For example, what is the current relationship between Orochi and Kaido? Is it cooperation, or is it just a dog? And what I am most concerned about is, where is Kaido now? I have to say, it makes sense that Quinn didn't finish them off. At least he is much more informed than other pirates. Smoker easily wiped out the beast's pirates. Most of the information was known to me, but only two pieces of information attracted my attention. One is that Kurozumi Orochi has recently recruited a powerful assistant. In just a few months, I helped Kurozumi Orochi do a lot of work and gained his trust. However, this guy is very mysterious. He rarely goes out and no one knows his true identity. The other is that Kaido recruited Heavy Water Oyi and left Onigashima. Smoker's eyes lit up. Kaido is not here, Jin and Quinn are killed. Isn't Onigashima now a lamb to be slaughtered? After getting the information, Smoker gave orders to the toys rudely based on the principle of not wasting anything. Go in and find Lucci and Kawamatsu. The toys followed orders reluctantly but meticulously, picking up their weapons and rushing into the quarry. Smoker was waiting outside in his observation hockey. Initially, dozens of auras rushed in and fought with dozens of auras, and they clearly had the upper hand. But immediately hundreds of auras rushed over and fought with them. Because their strength is greatly reduced after becoming toys, the toys begin to lose ground. Just as Smoker was about to make his move, something unexpected happened. A nearby aura suddenly joined the battle. Then there was 1, 2, 10, hundreds. Finally, thousands of auras rushed forward, instantly drowning the hundreds of auras. Smoker was somewhat surprised by the prisoners' reactions. Advertisement. According to the normal plot, when Luffy arrived, the prisoners had completely lost their bloodiness and turned into a group of people who could not fight back even when beaten or scolded. Even when Luffy stepped forward, they attacked him instead, which was a really ugly act. In fact, there were many brave men in the original prisoner quarry, but they disappeared in the repeated purges. Those who survived were either cowards, or were so scared that they had to live in disgrace, or had become numb to failure after failure. But now it's different. The hatred and anger in the warriors' hearts have not yet dissipated, and those who dared to resist have not yet died out. Seeing that nearly half of the jailers were dead or injured, and the remaining ones were attacked by a group of toys, how could they let go of such an opportunity? Even though they were handcuffed and shackled, without weapons, and physically weak, some people bravely attacked without fear of death, catching the jailer off guard. Seeing this, the remaining fence-sitters also followed suit and beat the fallen dog. In just half an hour, the prisoner quarry was completely destroyed. Smoker had a smile on his face as he looked at Lucci and Kawamatsu who were brought out by the few remaining broken toys. Especially lucky, Smoker hurried over and gave Lucci a big hug. Lucci, my friend, I'm so glad you're okay. Since I knew you were trapped here, I haven't been able to sleep well for days and nights. Fortunately, with God's blessing, I was able to rescue you even though I narrowly escaped death. When Lucci was hugged, he felt a little embarrassed and uncomfortable at first. But after listening to Smoker's words, I suddenly felt a warm current in my heart that had been cold for many years. This feeling is completely different from CP. The river song next to him also felt a slight sour nose. When the toy revealed his identity, his first reaction was that he was doomed. In the end, the other party not only did not kill me, but also let me go. Seeing the deep bond between Smoker and Lucci, Kawamatsu recalled the happy days he had with his friends. With such sincere feelings, this person would never go along with the likes of Orochi. Closing square bracket. Suddenly, the prison door opened. Thousands of prisoners came out in unison. The leaders were none other than Hanano Leopard Guro and a group of gangster bosses. Smoker was stunned. No, I just came to pick someone up, why did I release you? Chapter 315. Weaknesses and Bargains. A group of warriors came to Smoker, their expressions full of gratitude. Hanano Balgoro walked forward and kneeled respectfully like a samurai. Thank you, unknown warrior, for liberating us. Then 3 men and 1 woman appeared behind and knelt down as well. Smoker, isn't this Hanano Leopard Guro? Even after more than 10 years of torture, his figure is still very strong. There were a few guys following behind him, they should be gang bosses from various places. Judging from their attitude, they completely followed Bao Wulong's lead. Rob Lucci rushed forward to support Bao Guro. Master, please get up quickly, your body. Bao Guro smiled and patted Lucci's hand. Silly boy, repaying a favor is the iron rule of a warrior. What's the big deal about just a salute? If my benefactor needs me, I won't even frown even if I have to sacrifice my life. Smoker was stunned when he saw the two being so intimate. Master, you have become master and disciple. Lu Chi quickly recounted how they met. Smoker was surprised. So, you learned hockey from Mr. Bao Guro in prison, and you learned emission directly. Lu Chi nodded. Bao Guro also nodded. I have to say, Lu Chi's talent is quite good. I am very satisfied with this apprentice. Smoker called Bao Guro and several other leaders to a distance to chat, during which he pretended to casually say that he and Lu Chi were from overseas. Bao Guro and others didn't care about this. Suddenly, Smoker discovered that the originally scattered prisoners were spontaneously forming groups. Huh, what are you guys going to do? Hana no Bao Guro gritted his teeth and said bitterly, do I need to say that? Of course, we're going to the flower capital in Onigashima to defeat Kurozumi Orochi and Kaido. Smoker frowned and lowered his voice. Mr. Bao Guro, forgive me for being blunt, I don't know about the general's mansion, but what is the difference between attacking Onigashima and committing suicide? Now that Kaido is not here, with your strength, you may be able to take over Onigashima. But what happens after that? Can you hold on until Kaido comes back? Bao Guro looked at everyone and frowned. Indeed, these people were just offering food to Kaido, and it was just a matter of a few breaths of cold air. Advertisement. He looked at Smoker again, wanting to ask Smoker for help, but gave up the thought in a flash. It was already a great favor for others to save me, how could I expect others to help me fight against a monster like Kaido? He couldn't bring himself to say it anyway. Bao Guro sighed deeply. I understand what you are saying, but we cannot just watch them ravage Wano Kuni. Mr. Smoker, you have a lot of experience overseas, do you have any good suggestions? Smoker, I'm a military commander, not good at speaking. Suddenly, an idea flashed through his mind, and the DNA passed down from his ancestors in his previous life started to move. Mr. Bao Guro, please don't panic. Before we do anything big, oh no, before we save Wano Kuni, we must analyze the current situation of Wano Kuni. As the saying goes, knowing yourself and knowing your enemy ensures victory in 100 battles. We need to analyze who our friends are and who our enemies are, and prescribe the right remedy to achieve our goal. Bao Guro and his subordinates are just gangsters. They are okay at chopping people, but their political literacy is almost zero. After hearing what Smoker said, he was stunned. Unknown feeling. The enemy is Kaido's beasts pirates and Kurozumi Orochi's army of samurai. These samurai are your only strength. Then let's analyze the enemy and our own strength in Wano Kuni. First, the enemy is strong and we are weak. You alone are no match for Kaido. The second is that the enemy is rich and we are poor. The Orochi mansion is tyrannical and lavish, and owns most of Wano Kuni's wealth. It has produced a large number of weapons over the years, while you have problems even with food and equipment. The third is that the enemy has established a puppet regime. Although Orochi is a pseudo-general, he is still a general after all. With every word Smoker said, the light in Bao Goro's eyes dimmed a little. Oh, how can I fight this? But Smoker's eyes became brighter and brighter. I have several tactics for the current situation. They are guerrilla warfare, the mass line, encircling the cities from the countryside, and a single spark can start a prairie fire. Everyone, what is this? Smoker grinned. It's time for the pirate's world, which has been living a good life, to feel the shock of the Dragon Kingdom's thoughts. So, he used his keyboard skills from his previous life and started talking eloquently. What is Kaido's purpose in coming to Wano Kuni? Is it just to rule Wano Kuni? Obviously not. He is free. He was attracted by the fact that this land was not under the jurisdiction of the world government, and he wanted to build a weapons factory here to export high-quality and low-cost weapons. The murderous intent arises from holding a sharp knife in one's heart. When countries accumulate large amounts of weapons, war will naturally break out. Advertisement. And his goal is to plunge the world into the quagmire of war. No matter nobles or slaves, all are equally baptized by war. As for Kurozumi the Great Snake, it was just a dog that helped him guard the house. Therefore, for Kaido, the most important thing in Wano Kuni is not Kurozumi Orochi, but those weapons factories. All along, what he maintained was not the rule of the snake, but the smooth construction and production of the weapons factory. If that's the case, then it's easy. All the samurai are divided into small groups and fight a guerrilla war with Kaido and Orochi. One is to attack a weapons factory. In the early days, Kaido's appetite was too big, and in order to demonstrate his value, Orochi built large and small weapons factories all over Wano Kuni. This also makes it impossible for them to defend the ground comprehensively. In that case, let's attack the weapons factory every now and then. If the defense is strong, then simply harass them. As long as normal production is disrupted, you will win. If the defense force is insufficient, then we can just take advantage of the situation and steal weapons and supplies to feed ourselves. One is to cut off the food supply. Neither the pirates nor the general's office are engaged in production, and both need to be transported from outside for supplies. You can have the warriors attack the supply team and cut off their supplies. In addition, Smoker also came up with a lot of ideas. For example, mobilizing the masses, farming and hunting during the day, and taking up arms at night is guerrilla warfare. In other places, Smoker doesn't dare to give blind advice. After all, I am just a half-baked monk with a crooked mouth. If I recite the wrong sutra, wouldn't it be counterproductive? But in Wano Kuni, there is no such concern. If I say something wrong, it's wrong. I'm just saying it casually. Who told you to listen to me? Smoker's plan astonished Baoguro and others. Even Lucci was stunned. Holy shit, this is even possible. Come to think of it, it seems that this is the only way. At this time, Hanano Baogoro's attitude was already extremely respectful. Master Smoker, if you follow your plan, when can we drive Kaido out of Wano-kuni? Smoker shook his head. Kick him out. You're overthinking. What? Hanano Leopard Guro was shocked and said anxiously, if we don't drive him out, what's the point of everything we do? Quote. Smoker patted his shoulder. I'm sorry, Mr. Baoguro, this is reality. Although Kaido has the arsenal weakness, he also has a huge bargaining chip. Chips. What are they? That is, Kaido can really kill all Wano-kuni alive. Chapter 316 Impersonation. After hearing what Smoker said, Hanano Leopard Guro and the others fell silent. All along, they were just samurai and gangsters, and the so-called leaving no one alive was just an adjective. It was not until they experienced the battle with Kaido that they realized that what they had done in the past was nothing more than bravery and ruthlessness. Smoker said Kaido would kill all the Wano-kuni people, it is definitely not an exaggeration. Smoker continued. I just said so much to you just to gain leverage to talk to Kaido. In the final analysis, you are too weak. Unless another Kazuki Oden comes out to confront Kaido head-on, you can only force him to give in, not drive him away. The warriors were silent. After a long while, Hanano Leopard Guro reluctantly accepted this reality. Master Smoker, you are right. With our current strength, it is already a luxury to be able to achieve this. What should we do specifically? Please give us your advice. Smoker hesitated for a moment. First of all, there's no need to keep Kurozumi the snake. Even if you can't take care of Kaido, it's still easy to take care of a dog. For a piece of trash like this, living one more day is a waste of air. And Wano-kuni's anger also needs an object to vent. The only value of Kurozumi Orochi now is the devil fruit. As for Kaido, since we can't drive him away, we can only find a way to coexist and negotiate. Zaime's Matebe was stunned. Coexistence. Game. What does that mean? Kaido's factory can continue to exist. In fact, building a factory is not a bad thing. It can even help you improve. You Wano-kuni people can also continue to work. Quote. However, we must agree on compensation and treatment, and constrain the behavior of the beast's pirates. Let your relationship change from simple slavery to cooperation. The Wano-kuni people looked at each other. Tsunegoro muttered in the white dance, will Kaido agree? Smoker smiled slightly. That depends on how far you can go. After all, there is no place in the world more suitable for building a weapons factory than Wano-kuni. This is your bargaining chip. I know you guys are unwilling, but there is nothing we can do about it. Just work hard to train a new Kazuki Oden. Of course, Smoker knew very well that it was useless to say this. If you want to fight against Kaido, you have to be at least a silver medalist. Advertisement. If it was so easy to train a silver medalist, Wano-kuni would never have fallen to this point. Smoker talked a lot with the warriors. Baoguro accepted his proposal almost entirely. Afterwards, both parties said goodbye. The warriors rushed to Julie in a mighty procession. The area is vast, sparsely populated, and has many jungles, and the rule of the big snakes is also weak, making it a very suitable starting point for guerrilla warfare. To Smoker's surprise, Lucci wanted to follow Baoguro. Smoker didn't object, he brought him to Wano-kuni just to isolate him. Looking at Lucci's departing back, Smoker's eyes flickered. He is almost certain that Lucci's upper limit is hidden inside the marine. When I get back this time, I should find an opportunity to put an end to this cancer. And Luki and Khalifa are completely in one-way communication. Once they die online, the two of them will become kites with broken strings, and even their CP identity may not be retained. Let's see what they choose when the time comes. If they are obedient, Marine can provide them with a place to stay. If you insist on being loyal to the world government, I'm sorry, although the cat fruit leopard form is not strong, it is better than nothing. After everyone left, Smoker used observation haki to investigate, then transformed into a dragon and soared into the sky. Kaido is not on Onigashima. Opportunity. At this time, Onigashima was in chaos. They have received intelligence that there is a riot in the prisoner quarry, but Kaido is not there, and Jin and Quinn are also out of contact. The people with the highest authority on the island now are Black Maria, Fuzfu, and Sasaki, who has returned to recuperate. Phosphort said angrily, damn it, what the hell is going on? What are Jin and Quinn doing? Lord Kaido just left and caused such a big mess. This is a serious mistake. Sasaki has been calling Snail, trying to contact Jin and Quinn, but to no avail. Black Maria had a gloomy expression on her face and just smoked without saying anything. Advertisement. Suddenly, there was a noise outside. Master Kaido is back. Although the three were curious about why Kaido came early, they were still very happy. Now I can finally put my mind at ease. They rushed to the roof. The sky was thick with dark clouds, as dark and overwhelming as a collapsing city wall. A huge dragon body was looming in the clouds. Sasaki, Fuzfu, and Black Maria, Lord Kaido. Kaido's majestic voice came from the air. Young men, move all the treasures, weapons, and treasures on the island to the rooftops. I'll be back soon. When I come back, you won't be able to see anything. You know what will happen to me. After saying that, the huge dragon body meandered away. The pirates looked at each other. Seeing this, Sasaki yelled, "Can't you hear what Governor Kaido said? Follow the order." Oh, yes. Black Maria frowned slightly. Isn't Kaido-sama's color a little dark? Her voice was also a little hoarse. However, the sky was gloomy at this time, so it was normal for the dark blue to appear black from a distance. So she didn't say much. The pirates got busy. There are too many things on Ghost Island. It took them a full half day to move all the things to the top of the skull and pile them up into a small hill. This dragon is the darkness-covered smoker. As for the sound, Bao-Guro has a gangster under his command who is a ventriloquist. He can imitate anyone very vividly and has even met Kaido. Smoker was overjoyed and asked him to say a few words in Kaido's voice and recorded it with Den Den Mushi. Half a day later, Smoker is back. Chapter 317 Kaido is back. Smoker flew over the Ghost Island. In the square on top of Onigashima, treasures were piled up like a small mountain, and there were weapons enough to arm an entire country. Even though he was used to big scenes, Smoker's heart was beating faster at this moment. These gold, silver, jewels, swords, guns, and historical texts. Lousy deserves to be rich. At this time, the pirates, minions were not there, only Black Maria and 3 others were guarding it. Looking at the giant dragon getting closer and closer, Sasaki and Fuzifu still looked at it with admiration. Black Maria frowned slightly, and suddenly felt an inexplicable tension in her heart. The giant dragon suddenly accelerated and rushed over like an arrow. Sasagi and Fukuda. Black Maria was also shocked. Upon closer inspection, the color is okay, but the number of dragon horns is clearly wrong. Open black lens bracket not good, close black lens bracket. Black Maria immediately transformed into her strongest human beast form and shouted at the other two, "Idiot, stop being in a daze, that B*********** D is not Governor Kaido." What? Sasaki and Fuzifu woke up as if from a dream. They didn't even bother to think about why 2 dragons appeared. They quickly transformed into the strongest human beast forms. Smoker rolled up. Bad wind tornado. Countless wind blades slashed towards the 3 people, each one was as powerful as the swordsman's full-strength attack. What? How could he? Careful. Seeing Black Dragon suddenly use Kaido's move, the 3 of them were shocked and hurriedly responded in a panic. While the 3 were overwhelmed, the dragon summoned several lightning bolts and hit them hard. The 3 of them were instantly charred all over, bleeding from their mouths, and fell far away screaming. Smoker landed on the treasure, and darkness flowed down like oil, covering everything, and he also revealed his originally pink skin. Sasagi, Fukuda, Black Maria, Heart. After a few seconds, all the treasures and weapons sank into darkness. Tell Kaido later, thank you for the treat, goodbye. Smoker took back the darkness, and the dragon turned black again, winding into the air and about to leave. Black Maria and the others were very anxious, but at this time their bodies were numb and in great pain, and they were completely unable to stop Smoker. Suddenly, a roar was heard from a distance. Who dares to pretend to be lousy? Go to hell. Dragon breath. Smoker was startled and turned to look over. I saw a huge green dragon flying towards this side quickly. Before the dragon arrived, the blazing flames were already approaching. Open black lens bracket. Close black lens bracket. Didn't Kaido go to find heavy water? Oh ye. Why did he come back so soon? Closing square bracket. But there is no time to think so much right now. Montenegro. The black dragon opened its mouth and spewed out a tide of dark matter. Darkness and fire collided, and a violent explosion occurred instantly, as if Ace and Blackbeard's ultimate moves were colliding. Half of the sky over Onigashima turned pitch black, and the other half turned blood red. Kaido roared, and rushed forward regardless of the flames and darkness flying in the air. Whether it was fire or darkness, they were blocked by the hard dragon scales on his body and could not cause any harm. A contest of strength. I'll accompany you. Smoker roared and rushed forward without showing any weakness. 2 giant dragons, one black and one blue, collided in the air, creating a huge shock wave. All the rocks and trees on the ground were blown away, and some little pirates were blown away screaming. The black dragon grunted and flew out. The huge body knocked down half of Onigashima's huge head, and finally landed heavily on the giant horn to stabilize its body. Kaido stared down at Smoker, not hiding the murderous intent in his eyes. Ororororo, even though you have the same body as me, a fake is still a fake. Smoker staggered back to Kaido. Is it a fake? I guess so. After all, artificial fruits are just imitations of devil fruit. Although I have been training hard, unfortunately my physical strength is still not as good as yours. The blood of the Ghost Clan is really enviable. But do you think you can defeat me like this? You are such a naive little cutie. I'm not Kazuki Oden. I'll be defeated if I get hit by him. When Kaido heard Kazuki Oden, his eyes turned cold and he opened his mouth to say something bad. Countless wind blades blew towards Smoker, and Smoker took them all without dodging. The wind blades tore through the darkness covering his body, but were all blocked by the pink dragon scales and did not hurt him at all. Don't waste your energy. Advertisement. Don't you know your own hardness? Whether it's fire, wind or thunder, I can do whatever you can do, and these little tricks won't work on me. Kaido suddenly smiled strangely. I don't have the ability. What if that's the case? Oh ye. Here it comes. A tall and thin guy suddenly jumped out from the hair on Kaido's neck. Wearing a white robe, a piece of cloth on his head, and exaggerated rings on his fingers. It was the big pirate's heavy water Ui. Smoker. Dragon breath. Kaido breathed out fire again. Xingliu pressure. As Oyi stretched out his hand, a transparent liquid with a pungent smell rushed towards Smoker like a river. The flame and liquid touched in the air and instantly turned into a huge wave of fire. Smoker smelled it and understood instantly. Oil. The huge wave of fire was moving at an extremely fast speed. Smoker had no time to dodge and was soaked in it, instantly turning into a fire dragon. Roar. Under the burning flames, the dark layer on the surface of the body quickly dissipated, the dragon's scales sizzled, and a burnt smell filled the air. Hiss. It hurts. The flame plus the oil, the temperature is even more exaggerated than the magma of a kainu. And it will stick to your body and keep burning. Closing square bracket. Not only is it high temperature, it is also highly corrosive. Closing square bracket. Kaido sneered. Oh, how do you feel? Is the fire strong enough this time? Oyi stood on Kaido, also looking very proud. How is it? Laozi's oil is not so pleasant. Suddenly, their laughter stopped. Darkness emerged from Smoker's body, quickly enveloping the huge dragon's body. When the darkness dissipated, the dragon appeared unharmed again, but its color had completely turned pink. Very nice. The combination of different abilities can often produce unexpected results. But you're not the only ones who have the ability to combine. Luan Xingyin. 7 or 8 black holes suddenly appeared in the air around Kaido, all releasing powerful gravitational forces. The gravitational forces entangled and influenced each other, forming a violent and chaotic force field that constantly tore at their flesh. Kaido was fine, it wasn't difficult to resist this level of gravity. But Oyi couldn't do it. He felt severe pain all over his body, as if he was torn apart. His eyes were red, blood was oozing from the corners of his mouth, and he couldn't help but scream. Not good. Kaido was shocked. The powerful subordinates I just recruited cannot die like this. He held Oyi in his mouth, and with his great strength, he broke free from the force field, then opened his mouth and spit out Oyi. Oyi stared at Smoker with a cold gaze, wiped the bloodline at the corner of his mouth with his fingers, and his expression became serious. As soon as he raised his hand, liquid emerged from his body, condensed into several balls, and quietly floated in front of him. These liquids are different. Some are transparent and burst into flames when touched by sparks, some look extremely sticky and thick, and some emit white smoke as if boiling. Heavy water meteor. As soon as Oyi raised his hand, these balls quickly grew larger, as big as houses, and rushed towards Smoker. Oil. I get it. A black screen appeared in front of Smoker. The ball hit it and disappeared without a trace in an instant. Oyi was shocked. What? This ability. He had just lost to this ability, so naturally he was very impressed. Kaido saw that the elemental attack was useless and rushed forward with a roar. Black star. Several black holes suddenly appeared around Kaido. This time the black hole was much larger than before. Even Kaido felt like he was trapped in a swamp, and his speed unconsciously slowed down a lot. Smoker rushed forward and slapped Kaido's face with his dragon tail, sending him flying to the side. In terms of physical strength, I am indeed slightly inferior to you. But there are many ways to make up for this gap. Kaido flew up as if nothing had happened. So what? This kind of attack doesn't hurt at all. Smoker smiled slightly. Really? The darkness on the surface of his body slowly flowed, condensing into several dark spears, which stabbed Kaido fiercely. Open black lens bracket not good, close black lens bracket. Kaido instantly realized that this attack was completely different from the previous one, and quickly twisted his body to avoid the dark spear. Several of the spears flew past his body and sank silently into the ground, leaving behind a bottomless hole. But 2 spears pierced Kaido's dragon body fiercely, piercing through his body in an instant, leaving 2 big holes, and blood spurted out instantly. Roar. Kaido roared. What is this? Advertisement. Oyi was also shocked. Brother Kaido. These darknesses can absorb elements, which is exactly the same as Big Mom's new homies. But I didn't expect it to have such a strong attack power. Isn't it the same thing as Big Mom's homies? At this time, a huge white bird appeared in the sky. It was Odin. It opened its mouth and blew out a stream of cold air, freezing Kaido's body firmly. Oyi was also affected by the cold wind and felt like he was about to be frozen, so he quickly summoned oil to wrap himself. The freezing point of oil is much lower than that of water, which successfully blocks the invasion of cold air. Kaido, it's a pleasure to fight you, but now is not the time to fight you. Goodbye, I'll be back soon. Kaido roared. A-hole, you got carried away with your little tricks, do you think Laozi will let you go? He twisted his body angrily, the ice pieces on his body shattered, and he was about to rush forward again. But Odin had already used the power of the door fruit to open a huge air door in the air. Kaido, I look forward to meeting you when you ask me for help. After saying that, Smoker turned around and entered the different space, and the air door disappeared immediately. Kaido completely lost Smoker's aura and couldn't help but feel bloodshot. A-hole. Damn B******************. D. Conqueror's hockey exploded like thunder, changing the color of the entire sky. The pirates below were still curious about what was happening above when they were baptized by Haki, foaming at the mouth and fainting. After venting for a while, he suddenly stood still. Oyi hurried over. Brother Kaido. Hee hee hee, oh lol 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 lol. Seeing Kaido suddenly laugh, Oyi was also confused. Brother Kaido, what happened to you? Are you okay? Holy shit, the new boss is so crazy. Kaido turned back into human form. Don't be nervous, Oyi. He looked at his flank, the bloody hole from before was still there, but the bleeding had slowly stopped. I'm just excited. Apart from Whitebeard and the old woman, I didn't expect there would be such people in the world. Oh, lol, lol. Kaido looked around. Black Maria and others were affected and were frozen into ice. In Kaido's eyes, ordinary subordinates are just consumables and he doesn't bother to pay any attention to them. But Kaido treats his loyal and capable subordinates with his heart. He released a weak dragon breath to help thaw several people. Even if a normal person is thawed, he will be seriously injured and need to rest for a long time. But all three of them were users of the ancient zone ability, and their physical fitness was much stronger than that of ordinary people. Although they were trembling a little, they could move freely as soon as they thawed. Oh la la la, let's go. Oh ye, whether it's you joining us or you encounter an exciting enemy, it's worth a good drink. It's a good opportunity to introduce a few of my stupid subordinates to each other. They are all good guys. Although he just suffered a setback, Kaido didn't care too much. Although most enemies can be killed in one move, what I am best at is a protracted battle. Temporary advantages and disadvantages are nothing at all. On the contrary, because of Oyi's joining, he is in a very good mood now. But his good mood soon disappeared. What? Rabbit Dawn Prison lost contact. What? Jin and Quinn are missing. What? Laozi's treasure was taken away by that B********* D just now. Ah, a surge of Haki even more intense than before suddenly erupted, and even the Shinjitsu fell to the ground with foam at the mouth. Black Maria knelt on the ground. Sorry, Master Kaido, it's all our fault. Sasaki and Fuzifu looked guilty. Sir Kaido, please allow us to atone for this misconduct with our lives. Fuzzy picked up the knife and was about to commit suicide. Kaido suddenly attacked and crushed his knife. What stupid things are you talking about, you three idiots? I'm already having a headache, do you want me to lose more treasure? The three of them were confused. Kaido snorted coldly. Gold and silver are nothing. There is as much as we want on the sea. Only you are the most important wealth of the beast's pirates. So, don't think about dying easily, your lives are very important to me. The three of them nodded with complicated expressions. Guilt, gratitude, annoyance, constantly changing. Kaido slumped back into his seat. Now, there are two most important things. First, contact Jin and Quinn as soon as possible. At this time, Kaido has not yet connected the disappearance of the two to Smoker. He does not believe that such a powerful guy could be a member of the world government. Second, contact Monkey D. Dragon for me. I need to discuss something with him. Chapter 318. Yamato appears. Kaido didn't know. The culprit who nearly bankrupted him was actually hiding next to him. There is only a wall of space between him and me. In the different space, Smoker is opposite Kaido. Although I couldn't hear what he was saying, I could even see his saliva clearly. However, this time Smoker's attention was not on Kaido. Instead, it was Oyi who was next to him, with a cloth on his head and sipping high-end red wine. This guy is not a character from the comics. But Smoker has been a marine for so many years, so his vision is definitely not limited to comics and animation. He also pays special attention to some powerful pirates outside the plot. And Ui is the most important one among them. Heavy Water Ui. The leader of the Ui pirates, with a bounty of nearly 2 billion Baileys. The user of the Paramesha oil fruit can freely release and manipulate various oils. He occupies a stretch of sea between Big Mom and Kaido all year round. Although the territory is not large, the islands are incredibly rich and can collect a lot of money every year. Kaido and Big Mom wanted to recruit him to their fold, so they could take advantage of the opportunity to gain wealth that would greatly increase their power. But Oyi rejected them all outright. It wasn't because he had ambitions to dominate or the courage to be outdone, but because he simply looked down on those two poor bastards. Laozi's annual living expenses are around several billion, why should he suffer with you? Because his own strength is not weak, and he spends a huge amount of money every year to buy intelligence from Big Mom and weapons from Kaido. So Big Mom and Kaido also gave up on actively dealing with him. But recently, Big Mom got a new ability, and she became extremely powerful. After going through all sorts of trouble, he found that the war did not bring him any benefit. On the contrary, taking over those islands that were reduced to ruins placed a heavy financial burden on her. I looked around and the more I looked at this sponsor, the more he looked like a golden pig waiting to be slaughtered. So that's what happened next. In terms of strength, this guy is far superior to Jin and Quinn. It is said that Aokiji once fought with him. Ice versus oil, the battle was a bloody one. But in the end, Oyi found a chance to escape and left Aokiji calmly. I didn't expect that a guy like this would choose to join Beast's pirates. With a silver medal and a bronze medal, even against Whitebeard, it is not impossible to fight. Smoker secretly hesitated, wondering whether he should take the opportunity to attack them and weaken the pirates' strength. But it's definitely not the right time now. At this time, Kaido ordered a banquet to be organized in the evening to welcome Oyi to join. Although the losses were heavy, and Jin and Quinn were still missing, Kaido still gave Oyi enough face. Soon, the entire Ghost Island became lively and began to prepare for the dinner. Smoker also took advantage of the different space and wandered around Onigashima with the attitude that since he was already here, he took advantage of the different space and wandered around Onigashima. Since you're here, just check in. He walked around from floor to floor and found that the entire Ghost Island was a city. Apart from places to eat and sleep, the most common places are training grounds, pubs and entertainment streets. The dormitories and canteens are just usable, but other places are luxurious. Especially Happy Street, Smoker has seen a lot in his past and present lives. But after coming here and taking a look, I have to admit that I am superficial. If I'm not lurking, I have to go and learn from him. I have to tell Stussy later that no matter what method I use, I will definitely find a chance to learn from him. In the evening, the banquet was held as scheduled. While there was no one in the kitchen, Smoker took away a lot of wine and meat and enjoyed them in the other space. Soon, everyone was drunk. Late at night, except for the pirates who were on night watch, everyone else was drunk in the hall, snoring loudly. Surprisingly, Kaido was still guzzling the wine, but he didn't seem as drunk as before. Instead, his eyes were getting brighter and brighter. In the past, with Jin around, he could drink and go crazy without restraint. No matter what trouble he encountered, foreign invasion or internal chaos, Jin would help him deal with it clearly. But now there is no news from Jin. He sent people to investigate the prisoner quarry, and the situation was not optimistic. Not only did the two disasters and hundreds of jailers disappear without a trace, but tens of thousands of prisoners also disappeared without a trace. What is even more incredible is that the entire Rabbit Well prison seems to have been plowed. Nothing was left except the ceiling and the floor, not even the broken bed where the jailer kept watch. What the hell is going on? Smoker was getting bored in the different space when he suddenly saw Kaido stand up and walk out of the banquet hall alone. Advertisement. He walked to a deserted place, picked up a bag, and headed towards the back of the Ghost Island. Quote question mark exclamation mark quote. Smoker was curious and quickly followed. After walking around for more than 10 miles, we arrived at a valley. Kaido stood high on the cliff, looking down at the valley floor. There, a young girl was carrying an iron rod and pounding a huge iron body frantically. The iron body was as big as a building, but under the girl's iron rod, it was constantly twisted and deformed like a dough. Smoker recognized her identity immediately. Open black lens bracket Yamato, close black lens bracket. At this time, Black Maria quietly came behind Kaido. Master Kaido, are you looking at Master Yamato again? Quote. Humph, I just came here to get some fresh air to sober myself up. Black Maria smiled, but didn't say anything, and pressed her body against Kaido. Master Yamato has gotten stronger again. How old is she? 14, 15. Kaido snorted. Whether he likes it or not, he is an important fighting force for Beast's pirates. This is his fate as a member of the Ghost Clan and as my son. So you're not training today? I drank a little too much today, and I'm afraid I can't stop. Oh, how gentle you are, Lord Kaido. Black Maria looked at Kaido, who was the most stubborn person in the world, and smiled slightly at first, then her expression darkened. Lord Kaido, because of our negligence, now all the money is gone. What should we do next? Kaido is silent. If they were some kind of ragtag pirate group, who were only interested in food, drink and women, then just plunder Wano-kuni, no need to worry about money. But the Beast's pirates are a powerful group that needs to exchange resources with the outside world at any time. And there are so many of them that it is impossible to satisfy them by looting. We must rely on other pirates or those underground emperors. Therefore, the big pirates may fight each other, but they rarely break the rules of the trade. Because they have their own territory, the monk can escape but the temple cannot. If their reputation gets ruined, it will be very troublesome in the future. I am so glad now that he won the battle with Monkey D. Dragon. Black Maria's eyes suddenly widened and she looked at Kaido in disbelief. What? You lost to Monkey D. Dragon? No. How dare you fight Monkey D. Dragon? That's our financial sponsor. Whether we can live a prosperous life this year depends on the Revolutionary Army. How can you fight with them? Kaido looked unhappy. Humph, what's wrong with fighting? It's not a real fight, just a contest. Huh. Black Maria patted her full chest. I'm scared to death. Kaido said unhappily. No, is Lousy your captain, or is that guy your captain? Who are you on the side of? Black Maria gave Kaido an unpleasant look. Don't be dissatisfied. Although you are the captain, he is the breadwinner. If you offend him, hee. Kaido's face stiffened, feeling something was wrong, but he didn't know how to refute. By the way, Captain, what is this contest you're talking about? Why don't I know about it? Humph, it's because of the deal. We had a quarrel over whether the deposit and the balance should be 30, 70 or 70, 30. In the end, we agreed to have a fight in a deserted place and decide the proportion based on who wins and who loses. Lousy was unlucky. Just as the fight started, a tornado started blowing, so the dragon won in the end. Black Maria's eyes sparkled. That means he only paid 30%, and the 70% hasn't been given to us yet. That's billions of Baileys. Kaido nodded. Yeah, with these extra few billion Baileys, we will be much better off. At that time I thought that B***** D Long was really lucky, but I didn't expect that I was lucky. But, Kaido looked at Black Maria. We are doing business with Dragon after all, there must be no mistakes at the weapons factory. Black Maria said seriously. Yes. Lord Kaido, leave it to us. Of course, this is not just your problem. For the time being, you, Sasaki, and Fuzufu should all go out on patrol. I am enough for Onigashima. As for Oyi, integration also requires a process. After that, Kaido stopped talking and continued to watch Yamato's training silently. Black Maria didn't say anything either, just stood there quietly. This stop lasts for more than half an hour. Finally, Kaido let out a long sigh and handed the bag in his hand to Black Maria. You can find a chance to give it to him. I'm going back first. Advertisement. Yes, Lord Kaido. Yamato kept training until the moon set and the stars became sparse, then he stopped, panting. Suddenly, her stomach growled. Yamato touched his belly, picked up the mace and returned to his residence. When passing a necessary road, I suddenly found a large package. Yamato showed a look of surprise and rushed over to open the bundle, revealing the food inside. There's meat, sausages, bread, and a few bottles of wine. I don't know if it's a coincidence, but they are all my favorite foods. Haha, I'm lucky. The food I found today is particularly abundant. Yamato didn't think twice, just sat down on the ground and started eating. In the distance, Black Maria smiled and disappeared into the shadows. In recent years, Kaido has ordered that no one is allowed to give Yamato food or drink. Some people who secretly delivered food would be executed in public if caught by Kaido. But Yamato always found food, and it was very rich, including chicken, duck, fish and meat. She thought this was the norm. Even if you go out, you don't need to worry about food. Anyway, you can find food anywhere anytime. After a while, Yamato's belly was full. She touched her stomach with a look of enjoyment. Ah, I'm full, the food after training is indeed more tempting. Suddenly, an air door appeared in front of him, and a white-haired strong man almost as tall as him walked out. It was Smoker. Ah, who are you? You don't look like you're from this island. Smoker looked her up and down. Kaido's daughter, Yamato. A-hole, I'm Kazuki Oden, a real man. Cut. Smoker couldn't help but sneer. Why learn from Kazuki Oden, that stupid guy? Roger and his friends sent him all the way back to Wano-kuni. If this idiot had invited Roger to have a meal, what happened later would not have happened. Even if you eat a piece of fried tofu, you won't end up becoming fried tofu yourself. I still have 5 years of dancing to do. I'm too lazy to repeat myself over and over again. Yamato was furious. A-hole, don't insult my idol. After saying that, he raised the mace, infused it with haki, and swung it hard towards Smoker's head. Thundering 8 trigrams. With a loud bang, Smoker raised his arm and easily blocked the attack. Just like that, Yamato stepped back, grabbed the handcuffs on his wrists in frustration and pulled, but it didn't move at all. Damn it, if it weren't for this kind of thing. Yamato's handcuffs contain sea stone. When she is handcuffed, not only can she not use her abilities, but her strength and speed are also greatly reduced. When Luffy and his friends invaded Onigashima, without handcuffs, Yamato was able to fight Kaido for a short while, but with handcuffs on, he had trouble dealing with Run-T. Smoker smiled. It seems that you are dissatisfied. Why don't I help you remove the handcuffs and have a fair warrior duel with you? Yamato was stunned, looking at Smoker dressed as a samurai, and nodded, okay. Seeing Yamato really reaching out his hand, Smoker gasped. I don't know whether to say this guy is heroic or stupid. But Smoker really didn't want to breach the contract. He had already mastered emission's internal sabotage, so it was easy for him to unlock the handcuffs. Smoker gripped the handcuffs and exerted force suddenly, infusing haki into them, crushing the handcuffs directly, and then threw them far away before the explosion. With a loud bang, the handcuffs exploded violently, causing a mountain to collapse. Yamato was stunned at first, then angry. Damn it, that B***** D bullhorn star, he really wants to kill me. Suddenly, she looked at her hands curiously, feeling the power in them. Then its body suddenly grew in size, its surface was covered with white hair, a tail grew behind it, and cold air rings were wrapped around its shoulders. Yamato transforms into a human animal form, with a different kind of charm in his holiness. Is this all my power? This is really shocking. Smoker said calmly, don't be intoxicated. With the scale of the explosion just now, it will only take a minute for Kaido to come over. Quote exclamation mark quote. What should I do then? Smoker asked Oden to open the space door and he went in first. Choose for yourself. Face the unknown and take the risk of coming in with me, or stay where you are and continue to live in handcuffs. Chapter 319 Yamato vs. Oden. Yamato finally chose to go into the space gate. She had had enough of this life without freedom. Yamato looked at the space gate with a confident smile on his face. After wearing handcuffs for several years, once the handcuffs were removed, the long-suppressed power burst out and his strength suddenly increased. Yamato clenched his slender palms, feeling the unprecedented surge of haki and powerful force, and felt his confidence bursting. Today Lousy is going to beat you, the white-haired B asterisk 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 D, and no one can stop you. Although the space door looked green and gloomy inside, it didn't look like a good place. But with my strength, what kind of place can I not enter? Saying that he beat up Kaido was a bit radical. But I can still deal with you, AB asterisk 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 D, who hides his head and shows his tail. Yamato picked up the stick and rushed into the alien space with great vigor and confidence. The space gate disappeared immediately. You've come in, you're quite brave, aren't you afraid it's a trap? Smoker is already waiting for Yamato. He crossed his arms, looking relaxed, with no awareness of the coming battle. Next to him was a rare beast that looked like a bird, its body crystal clear and sparkling. It was Odin. However, at this time Odin was wandering around Smoker, pecking here and digging there, just like a free-range chicken. Yamato pointed the stick at Smoker. Come on, let me show you how powerful Kazuki Odin, Smoker couldn't help laughing. If I remember correctly, Kazuki Odin is a man. Quote. If I remember correctly, Kazuki Odin used a sword. Quote. Shut up. Yamato was furious. Don't worry about these details, watch this. After saying that, he jumped high with the stick in both hands, and the black hockey exploded. Thundering 8 trigrams. Yamato fell down heavily, wanting to give Smoker a good beating. Smoker was not in a hurry. Odin, who was pecking at something, suddenly became energetic, let out a "gah" sound, and his body grew several times larger, half a head taller than Smoker. Then he opened his mouth and spit out a stream of cold air. Yamato was quite surprised and was blocked by cold wind and ice, falling back to the ground. Looking at the ice on her arms, she was surprised at first, then she laughed. Use ice. How interesting. Humph, let me show you what real ice is. After saying that, Yamato's body suddenly grew in size, white hair grew on his body, his ears became longer, a big furry tail grew behind him, and a fluttering cold air ring appeared on his shoulders. Smoker stroked his chin. Human animal form. Closing square bracket. I have to say that Yamato's human beast form is very beautiful, and it has both the holiness of a mythical beast and the charm of a beast girl. Zone dog fruit mythical beast species big mouth true form. Although Kaido has been saying that this fruit is not for Yamato, it always feels like he is saying one thing and thinking another. Cheating. Isn't this too outrageous? This is not like Momonosuke stealing and eating the artificial devil fruit. At that time, Vegapunk had already given up on this fruit, and Gaisakuron had also successfully copied the technology of artificial fruit. They didn't take this fruit seriously, but only treated it as experimental material and souvenir, which gave Momonosuke an opportunity. But Kaido must have regarded this mythical beast-type dog fruit as a treasure. With such strict precautions, how could it be possible for Yamato to accidentally eat it? Yamato in his human beast form took a deep breath and suddenly exhaled a stream of cold white air. No servant Binya. As the white cold air appeared, the temperature around it dropped a lot in an instant, and white mist appeared on Smoker's breath. Yamato's heart was dark. Turn into an ice sculpture, you arrogant B asterisk 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 D. Closing square bracket. But on second thought, the other party didn't actually do anything to him. The loss he suffered before was only due to his lack of skills. It wasn't worth taking his life. After all, it was this guy who helped me unlock the handcuffs. As she thought about it, her head tilted subconsciously. This way, the cold current would only pass over Smoker, freezing one of his limbs, but not freezing him to death or crippling him. But a scene that she couldn't believe appeared. Odin screamed and rushed forward, directly facing the cold current. Quote exclamation mark quote. This stupid bird. Originally Yamato thought the bird would be frozen, but the next second it was slapped in the face. Not only was Odin not frozen, but he began to absorb the cold air and his body grew larger. Yamato was shocked. What happened? Why did my attack have no effect? Advertisement. Smoker touched Odin's head. I've seen real ice, and it's not as cool as that just now. Yamato's face instantly turned red. Don't get too carried away, you B asterisk 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 D. I'm going to smash this stupid bird to pieces. After saying this, Haki infused the mace with energy and hit Odin with it. Gah! Odin let out a strange cry and was smashed into flying ice cubes. Yamato was also surprised. This strange bird was actually made up of elements. It seems that this is not a normal creature, but a creation of the devil fruit's ability. No entity. Faced with Haki's attack, all means are in vain. Smoker smiled slightly. That's not necessarily true. The shattered ice began to solidify again, and soon Odin was resurrected. Seeing how energetic it is, it doesn't look injured at all. Yamato is shocked. What's going on? Even if it's Logia, there's no way he can dodge a Haki attack. Smoker. Not everything is afraid of Haki. Why don't we make a bet? You fight him. If you win, I'll let you do whatever you want to me. If you lose, you'll have to fight me. Yamato said angrily. A-hole, I'm just a pet, don't underestimate me. Smoker didn't hesitate, turned around and walked away, saying, very good, then I'll take this as your agreement. He came to a nearby place, and in front of Yamato's shocked eyes, he took out tables, chairs, benches, charcoal stoves, skewers, and beer. Start enjoying barbecue by yourself. Damn it, you be asterisk 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 D, stop looking down on me. Yamato was arguing with Smoker, but Odin suddenly came up and entangled her. Helplessly, she could only turn around and deal with Odin first. In this way, the man and the bird fell into anxiety. Odin can't defeat Yamato, but Yamato can't do anything about it either. Elemental attacks were useless, and even the most skilled hockey mace could not completely defeat it. Even if it is smashed into pieces, it can be restored quickly. Yamato finally understood how ordinary people feel when they meet a Logia user. And every time he used elemental attacks, he would be swallowed by Odin. Smoker ate skewers and drank wine while watching the fight with great interest, secretly laughing in his heart. In fact, hockey is not completely useless. Every time the bodies are reunited, there is some loss. If Yamato had just used normal attacks and delayed the attack for a while, he would have definitely discovered the trick. But the problem was that he had never seen homies and had no idea what Odin was like. Even more tragically, Yamato discovered that the powerful ice and snow could restrict Odin's movements. So I would attack with ice and snow elements at any time. But these ice and snow elements are tonics for Odin. Every time he absorbs them, he can fight for a longer time. Yamato's strength is quite good, far beyond the average vice admiral. Unfortunately, I met Odin. Homies has no physical body and strengthens himself by devouring elements. It can be said that he can perfectly restrain those with the same elemental abilities. If Yamato had met Prometheus, he would have been crushed into dust long ago. Even if it were the others, Zeus, Ceres, they wouldn't be as embarrassed as they are now. Time passes by every second. Zone are born with endurance, and the mythical beasts are even more so. The man and the bird hunted for a whole day and night. Yamato was panting. Although he was not injured, he was extremely exhausted. His hands holding the stick felt numb and sore. Odin was still full of energy, flapping his arms and provoking Yamato. The little eyes were full of provocation and expectation. Whoosh, whoosh, bang. Smoker woke up with a start as a snot bubble burst. Oh, sorry, I accidentally fell asleep. Why don't you fight anymore? Is there a winner? Looking at Smoker, who was sleeping soundly after having a good meal and a good drink, Yamato's teeth were chattering. Smoker wiped the saliva from the corner of his mouth and started grilling again. As the flames rose and the cumin was sprinkled, waves of aroma wafted away. Dako Junction is also a dog and is extremely sensitive to smells. At this moment, a wisp of fragrance like Lion Majesty penetrated into the dog's nose, making her mouth salivate. She swallowed hard a few times to stop the saliva from flowing out. Smells so good, so hungry. Yamato's stomach started to growl. Smoker grilled a plate of skewers and shook it in his hand. Don't fight yet, you've been hungry all day, eat something first. Yamato frowned slightly, looked at the enthusiastic Smoker, then looked at Odin, who was jumping up and down, and finally made a decision. Okay, I'll give you a favor. Let me make it clear first, I'm not giving up. Ah, good. Let's have some lamb kidneys first. Advertisement. What? You can eat this thing. Hey, how rare. Let me tell you, all real men eat this. Is this true or not? You try. Quote. FK, it's delicious. Try this again. This is delicious too. After an unknown amount of time, Yamato ate so much that his belly was round. He lay on the ground motionless, groaning as he touched his stomach. Ah, I didn't know people could eat so much. So happy. Damn Kaido. Smoker. Why are you cursing at Dad all of a sudden? Humph, what kind of father is he? Not only does he restrict my freedom, but he also makes me hungry every day. If I hadn't picked up some food scraps to survive, I would have starved to death long ago. Smoker. Those foods, except for the lack of tableware, are no different from a big meal, right? Is there a possibility that the food you picked up was given to you by your father? What? Yamato sneered, you must be joking. Impossible. Smoker didn't try to persuade him, but asked, how did you get into this situation with your dad? Yamato was silent, and then talked to Smoker. Still the same old thing. When I was a kid, I idolized Odin and got beaten by Kaido. When he grew up, he became rebellious and was beaten by Kaido. He became more and more rebellious as he grew older, but he was still beaten by Kaido. 10 years like this, those who are good to me will either be executed or killed. I long to go out to sea, but I am bound to the Ghost Island. He admired Odin, but was rudely interfered with. Smoker is speechless too. This plot is just about a grumpy dad and a crazy fan daughter. It's no wonder that I feel bad when I have a girl like this. Of course, Kaido, that silly boy, is not fit to be a father. If he had been half as patient with Yamato as he was with Runti, things wouldn't have turned out like this. In fact, Yamato hates Kaido, but Smoker doesn't care. After all, this is someone else's family affair and it is Yamato's freedom. But she kept expressing her admiration for Odin, which made Smoker uncomfortable. It feels like eating shit in front of me and smacking my lips with a look of enjoyment. Smoker could only argue with Yamato again. Is Odin a complete fool or just a simple idiot? Smoker once again reviewed Odin's experience from beginning to end, from going to sea to returning home, from dancing to being in a frying pan, full of complaints. This time, Yamato also remained silent because he really couldn't answer Smoker's soul-searching question. Yes. Why didn't you entertain the Roger Pirates group when they returned to Daxia twice? Roger. No matter how urgent it is, he still needs a meal, right? It's not like he's being rescued. There were plenty of opportunities to kill the snake, but for a few hundred people, the country was put in danger. I've been dancing for 5 years, but it's really just dancing. Didn't you think of doing something else? Even the most basic intelligence work. He fell out with Kaido, and although his prestige has plummeted, he may still be followed if he raises his arms and shouts loudly. As a result, he took a few subordinates and rushed to Onigashima as if on a picnic, but ultimately failed. What's worse is that, I was locked up in prison, without handcuffs or shackles, without any restrictions on my movements, but my 2 swords were right beside me. He didn't think about resisting, but instead gave the knife to his wife and took it away, celebrating the anniversary in advance and leaving it as a relic. It's totally off the mark. Yamato's expression became more and more distorted, but he still tried to struggle. Anyway, look at what Wano Kuni has become now after being ravaged by Kaido and Orochi. Smoker didn't argue, but nodded. That's true, but it's not because Kazuki Oden is good, but because the goals of both sides are different. For Kazuki, Wano Kuni is a field. They need to lie on it and suck blood for generations. Naturally, their methods must be gentle. But Kaido is different. In his eyes, Wano Kuni is just a consumable. Once it's used up, it's gone. Why bother with it? But, Yamato wanted to say something else, but was rudely interrupted by Smoker. Yamato, your current thoughts are only because you are trapped here and have never seen what a true wise ruler is. Many kings, Hilton of the Drum Kingdom, Cobra of Alabasta, King Riku of Dressrosa. They are all kings, rulers who are opposed to the people in their stance. But the way they treat the people is completely different from Kazuki. Kazuki Oden is just a warrior. He doesn't bully the people. It's not because he is kind, but because he is simply not interested. In fact, when he was a pirate, he did a lot of burning, killing and looting. What he did was no different from Kaido. After all you know about Kazuki Oden is one execution and a diary. Chapter 320 Joining the Marine. Yamato's thoughts were redirected back to normal, and he suddenly felt a severe mental shock. What on earth have I been worshipping for all these years? How much I loved you when I was brain dead, how embarrassing it is now. Smoker wiped his greasy mouth, patted Yamato's shoulder generously, and rubbed the oil on her clothes. Okay, next time you look for an idol, keep your eyes open. After fighting for so long, you should calm down and go back. Yamato suddenly got a start. Think about when I was on Ghost Island, I told everyone I met that I was Oden. Especially when facing Kaido, it's always, Old Den, I'm Kazuki Oden for sure. Suddenly I felt my whole body turn red and warm. If the floor of the space wasn't solid, it would have been deducted into a 3-bedroom apartment. Yamato grabbed Smoker and said, no. I won't go back. I don't want to go back to Onigashima. Please don't chase me away. She has made up her mind that she will never return to Ghost Island in this life. No face. Smoker. No, what do you mean? There's nothing to eat or drink in this alien space. I may not come in once every 10 days or half a month. If I don't drive you away, will you starve to death here? Yamato begged with tears in her eyes. Can I follow you? I want to go out to sea. I know you are from overseas. Take me with you. I am a good fighter and I can work for you. Captain. Yes, I recognize you as the captain. Please take me with you. Smoker gave her a long look. Yamato. I'm not a pirate, I'm a marine. Smoker didn't have any ill feelings towards Yamato, so he just stated his identity directly. Yamato was stunned. Marine. Is this the Marine that Oden mentioned in his diary, who even Whitebeard had to give in? Smoker nodded. You know Marine, that saves me from having to explain. Yes, from a standpoint, Marines and pirates are naturally opposed. If you are willing to go to sea as a Marine, I will naturally welcome you and will give you the opportunity to move freely as much as possible. But you have to be prepared. The Marines are a military unit with strict discipline. They can't do whatever they want like the pirates. There are many people on the sea. Marine, pirates, hunters, travelers, adventurers. If you want to go to the sea, there are many ways. Why did it have to be pirates? Advertisement. They just want to burn, kill and rob, it has nothing to do with freedom. Smoker doesn't generalize to all pirates. In his mind, pirates are divided into 3 levels. The first type is Roger, Whitebeard, Red Hair, Luffy, etc. Although there are violations of laws and disciplines, and violence and bloodshed, there is a bottom line in what we do, and we will not vent violence wantonly. To a certain extent, it is even the force that stabilizes the ocean. The second type is Golden Lion, Bullet, Bandy Waldo. Lousy stopped pretending and came clean. He wanted war, killing, domination and treasure. The main theme is a daring one. The third type is the remaining guys. Using dreams and the past as a cover, they actually carried out burning, killing, looting and bloody rule. It's like a ladybug who can't control her pants and has to find a PR street youth to fall in love with. In Smoker's eyes, this kind of guy, no matter how strong or powerful he is just trash. For the first type, Smoker can still tolerate 1 or 2, so he can trade with Whitebeard. But for the remaining 2, there is absolutely no mercy. Suddenly, Smoker seemed to have thought of something and his palm returned to normal. Don't rush to make a choice, just follow me. Yamato was curious. Where to go? Look what Kaido is doing. Ah, the two searched in the different space for a long time and finally found Kaido. To Yamato's surprise, Kaido stood in front of his cave, motionless, and no one knew what he was thinking. At this time, Black Maria came over. Master Kaido, we have searched everywhere, but we can't find any trace of Master Yamato. I found this. Black Maria handed over a pair of broken handcuffs. Kaido hummed, rubbing his fingers a few times. There is no bloodline on it. She took off the handcuffs safely. Black Maria. But we've searched everywhere. And there's not a single ship or flying person missing on the island. Not Yamato. She's not yet able to break the handcuffs. It must be that B************ D from the day before yesterday. He showed an ability to teleport when he escaped. With his strength, he can indeed open the handcuffs. Black Maria looked worried. What should I do? Advertisement. Kaido thought for a while and let out a long breath. Forget it. Even if you can find him, that guy is not something you can handle. He took the handcuffs off Yamato, which means he had no intention of hurting her. Whatever his purpose was, he would always appear in front of Lousy. You want to withdraw? Black Maria bowed slightly. Yes. After saying that, he turned and left. She is the only one who knows Kaido's true feelings for Yamato, so she can more or less understand Kaido's current feelings. Kaido walked to Yamato's bed, or rather, the grass nest, and stood there quietly without saying a word. After a long time, he sighed, carefully placed the handcuffs on the grass nest, and strode away. In the different space, Yamato was right next to Kaido. Yamato saw everything from beginning to end, his eyes full of shock and confusion. Although she couldn't hear the conversation outside, she could see Kaido's actions and expressions clearly. She had always thought that her father loathed her and hated her. But judging from his performance just now, Kaido still has his daughter in his heart. Why? But he usually. Yamato mumbled incoherently, unable to form a complete sentence for a while. After a long while, he turned around and asked Smoker, why did you let me watch this? Smoker said calmly, the Marine has always advocated voluntary enlistment and ensured that recruits have full rights to be informed. Now that you know Kaido's true feelings for you, what will you choose? Smoker is smiling, but his hands behind him have become elements. If Yamato still chooses to be a pirate, I'm sorry. Yamato took a deep breath. What I want is to see the sea and the world. Don't worry, as long as you join the Marine, I will never betray you. This is my promise as a samurai. Smoker looked at her dimly. After joining Marine, you will say goodbye to the past completely. You may even become Kaido's enemy one day. Can you accept it? Yamato also looked into Smoker's eyes without hesitation, his eyes were particularly firm. After a while, Smoker suddenly smiled and his hands behind his back returned to normal. Very good. I brought you here not to doubt your awareness. It's to let you know what your father is like. You can kill your relatives for the sake of justice, but the target must be the real Kaido, not the person you imagine. Then, Smoker saluted. Well, Marine Yamato, please take good care of me in the future. Yamato also saluted quickly and shouted, yes. Then, she leaned forward and asked, Mr. Smoker, am I going to follow you from now on? Smoker smiled slightly, took an ice chip from Yamato's hair and crushed it gently with his fingers. In fact, there is someone who is more suitable to lead you than me. Chapter 321 Assassination. Chu. Aokiji came out of an Omoromachi restaurant, holding his waist. I've been feeling conflicted lately. 300 for one time, 800 for a whole night. On one hand, I feel too weak, and on the other hand, I can't stop. Alla la. Wano Kuni's folklore is truly extraordinary. What an unforgettable vacation. Suddenly, the sound of gongs was heard in the distance. When pedestrians on the street heard the sound, they hurriedly began to avoid the traffic. In their panic, many people directly knocked over the stalls. For a moment, the whole street was in chaos. Aokiji. After a while, a shout was heard from afar. The general is patrolling the streets, everyone please stay away. The people around were either running away or kneeling down, and the place was suddenly in chaos. La, it's almost as noisy as the celestial dragons. He didn't want to kneel, but he also didn't want to be too conspicuous, so he found a corner to hide in and secretly observed the movements on the street. In any case, Wano Kuni is also a world-renowned military power. Being able to command so many powerful men, I wonder what kind of ruthless character their general is. As the team approached, Aokiji became more and more nervous, and even sweat began to appear on his forehead. At such a close distance, Aokiji could already sense that there were quite a few strong men in the team ahead. But he still failed to detect the aura powerful enough to be called a general, which shows that the other party's observation haki is far superior to his own. As expected of General Wano Kuni, he is so terrifying. Kuzan gritted his teeth and tried to hold down his breath, fearing that he would be killed instantly by a sudden attack. After a while, the team slowly came over. Aokiji finally saw the whole scene of the samurai parade. There were hundreds of warriors in front and behind, and several of them had auras that were enough to rival the vice admiral. In the middle is a luxurious sedan chair. There was a guy with a big head and mouth, a bald head and a square face. He wore a crown on the left side of his head and a bun on the right side, looking both arrogant and funny. Advertisement. He was lying on a sedan chair, with two beautiful singing girls beside him, one feeding him wine and the other feeding him fruit. He took a bite left and right, enjoying his meal very much, and laughed smugly from time to time. Aokiji didn't realize who this guy was at first, but he saw people around him kneeling down and calling him General. He was stunned. What? He is General Wanokuni, that's it. Aokiji's heart was filled with 1,000 alpaca horses galloping through his. Huh, I'm such an idiot. Aokiji glanced at the parade team. The strength of this team is nothing in my eyes. But you still need to pay attention to the guys in front of the general's sedan chair. A crew-haired samurai and a ninja with long earlobes were on the left and right of the sedan chair. It was the recovered Denjiro and the ninja leader Fukurokuju. But when Aokiji saw the guy behind him, his pupils suddenly shrank. Why is he here? Closing square bracket. They have been missing for a long time. Since he is here, are the others? Suddenly, a bullet came from nowhere and hit the snake right between the eyebrows. The big snake didn't even let out a scream, it flew out directly and fell heavily to the ground. Its blood stained the ground, leaving a bright red patch. The two singers next to them were splashed with blood and screamed in fear. Big snake, big man. The team was also in chaos. Everyone picked up their weapons and began searching angrily while looking around cautiously. The people around were so frightened that they fled in all directions. No one knows whether they will be affected. Damn it, where on earth did the shooting come from? Denjiro drew his sword and looked around, but he saw nothing around except a panicked crowd. Come to think of it, I didn't even hear any gunshots. Fu Lu Shou's face also turned pale, and he hurried to the big snake. Advertisement. The blood hole on the snake's forehead was very small, much smaller than an ordinary bullet. But it was so powerful that it went straight through the head and left a deep hole in the ground. Fu Lu Shou's teeth were chattering. When he saw the two singers, his face turned black and he lashed out his ears like whips, smashing their heads to pieces. Aokiji didn't expect that he would see such an exciting scene just by strolling around. Open black lens bracket alalalal, what on earth happened? Close black lens bracket. Shooting. But there is no suspicious smell within 1,000 meters. The place where the snake was assassinated is on the east side of the Flower City. And high in the sky west of the Flower City, Griffin flapped his wings and hovered in the air. At such a distance, although Griffin is huge, he is just a small black dot in the eyes of ordinary people. Sanai put down the gun and looked behind his hand to shade his eyes. Not bad, an exceptional performance, hitting the bull's eye. Tianyu Chiu lay on Griffin's head and pushed his head forward. You are not kidding me, at this distance, with such strong winds, and Griffin is still swaying. How is it possible to hit him? It's not that humans are smaller than ants, it's that humans can't be seen at all. Let's go check it out. Sanai shook his head and refused. No need. The news will spread throughout the flower capital tomorrow. Let's find a place to stay. When we enter the city tomorrow, someone will tell us. After that, he patted Griffin's head and instructed it to fly out of the city and find a place to land. Both himself and Tianyu Chiu were new faces, and would definitely be the focus of investigation. Tianyu Chiu did not insist and nodded slightly. That makes sense. I'll listen to you. I didn't expect that our Tianyu family's great enemy would die so easily in your hands. I don't know if it was because of the excitement of revenge or some other reason, but her face was a little red at this moment. I don't think he's dead. Tianyu Chiu was shocked. What? Didn't you say you shot it? Smoker Sensei's order is to find an opportunity to shoot a hole through the snake's head. He also specifically instructed us to evacuate immediately without confirming whether the snake is alive or dead. If he really died like this, why would Mr. Smoker say the second half of his words? Quote. Chapter 322, Guard. The news of Orochi's assassination soon reached Kaido's ears. Kaido was immediately furious. What happened? Have you found out who did it? One of the pirates said timidly. No, there were many people present at the time, but there were no suspicious persons around. A-hole, useless piece of trash. Kaido knocked the unfortunate pirates away with a stick. He cursed and took a sip of wine. Oyi sighed and took a step forward. Boss Kaido, if you need me, I can go. Kaido shook his head grimly. With Oyi's ability, he is more than capable of handling this matter, but it is really a waste of his talent. In fact, Jin and Quinn are the most suitable candidates, even Jack can barely do the job. It's a pity that these guys died or got lost, which is really heartbreaking. As for Sasaki and his team, although they are quite capable. But it's still a bit of a stretch to say that Wanokuni is suppressed. Kaido took a big gulp of wine. I didn't want that guy to appear so early, but now it seems there's nothing I can do. Oh ye. The capital of flowers, the general's mansion. Orochi's subordinates hurriedly carried his body back. Also brought back were 500 inches suspects, and defectors, who were thrown into dungeons by the warriors. As for the remains of the big snake, they were placed in the hall. Soon, the hall was transformed into a mourning hall, and the snake's body was cleaned up and placed on the bed in the middle. According to custom, the body must be left to rest for a day. People bid farewell to him in the next few days, and he was buried a week later. Surprisingly, The snake is greedy and lustful by nature, and he loves almost all women, but he has no family. Therefore, the only ones who kept vigil for him were the samurai and ninjas from the shogun's mansion. The leaders were Denjiro and Fukurokuju. Denjiro sat cross-legged in the middle of the hall, holding a long sword in his hand, his face extremely gloomy. Fu Lu Shou beside him sighed. Don't blame yourself, Denjiro, this is not your responsibility. Denjiro, MD, is Lousy blaming himself. Lousy is thinking about how to kill you too. Advertisement. Also, the counselor that Orochi has been relying on recently. That guy has been here for a year. In just 1 year, he was deeply trusted by the snake and was almost like his right-hand man. But the strange thing is that this guy can only be heard but not seen. The big snake never shows him to the public, and the snake itself has never seen him. But today one of his subordinates followed the snake, and his aura didn't seem very strong. Fu Lu Shou then said, now that Lord Orochi is dead, what are your plans? All 5 major families have been destroyed, Wano-kuni cannot be leaderless. In the past, Wano-kuni had 5 major families: Kazuki, Fugetsu, Amatsuki, Shimotsuki, and Kurozumi. The 5 major families are headed by Kazuki, and Wano-kuni's generals are from the Kazuki family. Normally, if the Kazuki bloodline is cut off, a wise man from another family will be chosen as the general. The big snake killed off several other families early on, so there was nothing wrong with that. But the problem is, this guy is the only one in the Kurozumi family. This unknown murderer shot not only the general of Wano-kuni, but also directly cut off the retreat of the 5 major families. Denjiro looked at Fukurokuju with some surprise. MD, you old man, you don't want to be a general. Are you still asleep? Besides, you thought the 5 major families were extinct, but Lord Momonosuke will be back in a dozen years. Even if something unexpected happens, His Highness Hiyori is still alive and well. Now that the general has passed away, I have no other thoughts but to send him off for the last time. As for what you want to do, Master Fu Lu Shou, I don't want to interfere. MD, if you don't find the grave of the snake, then they will grind the bones and scatter the ashes, mix them with black dog blood and human yellow, and Lousy will never be happy for the rest of his life. Fu Lu Shou looked at the big snake with a sad face, and he couldn't suppress the smile on his face. Schwanjiro-kun, I have always admired your loyalty and bravery. Wano-kuni needs talents like you. Denjiro. Damn, you don't even call me sir. He really thinks he is a general. Master Fu Lu Shou, I am extremely upset and just want to stand guard for General Dashi. Please be quiet. Oh, haha, of course. Of course. Although Denjiro refuted Fukurokuju, Fukurokuju admired him even more. The two of them had their own agenda and didn't notice the fingers twitching slightly under the white cloth. Early the next morning, Sanai and Tianyuchiu disguised themselves and sneaked into the Flower City. Advertisement. Although Sanai's gun is eye-catching, it is fortunately of a unique shape and structure. Add a gun head in the front and remove the trigger, and it looks no different from an ordinary rifle. Although Orochi ordered strict control of weapons, the focus was on samurai swords. For this thing, people often turn a blind eye. After all, many people make a living by hunting with spears and forks. The current Flower City can be described as a place of panic, with samurai and ninjas searching everywhere. Fortunately, they found out but did not check in, especially since Sanai and Tianyuchiu had not been in the Flower City before, so it was easy for them to sneak in. In the Flower Capital, the place with the most up-to-date information is naturally Omoromachi. The two asked along the way and arrived at the most luxurious Omorimachi. As soon as I sat down and before I started to ask for information, I heard a familiar voice coming from outside the door. Alalalal. Call out your best girls, I'm going to beat up 10 of them. 10. The hall of Omori was suddenly silent, and everyone looked over there. Who is so brave? Tensuke Sikyu. Sanai. The person who came was Aokiji, who was letting himself go. He was carrying a bag that he had gotten from somewhere, and when he shook it, there was the sound of metal colliding. Upon seeing this, the Mama-san immediately put on a smiling face and welcomed Aokiji in. I was about to go upstairs directly, but suddenly 3 people in fancy clothes stood up from a table and came in front of Aokiji. One of the middle-aged men, a fat man, saluted Aokiji. Sir, my name is Wen Yi, and these 2 are my friends Fan Cheng and Ping Hao, both of whom are well-off people in Wano-kuni. You seem to be a brave and heroic person, I wonder if I can get to know you. Aokiji. La. So you are 3 noble gentlemen, I have heard of you for a long time. At this moment, he suddenly caught a glimpse of Sanai, who looked embarrassed. Hey, brother, you are here too. Sanai's mouth twitched a few times, and he smiled awkwardly. Brother Ching. Tianyuchiu next to him looked at Aokiji, then at Sanai, his eyes widened in surprise. Wen Yi's eyes swept across the spear beside Sanai, and then across Tianyuchiu, who was sitting next to her, a hint of surprise in his eyes. However, he hid his emotions very well, instead adopting a rough and bold attitude. Oh, so you are Brother Ching. Little brother, since you are Brother Ching's friend, then sit together. Sanai doesn't like these 3 guys. They look like bad guys at first glance. But on second thought, this kind of guy is the well-informed local tyrant. So he thought for a few seconds and then laughed. Little brother Nai, it's nice to meet you 3 brothers. After saying that, He dragged the somewhat reluctant Tianyu Chiu over and sat over. Chapter 323 Resurrection. Several people sat together. Wenye also poured wine for Aokiji and the other three. Brother Qing, I wonder what business you are in. Aokiji took out a wooden box from his back. The surface of the box was a little cold and damp. Alala, I'm in the ice-making business. I came to the flower capital to try my luck. Please take care of me, brothers. As he spoke, he opened the box, lifted a thick blanket, and revealed crystal-clear ice cubes. Ice. Wen Yi was secretly surprised. Although there is the winter island of Ryogo in Wanokuni, it is not easy to transport ice to the flower capital with the strongest consumption power. Here, ice is an absolute luxury. Ping Hao said sarcastically. Brother Qing is really good at this. You will be rich soon. Alalalalo, I can't handle this business by myself. After hearing this, Wen Yi and the other three looked at each other secretly and couldn't help but feel secretly happy. Aokiji pretended not to notice. Come on, everyone, bring your cups over, how about trying the ice first? After saying that, he generously added a large spoonful of ice to everyone's glass. The corner of Sanai's mouth twitched slightly. With his sharp eyesight, he could naturally see that the color of the ice given to him was slightly different from that of the three guys. Sure enough, after a few drinks, Sanai and Aokiji looked normal, and even Tianyu Chiu, who seldom drank, seemed to be fine. However, Wen Yi and others who were under the test of alcohol had red faces, blurred eyes, and began to slur their words. It turns out that the ice Aokiji used for his own people was water, while the ice he used for Wenye and his friends was made from alcohol. Seeing that the time was ripe, Aokiji began to gather information and asked indirectly about the general's assassination. Wen Yi and the other three had drunk too much, and as they were in high spirits today, they blurted out all the information they knew. But this information surprised Aokiji and others. Last night, when everyone was keeping vigil, the snake suddenly came back to life. Everyone thought it was a zombie and was almost scared to death. The first thing the snake did after resurrection was to throw Fu Lu Shou into the cell for disrespecting the general. Advertisement. Then he handed over all the Onawabanshu who were originally under Fukurokuju's command to Denjiro. In this way, Denjiro controlled all the industries and guard forces of the shogun's mansion except taxation, and became the most powerful person at the time. Resurrected. Alara. Resurrected. Aokiji and Sana both looked surprised. Sanai was fine, but he was secretly wondering if he had really missed the target at that time. It shouldn't be, but Aokiji was really shocked. He saw the big snake's head being blown off. Moreover, I had used observation hockey to check at that time, and his breath had completely disappeared. There was no doubt that he was dead. But why is he alive again now? The only explanation is this guy's ability. Suddenly, there was a commotion at the door of Omorimachi, and various compliments were heard from time to time. Master Denjiro, congratulations. Master Denjiro, I am Sorgi, the wine merchant of Nozomi. Congratulations to you. As expected of you, Lord Denjiro. Now you are definitely the shogun's only right hand. Denjiro walked forward with a defiant look on his face but with a smile on his face, and the samurai next to him stopped the enthusiastic crowd. Sanai asked, who is this arrogant guy? But no one answered. When he turned around, he saw Ping Hao and the others were already fast asleep. Tian Yu Kai Yu beside him whispered, that is Denjiro, General Orochi's official merchant and the strongest swordsman under Orochi. I fought him before, but unfortunately I was defeated by him. Sanai glanced at her in surprise, won't he find you? No, I was wearing a mask and a loose nightgown, so he couldn't recognize me. That's good. Denjiro returned to the room, sent everyone away, and asked someone to call Kazuki Hiyori over. Advertisement. His Majesty. Kazuki Hiyori also obviously got the news that Orochi had come back from the dead, and asked hurriedly, Denjiro, what's going on? Why did Orochi come back from the dead? Denjiro was about to speak when a voice suddenly came from the side. Orochi died and resurrected. Why don't you tell me about it too? The two looked over in surprise, only to see a light door opened in the corner of the room at some point. Smoker and a girl with white and green hair came out. The two of them were relieved and stood up quickly. Master Smoker. Smoker raised his hand, motioning for the two to get up, then he sat down on the ground with Yamato. Let me tell you some good news first. I have solved the prisoner quarry and all the prisoners are free. Kawamatsu has returned to Ling. If you want to find him, you can go to the Jidao Bridge. The remaining Hanano leopard Guro and tens of thousands of prisoners also escaped. They are all your father's diehard fans. Kazuki Hiyori and Denjiro were delighted. Really? Smoker nodded. Okay, let's talk about the snake first. Denjiro quickly explained the whole story. It turned out that the big snake suddenly came back to life that night. He heard the conversation between Fukurokuju and Denjiro, and in a rage he transformed into the Yamata no Orochi, bit off the frightened Fukurokuju's hands and feet, and threw him into prison. As for Denjiro, he was particularly satisfied and gave him all the rights to Fukurokuju. More importantly, he made an appointment with him to meet the man in the cloak 2 days later. I knew that the snake had strange magic and could transform into a terrifying monster. But I never knew that he could come back to life after death. Smoker smiled. That's Zone Snake Fruit mythical beast Yamata no Orochi form. It has 8 lives. You have to kill it 8 times in a short period of time. It's such a powerful fruit, but it's really wasted in the hands of a coward like Orochi. Kazuki Hiyori suddenly realized. Is it the same devil fruit as my mother? Denjiro punched the ground heavily. Damn it. It's my fault for not seizing the opportunity. If I had known earlier, I would have taken a few of his lives even if it meant risking my own life. But, who assassinated him? I really hope I can find him. Smoker. The one who did it should be my apprentice, Sanai. It's also luck, his presence is downstairs. Chapter 324 Deputy. It was not convenient for Denjiro and Hiyori to come out to pick them up. Smoker raised his hand, and Yamato understood what he meant. After asking about everyone's appearance, he went out and called Aokiji and the others up. Aokiji and Sanai were both acquaintances, but when Smoker saw Tianyu Akame, he was still a little confused. Who is this guy? Just as Sanai was about to introduce them, he saw Tianyu Akame with eyes wide open, trembling all over, staring at Kazuki Hiyori in disbelief. You are Hiyori. Kazuki Hiyori was confused at first, but after seeing the girl's appearance, he was also surprised. Xiaoyu. It's me. The two girls suddenly hugged each other, crying and laughing, leaving everyone confused. It turned out that although they lived far away from each other, their fathers were both daimyo, so they had been good friends since childhood. Since the war, the two have been completely separated and have no news of each other. I thought the other party must have died long ago, but I didn't expect to run into him here. Smoker was relieved after hearing Kazuki Hiyori introduce Tianyu Chiyu's identity, and then introduced the identities of both parties. Aokiji and Sana were fine. In their eyes, Kazuki Hiyori and Denjiro were just forces that could be won over. But when Kazuki Hiyori and Denjiro looked sloppy, and Aokiji, who had gotten something for free a few days ago, was still in a higher position than Smoker, they all had an expression of, WTF, on their faces. Then, Smoker talked about Sanai's assassination of Kurozumi Orochi. Aokiji looked surprised. Alala, Smoker brother, it turned out that it was Sanai who made the move, what a surprise. He looked at Sanai deeply. This guy, being able to launch such a precise attack outside the range of his observation haki, this kind of sniping ability is simply unheard of. No wonder he was detained by those guys for more than a year when he went on a business trip to Sky Island. I heard that he also served as an instructor for the Sanjongdori unit. I originally thought that the Sanjong Bird Army, which consisted of only 100 people, was nothing special. But now it seems that others don't need to be the same as Sanai. Even if they are only 1/10 of his level, they are still a terrifying fighting force. Even if it were replaced with seastone bullets, it could intervene in even an admiral-level battle. Sanai was also a little confused. Teacher Smoker, did you know that Kurozumi Orochi will be resurrected? Smoker nodded and introduced Kurozumi Orochi's abilities again. Like Denjiro, Sanai also looked annoyed. Teacher Smoker, why didn't you tell me earlier? If I had known, I would have shot you a few more times. Smoker smiled slightly. No need, someone will do it for you. Who? Kaido. Advertisement. Everyone was shocked. Kaido. A-hole dad. Quote. Everyone turned their heads and stared at Yamato. Yamato was stunned for a moment, then scratched his head and giggled awkwardly. Smoker quickly explained. Oh, I forgot to mention that Yamato is Kaido's daughter. Why? Everyone's jaws dropped and their eyes popped out. Smoker quickly said, don't be nervous, Yamato has left the Beast's pirates and become a marine warrior. She is absolutely trustworthy. Kazuki Hiyori, Amatsuki Akame, and Denjiro looked at each other. His eyes were full of suspicion, but since Smoker said so, there was nothing he could say. Aokiji and Sanai looked at their new comrade with curiosity. Yamato stood up and saluted the two of them in a formal manner. Two sirs. Sanai quickly stood up and returned the greeting. Aokiji nodded gently. Off topic, brother Kuzan, don't you have no deputy? See how she is. Ah, Aokiji was stunned for a moment. He had indeed always wanted to find a deputy, but he never found the right one. Although Aokiji is usually casual, he is very strict with his assistants, and they must be strong and have abilities that match his own. He hesitated and said, Yamato's aura is very strong, but... Smoker interrupted, Yamato, transform and show your abilities. Yes, Yamato suddenly changed into a human beast form. The surrounding temperature dropped rapidly, and tiny ice crystals condensed in the room. Seeing this, Aokiji's eyes suddenly widened, and the look in his eyes showed 100% satisfaction. Yamato, right, you want to be my deputy. What do you want? It's okay, just ask. Yamato grinned. I yearn for freedom and the sea. Since you are an admiral, can you take me out to see different scenery? Advertisement. Aokiji was a little surprised by her request. Alalala, actually the admiral isn't that free. But I promised, I will let you see a scene you have never seen before. No, a scene you can't even imagine. Yamato immediately showed an expression of excitement and anticipation. Yes, Chief Aokiji, please take care of me. At this time, Kazuki Hiyori slowly said, congratulations to Mr. Aokiji and Ms. Yamato. Mr. Smoker, what do you mean by Kaido killing the snake? Smoker then realized that he had gone off topic and quickly got back to the topic. In your opinion, what is the relationship between Orochi and Kaido? Partner, subordinate, business partner. Several people looked at each other and shook their heads. I don't know how Orochi feels about Kaido. But in Kaido's eyes, Orochi is just a dog that helps him guard Wano Kuni and tame the people. He came to Wano Kuni, all he wanted was the location, minerals, craftsmen and labor. But as an outsider, he can't rule Wano Kuni himself, so he has to support a puppet. The reason he's attracted to the snake is because he's stupid, greedy, and easy to control. As long as he's given some money and women, he'll behave like a dog. Kazuki Hiyori's eyes were cold. You are right. My father, or any other daimyo, would never allow himself to be manipulated like this even if he died. Smoker nodded. Orochi is a user with special abilities. Kaido has known this for a long time. But he doesn't know that Yamada no Orochi has the ability to revive from the dead. He looked at Denjiro. Denjiro, if it were you, and you found out that your cowardly subordinates were so scheming and forbearing, what would you do? A cold light flashed in Denjiro's eyes. Such a scheming person will definitely not be allowed to appear again. That's right. Kaido thought so too. Unlike you, when you said you would never show up again, it might include the option of expulsion, but here with Kaido, there is only one option, and that is death. Sanai asked in confusion, Teacher Smoker, why don't you just kill him? Smoker shook his head. With the death of the snake, the general's mansion is leaderless. Kaido will soon be able to clean up the mess with force and support a new dog. On the contrary, if we spare his life, it will only expose his true colors and make them suspicious of each other and kill each other, which is more in line with our interests. Denjiro, these days, have your people spread rumors secretly, saying that Kaido is going to attack Orochi, to add fuel to the fire between them. Denjiro gave a wicked smile. It's such a small matter, just leave it to me. I will definitely spread this news throughout the Flower City today. Advertisement Chapter 325 Unexpected Figure. After chatting for a while, they went their separate ways. It was said that Jiro went to spread rumors excitedly. The two little sisters Kazuki and Tianyu reunited after a long separation and had a lot to talk about. As for Marine's people, they returned to their respective rooms first, and then were quietly pulled into the different space by Smoker to hold a small meeting. Aokiji looked around this strange space, his eyes full of wonder. Ah la la la, I didn't expect homies could eat the devil fruit too. That B*********** D Big Mom really got some amazing abilities. He glanced at Smoker. Big Mom created so many homies, but she didn't think of feeding a devil fruit. Maybe you have a bigger imagination. If we obtain this ability, can we mass produce people with multiple fruit abilities? As an admiral, he is well aware that there are many complementary abilities in the world. If these two compatible abilities were concentrated in one person, it would definitely produce a heaven-defying effect. Several people compared the intelligence and determined the next plan of action. Aokiji decided to temporarily leave the mess of Flower Capital and find a quiet place to hide away. He said from the beginning that he came to Wano Kuni just for tourism. At the moment, Smoker is handling the situation with ease and there is no need for him to intervene. But Aokiji asked if he could take Yamato with him. After all, he is my new deputy, so I want to know more about him and give him some advice. He was confident that he was definitely number one in ice ability and could easily beat anyone else. Yamato hesitated for a while, and then became interested. Ever since she knew Kaido's true feelings for her, her mentality has become a little complicated. Although I decided to join the Marines and was willing to fight for them. But I still feel a little uncomfortable when I think about facing my acquaintances from Beast's pirates. Smoker wasn't so unkind and agreed readily. After all, although Yamato is powerful, he is not indispensable. Why make things difficult for a young girl who is ignorant of the world? Then, Smoker asked Sanai again. Sanai is his subordinate, so it is only right that he helps him. But seeing his hesitant look, and thinking of the sour smell when he was with Tianyu Chiyu. Advertisement. Smoker was furious. Finally, I decided to let her go wherever she wants and not get in the way of Lousy. The next day, several people said goodbye in Omoromachi. Originally, Tianyu Akame wanted to stay and help Kazuki Hiyori, but was rejected. The situation is unclear now, so it's not worth jumping in headfirst. There will be many places in the future where she will be needed to contribute. Then, Kazuki Hiyori looked at Sana and Amatsuki Akame who were showing affection to each other, and the corner of his eye twitched slightly. That's all. I don't count on you. God knows where you will be. Smoker was also fed up with the way they looked. But out of the elders, love, they left Odin to them. After all, they are the worst on our side. Odin quacked and circled around Sanai and Tianyu Chiyu several times, finally landing on Sanai's shoulder. At this time, Odin was only the size of a palm, and his color was green, like a glass sculpture, but his eyes were exceptionally bright. Last night, Smoker used coercion and bribery to get Aokiji to feed him dozens of Ice Age rounds. Odin is now incredibly powerful, and with full firepower, he can easily turn Wano Kuni into a winter island. This is also a new feature of homies discovered by Smoker. Although it needs to be supplemented with elements and the battery life is a bit short, it can be accumulated and the output power is off the charts. Before leaving, Aokiji suddenly remembered something, took a step forward with his shaking legs, and dragged Smoker to a quiet place. Alala, Smoker, there's something I forgot to tell you before. Smoker was stunned. What's wrong, brother Kuzan? Senor Peak, do you still remember the Don Quixote family cadre who was beaten badly by you? Smoker. Of course I remember. Anyone who has watched Pirates King cannot fail to remember Don Quixote family, and it is impossible not to remember Senor. But why did Aokiji mention this name? In his eyes, even Doflamingo was just a slightly powerful thug, not to mention Senor who was several levels inferior to him. Advertisement. Remember. What happened to him? When Orochi was assassinated that day, I saw a face exactly like his among Orochi's guards. Quote exclamation mark exclamation mark exclamation mark quote. Smoker was shocked and murmured, no way. But then I thought, I really haven't heard any news about Doflamingo in these years. Smoker didn't believe that the guy was devastated by the blow. I thought it was like the golden lion, hiding somewhere and quietly accumulating strength. Now that I think about it, hiding in Wano-kuni doesn't seem impossible, and it would also explain why there has been no news from him. Smoker nodded. Okay, I'll pay attention. Thanks, brother Kuzan. Alala, it's nothing. Actually, to you, that little pirates group is not a big opponent. I'm just reminding you. Smoker nodded, mumbling under his breath. But, they came to this closed Wano-kuni, so what about Virgo? Just keep silent. Hey, who are you talking about? The pirates undercover in the Sabayati archipelago base. Quote. No, how come even you know about this? How rare. All the high-ranking officers in the Marine Corps, including the General Staff, Intelligence Department, and Equipment Department, know that he is an undercover agent. Does Mr. Sakazuki know? Of course I know. Not only him, Mr. Sengoku, Mr. Zephyr, even the Grand Marshal has heard of it. Quote. Mr. Sakazuki could endure it. He didn't kill him. He wanted to go, but Zane wouldn't let him. They had a fight and in the end, Zane slapped him a few times before he calmed down. Quote. After chatting for a while, they waved goodbye. Except for Smoker who stayed in the flower capital, everyone else left. After a while, Denjiro came back excitedly. Mr. Smoker, I have arranged it. By tomorrow morning at the latest, the rumor that Kaido is going to kill Orochi and support a new general will spread throughout the flower capital. Smoker nodded, and suddenly thought of something. By the way, you said there's a mysterious person behind the snake, right? Chapter 326 Meeting. Denjiro nodded obediently when Smoker asked about this. Yes, he said we would meet at the general's mansion at noon. Smoker looked thoughtful. Denjiro continued. If you want to go too, I can try to take you there. Smoker smiled and waved his hand. The snake is watching so closely, even if you bring it up, he probably won't agree. Why bother making him think too much? You go normally, I'll figure it out myself, just pretend you don't know about this. With Smoker's observation hockey, it is easy for him to locate a breath from several kilometers away. No matter how well prepared the snake is, it won't be able to clear the entire area within a radius of several kilometers. Isn't this telling others clearly that there is a problem here? Schwanjiro followed suit, bowed slightly and said, yes. Shortly after Denjiro left, Smoker changed into a samurai costume and walked out the door with 3 staggers in his steps. Looking at his arrogant appearance, he looks just like a samurai ronin. He walked around here and there, seemingly without any pattern, but the general direction was always following Denjiro. Entering the shogun's mansion, there was a much more aura around Denjiro. After a while, his breath began to move and suddenly began to drop. Smoker was a little surprised. At this height, there is either a tunnel or he was buried alive. However, Denjiro's breath did not weaken, but continued to move more than 10 meters underground and soon left the shogun's mansion. Smoker hurriedly followed. After walking for more than 10 kilometers in one breath, across most of the flower city, I finally arrived at an inconspicuous house. If it were excavated normally, this channel would definitely be a major project. But when I thought that it might be the ability of devil fruit, I calmed down a lot. Smoker could clearly sense several auras in the room. Sure enough, a few old acquaintances, but they are much stronger now. Closing square bracket. After a long while, Orochi and Denjiro left, and only 3 auras remained in the room. Smoker was not interested in what they talked about, he would ask Denjiro later, but he was very interested in the people in the room. After all, they are old friends, whom we haven't seen for many years. In the room, Doflamingo, dressed as a samurai, was sitting there, with Pika and Diamante behind him. After the snakes left for a while, he whispered, Pika, close the passage. Yes, Dover. Pika's body slowly sank into the ground. Advertisement. After a while, a dull rumbling sound came from underground. In order to keep it secret, Pika would dig a tunnel every time Doflamingo and Orochi met. Wait until the conversation is over before filling up the tunnel. Diamante came forward. Dover, you have become the lifeline of the snake. What should we do next? Fufufufu, since Governor Kaido wants to kill him, his fate is sealed. However, this is also an opportunity for us. At this time, a voice came faintly. What opportunity is it? Tell me about it. Doflamingo and Diamante's faces changed drastically and they stood up quickly. Who are you? Get out here. Doflamingo felt his heart beat faster when he thought that he had not noticed the other person's existence at all. Don't be nervous. Is this how you should behave when you meet an old friend? A pool of asphalt-like darkness oozed from the ground and quickly accumulated into a puddle. Smoker slowly emerged from the darkness. Long time no see, Flamingo, you look very energetic. Unlike the relaxed Smoker, Doflamingo and Diamante both had trembling pupils. Smoker. Damn, why did you show up? Let's go back 2 days. Kaido feels depressed, very depressed. In order to increase weapons production capacity, he built hundreds of large and small weapons factories and workshops all over Wano Kuni. But recently a group of armed forces has emerged and frequently attacked weapons factories. Those large weapons factories are fine as they have sufficient defense capabilities. At most, production will be interrupted and supplies will be stolen. But the smaller ones were in a bad situation. They were not strong enough to defend and were directly taken away by a wave. Moreover, those guys don't care about meat or vegetables, whether it's ore, food, money, equipment, craftsmen or weapons. Take away everything you can take away, and burn everything you can't take away. Kaido was so angry that he almost vomited blood after hearing the news, and quickly sent Sasaki and Fuzufu to bring support. But the other party is as slippery as a mouse. As soon as they see a strong man in charge, they run away. As soon as they see a defensive loophole, they rush over and stab the A. There were only 2 people, Sasaki and Fuzifu, and they were forced to run around everywhere every day, but they didn't catch anything. In fact, Kaido knew with his butt that this was the prisoners' revenge. Advertisement. There were countless casualties in the war that year. Those who remain in prison now either surrendered quickly or were so powerful that Kaido was reluctant to kill them. I want to keep it and see if I can conquer it. I didn't expect that the backlash would bring me so much trouble. There is one thing Kaido can't figure out. These warriors are samurai-like at best, and stubborn at worst. No matter how he deals with people or in battle, he is always stupid and reckless, and will not turn back until he hits a wall. But now he has fully understood the essence of the vulgar style, and he has to touch it even if he can't get in. Damn, when did these warriors become so shameless? So, when he learned that the big snake had been killed, he was furious. We were already in a state of panic and short of manpower, and that idiot got shot in the head. Before he could finish being angry, another pirates came running over. Lord Kaido, good news. General Orochi is alive again. Kaido was stunned at first, then overjoyed. Really? Orochi is not dead. Although he could command the samurai, it was not as convenient as doing so through the giant snake. Pirates said quickly. It's not that he is not dead, he is resurrected from the dead. At that time, the body of the snake was placed in the morning hall, but he suddenly came back to life, and the wound on his head is gone. Then he recounted in detail what had happened in the morning hall. Kaido listened quietly, his expression unremarkable, until he finally chuckled softly. Oh my god, I didn't expect that Orochi had this ability. It really makes me feel relieved. Although he was smiling, his eyes and voice were icy cold. Lousy underestimated you. I originally thought it was an obedient dog when it was full, but I didn't expect it to be so scheming. What on earth do you want to do by hiding such a powerful ability? At this time, the only senior cadre left, Black Maria, stepped forward. Master Kaido, what should we do next? As an old man under Kaido, he is one of the people who understands Kaido's thoughts best. Kaido gulped down a mouthful of wine. A dog who doesn't want to be controlled will only have one fate. Black Maria was not surprised. How about I go? Not yet. We are short of manpower now, this is not the time to fall out with the samurai. Contact that guy, he has been lurking around the snake for so long, it's time to play a role. Should we appease the big snake? We can prevent him from jumping off the wall in desperation. Oh, lol, if I give him something now, will he dare to accept it? On the contrary, let him send warriors to help defend the weapons factory. For dogs, recognizing their value is the best comfort. Black Maria smiled. Yes. Chapter 327 Two Conditions. A few years ago, Doflamingo was defeated by Smoker and bought his life by offering the fruit of childishness. After that, he sailed aimlessly until he came to Kaido's territory. In the original plot, Doflamingo was only at the level of Luzi, and facing the double disasters, he could only be pinned down and plucked. But because of Smoker's constant pressure, Doflamingo, or the entire Don Quixote family learned from their mistakes and their strength increased dramatically. Now, his strength is no weaker than Jin and Quinn. The few half-baked top officials who survived can also compete with Sasaki and the other future 6. Jin's patrol ran into the Doflamingo pirates, and a fierce conflict broke out between the two sides, with no clear winner. When Kaido found out, he defeated Doflamingo himself. However, he was impressed by Doflamingo's strength and did not kill them, but recruited them to become his subordinates. Doflamingo was even given the title of Disaster. The third plague is the White Plague. However, Kaido did not reveal Doflamingo to the public, but instead had him change his appearance and approach Orochi. In terms of military strength, the beast's pirates can undoubtedly overwhelm the entire Wano Kuni. But ruling is more than just power. If an outsider serves as Wano Kuni general, it will definitely cause a strong backlash and increase the cost of ruling in vain. Therefore, the best way is to support agents. Because of this, Kaido supported Kurozumi Orochi as the Wano Kuni general. But he also understood that having something by himself was better than having it by his parents. No matter how submissive Kurozumi Orochi was, he was just an outsider. How could he be as reliable as having his own people? Therefore, He has always wanted to place someone next to Orochi, make him a member of Wano Kuni, and rule Wano Kuni on his behalf. Kaido couldn't do this job himself, and he didn't want to be tied to Wano Kuni by the chain called responsibility. Jin and Quinn are not capable of doing this either. Not to mention their identities, one is a fighter and the other is a scientific research fanatic. They simply cannot do such a thing. As for the others, they lack the deterrent power brought by strong strength. Initially, Kaido wanted to train Yamato to become Wano Kuni general. Therefore, Yamato's dressing style has a strong Wano Kuni style. However, this unfilial daughter would rather die than obey, and instead always goes against him, which makes Kaido really tired. Advertisement. And even if Yamato agrees, he is still too young. The arrival of Doflamingo just solved Kaido's urgent problem. Doflamingo concealed his identity and came to Wano Kuni. With a little trickery, he easily broke into Orochi's general's mansion. With his powerful strength and extraordinary strategies, he was gradually regarded as a trusted brother by Orochi. Over the years, Dashi had become obedient to him. Doflamingo also roughly figured out Orochi's background. He was more than 70% sure that he could replace her without any trouble. The reason why the big snake was kept was simply because he was relatively obedient. Now that Orochi has exposed his ambitions, it means that his life has entered the countdown. Facing Smoker, Doflamingo did not hide anything and revealed Kaido's plan. He knew that there was no point in telling lies in front of Smoker. Sigh. Doflamingo had a provocative look on his face. So, Smoker, do you still want to fight with Governor Kaido? He is different from me, he is an absolute monster. No need for you to remind us, we have already fought, I know his strength better than you. Doflamingo's eyes suddenly widened. Have you called? But Smoker is still intact. In other words, at least both parties are on the same level. When facing Kaido, he was completely unable to fight back. His strongest defense, the spider nest, was as fragile as glass in front of Kaido's thunderous 8 trigrams. If Kaido hadn't missed the target on purpose, I would have been a bystander in this match. Doflamingo's eyes completely changed when he looked at Smoker. Before, he was wary and a little dissatisfied, but now he was shocked. This guy, has he grown to this point? Advertisement. Smoker's battle with the big pirates was kept secret. In the eyes of the pirates, he is just an ordinary vice admiral. Foo. Smoker, why did you come to this isolated Wano Kuni? Is it the Marine? No, is it the world government that wants to attack Wano Kuni? That's not your concern, but you can rest assured that Wano Kuni will be free for quite some time to come. Doflamingo nodded. Then why are you here? Suddenly, Smoker's expression changed and he took a step to the side. Then stone spikes appeared from the ground. It turned out that Pika had just closed the tunnel and returned here, just in time to see Smoker. He thought it was an enemy, so he launched a surprise attack. Doflamingo said anxiously, Pika. But before he finished speaking, a powerful haki burst out from Smoker's body. The black thunder exploded, and even Doflamingo felt suffocated. Under this haki, the surrounding rocks collapsed, and the ground that was originally constantly surging and seemed to come alive seemed to be shocked and lose its vitality. Smoker swept the ground with hawk-like eyes, and suddenly rushed somewhere. His elemental arms penetrated deeply into the soil, then he grabbed Pika's neck and pulled him out. Squealer, do you think you can rest easy just by hiding in the mud? Pika screamed and struggled desperately, but was unable to shake Smoker's hand. That's enough. Doflamingo next to him had a livid face, but was frightened by the haki that Smoker had just released and did not dare to take the initiative. Pika was impulsive just now. As the captain, I apologized to him. Unlike Jin and Quinn, Doflamingo has a more independent position in Beast's Pirates, and is kind of an affiliated pirates group. Kaido also wants to try this method to win over those pirates who are powerful but unwilling to give up everything completely. Smoker said calmly, where's the sincerity? Doflamingo frowned, please tell me what you want. Smoker smiled. First, I must personally take the life of Kurozumi Orochi. No one else is allowed to take action when I'm not here. Second, Kaido wants to completely transform Wano Kuni into a weapons factory, right? I'm very interested and want to get involved. Chapter 328 The Great Snake's Order. A few days later, Kurozumi Orochi issued 3 orders. Like a huge rock thrown into a lake, it caused a huge wave in Wano Kuni. The first order was to turn Julie into a new general's fiefdom. Everyone must move out within 3 days. Anyone who stays behind after 3 days will be considered a traitor who has disobeyed the general and will be hanged. The second order is that if you want to continue living in the wealthy Flower City, you must give up half of your property. Those who evade taxes will have their homes confiscated and be driven out of the Flower City. The third order is that the Great Snake General's mansion will no longer protect areas outside the Flower City. Whether it's a wild beast or a bandit, you can fend for yourself. To avoid all this, one must either move to the Flower City or hire samurai from the Shogun's mansion at a high price. As soon as these pieces of news came out, they immediately caused a sensation throughout Wano Kuni. Everyone had a question mark on their face. You are a general, Wano Kuni is yours, and you want a fiefdom. Besides, Julie was first looted by the Beast's pirates and the Great Snake General's mansion, and then plowed over and over again by thieves, making it so poor that it has to eat dirt. Are you here to help with targeted poverty alleviation? And the last two sentences are just blatant money grabbing. What robbers? Maybe you are the one crying. Stop thief, in the general's mansion. Omoromachi, the capital of flowers. Smoker and Doflamingo sat in a private room facing the street. On the street, a group of warriors drove several carriages loaded with gold, silver, food, etc. Suddenly several people appeared, rushing towards the warriors while crying. Stop. This is the food our family has worked so hard to save. You can't just take it away like this. It was clearly only half, why did they take away 80%? My son just asked why you cut him. The warrior leader glanced coldly and winked at the side. Several burly warriors understood what he meant and started beating them with sticks. After a while, the convoy disappeared, leaving behind only a few people groaning in a pool of blood, and the people around them who were feeling sympathetic. Smoker and Doflamingo happened to witness this farce. Advertisement. You did this, didn't you? Smoker picked up the wine and took a drink. There was a purple-red skull tattoo on his back, it was Kless. With it, you don't have to worry about poisoning. But Doflamingo has no such plans. Foo. I never thought that there would be a day when I could sit down and drink with you. He turned and looked at the people whispering in the street. Kaido's mission for me is to follow Orochi and replace him when the time is right. On the first day I arrived in the Flower City, I could feel the anger hidden beneath the peace and prosperity. This rage is the best weapon to deal with Kurozumi Orochi. Not only can it burn him to ashes, but it can also help me become the new general. Smoker nodded. So, you tricked Kurozumi Orochi into doing more stupid things, causing public outrage, and then you turned around and killed him as a hero, taking the opportunity to reap some fame. Then find a way to be more benevolent, win people's hearts, and become a wise ruler in people's hearts. Doflamingo was a little surprised. Oh, as expected of you, you can see through my plan at a glance. Smoker took a sip of his drink and said nothing. Isn't this just a replica of what you did at Dressrosa? But Doflamingo didn't know one fatal thing. The King Liku, whom he framed, was the legitimate king. Once he fell, there would be no one to inherit the throne, so he was able to steal the country smoothly. But Wano-kuni is different. Kazuki Hiyori, Tianyu Akame, Shimotsuki Yasui, and even Momosuke more than 10 years later. There are several more legitimate heirs than him, and they all want to restore the country every day. Any one of them, as long as their identity is confirmed, will give Doflamingo a headache. Of course, Smoker wouldn't remind him of this. I never thought you would give such a wicked suggestion to Kurozumi Orochi. Look at the flowers. You've messed them up like this. It's hard to even find a place to eat. Scream. Doflamingo covered his forehead and laughed. You are wrongly accusing me. It turns out that Doflamingo discussed the situation with Orochi. If you want to survive Kaido, you must show your worth. Orochi also has information about the beast's pirates. There are two things that worry Kaido the most right now. The first is lack of money. Advertisement. Although Kaido was too embarrassed to say that his money was stolen. But the news that beast's pirates was in financial crisis gradually spread. The second is weapons orders. I heard that something went wrong at the prisoner quarry, and the free laborers all ran away. The current staff of the weapons workshop is simply unable to meet the demand. Kaido has been worried about this these days. As long as Orochi helps Kaido solve these two problems, he can prove his worth. Kaido will not have the idea of killing the snake. Foo. I did propose some ideas at first. Although they were also ways to make money and would also incite civil unrest, they were relatively mild. After all, Orochi cares a lot about his rule, and he may not agree to a plan that is too radical. But I didn't expect that, faced with life and death, the snake would be completely confused and even more aggressive in using my strategy. This really helped me a lot. It used to take several months to accumulate anger, but now, foo. Smoker. Well, come to think of it. For the big snake, this is a matter of life and death. Facing Kaido who is absolutely unable to resist, I can only satisfy his needs first. Get through the current difficulties before thinking about other things. By the way, why does he want the land in Julie? Someone recently reported that a huge iron ore was discovered near Fujiyama in Julie. I guess he wants to hold it in his hands, clean it up, and then flatter Kaido. According to the time, today is the third day. I don't know what Julie is like now. Julie, the poorest area in Wano-kuni, naturally has the fewest roads. There is only one road from the Flower City to here. After entering Julie, the main road branches into more than a dozen small roads leading to different places. Before, there was a tea shop near this fork. The proprietress is a dignified, gentle yet tough woman, and is quite popular among travelers. Some time ago, this shop encountered an accident and was demolished to pieces, leaving only ruins, which made people very worried. Fortunately, the boss came back a few days ago. Not only was the tea shop rebuilt, but 2 more waiters were hired. One is a tall but easygoing middle-aged man, and the other is a girl who is extremely curious about everything. Chapter 329 Yamato's Battle. After Suru finished entertaining a group of customers, he wiped the sweat off his face, took a sip of ice water, and breathed a sigh of relief. It was noon, the hottest time of the day, and there wouldn't be many customers. She hung up a closed sign, carried a basket, and hurriedly left the tea shop under the scorching sun. A few kilometers away in a big pit, Aokiji was training with Yamato. Yamato was punching a black stone as big as a house. Under the scorching sun, her sweat flowed like a stream, and her long white-green hair was wet and stuck to her body. Aokiji was also training and instructing Yamato. Punch hard and don't be afraid of pain. Only a strong fist has power. Don't use haki, use pure strength, otherwise there will be no training effect. Yes, Teacher Kuzan. After a long while, the crane came over from afar. Kuzan-kun, Ms. Yamato, take a break. I'll bring you lunch boxes. Oh, thank you for your hard work, Suru-chan. Thank you so much, Ms. Suru. The two had been hungry for a long time, so they took the food and started to eat it. Suru looked at the two of them with a smile. After finishing the meal, Suru bandaged the wound on Yamato's hand. This huge rock was a seastone mine that Aokiji discovered accidentally, and it was of very high purity, so he used it as a sandbag for himself and Yamato to train. Suru's movements were gentle, but Yamato still grimaced in pain. Teacher Kuzan, didn't Mr. Smoker say you would teach me abilities? Why do I just hit rocks every day? Alara, even if you are of the bloodline of the demon clan, don't underestimate this kind of training. This is the training method I inherited from the strongest marine. The strongest marine, stronger than your a-hole dad. That's natural. When Mr. Garp became famous, Kaido was just an intern. Suddenly, Aokiji noticed something. Alara, seems to be getting lively now. Yamato, come with me, Suru-chan, wait here for a moment and don't come out. Suru is a woman who has seen many ups and downs, so naturally she wouldn't do something stupid like following suit and hindering others. Seeing Aokiji's serious expression, she knew something serious had happened, and nodded, okay, be careful. Aokiji's observation haki has a wide range of perception. When the two arrived in front of the tea shop, they could only see rolling dust in the distance. After a long while, the other party came closer and I could see that it was a team of samurai and ninjas. The team was very large, with more than 1,000 people, and the leader was Fu Lu Shou. Just at this time, when people were needed, Dashi released him and asked him to make amends for his crime and clear out the untouchables in Julie. Seeing the two people in front of him, Fu Lu Shou waved his hand and the army stopped. Advertisement. Aokiji asked curiously, Alala, what are you doing? Fu Lu Shou said coldly, 3 days have passed. According to the general's order, anyone who appears in Julie is a traitor. Aokiji was confused. What do you mean? It turns out that after the big snake issued the order, it didn't spread it to Julie at all. In other words, except for a few well-informed people, the rest of the people in Julie had no idea about this. Fulikusho was conscientious and actually explained it to Aokiji. After learning the whole story, Aokiji and Yamato looked at each other in bewilderment. Aokiji couldn't help but say, General Wanokuni, isn't he a fool? Bold. Fulikuju shook his head and lashed his earlobes at Aokiji like a steel whip. Aokiji grabbed it casually and said with disgust, what a disgusting way of attack. Fu Lu Shou was shocked and tried to pull his ear back. But after trying a few times, it didn't move at all, and instead it hurt my ears. Damn it. Fire-style great fireball technique. A great fireball rushed towards Aokiji. Quote. Aokiji blew a breath, and the fireball turned into an ice ball, which fell powerlessly to the ground. Damn it, the body binding technique. Fu Lu Shou raised his right hand, clasped his thumb and index finger together, and made an OK gesture. Aokiji froze and found he couldn't move. But he was not afraid at all, instead he looked excited. Is this the legendary ninjutsu? It actually exists. Quote. On the other hand, Fulikuju was panting and it was extremely difficult for him to hold Aokiji in place. Who, of course, I am Fukurokuju, the leader of the Oniwabanshu of the Orochi Shogunate. You have been trapped in my binding technique. Just watch yourself being killed. Oh, really? Aokiji glanced at the earlobe in his hand and activated his ability. The earlobe froze instantly, like a line of ice, spreading towards Fu Lu Shou. Fu Lu Shou felt a sharp pain in his ear, and his body tilted, accidentally breaking the ice thread, and his earlobe shattered into pieces. Ah! Fu Lu Shou screamed and covered his ears, his whole body trembling, and he could no longer maintain the gesture. Aokiji was then freed. Alala, it's amazing. Fu Lu Shou roared angrily. Kill him for me. The Oniwabanshu and samurai behind him received the order and rushed forward shouting. Advertisement. How scary. Aokiji took a few steps back. Yamato, I leave it to you. Yamato grinned and waved the stick in his hand. Don't worry, it's just a small minion, leave it to me. Oh, by the way, no transformations, no using abilities, no using haki, and it's best not to even use the stick. Why? Also, these guys might be useful to Smoker. Don't kill them if you can, and don't let them get away. Why? An hour later, the battle was over. The troops of the Great Snake have been thrown into disarray. Either he kept moaning or he fainted with his eyes rolled back. Aokiji nodded with satisfaction. One didn't die, and one didn't run away. Well done. Yamato grimaced and covered his head. These are all the accomplices of the snake. They do so many evil things every day. Why don't we kill them? I'll fight if I want to. Why did you ask for so many things? I got hit several times in vain. Aokiji took a look. Yamato did suffer a lot of cold attacks. But I don't know if it's because of the ghost's physique or zone's ability. Not only does the defense seem to be off the charts, but the wounds also heal extremely quickly. The battle here just ended not long ago, and the wounds over there have already stopped bleeding and scabbed, and they are almost healed. Hearing Yamato's question, Aokiji suddenly had a compassionate expression. Alala, the Marines are the army of justice. Even when facing the enemy, we cannot kill at will. But, recruit, you are still not aware enough. I will introduce you to the admiral who does not kill, Sakazuki. No matter how difficult the battle was, he chose to capture the enemy alive. Because of this good deed, he was praised by nobles from all countries. Although these guys are guilty of many crimes, isn't it our responsibility as the Marines to provide them with opportunities for labor reform? Yamato is silent. It feels so reasonable, yet so strange. Okay, let's get to know that admiral later. At this time, Suru heard no movement here and hurried back. Yes, this time my tea house is safe and sound. At this moment, she happened to hear Aokiji's words. Seeing Aokiji talking so eloquently, Yamato looked convinced, as if he was bathed in the light of justice. Seeing this scene, Suru's heart seemed to be hit by a deer. Chapter 330 Perfect Performance. Riots similar to the one in Kuri were taking place all over Wano-kuni. Some warriors confiscated houses and collected wealth, and took advantage of the situation to fish in troubled waters, not only looting money, but also attacking the women. Those who have enemies will take the opportunity to add insult to injury and force the other party to lose their family. Some bandits took advantage of the situation to rob, burning, killing and looting. Faced with sudden disasters, most people are powerless to resist. For a moment, Wano-kuni was in chaos, with blood and crying everywhere. Inside the general's mansion, the culprit, Kurozumi Orochi, looked at the courtyard and smiled from ear to ear. In just a few days, hundreds of carts of gold, silver and treasures had been brought in. The treasure house can no longer hold it. The warehouse couldn't hold any more. Later, they could only be piled up in the yard. He knew that his warriors were not clean and would definitely embezzle a lot of money, but so what? If you don't feed them, how can they willingly work for you? As for those civilians, who cares whether they live or die? It would be better if they were bankrupt. This way the weapons factory will not be short of people. Because of the fear of death, Kurozumi the snake committed a sin in just a few days that would have taken him more than 10 years to complete. Similarly, the resentment that was originally diluted over more than 10 years was condensed into a few days. Ahahahaha. With so much treasure, it's enough to impress Kaido. It's a shame to give him so much. I might as well keep some. I'm the general. A little bit is not enough. Let the warriors continue to search and search thoroughly. Suddenly, a warrior rushed in. Lord Snake, something bad has happened. The snake's good mood disappeared in an instant. A-hole, what's all the fuss about? The untouchables have rebelled and are now blocking the door. What? They're rebelling. Call Jojiro and the samurai, I'll go check it out. The big snake led his crowd to the gate of the general's mansion angrily. There were a lot of people at the entrance, and it looked like there were hundreds of them. When they saw the big snake appear, they started to make a fuss. Some pleaded loudly, Lord Snake, why did you give such an order? Someone burst into tears. General, my parents were beaten to death by the samurai. Some angrily scolded. A-hole, you don't deserve to be a general. The veins of the Kurozumi snake bulged. Shut up, you ignorant pariah. I am the general of Wano-kuni. Your lives, your property, and even your future are all my private property. I can do whatever I want with you. Advertisement. After saying this, his body suddenly changed into a gigantic Yamata no Orochi. The head in the middle raised high, and the other 7 heads quickly stretched out and picked out 7 unlucky guys from the crowd. This is the general's order. Disperse immediately, otherwise, you will all be executed, just like them. The other 7 heads bit hard, tearing the person in their mouths into pieces. There were screams of fear from the crowd, and they began to push and shove each other. The warriors took advantage of the situation and started beating the people with sticks and wooden swords. For a while, there were cries, screams, and curses. The farce ended quickly. Not counting the 7 unlucky ones, there were about 50 to 60 people who were trampled or beaten to death. As for the injured, there were even more of them. Almost everyone was injured and had already fled. Looking at the streets that had become quiet again, the big snake laughed triumphantly. A bunch of lowly people dare to challenge the general's majesty. Stay alert. If this happens again, switch to steel knives. After saying that, he returned to the shogun's mansion without looking back and continued to enjoy the geisha's performance. The public resentment is boiling, it is not so easy to disperse it. Soon, a second wave of people gathered in front of the general's mansion and were once again bloodily dispersed. Then came the third wave, the fourth wave. In just 2 days. Hundreds of innocent souls have already been killed outside the general's mansion. The whole street was filled with a faint smell of blood. The guard force of the shogun's mansion has long been replaced by the army instead of samurai patrols. However, the general's mansion did not have enough space for the army, so they simply demolished the surrounding houses to build a camp, which caused another wave of bloody incidents. Ghost Island. Kaido heard about the riot in Wano-kuni. Although he didn't care whether Wanokuni's people were dead or alive, he still called Doflamingo. Dover, how are you doing? You were the one causing all the noise, right? Foo. That's right, Governor Kaido, don't worry, we'll be able to close the net soon. Well, I leave it to you. You can make as much trouble as you want. Just tell me if you need me to do anything. But, don't affect Lousy's weapons factory. Don't worry, Orochi's warriors won't attack the weapons factory. So, the weapons factory has now reversed its reputation and become a shelter for these idiots. In the past, people were forced to work as laborers. Now, they don't have to do anything. Laborers will bring their families to work with them. That's good. When can the snake take action? It's easy to kill him. But we must use his death to take away Wanokuni's anger so that we can better take over this country. Foo. Don't worry, I feel it's almost there. Day 3. The big snake was extremely furious. Advertisement. Because the news that the Fu Lu Shou troops had lost contact finally reached his ears. This is a force of thousands of people. No matter the leader Fukurokusho or the ninjas under him, they are not weaklings. Such a powerful force disappeared without anyone noticing. What does that mean? There is a power hidden in Wanokuni that is enough to threaten your life. This is different from the Untouchables riot, this is a full-blown rebellion. The snake's instincts went cold, and in anger, he smashed everything in the house to pieces. At this moment, a servant came running over in a hurry. Lord Snake, something bad has happened. There is a group of Untouchables outside the door, there are thousands of them. Before he could finish his words, a snake head suddenly emerged from the big snake, and with a snap, it bit him in half. Everyone, get your gear. This general wants to see where those Untouchables get the courage from. He came to the door angrily. I saw two groups of people standing clearly in front of the general's mansion. One group was fully armed warriors with swords drawn, and the other group was just ordinary people, but there were more than 1,000 of them. Unlike before, most people were armed with knives, guns, sticks and clubs. The expression on his face was no longer one of pleading, but one filled with anger and hatred. Seeing the big snake coming out, the people were slightly agitated, but just as they were about to say something, they were interrupted by the big snake's anger. They've rebelled. They've all rebelled. Attack them all. Catch them all and hang them, leaving no one alive. The warriors received the order and rushed towards the crowd with swords raised. The people were in a panic at first, then they rushed forward with roars. The two sides fought in a melee, with the sound of fighting and cursing ringing incessantly. For a moment, the streets were covered in blood and flesh, severed limbs and internal organs were everywhere, and the blood dyed the ground red, like a Shira field. In the end, the people were no match for the warriors, and many of them fell in pools of blood. High in the sky, Smoker and Doflamingo were floating quietly, watching everything below. Smoker frowned slightly, but did nothing to help. Are they pitiful? Pitiful, but everything they encountered today actually stems from their own choices. Doflamingo next to him had a crazy look on his face. Foo. Look, Smoker, how does it feel? Quote. It's hard to explain. After all, they are just a bunch of pitiful and hateful unlucky people. Foo. You're right, the people of Wanokuni are so stupid. However, as the protagonist, Kurozumi Orochi, a puppet controlled by invisible strings called stupidity and greed, gave a perfect performance. Quote. Really. Chapter 331 New General. Doflamingo could see that Smoker didn't like this scene. Foo. I didn't expect a guy like you to have such a naive side. Since you don't like it, then fine-tune the plan. After that, he took out a communication snail. On the ground, the big snake looked at the person lying on the ground wailing and laughed triumphantly. How dare a mere untouchable like you confront General Lousy? Suddenly, the snail in his arms made a sound. He impatiently took it out and saw that it was a call from Doflamingo. His expression immediately brightened. Ahahaha, my brain, why did you call me suddenly? Ah, what do you mean? Oh haha, I see. This is a really good idea. After that, Orochi hung up the phone and shouted to the chasing samurai, don't kill them. Tie them all up. Call a doctor to treat the seriously injured ones, don't let them die easily. Then he gave orders to several subordinates around him. You, take people to prepare. You, go find. The rest of you, follow me to the Grand Plaza. Everyone didn't understand why, but they quickly followed the order. Not long after, a number of crosses were erected in the big square of the Flower City, with firewood piled underneath. The warriors brought up batches of wounded people and tied them to crosses. Soon, a huge crowd of people gathered in the square. Several large field snails used for broadcasting also projected this scene all over Wanokuni. On the Ghost Island, Kaido gulped down a few mouthfuls of wine. Oh lo, has Doflamingo's show started? Julie, Aokiji watched this scene and sighed inwardly. Alala, what a corrupt and disgusting country. Linghu, Kawamatsu and Onamaru were all silent, but their eyes were frighteningly cold. As for the people in various places and the prisoners hiding there, everyone had different reactions. But everyone felt that there was a ball of evil fire in their hearts, burning their hearts and lungs, and they couldn't feel relieved until they got it out. After a while, the big snake, guarded by samurai, walked onto the platform. Ahahaha. Advertisement. My servants, I am as fed up with the recent frequent riots as you are. Today, I specially hold this grand event to burn these traitors to death. Thousands of people in the audience suddenly exclaimed. There were hundreds of these people scattered around. Did the snake want to burn them all to death? Many people in the crowd below recognized that their relatives were up there, and immediately there was a commotion. Bang, bang, bang. Suddenly, several gunshots were heard, and several of the fiercest people in the crowd fell in a pool of blood. The snake said sinisterly, I will not pursue the families of these guys. This is already the greatest mercy. From now on, whoever dares to come up will be guilty of the same crime as them. After saying this, the surrounding warriors raised their stolen weapons and aimed them at the people, ready to massacre them at the slightest disagreement. Following Orochi's order, the warriors lit the wood under the cross one by one. There wasn't much wood, and the flames weren't big, but they would slowly burn them to death. The crowd became agitated again, but facing the black muzzles of the army's guns, no one dared to take the first step. In the air, Smoker and Doflamingo watched all this. Doflamingo. Foo, what a strange country. Even in this situation, there is no new anger. Smoker. HMPH. Go ahead, don't mess around. ... Just as the snake was laughing triumphantly, Doflamingo's figure quietly landed on the top of a cross. Foo, what a lively party. The snake was startled and turned around to see that it was Doflamingo. He was relieved at first, but then asked in confusion, It's you. Why are you here? He tried to push Doflamingo to the front more than once, but was rejected every time. In his mind, Doflamingo is a guy who likes to hide in the dark, but this is more in his own interest. Doflamingo patted the decorative knife at his waist. General, long time no see. As a Wano Kuni warrior, I cannot turn a blind eye to such murder. The snake's expression changed. Murder. You. Doflamingo laughed wildly. Kurozumi Orochi, you are a thief who usurped the position of general of the Kazuki family. You have committed numerous crimes over the years. Today is your judgment day. The big snake suddenly became furious, its eyes bloodshot. Advertisement. A-hole, what are you talking about? You are just. Before he finished speaking, a cold light flashed, and the snake froze, as if it had been beheaded by an invisible blade. It fell to its knees, and its head rolled to the side. Both the warriors and the people around were stunned. He killed the general. Suddenly, Kurozumi Orochi transformed into the human beast form of Yamada no Orochi. You damn traitor. You must have planned this day a long time ago, right? Too bad Lousy is immortal. What are you standing there for? Attack. The warriors and guards around woke up as if from a dream, raised their guns and bows and were ready to shoot. Foo, you are just an ant. Doflamingo stretched out his arms and suddenly released the powerful Conqueror's Haki. Black and red thunder exploded in the square, instantly extinguishing the flames on the ground. The soldiers fell to the ground one after another, foaming at the mouth and fainting. Some older people in the audience exclaimed, This is Kazuki Oden. Same abilities as Kazuki Oden-sama. Doflamingo deliberately avoided Kurozumi Orochi when performing Haki, and he was still conscious. Assholes, you are a bunch of useless things. HMPH, no matter how arrogant you are, Lousy is immortal and will always be Wano Kuni's general. At this point, Kurozumi Orochi is at his wit's end and can only bluff. But there was no way Doflamingo would be fooled. Foo, immortal. But there are guys here who are more dangerous than death. Suddenly, the ground turned black, like a swamp, sucking the snake's body tightly. Damn, what is this? Kurozumi the snake struggled desperately, but to no avail. With curses and screams, Kurozumi snake and the samurai all disappeared into the darkness. Doflamingo stood in front of the crowd. Everyone of Wano Kuni, I am Doflamingo, the man who buried the evil of Wano Kuni in darkness. From today on, I will become the general of Wano Kuni and lead everyone to a brighter future. Who's for? Who's against? Everyone looked at each other. Suddenly, someone in the crowd shouted, General. Everyone woke up as if from a dream and cheered, shouting, General, and, Long live the General. Doflamingo smiled at Senor in the crowd and announced loudly. From today on, Wano Kuni, a new era will begin. Ah, everyone cheered, and Smoker didn't know what they were cheering for. Chapter 332 Threat. Because of the stupidity of the snake, the farce ended quickly. Doflamingo successfully became the new general and quickly began to arrange a new team to purge the diehard fans left by Kurozumi Orochi. As Smoker expected, Doflamingo was well prepared. Although he never showed up, his subordinates Diamante, Pika and Pico all joined the general's mansion and reached quite high positions. However, they and their respective loyal followers were not involved in this operation by accident. In this way, the diehards in the general's mansion were either still burning, killing and looting outside, or being swallowed up by the darkness of Smoker. Doflamingo took care of the remaining forces without much effort. As for the guys still outside, they posed no threat at all. By the time they returned, everything was already decided, and they were no longer able to revolving heaven. The only threat is Denjiro, the confidant of Kurozumi Orochi. This guy is loyal and powerful. It is hard for Doflamingo to imagine that he would betray Orochi. So as soon as the big snake died, he went to find Denjiro. Be polite first, then use force, try to win over 1 or 2 people, and then kill them if the negotiation fails. Of course, Doflamingo didn't have high hopes of winning over Denjiro. But the result surprised him. Faced with the recruitment, Denjiro agreed immediately. There was no trace of sadness on his face for the death of his former master, nor was there any forbearance of compromising and waiting for the right opportunity. Even Doflamingo could feel a suppressed ecstasy that reached ultimate. Just like that, in just half a day, Wano-kuni completely changed. Because of the communication snail, almost everyone in Wano-kuni witnessed Doflamingo's ascension to the throne. The local people of Wano-kuni didn't think there was anything wrong. But Aokiji and the others looked weird. Doflamingo, a pirate, suddenly became a general? Originally, people from the general's mansion suggested that Doflamingo hold a grand ceremony to inaugurate the general, but he decisively refused. The reason is that the people suffered heavy losses due to the reckless behavior of the previous general. At times like this, as a general, you must set an example, save money, and we can all get through this difficult time together. When the news came out, it immediately caused a sensation among the people. Many people cried and called him the reincarnation of Kazuki Oden. In the blink of an eye, it was late at night. Doflamingo stood quietly in the courtyard. Advertisement. Suddenly, there was a darkness and Smoker walked out. Is this the property that Orochi has looted recently? This is really too much. At this time, everything was placed in the courtyard. Gold, silver, utensils, ornaments, and even food. Smoker secretly cursed the snake as a worthless person. How much can a mere grain of food be worth? Why should we destroy other people's families just for such a small profit? He glanced at Doflamingo. What are you going to do with these things? Send them back. The other party has already established himself as a person who loves the people. If words and actions are inconsistent, new riots are likely to occur. Fufu, how is that possible? I'm a pirate. You can return the food and tools, but leave all the gold and treasures to me. Smoker said calmly. Then how are you going to explain where these treasures went? Fufu, is there any explanation? The warriors acted recklessly and embezzled money. For unknown reasons, the snake hid most of the treasure and disappeared. As long as you can master the sound, you can have as many reasons as you want. Smoker glanced at the endless thing and said, as long as you like it. If all these things were converted into money, they would naturally be worth a lot. But a considerable number of them are antiques and artworks, which are very difficult to cash out. The remaining gold and silver hard currencies were not enough to lure Smoker to take action. By the way, Doflamingo, I need you to do something. Help me tell Kaido a message. Doflamingo. Smoker leaned close to Doflamingo's ear and whispered something. Doflamingo's face suddenly changed when he heard this. Impossible, absolutely impossible. If I spread such words, Governor Kaido will definitely kill me. Smoker smiled slightly, leaned closer and said, aren't you afraid that I will kill you right now? Doflamingo's face twitched, and he was silent for a while before he gritted his teeth and spoke word by word. Aren't you afraid that I will verbally promise you but not do anything at all? It doesn't matter. Smoker smiled and held out his hand, and the darkness slowly moved. Kaido should be watching the live broadcast too, right? He should be able to see me use the power of darkness. If you don't tell me, I'll spread the word that you and I are conspiring together. What do you think Kaido will do to his subordinates who are colluding with Marine? Advertisement. Doflamingo. He just felt his temples throbbing. The complexion also changes constantly, sometimes red, sometimes blue, sometimes black. After a long while, he gritted his teeth and said, okay, I promise you, but you have to keep the deal between us to yourself. Smoker gave him a disdainful look. I'm an upright Marine. Do you think I would be like you and keep a recording of a collaboration? Doflamingo. Nonsense, how can you slander my innocence out of thin air? Hee. Have you forgotten the trick you used on Zane? Doflamingo's face suddenly turned red and he opened his mouth, but he didn't know what to say. Finally, he pretended not to understand, snorted coldly, and turned away. Smoker smiled slightly, used his ability, rose from the ground, and disappeared into the night. At the same time, don't forget to put away a recording phone bug. Doflamingo noticed that Smoker's breath had disappeared, and suddenly stopped and looked up at the sky. At this moment, there was no trace of shame, anger or embarrassment on his face, only a weird smile. Fufu. This is really interesting. The dogs that the world government raised have become hungry wolves that secretly devour their flesh and blood. He. Ahahahaha. After leaving the Flower City, Smoker transformed into a huge black dragon in the air and flew towards Julie under the cover of night. The next morning, he showed up in front of Suru's tea shop. Looking at Aokiji and Yamato dressed as waiters, he was stunned at first. Then he saw Suru and was even more confused. Isn't this girl Kinneyman's wife? Take 2 steps back and take a good look. Sure enough, this is where the 6th Emperor Bat King fought against the 5th Emperor Luffy. Another check-in spot. But why did these 2 guys become buddies? Alala, Smoker brother. Aokiji greeted him, looking a little shy and a little proud. Smoker looked at him, then at Suru who was secretly glancing at Aokiji, and couldn't help but gasp. Aokiji, I didn't expect that AB*********** D like you with thick eyebrows and big eyes would be a good wife. Chapter 333, Spoils of war. Smoker came to see Aokiji, mainly because Aokiji said that he had captured hundreds of prisoners alive and asked him to hurry and take them over. I didn't expect that after all the travel, I would encounter such an embarrassing and dramatic scene. Smoker suddenly felt a sense of evil interest. I wonder what Kinemon's expression would be like when he found out his house was robbed. Smoker decided that from now on, he would never mention Kinemon's return in the future again. Ms. Suru, hello. For Aokiji's sake, Smoker greeted him very politely. Suru returned the greeting respectfully and left the store on his own initiative, giving the others a chance to be alone. Seeing Suru leaving, Smoker approached him slyly. Brother Kuzan, it's great. Is this trip not in vain? Aokiji blushed for the first time. Alala, it's all fate. Ha ha ha. Let's talk about the captives first. After that he called out Yamato and took Smoker away. After walking for a few kilometers, we arrived at the foot of a mountain. After moving a huge rock, a deep cave was discovered. The three of them walked in holding torches, and the colder they walked, the more they felt. At the end, there is a huge space, but it is sealed by ice. There are many people in different postures frozen inside, which looks a bit creepy. Smoker. Brother Kuzan, it's over. It turned out that Kuzan chased them to this cave and froze them directly. Alala, anyone who was frozen by me for more than 7 days will completely turn into ice. It's been more than 3 days now. If you don't come and deal with them, they will just be used as fertilizer. Smoker kept saying, easy to handle, we are short of people right now. Then he released the flames, melting the ice. After those samurai and ninjas regained their freedom, they somehow became toys. As these guys disappeared, so did the memories of Aokiji and Yamato. Their memories were modified. We accidentally discovered a cave and asked Smoker to come over and check it out. As a result, a group of strange toys were found. Fortunately, Smoker has developed the habit of making a memo before using the childlike fruit, so he understood the whole story. Advertisement. After finishing all this, Smoker suddenly remembered something. He looted all of Kaido's belongings and never had time to count them. Now that Aokiji is here, it's time to check it out. Smoker and Aokiji briefly explain how to plant torches around the cave and then release the loot. The most common weapons are guns, swords, explosives, etc. In terms of technical content, it is much worse than the current marine weapons, and even has a generational gap. But if you look closely, you will see that these weapons are very well made and of high quality, and you can tell at a glance that they were carefully crafted by skilled craftsmen. The most important thing is quantity. Apart from the arsenal at the naval headquarters, Smoker had never seen such a large number of weapons. Even the Sabayati Archipelago branch, which currently has the largest number of members, is far inferior to. It seems that these things are Kaido's foreign trade products, and I don't know who they are sold to. Then there are the gold and silver goods. Boxes of gold coins and gold bricks, bundles of Baileys, and many precious tools were piled up. Many of them are still stained with dried bloodline, which seems to tell the origin of these riches. All in all, it would be at least 10 or 20 billion Baileys. For a local overlord, this amount of money is a bit shabby. But Smoker said he understood that Beast's Pirates is still in a period of rapid development. Whether it is building a factory or forming a fleet, it requires a lot of money, so it is normal to have less cash flow. Even if some goods are sold to underground forces at a low price in order to realize cash as quickly as possible. Smoker doesn't care much about weapons and money. But the remaining few things made his heart beat fast. One is a blood-red historical text. Although he didn't know the content, Smoker recognized it at a glance as the main text of the road sign history. It can be said that as long as I hide this historical text, no one will find one purse, which means that there will be no more pirates kings. The other one is a row of boxes. After opening it, it was full of devil fruit, about 20 to 30 of them. Smoker and Aokiji both gasped. Good guy. Smoker expressed his great incomprehension. Advertisement. Obviously, there are not many people with special abilities in Beast's Pirates. Why would Kaido rather keep these fruits than share them with his subordinates so that they can improve their strength as soon as possible? Kaido doesn't look like a miser anyway. Smoker noticed that all the boxes were made of wood, except for one that was made of iron. When I opened it, I saw 2 devil fruits and a letter inside. Smoker opened it curiously and started reading it with Aokiji. The letter was from a guy named Hanifza to Kaido. This guy is nicknamed Lizard King, and his hobby is collecting the ancient zone devil fruit. He found 2 ancient devil fruits, the dragon fruit, ancient Spinosaurus form, and the dragon fruit, ancient Pachycephalosaurus form, and sent them to Kaido through some channels. After reading it, Smoker and Aokiji looked at each other. This Hanifza is none other than the newly promoted 7 warlords of the sea. According to the agreement, the 7 warlords of the sea can no longer collude with the pirates. But everyone knows that this is just the wishful thinking of the world government. No one would abide by this ridiculous agreement. In fact, the world government understands this. As long as they are not catching thieves, stolen goods, adulterers or couples, they will turn a deaf ear and a dumb. Now with this letter, it is enough to make Hanifza lose the title of Shichibukai. Brother Kuzan, what do you think we should do? Alala, it's nothing more than turning a blind eye, hitting it, or just stroking it all the way. What do you think? It is impossible to turn a blind eye, but the latter two can be combined. What do you want to do? Hit him first, get some benefits out of him. Then poke him out and pull him down to the bottom. What? Aokiji and Yamato were stunned. Do you still want to save face? Isn't this bad? The government strictly prohibits conflicts between Marine and 7 warlords of the sea. Smoker laughed strangely. If he gets out, he's no longer a Shichibukai. As a Marine, isn't it natural to fight against evil pirates? Aokiji and Yamato couldn't help but give a thumbs up. Advertisement Chapter 334 Revolutionary Army. Candles flickered in the hall of Onigashima, and dim light filled every corner. Kaido sat quietly on the podium, his figure shrouded in shadow, making it impossible to see his expression. Oyi sat in the lower position, leaning back in his seat, and quickly integrated into the role of the mate. The hall was filled with a tense and oppressive atmosphere, as if time had stood still. The pirates' minions around didn't even dare to make a sound, and all their eyes were fixed on the person standing in the middle of the hall. Doflamingo, who has just succeeded General Wanokuni and has just revealed his identity as the third disaster of the Beast's pirates. Kaido raised his eyes slightly and said slowly, Dover, explain it to me, what is going on? During the live broadcast that day, the scene of the giant snake being swallowed by darkness was vividly remembered. It turned out to be the actual combat ability of the guy he had fought a few days ago. Kaido was furious and smashed the screen. I originally wanted to find Doflamingo and ask him for an explanation, but I suppressed my anger and waited for him to explain himself. Fortunately, Doflamingo came that day, and Kaido was willing to give Doflamingo a chance to explain. If this happened the next day, even if he wanted to tell her, he didn't know if Kaido would be willing to listen. At this time, Doflamingo put away his usual arrogance. Governor Kaido, that guy's called Smoker, he's a Marine. However, we are enemies, not friends. Several of my family members died at his hands. It was also because of him that I came to Onigashima. Then, he revealed all the grievances between him and Smoker. Of course, this contact must not be told about. It was both a coincidence and a compulsion to act with him this time. He came to my house suddenly, and I had no chance to resist. I am really ashamed. Kaido slowly stood up, walked down the platform step by step, and stood in front of Doflamingo. Doflamingo had sweat on his forehead and lowered his head. Dover, you are my important subordinate. If you say so, then I believe it. But, please don't let me down, I don't want to kill you. Doflamingo secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Thank you for your trust. Kaido continued. What is his purpose in coming to you? Doflamingo swallowed unconsciously. He said he had a business deal and wanted to discuss it with Governor Kaido. Him. Oh, lol. You also said that he is a Marine. Why would Lousy trade with a Marine? He said that he has both Jin and Quinn in his hands. If you disagree, he will leave immediately, but everything Wanokuni gets will become a trophy. Kaido's eyes suddenly widened, he turned around and shouted, he's looking for death. Advertisement. Waves of black and red lightning suddenly exploded from his body. But apart from stunning a bunch of unlucky subordinates, it was totally useless. At this time, Oyi also walked down from the platform. Brother Kaido, do you want to set a trap and take advantage of the opportunity to kill that B******************? No rush. There was a sharp gleam in Kaido's eyes. Lousy wants to see what tricks a government-raised lackey can play. Director Kaido. Doflamingo looked up. I know it's not a good idea to say that. But from what I understand, that B*************D won't stand on the side of the world government. Kaido immediately became interested. Oh, a fallen Marine. If he is willing to join Beast's pirates, Lousy is definitely welcome. That's not the case. Everything he did was undoubtedly on Marine's side. I always have a feeling that this guy is the rift between the world government and the Marine. Oh lol, this is so interesting. I'm starting to look forward to meeting this B**********D. Tell him that if he has the guts, we'll meet at the top of Ghost Island in 3 days. Soon, Smoker got a reply. Aokiji couldn't help but feel worried when he learned about Smoker's plan. Alara, Smoker, it's too dangerous for you to go to the enemy's lair alone, why don't I go with you? It would be fine if Kaido was alone, but now with Ui, the danger level increases exponentially. As long as there were 2 of us together, we wouldn't have to worry too much even if we were facing the entire Beast's pirates. Smoker shook his head decisively and refused. Don't worry, as long as Kaido's life ideals remain unchanged, the talks will not fall apart this time. Even if I really need you to save the situation, I have to treat you as a hidden player and not let you be exposed too early. You continue to hide. When I really need you to save the situation, I won't be polite. Aokiji nodded helplessly. Okay, as long as you know. Far overseas, the ancient twin kingdoms of Luo. Advertisement. Although this country is not a member of the alliance, it is a rich and peaceful kingdom thanks to its abundant resources and powerful military. Long ago, a king of a certain generation had 2 sons. Because he doted on his children too much and was unsure who would inherit the throne, he came up with a plan. The 2 took turns, each for 10 years. Time flies. The 2 loving brothers gradually evolved into 2 families, the Piro family and the Pico family. But this rule is still passed down. The throne of kingship rotates between the two families every 10 years. Similarly, the power of the country was also divided into two parts. And in this shift of power, the relationship between the two sides gradually became subtle. If you can defeat the other party, you can own the whole country. This idea inevitably breeds in the minds of the tribesmen on both sides. Finally, 30 years ago, a radical faction of the Piro family came to power and used the brief power of the king to start a crazy purge. The Peak family was caught off guard and was beaten back step by step, with heavy casualties among the family members. But in terms of strength, the two families are not much different. The Pike family reacted and launched a strong counterattack. Thus, a protracted civil war broke out. The two families have coexisted for a long time, with each other intertwined, grudges and interests involved. They fight and stop and fight, turning the originally beautiful and rich country into ruins. In order to support the war, the two families first sold their treasures and assets, and then sold their land tax rights. Finally, we set our sights on the national, or slaves. The family that originally protected the people became the country's largest slave trader. Just when the people were in despair, the Revolutionary Army arrived, and Monkey D. Dragon personally led the cadres to arrive. Long began to organize the people to resist, providing them with weapons and intelligence, teaching them how to fight and how to make a living. After several years of desperate fighting, the people successfully overthrew the corrupt rule with their own hands. The Pika family has been destroyed. And today, the Peak family also announced their surrender. Everyone cheered. The people with guns pointed their guns towards the sky and kept shooting, like launching a bunch of fireworks. Today is the day of the rebirth of the Gu Luo twin kingdoms. It is also the day of the transformation of the Revolutionary Army. Chapter 335. Repaying kindness with revenge. Just as the people of the ancient Luo twin kingdoms cheered. On a high platform not far away, Long and several Revolutionary Army cadres stood quietly, overlooking everything. The dark and thin crow narrowed his eyes. 9 months. This battle lasted for 9 months. Ah Zailu looked at the crowd below and said, although the enemy has announced their surrender, there must be some guys hiding. They are too careless. Sweat broke out on Lindbergh's forehead. Hey, don't be so strict. 9 months ago, most of them were just civilians struggling to survive. It's amazing that they can achieve this point. At this time, a hurried shout came from behind. Everyone from the Revolutionary Army, why are you here? An energetic old man, surrounded by a group of soldiers, trotted over with sweat all over his face. When he saw those people, he showed an expression of great gratitude, with tears glistening in the corners of his eyes. He stretched out his trembling hands and held Long's hands tightly. Thank you so much. Although I am honored to be the commander, I know very well that it is thanks to your teachings that this hopeless country can be reborn. Mr. Ingrid, you flatter me. Long was obviously in a good mood, with a smile on his face. Although the Revolutionary Army intervened, there is no doubt that you saved your country with your own hands this time. At this time, a breeze blew. Ingrid coughed twice unconsciously and wrapped his windbreaker around himself. Are you okay? Hee, it's just an old problem. Mr. Long, and everyone else, can you tell me what I asked you about before? I've always been extremely curious about this old man. Although the Guluo twin kingdoms are also powerful, they are not a superpower like Alabasta. Under normal circumstances, even if the Revolutionary Army wants to intervene, a few captains will be enough, and at most a commander or deputy commander will be enough. But now, not only did the dragon appear here, but it also stayed here for a long time. Even several army chiefs and deputy army chiefs gathered here. But they never took part in the battle. During these 9 months of fighting, the rebels also encountered dangers and were on the verge of life and death several times. Although the Revolutionary Army was extremely anxious, they almost never took action. Advertisement. Ingrid murmured in his heart and also asked Long. But Long's answer was that he would naturally tell him the truth on the day of victory. Now it's the appointed time, Ingrid can't wait. Long smiled. We are here not to fan the flames, but to cultivate the fire. Ingrid, I'm sorry, you mean. Long didn't keep him in suspense and explained it to him in detail. The Revolutionary Army has saved several countries, but as more and more countries are involved, our strength is beginning to be insufficient. The defense line is the loophole. The Revolutionary Army cannot win all the wars on its own. So, during this process of liberating the Gu Luo twin kingdoms, we will try to let go and let you fight on your own. Look now, the result is not bad. Apart from the necessary guidance, you have won the victory with your own strength. The fruits of this victory were obtained entirely with your own hands. Ingrid sighed. I understand. You have changed from acting on your own to leading others to act, thus gaining endless power. Long nodded and apologized. This move is of great significance, but there is also a problem, which is that it will increase your sacrifice. Many people who could have lived in the new country fell on the road. Ingrid smiled bitterly and shook her head, then became determined again. Mr. Long, as people from the ancient Luo twin kingdoms, we have indeed suffered a lot. But this is absolutely no reason to resent you. On the contrary, we are willing to serve as a touchstone to save more countries. The soldiers behind him also all stood at attention, with a gleam of fire in their eyes. Suddenly, Ingrid took a step forward. Mr. Long, please forgive me for being blunt. Does this also mean that you are becoming a growing threat to the world government? Long was silent, but nodded. That's right. Ingrid nodded. That's good, let's do it. He suddenly lifted his cloak, revealing 2 pistols, and the troops behind him also lifted their cloaks, revealing long guns and short guns. Fire! With a fierce gunshot, countless bullets were fired towards the Revolutionary Army. Ingrid didn't stop until he had run out of bullets. Advertisement. Mr. Long. The reason why our country has become like this is not only because of the stupid royal family, but also because we are not a member of the world government. They don't care about us at all. With your head, I believe we can officially join the world government. Ahahahaha. Suddenly, a strong wind blew over and blew away all the smoke and dust. Ingrid's laughter was choked. All the revolutionary soldiers stood there unharmed. Ingrid screamed. Damn it, why aren't you dead yet? He changed the magazine and started a new round of shooting, howling as he shot. Damn it, you are undoubtedly our benefactors. Since you have helped us restore peace, why don't you sacrifice yourself once more and help us join the world government? Everything I do is for this country. Soon, he stopped shooting in surprise. There seemed to be an invisible shield in front of the dragon, blocking all the bullets. An attack of this magnitude cannot break through my wind shield. After saying that, he walked towards Ingrid step by step. Ingrid trembled all over, kept backing away, and tremblingly said, You can't kill me. Are you here to help this country save us? Don't you claim to be justice and freedom? You can't kill me. The dragon smiled slightly, and his 5 fingers turned into dragon claws and clasped them on Ingrid's head. Do you take me for a fool? After saying that, with a pooh sound, Ingrid's headless body shook to the ground and fell to the ground with a thud. His men tried to escape, but were quickly wiped out. After doing all this, Long just stood there quietly, looking at the corpses on the ground. Lindbergh stepped forward. Chief, are you okay? We didn't expect this B*****************. D. Long interrupted. It's okay, I don't mind, it's not the first time I've experienced this. He looked at the people in the distance who were still singing and dancing. Let's go. The rest is not a matter of oppression. There is no reason for our revolutionary army to intervene. Crow, accompany me to the Ghost Island. Chapter 336 Transaction 1. 3 days passed in a flash. In a blink of an eye, it was the day that Smoker and Kaido had agreed to meet. At this time, the sky above Ghost Island was covered with dark clouds and howling winds. Thunder and lightning flashed from time to time, and they moved through the clouds like silver snakes. On Ghost Island, the high-end combat forces of the Beast's pirates gathered. The leader was naturally Kaido, followed by Oyi, and behind him were Black Maria, Sasaki, Fuzufu, and a dozen powerful Shinichi. Doflamingo also rushed to Onigashima with Diamante, Pika and Senor. As for the other little pirates, they were not called to play. Although the human wave tactic is very good, it also depends on what kind of enemy is being surrounded. Facing an enemy that is capable of confronting Kaido head-on, even being cannon fodder has its limits. Kaido sat cross-legged on a boulder, gulping down his wine and occasionally looking at the sky with sleepy eyes. Suddenly, he slowly stood up, grinned and said, Here it comes. Everyone was startled and looked up at the sky. After a while, they gradually sensed a breath approaching. At this time, everyone present, observation hockey is not weak. In their perception, a huge breath like a landslide and tsunami pressed down, making people feel suffocated unconsciously. Lightning flashed, and a huge figure could be vaguely seen in the clouds, piercing through the sky. After a while, Smoker fell from the sky. He glanced across at the other side, grinned and said, Hey, hello everyone, sorry for the wait. If you don't know, you might think he is here to visit relatives and friends. Kaido emptied the wine jug with a gulp and threw it aside. He then staggered over to Smoker, carrying the mace. Hiccup. Lousy gives you 3 minutes to tell me what you want to do. Smoker will naturally not spoil Kaido. Okay, let me make it short. I've set my sights on Wanokuni and want to build a weapons factory here. Now I give you 2 choices. First, I'm going to kick you out of Wanokuni and take over everything here. Second, we will cooperate. You provide the money and I provide the technology. We will monopolize the arms industry in the pirates' world. As soon as these words came out, Kaido's subordinates were furious. A-hole, who do you think you are to speak to Governor Kaido like that? Brother Kaido, let me kill this B******************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************* you die. High-pressure oil flow. His body turned into a huge ball of dark, heavy oil. Advertisement. The oil mass squirmed and contracted, spraying a high-speed oil stream at the smoker like a high-pressure water gun, several times faster than a cannonball. Smoker raised his hand calmly. Dark water barrier. A dark shield suddenly appeared in front of him. It looked thin and fragile, but it disappeared after the high-pressure oil flow sprayed onto the dark shield. Kaido narrowed his eyes slightly. Is this a special defense to block elemental attacks? The black oil mass not only did not shrink, but instead increased the intensity of the spray. Suddenly, Oyi rushed out from the oil flow and came to a position only a few meters away from Smoker. It turned out that he passed it through the oil channel. Oil crystal hammer. Oyi raised his hands, and a liquid gushed out from his hands, instantly crystallizing into a long-handled warhammer covered with armament hockey, and smashed hard into Smoker's head. Although this attack was unexpected. But with Smoker's current observation hockey, he is almost impossible to be attacked. He tilted his body and easily dodged the hammer, then jumped back to create distance and used Tempest Kick to shoot out several wind blades. With Smoker's strength, the power of Tempest Kick is no less than that of Swordsman's Slash. Oyi did not expect that the sure-shot attack could be dodged so easily, and the counterattack was so swift. He quickly swung his war hammer and shattered several wind blades, but a few wind blades still hit his body, instantly tearing several large cuts on his body. However, there was no bleeding from these wounds. Instead, the blood turned into an oily liquid that slowly squirmed and stuck together. Smoker. Elementalization. Logia. No, the elemental transformation just now was not a passive defense, but an active control of the body's changes. It seems to be a special paramesha-like category. The two men attacked and defended each other, and it seemed like several rounds, but in fact it was just a short moment. Oyi was about to fight back when Kaido suddenly spoke up to stop him. Oyi, come back first. Oyi was stunned, looked at Kaido, then snorted coldly and retreated silently. Kaido held the mace and strode to Smoker. Marine, you are quite capable, no wonder you are so arrogant. Since you have Jin and Quinn in your hands, Laozi will give you a chance. Tell me how you want to cooperate first. Smoker smiled. For tyrants like Kaido and Anti, their so-called violence and arrogance are just a protective color. When faced with some minor fights, he behaves rashly and stubbornly, but when the stakes are high or when he encounters an opponent strong enough to threaten him, he is actually smarter than anyone else. Advertisement. After all, not everyone is like Luffy, who can rush around and become 4 emperors. If it were someone else, they would have died countless times. Before we talk, let me show you something. Smoker held out his hand. Release. Some cannons, rifles and shells were thrown out from the darkness, clanking down at the feet of the beast's pirates and falling into 2 piles. Kaido took a quick look and recognized a bunch of weapons he had made. Some of these weapons are products of your beast's pirates, and some are developed by the Marines. You can see the difference. When Kaido heard that it was related to the product, he became interested. He signaled with his eyes, and the few real fighters behind him hurried out. They deftly set up the 2 cannons and test-fired the beast's pirate's cannon first. With a bang, the cannonball flew far away with a tongue of fire and hit the long horn on the huge head of Guijima. Kaido had a smug smile on his face. Because Wano Kuni has high-quality ores and highly skilled craftsmen, the weapons it produces are of excellent quality. The range of this cannon is 30% greater than that of ordinary cannons. Don't underestimate this 30% gap. In battle, especially in naval battles, 30% is enough to decide life or death. Smoker couldn't help but praise. Kaido, I have to say, Wano Kuni's weapons are of excellent quality. Unfortunately, the gap in technology cannot be made up by quality. Kaido snorted coldly, but did not refute, just said lightly, try his. He was also curious about Smoker's weapon. If it's really profitable, he won't care whether Smoker is arrogant or not. Several real fighters hurried to test fire another cannon. There was another cannon shot, but it was much quieter than before. The shell flew far away, but no one noticed the explosion. Quote question mark exclamation mark exclamation mark exclamation mark exclamation mark quote. Suddenly, the sharp-eyed people noticed a column of water rising from the sea in the distance. Kaido was also shocked. Hitting directly from the roof of Onigashima into the sea, the range is more than twice as far as his own cannon. Smoker looked at Kaido with a half-smile on his face. Kaido, now we can talk about cooperation. You should understand that once my weapons are put on the market, your stuff will just rot in the warehouse. Kaido. Chapter 337 Transaction 2. Kaido tried other weapons. Whether it is guns or ammunition, the weapons provided by Smoker have performance that crushes their weapons. Everyone in the Beast's Pirates looked unhappy. It's not because of the desire to win. If they really want to compete with Smoker in the arms market, it is very likely that all the efforts over the years will be in vain. Kill Smoker. Sorry, with the current strength of Beast's Pirates, it is really impossible to do it. Competition. That's even more impossible. Kaido sighed secretly. Tell me, how do you want to cooperate? Smoker. My team is responsible for R&D, and you are responsible for production. The final profit will be split 30% to 70%, 30% for you and 70% for me. Kaido. Impossible. All costs are mine, and you want 70% just by opening your mouth. I can only give you 30% at most. Smoker. I can only give you half of it at most. Do you believe that I can find an underground force to cooperate with and defeat you? Kaido. Nonsense, I want to see who can take up such a big market. You said I should get 70%. Smoker. At worst, we in the Marine Corps can just produce and sell it ourselves. You won't get even a penny. Kaido. Why would you come to me if you could do it? I can only give you 40% at most. 2 hours later, Smoker and Kaido sat facing each other, clinking glasses and laughing. The others also laughed and ate and drank heartily. There was a party held on the roof of Onigashima. Ah ha 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 ha, brother Smoker, 50-50, it's settled. Ah ha ha ha, Kaido brother, you are such an honest man. Brother, can Marine sell this kind of stuff? It's not Marine, it's me. I will sell what Marine dares to sell, and I will sell even more what Marine doesn't dare to sell. No cheating, money and goods are paid, understand? I know. You were so brave, brother. I toast to you again. The scene was filled with joy. Both Jin and Quinn were released. However, after being trapped for so long, both of them were very weak. Jin is fine, at least he can make a fire. In the darkness, even a glimmer of light is precious. Advertisement. Quinn was in some trouble, he looked a little dazed. But after hearing the sounds of the party, his condition was gradually improving. Kaido only agreed to a 50-50 split after seeing that both of them were safe and sound. Of course, in his heart, Wuukai has made a lot of money. Although my weapons had good performance in the past, they were not powerful enough to crush the enemy. As long as the opponent has a sufficient number of ordinary weapons, we can still fight head-on. But Smoker's weapons are different. The performance gap is so large that it cannot be made up by quantity alone. If one of the two warring parties uses this weapon, the other side will either surrender or spend real money to follow suit. However, no normal person would be willing to surrender. He has already been beaten to a pulp. Even if he has to sell everything he has and drain his blood and marrow, he will follow to the end. In this way, although half of the profits were taken away. But it is foreseeable that the arms trade volume will at least increase several times. As long as the production capacity can keep up, it is not impossible to dominate the world arms trade market. Moreover, Kaido knows that arms research and development is a money-eating beast. Even if it is appropriate concessions, only if Smoker can continuously launch new weapons can he reap wealth one after another. Of course, Smoker is also very satisfied. These are all obsolete models of the Sky Island Force. They are no longer in production. They are just sitting there anyway, so why not use them to make some money? Although the gold in Sky Island is getting more and more, we can't just sit back and enjoy the fruits of our labor. While they were enjoying their meal, Kaido suddenly said, Brother Smoker, since we have become partners, can you return the things you took from me before? Everyone stopped talking and laughing and looked at the two of them. Smoker swallowed the piece of meat slowly. Brother Kaido, this is a bit unreasonable, isn't it? After all, this is my trophy. Even the people from Beast's Pirates felt that what Smoker said made sense at this point. As pirates, the law of the jungle is the only way. At that time, the two sides were enemies, not friends. Why should they give up something they had obtained through trickery? If you feel unhappy, kill Fuzifu and the other three, and no one can say no. But asking for it now is a bit against the rules. Kaido's face also turned red. Advertisement. Those treasures are given to you, mainly the weapons. Those are goods to be delivered to the Revolutionary Army. They will soon be inspecting them, so there is really no time to produce another batch. Even though we're pirates, we can't break our promises in business, so we have no choice but to speak up. Smoker took a sip of wine, thought about it, and nodded. Since we are partners, I will also have a headache if the reputation of Beast's Pirates is damaged. Whatever. He raised his hand, a dark force emerged, and then countless weapons gushed out. What finally emerged was the main text of the road sign history. I'll return this to you. Originally, Smoker wanted to keep this piece of historical text, but then he thought that Kaido must have a copy, so there was no point in keeping it, so he might as well do it a favor. Anyway, I also made a copy. Sure enough, when Kaido saw the historical text of the road sign, his eyes flashed with excitement, and there was a hint of kindness in his eyes when he looked at Smoker. Brother Kaido, have you forgotten something? Quote question mark exclamation mark quote. Smoker raised his hand and a devil fruit appeared in his palm. Kaido's pupils shrank. Of course, he would not forget the devil fruit that he had saved with great effort. Originally, I wanted to train an absolutely reliable team and then distribute the devil fruit, but I didn't expect to be intercepted. Smoker brother, what are you doing? Is he going to return the devil fruit to me? Not really. 30 unknown devil fruits and 2 ancient species, worth more than 5 billion belly. But if anyone uses 5 billion baileys to buy 30 fruits, he will definitely be drawn. Kaido was extremely conflicted. I hope Smoker will return the fruit to me, but I am also afraid that my partner is an idiot. Smoker smiled. Brother Kaido, I didn't say there was only one collaboration. I also have a project called Artificial Devil Fruit. I wonder if you are interested. Chapter 338 Transaction 3. Before Smoker arrived at Wanokuni, he received a call from Gaisa Kalang. He told Smoker a big news. After careful research, the artificial devil fruit change, jointly named by the two, finally achieved a key breakthrough and can be stably mass-produced. Smoker was overjoyed when he heard the news. Different from the original plot. Gaisa Kalang obtained all the information about Vegapunk, and he did not cause the big explosion. All the experimental facilities of Punk Hazard were intact, and he could freely use the full set of equipment for making bloodline factor potions. Therefore, the performance of change is much stronger than the Smile in the original plot. The purity of Smile's bloodline factor is less than 10%, which makes it impossible to control the transformation. Even if the gifter gains the ability, he can only become a twisted monster. The stronger ones might be able to control some changes in their bodies, but the average ones can only maintain their monster form. Change is different, the purity of the bloodline factor contained in it exceeds 20%. Although it cannot have three forms like the normal zone fruit, it has the ability to change into a human form and the strongest human beast form. This beast form looks a bit strange, but at least it is no different from ordinary people. More importantly, the success rate of Smile is only 10%, but change can reach 30%. Even if I fail, I won't lose my expression and become a happy person, I just can't swim. If we go by Vegapunk's standards, change is undoubtedly a failure. But in the eyes of Smoker and Geisa Current, two unscrupulous guys, change is a work of art that changes the world. Guy finally solved the technical problem, but a new problem followed. That is where to foster change. The cultivation of artificial devil fruit is very simple. Water the fruit trees with water containing the bloodline factor potion to obtain fruits containing the bloodline factor. Now that the drug has been successfully developed, it can also be mass-produced secretly in Punk Hazard. But it is hard to find a place to cultivate change. It needs to be both hidden and spacious enough, and there are only a few places that can be thought of. After much deliberation, I finally decided on Wanokuni. After Smoker introduced the information about change, the beast's pirates were shocked. Even the most lively Quinn forgot to chew the half piece of meat in his mouth. Devil fruit is something that can actually be artificially created. Doflamingo was silent. It was the first time he heard such a thing. Besides being shocked, why did he feel so strangely out of place? But the one who had the biggest reaction was Kaido. His eyes were red, his breathing was heavy, he stared at Smoker, and said word by word, "Brother Smoker, are you telling the truth? Mass production, 30% success rate, 2 forms. You're not lying to me." Advertisement. Smoker smiled. Sure enough, Kaido took the bait. Come to think of it, Kaido treasures even Smile, not to mention the change which is several times better in performance. With change, it would be easy to form not only a small team of people with special abilities, but also a core of people with special abilities. Kaido grabbed Smoker's arm. Brother, I have decided to invest in this project. I must stay in Wanokuni. Tell me your conditions, no matter what they are, as long as I have it, whether it's people, land or money, just speak up. Kaido even made up his mind. If Smoker dares to refuse, he must be kept even by force. Smoker smiled. I can build a change plantation in Wanokuni. You are responsible for providing the land, manpower, and management. I am only responsible for providing the bloodline factor potion. I will sell you the changes I grow at the price of 10 million berries each. I won't ask whether you use them yourself or sell them to others. Smoker was not afraid at all that Kaido would play tricks. The transformation of fruit trees by the bloodline factor potion is temporary. As long as the medicine is stopped, they will soon become ordinary fruit trees. As long as Kaido behaves strangely, Smoker will stop taking the medicine without hesitation. Change will be discontinued within a week. 10 million Baileys. Kaido calculated quickly in his mind. Normally, devil fruit is worth 100 million Baileys, but it contains the possibility of winning a big prize. The success rate of change is only 30%. It is definitely zone, and there are only 2 forms of change. If it is put on the market, it can only be sold for 10 or 20 million berry. From this point of view, 10 million berries, not to mention losing money for every one sold, is likely to be white hitses. Thinking of this, Kaido's face darkened. Oh my god, is he treating me, Kaido, as a guy? Smoker saw what Kaido was thinking and quickly poured him a glass of wine. Brother Kaido, don't think I'm cheating you. No. You are. The target customers of change have never been individuals. Kaido was stunned. Brother, what do you mean? For individuals, the success rate of change is not high, and the ability is not strong, so the value is naturally greatly discounted. But don't forget, its biggest advantage is mass production. Big pirates like you have thousands of people under your command, and the guards of those big countries also number in the tens of thousands. With so many people, the so-called success rate is meaningless. If you fail this time, just try again next time. As long as there is enough money and enough people, we can build an invincible army of espers. Just imagine, hundreds or even thousands of people with special abilities charging together, what a spectacular scene that would be. Advertisement. Kaido's eyes showed admiration. Isn't this exactly the scene in my dreams? Beasts Pirates. Without beasts, there would be no Beasts Pirates. Under the leadership of the giant dragon, thousands of beasts trampled the enemy. Just thinking about this scene made him tremble with excitement. Okay, everything will be as you say. Build the change plantation as soon as possible, and we Beasts Pirates will fully cooperate. Smoker nodded with satisfaction and flattered him, as expected of Brother Kaido, you are so courageous. This is a strong contender for the Pirates King. Ah, in that case, I won't return those devil fruits. Quote question mark exclamation mark exclamation mark exclamation mark quote. Don't worry, we will convert all of them into change according to their value. Quote dot 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 quote. Also, these men of yours are all ancient species, right? If you don't mind, I'd like to draw some blood to see if I can cultivate an ancient species of change. If you succeed like this, you will have twice as many ancient esper as you can. Hiss. Kaido gasped when he heard the double ancient species. Mind. What do you mind? If Smoker hadn't said that he hadn't yet overcome the difficulty of the change fruit not being able to be repeated, this group of resentful subordinates would have been forced to draw a can every day. Kaido stretched out his arm and patted the thick veins that snaked like little snakes. Smoker brother. Brother, I am a mythical beast, how about you draw some too? If you can copy my fruit, I will give you 1 billion. Smoker laughed dryly. No, no. Your fruit is too strong to change. Vegapunk tried. Kaido pulled his arm back angrily, looking somewhat lost. Suddenly he thought of something and roared. Jin. Jin threw the wine and meat aside, stood up and said, Brother Kaido, I'm here. Kaido nodded. It feels great to have all the staff here, unlike the past few days when we couldn't find anyone to do the work. Take a team of people out to sea, and if you see any zone ability users, no matter who they are, tie them all up and bring them back to Lousy. Yes. Jin didn't wait for the banquet to end. He flapped his wings and flew out cleanly and neatly. Kaido sat down, slapped his thigh hard and let out a long sigh. What a pity for that rebellious son Yamato and that B*************** D Orochi. Smoker. Haha, haha. Chapter 339 Contest. Smoker suddenly remembered that Kurozumi Semimaru and Kurozumi Orochi were still in the dark space. I was running around all the time and had no time to pay attention to them. I don't know whether they are lingering on or dying from loneliness. If it was the latter, the fruit should have been reborn in the darkness. Smoker was distracted when he suddenly heard Kaido calling him, Smoker brother. Ah, you called me. Kaido gulped down a mouthful of wine and lowered his voice. If I'm not mistaken, your ability is a copy of mine, right? Smoker. Although you can use strange black energy, I can't mistake this power. If I'm not mistaken, this is the work of that B************** D Vegapunk. Smoker smiled helplessly. Haha, you're really perceptive. He's obviously drunk as hell. Kaido suddenly burst into laughter. Oh lol lol lol. What nonsense are you talking about? Hiccup, now is just right. When everyone heard Kaido's laughter, they all looked over in surprise. Kaido staggered to his feet and shouldered the mace. Would you like to have a fight? It's not often that you get to fight against your own abilities. Oh lol lol lol. Black Maria said anxiously. Lord Kaido, fighting here is too chaotic, why don't we change places? Smoker also agreed. That's right, aren't you afraid of tearing down your home in a fight here? But Kaido was obviously getting angry at this time. Don't underestimate lousy subordinates, they are not weak. Hey, I leave it to you. After saying that, he jumped high into the air and transformed into a giant green dragon that soared into the sky. Doflamingo also had an expectant look on his face, letting out a strange laugh. Yufufufufu, Smoker-san, please don't keep my ship waiting for too long. Leave the rest to us. Pika. In Dover, Pika suddenly merged into the earth. Advertisement. Then the surrounding terrain suddenly changed, and all the surrounding rocks and soil rushed towards the skull, covering its surface with a thick layer of rock. Smoker was slightly surprised. This guy has made great progress. Looking at this might that almost shook the entire Onigashima Island, it is almost as powerful as its superior, the island fruit. Then, Doflamingo crossed his arms, white shield covering the sea. The rock layer on the ground instantly turned into a vast white line. The white lines intertwined and entangled, weaving into a huge white blanket with a fine texture, covering the skull. This layer of protection is enough to withstand the aftermath of the battle. After all, these two are just sparring, not destroying the house. Well, since you are so interested. Smoker leaps high into the air and transforms into a giant black dragon. However, his transformation speed is slower than Kaido's because he has to carefully control the coloring. Two dragons, one blue and one black, looked at each other in the air. After a roar, they rushed towards each other and collided fiercely. Although both are of similar size. But in terms of strength, Kaido was slightly better, and Smoker was knocked back hard. However, with his current size, even if he retreated half a body length, he would still be several hundred or even 1,000 meters away. Kaido took advantage of the situation and twisted his body into a ball. Oh, elemental attacks are ineffective, right? I'm going to try it. The power of chaos. Kaido twitched his body violently, releasing a gray-white tornado that pierced through the sky and earth. Suddenly, a flash of fire appeared in the tornado, and it soon turned into a fire tornado filled with flames. Then the surrounding thunder exploded, and countless purple thunder and fire tornadoes intertwined together. An elemental attack containing lightning, fire and wind rushed towards Smoker, like a world-destroying natural disaster. The people watching the fight below were also terrified. Except that Oyi was somewhat confident. Advertisement. Others simply didn't have the confidence to take on this devastating move. Smoker steadied himself and took a deep breath. Dragon breath. A stream of flame sprayed towards the tornado. Although it resisted the tornado, it was quickly absorbed by the tornado and became 3 times thicker. Absorbing the opponent's attacks to strengthen himself. Kaido is not just a reckless person. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket in that case. Close black lens bracket. A sharp light flashed in Smoker's eyes. He took a deep breath, and suddenly a black ball appeared in front of him. Then a black ray spewed out, like a sharp blade cutting through the sky, directly cutting the tornado in half. The tornado exploded instantly, and flames, lightning, and wind blades spread in all directions. But the next second, a huge black hole suddenly appeared, and the dark clouds in the sky, the flames, the lightning, and the strong wind were all sucked in. Yi stared at the sky with a serious expression. Big Mom's new homies has this ability. The ability demonstrated by Smoker. Whether in terms of size or power, it is far superior to Big Mom's homies. Doflamingo also looked livid. I have fought Smoker before. Although he also used darkness at that time, he transformed into elements several times, which were obviously either Logia or special paramesha. But just now Smoker transformed into a dragon, which was obviously Zone's ability again. What is going on? Could it be that he has two abilities? Doflamingo shook his head, dismissing the ridiculous thought. The black hole in the sky was raging, and the huge gravitational force made Kaido stagger, and he hurriedly tried to steady himself. Oh, what a strange ability. Suddenly, Kaido rushed to the top of Onigashima and transformed into a human beast form after landing. Since you can even break this move, it seems that elemental attacks are useless to you. In that case, let's fight it out with haki and strength. Smoker smiled, changed into his human animal form and fell to the ground. I'll stick with you till the end. Chapter 340, Domination. Smoker transformed into a human beast form, and as he stretched out his hand, darkness condensed into a heavy hammer with 9 rings floating on it. For guys like Kaido and Smoker who have super strength, using sticks and hammers is much more refreshing than using swords. When no one was around, Smoker also practiced in human animal form. But this was the first time I faced an enemy in actual combat. I just didn't expect to face Kaido for the first time. Kaido clenched the mace with both hands, and rich haki overflowed from his body, transforming into black lightning. Oh, it's been a while since I've met an opponent worthy of my all. Please don't let me down. Thundering 8 trigrams. Smoker showed no sign of weakness, haki filled his entire body. Come, let me show you my clear sky hammer. Titan hammer. When the hammer and stick collided, black thunder exploded, tearing the white lines on the ground into pieces. A few seconds later, the dark hammer shattered, and only half of the stick was left in Smoker's hand. Kaido swung his mace and said dissatisfiedly, "What tricks are you playing?" Smoker Pia threw the hammer handle to the ground. What the hell is this? It's better to just use emission with bare hands. Smoker gathered haki in his fists and they collided, making a sound of steel clashing. Sorry, that was just a warm-up. Now comes the real show. In fact, Smoker is best at control and consumption. But today, facing Kaido, he didn't want to kite at all, and didn't even want to use Kless's poison. I just want to fight Kaido with my fists. Bring it on. Smoker rushed forward and punched Kaido in the face. Kaido raised his club to block, and his fist landed on the mace, shaking his body. Oh, that's more like it. Gundali Dragon Victory Army. Kaido swung the stick like a madman, and the dark stick shadow fell like a meteor, carrying haki and smashing towards Smoker. Smoker showed no sign of weakness. Fist bone meteor swarm. The fist and the mace collided, making a deafening roar. The people watching the fight could only cover their ears and were forced to retreat step by the strong wind and haki. Suddenly, both sides stopped moving. Smoker's claws grasped the mace tightly, and Kaido also grasped the mace tightly and pressed forward. The two sides began a competition of pure strength. However, Smoker was clearly at a disadvantage and was forced to take a few steps back. Advertisement. Kaido grinned grimly and pressed forward with all his strength, trying to completely crush Smoker. But Smoker just smiled strangely, and before Kaido could react, his body suddenly turned into a ball of darkness. Kaido felt that the opponent's strength was gone, and the mace hit nothing. The huge force caused the body to stagger forward unconsciously. The next moment, Smoker solidified himself again and punched Kaido in the side with an emission punch. Puff. A dent was made on Kaido's abdomen and he spat out a mouthful of blood. He fell far away like a cannonball, creating a deep pit on the white ground. The smoke cleared, and Kaido continued to stand up while rubbing his side. Oh my, it can actually transform into an element, how rare. Kaido's face showed no pain at all, but rather enthusiasm and excitement. With that, he suddenly disappeared and instantly appeared behind Smoker, raising his mace and smashing it on his head. This is a return gift. Smoker was shocked. The attack was so fast that even observation haki, who could foresee the future, had no time to react. Helplessly, he released a wall of darkness to stand between himself and Kaido. If it was an elemental attack, this darkness would be an iron wall, but unfortunately, what it is facing now is a pure haki attack. Kaido's mace tore through the dark wall and landed hard on Smoker's back. Puff. Although he turned emission haki into an invisible shield, Smoker was still blown away. It rolled several times in the air before landing on all fours and slid for several hundred meters before stopping. Phew. Smoker spat out a mouthful of blood, and then he felt a lot more relieved. Such a heavy attack. Looking up, Kaido disappeared again, and then a low roar came from behind. Roaring thunder 8 trigrams. Quote exclamation mark exclamation mark exclamation mark quote. This time Smoker was prepared and did not resist. He stretched out his hand and released a darkness under Kaido's feet. Kaido felt his feet go empty and his body tilted, so his attack naturally missed. The mace passed by Smoker's head. An attack containing unparalleled haki landed in the distance, collapsing a mountain covered in white lines. Taking this opportunity, Smoker swung his tail like a thick whip and whipped Kaido away. Kaido was hit hard and flew far away, falling heavily to the ground. He rolled a long way before turning over and jumping up. But his face looked even more excited. Oh, that's right, this is how battle should be. Advertisement. Except for Old Man Whitebeard and Old Woman, you are the first person who has made me so happy in all these years. Smoker frowned secretly. This seemingly insignificant move was enough to cause a Shichibukai-level opponent to be seriously injured and vomit blood. But when it hit Kaido's face, it couldn't even break his defense. This guy is simply a copper pea that cannot be crushed by a hammer. Kaido is wielding a mace, and the haki on it has a brushed effect. Conqueror's Entanglement. This B************* D is finally getting serious. Closing square bracket. But it suits my taste. Closing square bracket. Conqueror's Entanglement is the threshold of the royal level. Only the entangled and domineering bombardment can produce the sky-splitting effect. Unfortunately, in the pirates' world, there are many people who have Conqueror's haki, but only a few can master it. At least there is definitely no such talent in the marine camp, otherwise he would have been admiral long ago. Therefore, Smoker must either learn it slowly by himself or learn from his enemies. Kaido's body suddenly swelled, and his muscles became twice as thick. He jumped high, danced his mace like a wheel, and then smashed it down from top to bottom. Conqueror's haki burst out continuously, as if several black ribbons were wrapped around the mace. Great Power Thunder 8 trigrams. This time Smoker did not dodge, but chose to raise his arms high to block. The mace landed hard on Smoker's arm. The emission armor, which used to be able to deflect any attack, now seemed particularly fragile. Conqueror's haki was like a blade through paper, easily tearing through emission's armor and infusing into Smoker's flesh. Under the impact of this violent force, the dragon scales on Smoker's body began to break, and blood oozed out of the wounds. Kaido's eyes turned red with excitement, and he yelled, "Explode!" The powerful force squeezed and caused a violent explosion in an instant, even blowing away all the clouds in the sky, revealing the moonlight that had not been seen for a long time. Doflamingo and Pika desperately used their abilities to keep the terrain from collapsing. When the smoke cleared, Kaido, carrying the mace, looked at Smoker with interest. Smoker half knelt on the ground, panting. His arms were scaly from taking the attack, covered with wounds and bleeding. He was shaking with pain. Oh la 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 la, it looks like the winner has been decided. Both of them are mythical beasts. If one of them is unable to stand up, it is hard to say how long it will take. At this point, the advantage is enough to declare victory. Smoker took a deep breath and slowly stood up, with black lightning bursting out of his body from time to time. As expected of Mr. Kaido. Kaido. Huh, what nonsense are you talking about? Smoker chuckled. Oh, don't worry about it, now we can have round 2. Darkness surged, and his wounds healed instantly. Chapter 341. Strange. Kaido's stick teaching helped Smoker gain a lot. He healed his wounds and rushed towards Kaido again eagerly. Dragon Bone Meteor Fist. Smoker merged his dragon transformation with his fist bone, and smashed Kaido with his spiked fist. Although I still use emission. But between the punches, there was a faint trace of haki. Kaido showed no sign of weakness, roared, raised his mace and delivered a thunderous 8 trigrams. Smoker was knocked out again, his fist was torn. Kaido felt his palms go numb and couldn't help laughing. Oh la la la, this punch is quite tasty. Come on, keep dancing. Smoker gritted his teeth and endured the severe pain, but the fighting spirit in his eyes remained undiminished. Ba-chan. So that's what's going on. Wisps of darkness flowed down his arm, instantly healing the wound on his fist. Seeing this scene, Kaido's smile faded and his expression became a little solemn. This guy has been training quite well, and since he possesses the same fruit as himself, his physique is definitely at the top level. Who would have thought that he has the same recovery ability as the Phoenix Marco? However, Kaido will not give up easily, instead he will be more motivated. Interesting. Roaring Thunder 8 trigrams. Kaido rushed forward again, pulling out a Daoba silk thread from his mace. This time Smoker just watched quietly, and when Kaido approached, he raised his hands to greet him. Kaido. It's too late to stop now. The mace fell on Smoker, first breaking his arms, and then hitting his face with the remaining force. Smoker's eyes turned white, blood came out of his mouth, and he flew out like a kite with a broken string. Kaido was holding a stick with a dull expression. Even if Whitebeard came in person or Roger was resurrected, they wouldn't dare to use their faces to receive his ultimate move. This B****************************************** D, he won't die. Smoker fell heavily to the ground, creating a big hole. He lay in it with his body twisted, twitching from time to time. This blow severely injured him, and even his consciousness was almost shattered. Advertisement. Suddenly, wisps of darkness emerged, and then more and more appeared, wrapping him up layer by layer, turning him into a black cocoon. Kaido was very generous and did not take the opportunity to attack. Soon, Smoker emerged from the cocoon and recovered as before. Ahahaha. The 3 sticks are really worthy of their reputation. Kaido. You B***************************** D, did you hurt your head? What nonsense are you talking about? Smoker didn't say anything either, he just clenched his fists. Kaido, I just took 3 punches from you, now you have to take 1 from me too. After saying that, he kicked his feet, rushed to Kaido, and punched Kaido in the chest. The punch hit hard. However, it did not hit the body, but hit a foot in front of the body. Black thunder exploded one after another, and an invisible pressure continued to squeeze and tear Kaido's flesh. Kaido was shocked. Ba-chan. Attacking with and without dominance is completely different concepts. This punch finally made Kaido feel overwhelmed. He spat out a mouthful of blood, flew backwards, and smashed several mountains before stopping. Cough, cough, cough. Kaido pushed aside the mountain that was pressing down on him, and stood up with the mace. As soon as he stood up, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his chest and almost fell to his knees again. He staggered a few steps before he stood up again. You also master this power. Yes, thanks to you. Oh Rororo, then give me a warm hello. Kaido raised his mace and rushed forward, not showing any signs of pain or fatigue. Smoker grinned and rushed forward without showing any sign of weakness. The mace and the fist collided with each other, emitting a dazzling light pollution, but the two sides did not touch each other, but just squeezed the space in between madly. Hockey-like the waves squeezed crazily. But it was blocked by the even more violent forces around it, and had no place to vent. Finally, these Hockey discovered that the upper part was relatively weak, and immediately rushed into the sky like a volcanic eruption, tearing the clouds in the sky apart. Oyi stared at the sky in a daze and couldn't help muttering to himself. Advertisement. Splitting the sky. Did that Marine also master it? Doflamingo, Pika and Diamante looked at each other and remained silent. Smoker is indeed very powerful now. But what he is best at is not this kind of head-on battle. Kaido and Smoker jumped away together, and then fought each other again. A night passed in the blink of an eye. The two of them never stopped. The game went from a bright moon in the sky to a bright moon with sparse stars, and then to a blue sky with white clouds, and finally ended in a draw, which was really a feast for the eyes of the onlookers. In addition to Doflamingo and Pika. After Smoker and Kaido used Tyrant to attack each other, the destructive power increased several times, and the two of them barely managed to prevent the roof of Onigashima from being blown down. At this time, Doflamingo finally understood the gap between himself and the Emperor-level strongman. The ambition brought by ignorance also disappeared completely. Kaido and Smoker came over arm in arm. Oh lalalo, brother Smoker, you are so talented. Ahahaha, I need more guidance from you, bro. Oh, that must be. Although the two sides tied, Kaido knew in his heart that he lost. Because after Smoker mastered tyranny, he never used that weird recovery ability again. In a remote sea area, a group of crows were flying towards Ghost Island. The dragon sat cross-legged on some crows, reading a letter. A crow flew over to him. Chief, why have you been reading this letter? Long slowly put down Kaido's letter. Kaido said that the weapons have been produced and asked us to bring the balance. The crow was stunned. Isn't this a bad thing? Good thing. Kaido always rushes to deliver the goods at the last minute. This time, it was delivered more than a month early. Don't you think it's weird? Oh, it's true. Not only that, that guy always speaks in a high-handed manner, without any awareness of being the second party. In order to get us to pay the balance this time, your tone is so flattering. If you don't know, you would think that your home has been taken down and you are waiting for money to save your life. Chapter 342, The Changing Wano-kuni. In the days that follow, Smoker became a guest of honor at Beast's Pirates. It is true that Beast's Pirates is in financial crisis, but with Wano-kuni as their backer, their food and drink are not affected. So, Smoker followed the Beast's Pirates to travel around and visit weapons factories during the day, and had a great time drinking and partying at night. Of course, the reason why Kaido was willing to spend this money was mainly because Doflamingo told him a big news. That is, Smoker is very likely the partner of Bradley Zan, the Gilded Queen of the underground world. This news really shocked Kaido. Although he did not take Zane's strength seriously, he still admired her methods. Because he runs the arms industry, he knows a lot about the underground world, and naturally knows the history of Zane's rise. A few years ago, she betrayed Marine and forced her way into the underground world. With his outstanding mind and means, he became the red-top slave trader of celestial dragons and was the most famous person for a while. Later, for some unknown reason, she disappeared for a year and never appeared in public again. Many people thought that he had been killed, and they emerged one after another, wanting to take a piece of the fat meat, causing a huge chaos for a while. Even the Sabayati archipelago, which is very close to the naval headquarters, was turned upside down. But when everyone was killing each other, Zane suddenly came back with great force. Not only was the first bird to stand out eaten up without leaving anything behind, but even the other underground emperors who had taken action had to cut off their own flesh and escape. From then on, Zane became the undisputed strongest king in the underground world. Everyone didn't know the truth and thought that all this was Zane's plan. The so-called disappearance is nothing more than a nest. Although Kaido had no interest in the slave trade. But I still admire Zane's wrist, even covet it. He knows the Beast's Pirates' shortcomings. When it comes to fighting, all of his men are professionals. But when it comes to doing business, except for Black Maria's Happy Street, which is not bad, the others are all stupid, big, black and rough, which makes people angry just looking at them. The reason why the arms trade is so booming now is all thanks to Wanokuni's ores and craftsmen. But this is not a long-term solution. If the Sabayati archipelago wasn't too close to the naval headquarters, he would have found a way to tie up Zane long ago. But now with Smoker, it's the same thing. Of course, he couldn't do anything dirty to a strong man like Smoker, so he entertained him every day and tried to win over Smoker. Smoker knew what he was planning, but he went along with it. Now Kaido and I are partners. Because of Wanokuni's special location, daily management must be handed over to the Beast's pirates. In this matter, Kaido's problem is actually his own problem. So, Smoker, eat and drink. But when it comes to giving advice to solve problems, he is also very generous. That day, Smoker was drinking with Kaido when suddenly a pirates ran in. Oh no, Lord Kaido, the Nozomi Arsenal number 13 is under attack and can no longer withstand the attack. Kaido was furious. What? Then he threw the bowl and said, wait for it, lousy. Lousy will kill them right away. Kaido was about to transform when suddenly another guy rushed in and interrupted his spell. Lord Kaido, there is new news from Nozomi's arsenal no. 13. What? Tell me now. Lord Fosfu arrived with his troops and successfully drove away the enemy. Kaido breathed a sigh of relief, then laughed a few times. That's good. How can a bunch of sewer rats possibly be a match for the Beast's pirates? Lord Kaido. The pirates who reported the news had sweat on his forehead, but he still stammered. Actually, before Lord Fosfor arrived, the enemy retreated. Although Factory Number 13 withstood the enemy's attack with its fortifications and suffered no casualties, the railroad tracks used to transport ore outside were all destroyed. I'm afraid we will have to stop production until they are repaired. Hateful. Kaido roared and slammed the table to pieces with his backhand. Such attacks have occurred one after another in Wanokuni recently. Unlike the previous enemies who were acting like warriors, these bastards never fought head-on. They would just strike whenever they saw an opening and then run away. It's impossible to defend if you want to. Advertisement. I want to fight back, but I have no power to do so. What's even more damning is that if those guys were just attacking and harassing, it would be fine, but now their methods are becoming more and more insidious. Some pretend to be civilians to apply for worker jobs, and once they sneak into the factory, they either kidnap, set fire or destroy equipment, and then leave after turning everything upside down. Some of them sneaked into iron mines and planted mines, then advertised it to the workers, making them terrified and refusing to go in no matter what. Even worse was the direct application for a job as a cook, where laxatives were put into the food. From the supervisors to the workers, no one in the factory escaped, and all were so exhausted that they could not even stand up straight. It's only been a few days. Weapons factories across the country are already in mourning and are seriously short of manpower. Even if someone wants to apply, the factory doesn't dare to accept them easily. Who knows if there are enemies among them? Now they would rather leave the equipment and mines empty than allow strangers to enter. Kaido felt his temples throbbing. If this continued, even if Smoker could provide advanced weapon improvement technology, it would be useless if no one produced it. Smoker asked in a fake tone. Brother Kaido, what's wrong? Are you in any trouble? Kaido did not hide anything and told Smoker the whole story. Finally, he sighed. I didn't expect that after these warriors took the dirty route, each one of them would be more difficult to deal with than Kazuki Oden. Brother, do you have any good ideas? Smoker laughed dryly, feeling somewhat guilty. These moves. I taught them. These are all Teizu's famous skills, there is no way to break them. Unless, come from the masses, go to the masses. Those who make many friends make few enemies. Smoker coughed dryly. I don't have much experience with this kind of thing, but I think there are two ways to start. Kaido's eyes suddenly lit up. Oh, tell me, bro. The first method is to treat the symptoms. They are rebelling against you because they hate you, right? Then let them vent. Once they have vented their hatred, they will no longer hate you, and things will be easier to handle. Kaido was puzzled. How to vent? They hate me the most, they can't kill me. Smoker chuckled. Why'd I hate you? Kaido snorted. Because I killed Kazuki Oden, killed many samurai, and made them live like slaves. Wrong, wrong, wrong. Smoker held up a finger and shook it. The victor is the king and the loser is the bandit. No matter whether it's Kazuki Oden or Shimotsuki Gumaru, they took the initiative to challenge you. Since you defeated them, whether to kill them or keep them as your due right is the winner. Wanokuni warriors have been doing this for thousands of years, why do they hate you? Kaido was silent and sighed. That time with Kazuki Oden, I won unfairly. This incident has always been a thorn in Kaido's heart. Therefore, Kazuki Oden became the alternative white moonlight in his heart. Smoker didn't have time to argue with him, and continued, it was an inglorious victory, but let me ask you one thing, if he keeps fighting, can he win? Kaido snorted coldly. Of course not. This is not him being stubborn, it is the truth. Kazuki Oden is strong. He has been under Whitebeard and Roger for a long time. His hard power is indeed strong enough. In terms of explosive power, he is even better than Kaido at that time. But his shortcomings are also obvious. He is too fragile, a complete glass cannon. Given Kaido's condition at the time, he he would be fine even if he got stabbed a few more times. But Kazuki Oden is different. He can withstand elemental attacks, but he will be offline if hit by a mace. Smoker smiled sinisterly. The one who deceived Kazuki Oden that day was Kurozumi Tomb Cicada, and the one who went back on his word during the execution was Kurozumi Orochi. Kurozumi Orochi was responsible for the heavy taxes and oppression of the people over the years. So why do they hate you? Shouldn't they hate Kurozumi Orochi the most? You, Kaido of the Beasts, are just being deceived. Kaido was stunned for a moment, then lowered his head and pondered, somewhat uncertainly, will this work? Smoker laughed. Don't worry. The people of Wano Kuni are dumber than you think, especially the samurai. They have been suppressed for too long. Even if it's not for revenge, the destruction of the Kurozumi family alone is enough to make them excited. The Kurozumi family. Have you forgotten the old man who escaped that year? Advertisement. Kaido's eyes lit up immediately, and he gritted his teeth and said word by word. Hey. Tan. Chan. Maru. In fact, Kurozumi Orochi and Kurozumi Semimaru have been dead for a long time, and their fruits have been reborn, but their bodies have not been thrown away, so it's a good opportunity to recycle them. Kaido stared at Smoker eagerly. This guy is so talented. He couldn't wait to ask. Brother, what is the fundamental solution? Smoker didn't answer directly, but picked up the wine and took a sip. This wine is really delicious. Unfortunately, more than 80% of Wano Kuni people may not drink wine once a year. Kaido was stunned, a little confused. What do you mean? Let me buy them a drink. Brother Kaido, Orochi's previous exploitation of Wano Kuni was a bit too much. It may seem like you have enough manpower and have accumulated a lot of gold and silver, but in fact, it has exhausted Wano Kuni's potential. At this rate, in a dozen years or so, Wano Kuni will be seriously short of labor and will not be able to maintain the production of the weapons factory. In fact, when Luffy arrived, except for the flower capital, in most places in Wano Kuni, even middle-aged men and women could only barely support themselves, and could not support the elderly and children at all. In the comics, there are scenes where an old man is about to hang himself and a woman is about to kill her child. The reason why Kaido implemented the new Onigashima plan at that juncture was not only because of his ambition, but also because of his lack of manpower. In order to plunge the whole world into the quagmire of war, weapons factories must operate at full capacity. But it is impossible to find so many laborers in Wano Kuni, so Kaido turns his attention to the Flower City, which has not been damaged much. While Doflamingo is in power, we should loosen up their restrictions. This will not only win people's hearts, but also be for the long-term development of our industry. Smoker doesn't care whether Wano Kuni's people are dead or alive. But since we are working with Kaido, we can't just kill the goose that lays the golden eggs. We need to leave them space to survive and reproduce, ensuring that there will be no fewer leaks in the future than there are now, thus achieving sustainable exploitation. Kaido was silent for a while, then nodded and said, it's not impossible. It just takes too long. There are more and more riots now. Far water cannot quench immediate thirst. Let's use the first method first. Smoker nodded, threw out the two Kurozumi bodies, and gave Kaido some instructions. Kaido nodded, and carried the body to find Doflamingo. Julie, Tushin, the original bandit base. Hana no Leopard Guro was smoking his pipe while guiding Lucci in his training. At this time, Lucci turned into a half-human, half-leopard form, and fought back and forth with Baiwu's underworld boss, Pokasa, Tsunegoro. There were many warriors watching around. Everyone gathered together to watch the fun and comment from time to time. Ever since Ashura Duji was killed by Kaido, the Toyama bandits have been leaderless and in chaos. Hana no Leopard Guro easily occupied this place and made it a base for resistance against tyranny. The fight between Lucci and Tsunegoro became more and more intense. Finally, Lucci seized the opportunity, placed his palm on Tsunegoro's chest, and knocked him flying. Hana no Leopard Guro laughed, tapped off the ash from his cigarette, walked up to Lucci and handed him a towel. Not bad, not bad. Your emission is already very proficient, all that's left is more practice. I'll remind you again, don't forget to exercise. The body is the foundation of hockey, don't put the priority in the wrong order. Yes, Mr. Bao Guro. Then, Lucci frowned and looked in the direction where Tsunegoro was knocked away. Mr. Tsunegoro, are you okay? That move just now was quite powerful. If it was me before coming to the country, I would have been on my knees after being hit by it. Hana no Leopard Guro grinned, showing no worry at all. No need to worry about him. Sure enough, laughter and complaints were heard in the distance. Little Lucci, don't look down on me so much. Tsunegoro dropped from the sky and landed in front of Lucci. Hockey can not only attack, but also defend. As he spoke, he lifted up his shirt, revealing a large bruise. But, you little brat are really ruthless. Da Jung, Adai and others who were watching nearby also came forward, vying to continue fighting with Lucci. Suddenly, a warrior came running over from a distance. Boss, something big has happened. Hana no Leopard Guro, why are you panicking? What's going on? The new general has issued a proclamation that Kurozumi Orochi and Kurozumi Semimaru will be publicly executed at noon tomorrow. Everyone was shocked. What? Kaido will go to the scene, witness the death of Orochi, and announce something important. Everyone was shocked again. What? Chapter 343 Public Execution. At noon the next day, in the Flower City, the square where Odin was executed by being boiled in a cauldron. At this time, the square was already crowded with people, and even so, countless people were rushing over. Doflamingo sat in the place where Kurozumi the Great Snake had been, looking down at the people of Wano Kuni. In front of him was a wok of oil with a raging fire burning underneath, bubbling loudly. Even from a distance, you can feel the burning heat on your face. Foo 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 foo. Kazuki Odin, is it meant to stay in this oil pan for an hour? Closing square bracket. It's ridiculous that he chose death so hastily despite having such a powerful power. In the eyes of the Wano Kuni people, Doflamingo is the chosen one who can defeat the immortal snake and save the people from danger. In addition, after he succeeded to the throne, he gave some of the difficult to liquid properties looted by the snake to the people, taking the opportunity to win the hearts of the people. It can be said that Doflamingo's prestige is now on the rise. However, although he was the savior in everyone's eyes, everyone only dared to whisper to each other and did not dare to talk about the execution loudly. There was no way, there was an empty stool above Doflamingo. Even a child knows who the stool is for. That is the one who can truly decide Wano Kuni's fate and future. Although the people of Wano Kuni hated the snake, but as long as Kaido doesn't express his opinion, they dare not speak out loudly. Their courage had been frightened away by Kaido. Perhaps they hated, despised the snake. But for Kaido, they only have fear in their hearts. Suddenly, the clear sky darkened in an instant. The originally clear blue sky was instantly occupied by thick dark clouds. Then a strong wind blew, the flags in the square fluttered, and some people could not even stand. Everyone looked at the sky in doubt. Some children wanted to say something, but their mouths were covered by adults. Suddenly, a huge green dragon appeared, and with thick lightning falling to the ground, it turned back into a human form. Kaido didn't even look at the audience. He just walked to his seat and sat down, then took out a wine gourd and started drinking. Seeing Kaido's actions, everyone knew that he supported the execution. Everyone felt as if a huge burden had been lifted from their hearts. They had originally just been whispering to each other, but now they were finally able to hold their heads high. Damn big snake, he should have died long ago. That B************ D caused my family to be destroyed. Me too. Sporadic shouting and cursing began to occur around. Then it escalated and finally turned into a massive condemnation. Kaido didn't bother to respond and just continued drinking. But the smile on Doflamingo's face became more and more intense. Scream scream scream. Just like what Smoker said, Wano Kuni, the famous warrior nation, is just a sad country that envy the strong and bully the weak. But this is just right, this kind of person is easier to tame. Kaido looked at the Wano Kuni people indifferently, took a sip of wine, and said lightly, Dover, let's start. Yes. Doflamingo raised his hand and the square instantly became quiet. Boom, boom, boom. A drumbeat sounded, and the people in the square unconsciously made way for it. A group of samurai came forward, escorting Kurozumi Orochi and Kurozumi Semimaru. Both were tied up, their eyes were covered with black cloth, wooden sticks were tied in their mouths, and their faces were covered with bruises and Madara marks. Pushed by the warriors, he stumbled forward. The people around were cursing angrily and throwing stones, rotten eggs and rotten vegetable leaves at the Kurozumi snake. They were so busy venting their anger that they didn't notice that Kurozumi's movements were extremely stiff and strange, and the wounds caused by the stones hardly bled. No one noticed that Doflamingo's fingers were constantly moving. Foo 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 foo. I didn't expect that the dead would be harder to control than the living. As his fingers moved, Kurozumi Orochi and Kurozumi Semimaru walked up to the execution platform step by step. Doflamingo stood up. Everyone. The murderer from the old times has been brought to justice. Cheer. Witness it. Next, Wano Kuni will enter a new bright future. Everyone cheered, and many even burst into tears. Just then, Kaido suddenly stood up. Everyone was silent again. Seeing this scene, Kaido frowned slightly, his heart full of contempt. Some people blame Smoker for his plan, which is really unreasonable. At this time, Doflamingo opened his arms. I say, you guys have all been deceived by that D Kurozumi Orochi. Advertisement. Everyone in the audience was stunned and looked at Doflamingo. All along, Lord Kaido has been the Ming Wang of Wano Kuni, the power and weapon of Wano Kuni. But this power was stolen by Kurozumi Orochi and became a weapon to hurt Wano Kuni. But you must understand that the culprit is not the weapon, not the power, but the person who manipulates everything behind the scenes, Kurozumi Orochi. Everyone looked at each other. It seems, it makes some sense, right? Doflamingo laughed strangely. Now, the culprit is here. Kurozumi stole the country from Kazuki's family, so let him, the descendant of the Kurozumi family, die the same way as Kazuki Odin. Everyone's eyes lit up, and without thinking too much, they all cheered loudly. Doflamingo smiled slightly and said to the two corpses, I wanted to hear your screams, but I changed my mind. Since Kazuki Odin didn't make a sound from beginning to end, then don't let your screams disturb my lovely people. Someone, execute the sentence. At this time, two sturdy warriors came up and kicked the two men into the frying pan. A creepy, sizzling sound suddenly came from the oil pan. Under Doflamingo's control, the two figures struggled desperately but could not make any sound. Soon, they stopped moving, their bodies gradually shrank and turned into 2 pieces of charcoal. At this time, Kaido stood up. He walked step by step to the oil pan and stared coldly inside. Then he reached into the frying pan and fished out the 2 halves of Vice Admiral's dried body and held them high up. The boiling oil flowed over his hands, but it did no harm at all. Back then, the B***********D from the Kurozumi family used trickery to interfere in the fight between Laozi and Kazuki Oden. It was supposed to be an epic battle, but in the end Laozi won miserably and Kazuki Oden died a pathetic death. Kazuki Oden is a true samurai. A hero like him should die gloriously even if he dies. Later, several other daimyo came to challenge Laozi, but there never appeared a samurai like Kazuki Oden. Suddenly, Kaido's eyes turned fierce, and he threw the 2 pieces of the corpse high into the air. With a swing of the mace in his hand, the 2 halves of the corpse were instantly shattered into ashes. From now on, Kazuki, Fugetsu, Shimotsuki, Tianyu, people who bear these names will no longer be regarded as traitors. For the dead warriors, a tomb can be built at the site of Oden Castle, and anyone can worship them freely. Kaido suddenly transformed into a giant dragon and flew into the sky, hovering over the flower capital. The rebellion started by the Kurozumi family that lasted nearly 20 years has officially come to an end today. Oh lol lol lol. After saying that, he flew away while laughing. The whole Wano Kuni suddenly fell into a carnival. Great. The war is over. The bright future has finally arrived. The people in the square cried loudly and shouted, Kaido of the Beasts, and Wano Kuni Mayu. I totally forgot that the bullet that killed Kazuki Oden was shot by Kaido himself. I also forgot that the Beast's pirates burning, killing and looting had nothing to do with Kurozumi the Great Snake. Doflamingo looked at the excited people below. I don't understand, but I respect. There were a few guys from Beast's pirates in the audience. Their original task was to act as a scapegoat, to create an atmosphere, and to guide the public, but they never expected that it would not be their turn to take action. They are also baffled. Obviously I have punished you badly over the years. How come you guys are so high after showing a little kindness? At the top of the mountain, the whole camp was in an uproar. Hanano Leopard Guro was so excited that tears welled up in his eyes. That's great, after all these years, we finally won. The warrior spirit will live forever. Oh. Others were also overwhelmed with excitement, some cheered, some howled, some were in pain, and so on. Lu Chi looked at everyone and felt a little puzzled. The strongest enemy is still there, and the dead enemies were not killed by me, so how did I win inexplicably? Yesterday we were still discussing the need to fight a protracted war and prepare for hard times, but how come the wind direction has completely changed because of what the other party said? At this time, Da Jung came forward. Brother, Mr. Smoker said that we should use war to promote negotiations. Since Kaido and the new general have this attitude, isn't it time for peace talks? Smoker once told them bluntly. With their strength, they can never defeat Kaido. They want to show their strength, so that Kaido will be afraid and have to sit down for negotiations. But it's hard to grasp this degree. Advertisement. The noise was quiet, Kaido was not hurt at all. If the noise gets too loud, Kaido might just flip the table and stop playing. They have to make Kaido feel pain, but not too much. So, even though the warriors have achieved good results during this period, they are actually walking on thin ice. Now that the wind has changed, even though it wasn't caused by us, it's time to negotiate. Okay, Dajang, I'll leave this matter to you. Remember. In fact, not only the leaders are smiling, but the minions below also have their own thoughts. Many of them rushed to attack Kaido because of Kazuki Oden's death. Ended up being thrown into the prisoner quarry. I have to say, this place can not only cure the addiction to being a king, but also cure the warrior disease. After so many years, many people have lost their spirit and just want to regain their freedom. Because of his prisoner status, he had to follow Hana no Leopard Guro. Now Kaido has vindicated Kazuki, so his own crime can be cleared as well. If that's the case, why should he continue to live on the edge of a knife with you guys? At this time, Hana no Leopard Guro was unaware of the thoughts of his subordinates and was still discussing peace talks with several capable men. The previous sins cannot be in vain. To obtain enough benefits for Wano Kuni, well, at least for myself. In the tea shop, Suru covered his face and cried. Aokiji felt a little distressed and a little confused. I didn't understand why she was crying like that, so I could only silently hand her a tissue. Wow, that's great, Ajin, you can finally rest in peace. Aokiji frowned slightly and asked Yamato next to him in a low voice. Does Kaido's words really have such a big impact on Wano Kuni's people? Yamato nodded, then shook his head. In fact, when she first heard these words, she felt very happy, as if she had been vindicated. But suddenly I remembered what Smoker said, and I felt a little uncomfortable. It was a relief for the D dad to kill the snake. But the problem is, he has wanted to kill Orochi for a long time, and even made up his mind to make himself the general of Wano Kuni. If he hadn't resisted and the big snake hadn't been of some use, how could he have survived until now? Think about it carefully. The D dad just said a few nice words and did something he had wanted to do for a long time. How could he make them so happy? Aokiji put his arm around Suru's shoulders. Alala, Suru-chan, no matter what you've been through, it's all in the past, and we have to move on to a new life. Suru blushed at first, then nodded shyly. Yes, being a widow for more than 10 years, I have done the best for both Kazuki and Kanamon. Now, it's time to start a new life. This time, she didn't break free from Aokiji's arms. Henkasa village. Tianyu Chiu stared at the screen, his brows furrowed tighter and tighter. When Kaido finished speaking, she saw everyone cheering and became furious. She snatched Sanai's spear and started shooting. Damn it, what a joke. So many people died, and you just write it off like that. My father, my mother, they died in vain. How can those idiots laugh like this? Sanai huddled aside and trembled. I have to say that over the years, Tianyu Chiu has dealt more with wild beasts and less with people, but his mind has become clearer. The opposite of that, Kazuki Hiyori, Kawamatsu, Denjiro. Hearing Kaido praising Kazuki Oden, everyone burst into tears. On Ghost Island, Smoker was eating and drinking with Ui, Jin and Quinn. While they were toasting each other, Kaido came back. He didn't say anything either. He walked to the table sullenly, picked up the wine and took a few sips. Smoker was stunned. What? My plan didn't go well. Public execution. People in Wano-kuni should really like this. Kaido snorted coldly. It went smoothly, too smoothly. He recounted what happened and then complained loudly. I thought it was a good idea, but I didn't expect to be asked to say such unnecessary words. I feel embarrassed myself. Hee. As long as it works, it's fine. Besides, isn't Kazuki Oden a very good samurai? In terms of strength, he is naturally top-notch, but unfortunately his mind and will are totally not up to par with his strength. Suddenly, one of the pirates ran over with a communication conch. Sir Kaido, the escaped prisoners have contacted us. Chapter 344 Recruitment. Hearing this, Kaido suddenly perked up and almost sobered up. What did they say? Pirates hurried to report the situation. Hana no Leopard Guro revealed his identity and negotiated with the Beast's pirates 3 days later, demanding that they be completely released. If they don't agree, they will fight to the death and continue to attack the weapons factory. Kaido was immediately furious. Although Laozi wanted to talk, you, a bunch of prisoners, actually blackmailed Laozi. No matter what, Laozi wants to kill them, at worst we will both die together. Just then, Smoker suddenly called him. Brother Kaido, these rats are willing to negotiate proactively, isn't that a good thing? It seems that your speech has worked, otherwise, they would not dare to risk showing their heads. I have an idea. He whispered something to Kaido, and Kaido's anger turned into joy. Oh lalalo, Smoker, your idea is too bad. But, it's just right for dealing with this kind of guy. 3 days later, the day of negotiations. Flower Leopard Guro only brought Adi and Lucci and waited at the meeting place early. The place they chose happened to be Suru's small tea house. Hana no Leopard Guro knows Suru and would definitely recognize him if they met. It just so happened that these days Suru took Aokiji to travel around and have fun, and I don't know where they went every day. Yamato had no choice but to become a waiter. Although Lucci was there, he was not there at the last meeting, so he didn't recognize Yamato. Hana no Leopard Guro put down the pipe in his hand, picked up the teacup on the table and took a sip. The last time I drank tea like this was more than 10 years ago. At that time, I was still the big brother of the Flower City underworld who could call the wind and rain. Now, everything is gone. Adi held his shoulders. Brother, you are still here, and you still have us. We will slowly get back everything we lost. Hana no Leopard Guro smiled and patted her hands. When you get old, you just like to talk a lot, it's okay. You're right, no matter how powerful Kaido is, Wano-kuni will also exist in the underworld. And we will become the kings of the underground world. However, before that, we must reconcile with the Beast's pirates and clear ourselves of the charges. However, he was unsure. After all, things had been so chaotic during this period. Suddenly, Hana no Leopard Goro's expression changed. Here it comes. Adi and Luki also sensed a terrifying aura approaching and hurriedly took precautions. Suddenly, in the distance, there was a sound of a thin line being tightened, getting closer and closer. A figure dropped from the sky and landed in front of everyone. It's Doflamingo. Then, another figure slowly emerged from the ground. It was Pika under his command. Fu. You are so brave. There are really only 3 of you. Doflamingo first greeted the 3 of them. He caught a glimpse of Yamato peeking out of the corner of his eye, but he didn't pay much attention. It was obvious that he didn't know Yamato either. Hana no Leopard Guro stood up. This is a negotiation between us and the Beast's pirates. I didn't expect the general to come here in person. He didn't know what position Doflamingo came from. After all, he still had to live in Wano-kuni, and he didn't want to break up with the general. Doflamingo walked over to the table, sat down on it, and looked down at the other 3 people. Sigh. You are so brave, attacking the weapons factory and threatening Captain Kaido. Should I admire your courage, or should I laugh at the ignorance of the fearless? Hananobao Guro and others were shocked. Captain. Doesn't this mean that Wano-kuni's generals have become cadres of the Beast's pirates? In other words, Wano-kuni has completely become a subordinate of the Beast's pirates. Turn out to be. In recent years, Kaido's subordinates have changed a lot. Especially in recent days, new subordinates have joined and old subordinates have died. Just take this opportunity to readjust the staff. He appointed a deputy captain under the captain, who was Chongshui Ui. The 3 disasters under his command have also been determined, namely, Jin the Fire Disaster, Quinn the Plague Disaster, and Doflamingo the White Disaster. Among the 3 people, one is responsible for external affairs, one is responsible for industry, and one is responsible for managing Wano-kuni, which can be said to be a clear division of labor. Advertisement. Under the 3 disasters, the 6 Flying Suns were established. Among them are both veteran strong men who have really won the fight, as well as newcomers who have been promoted out of turn. They are Black Maria, Sasaki, Fuzifu, Haika and Diamante brought by Doflamingo. And Sleepy Kyushiro, who was originally Orochi's right-hand man and was later introduced by Sasaki Sakubo. Upon hearing the news, Hana no Leopard Goro's face changed. In this way, wouldn't Kaido's rule over Wano-kuni increase instead of decrease? He was shocked and secretly prepared for battle. However, Doflamingo had no intention of attacking and just laughed strangely a few times. You were so imposing before, what? Are you scared now? I have to say, you guys are very lucky. Wano-kuni is about to have a big development. It would be a shame to kill you like this. Why not? Follow me. Hana no Bao Guro and others were all stunned. Doflamingo put his head closer to the 3 of them. Do you guys want status? Hana no Bao Guro, you used to be the man who controlled the underground world of Wajadu. The life and death of countless people and their wealth depended on your thoughts. Adi of Zigao, you also relied on your exquisite swordsmanship to make countless warriors of Linghu bow down to you. And you, young man, don't you want a good future? This general admires your courage and is willing to give you a chance to serve under me. Hana no Bao Guro and Adi looked at each other, nodded, and half knelt on the ground with the samurai etiquette. Lu Chi was also stunned when he saw this, and followed suit and saluted. I am willing to serve the general. He doesn't understand. Didn't he suffer so much in the prisoner quarry because he disobeyed Kaido? Why are you kneeling so quickly now? What's the point of all this trouble? He didn't know that in the eyes of Hana no Bao Guro and Adi, joining Kaido, a pirate, was a blasphemy against the samurai spirit. But there is no problem if you join the general's mansion. After all, the person in front of him is not a traitor like Kurozumi Orochi, but a hero who saved country and a ruler respected by all the people. All this is just a change of vest. General, what are your instructions? Let me ask first, how many people are there among you now? Hana no Bao Guro hesitated for a moment, but still confessed. There were tens of thousands of people before, and several thousand left. Now there are probably only 5 or 6,000 left. Okay, now I declare that all the charges against you are cleared. Anyone willing to stay will be recruited by this general. As for you, this general will give you 100 places. Hana no Leopard Guro was stunned. Quota. What quota? Captain Kaido wants to rebuild the weapons factory and a huge orchard. It will require thousands of people and hundreds of managers. I am impressed by your talent and will let you take charge of a weapons workshop. You can appoint all 100 managers. As long as you complete the production tasks, I will not interfere. From now on, you are no longer a prisoner, nor a gangster, but an officer under this general. Hanano Hyogoro. What? Did I make this up? And he has several plans in his hand. Lucci frowned. This means that rebuilding the prison would require tens of thousands of slaves and hundreds of jailers. Now I let you be the warden and have the power to appoint 100 prison guards. It feels no different from before. He couldn't help but ask, General, what's the difference between the people who went in and the former prisoners and nearby laborers? Aren't they all working day and night? Fufu. Good question, there is absolutely no difference. The only difference is that this general is not that idiot Orochi. The people inside have enough food and rest, and are paid handsomely. As long as they do not break the law or discipline, they will not be abused or imprisoned. In the final analysis, the snake treats you as livestock, but I treat you as human beings. Do you understand, young man? Doflamingo felt that what Smoker said made sense. The people of Wano-kuni were so poor that they could only live on their pants. Even if they were squeezed to death, there would not be much profit. They must be paid high salaries, and encouraged to spend more, have more children, and roll it up. Even if you raise pigs for meat, you have to fatten them first, right? However, Doflamingo was also surprised that the young man in front of him could see the essence at a glance. Smoker-san, you miscalculated. There are still some smart guys in Wano-kuni. Seeing this, Hana no Leopard Guro quickly scolded him. Lucci, how could the general's words be false? It's so rude of you to ask like that. General, he is still young. I will teach him a lesson when I get back. Doflamingo waved his hand dismissively. Fufu, it's okay. I like young people with spirit. Advertisement. These are my conditions. Tell me your choice, Hana no Leopard Guro. Hana no Bao Guro bowed and said, I am willing to serve the general at my utmost. Doflamingo nodded with satisfaction. This is the good thing about samurai. Once they are convinced, their loyalty is very high. Very good. Go back and deal with your subordinates. Those who want to stay can stay, and those who want to leave should not be embarrassed. Let me tell you something first. Not everyone will be able to enter the factory of the future. For them, this may be their only chance. Yes, General, Flower Leopard Guro and Audie happily pulled Lucci away. Doflamingo smiled strangely when there was no one around. A bunch of idiots. The mafia is the mafia, it's not something that can be put on the table. Pika frowned. Dover, I still don't understand why it takes so much effort to win over a group of prisoners. Foo, we are just outsiders after all. No matter how much we give, it will be useless in the face of greedy human nature. So, why not find some agents, give them wealth, and let them manage on our behalf? When things get bad, we can kill these guys and win over their hearts. Foo, they forget that slaves with power are still just slaves. Are there no smart people? Not much. The young man just noticed it, but so what? He is surrounded by idiots. If he follows them, he will either be assimilated or excluded. There is no third way. Suddenly, Doflamingo's smile stopped. For some reason, the image of my father, which had long been blurred, flashed through my mind. He shook his head and forcibly dispersed the figure. Why was he thinking about that idiot? Suddenly, Pika whispered, Dover. Doflamingo was stunned, and following his gaze, he saw Yamato sitting not far away in a daze. I don't know if she heard our conversation, but let's kill her anyway. After all, she is just an innocent girl, act quickly and don't let her suffer. Suddenly, Yamato felt a start and jumped to the side. The next second, a huge spike emerged and went straight through the ceiling of the tea shop. Then the surrounding ground began to wriggle, and the entire tea shop collapsed into ruins in an instant. Yamato was stunned at first, then let out a wail. My shop. The voice was shrill and contained a crying tone. Before leaving, Mr. Aokiji and Ms. Suru told me to take good care of the store, but I didn't expect that the store was demolished. Pika emerged from the spikes. He hid really fast, it seems he is not an ordinary little ghost. Yamato suddenly looked straight at him, his eyes full of bloodshot. Then he took out a mace from behind the table and said word by word, Lousy is going to kill you today. Pika didn't take it seriously. Ahahaha, you ignorant little brat. Go to hell, you shrill-voiced sissy. Yamato rushed forward and swung his stick, thundering 8 trigrams. Originally, Pika could have avoided the blow by retracting the stone. But when I heard that sissy word, I immediately got excited. You little b******************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** Pika didn't dodge or evade, but slashed forward with the huge sword. The stick and sword collided, and the sword instantly broke apart. Yamato's stick landed directly on Pika's face. Pika screamed and was whipped away, landing at Doflamingo's feet. Hey, are you okay? Doflamingo was shocked. How could a little girl from such a remote village beat up Pika? When he leaned over to take a look, he saw that Pika's face was sunken, his neck was twisted, and there was a layer of frost on his body. Damn it, how dare you hurt my family? He rushed forward while shouting. Yamato didn't dare to be careless and directly transformed into a human beast form to meet him. The two sides fought fiercely for a long time. Yamato gradually felt exhausted. He was afraid of attracting Beast's pirates, so he released an ice wall to cover his retreat and fled away. Doflamingo didn't bother to chase her and quickly helped Pika up. Hey, are you okay? Ah, Pika spat out a mouthful of blood. So strong. The injury to my neck is a bit serious. Suddenly, he saw Doflamingo's shocked expression. How did you? Before he finished speaking, he was stunned. My own voice unexpectedly became exceptionally rough and heroic, as if it were something that could only be dreamed of. Pika was stunned, and a clear tear rolled down the corner of his eye. 11 Seconds Chapter 345. Arrival at the same time as Baoguro and the others settled down, Wanokuni also gradually began to calm down. Although Doflamingo is cruel, he is still good at governing the country. Arms sales and the fruit of childhood fun alone cannot turn poor Dressrosa into a country of passion. He first drove all the guards out of the general's mansion, either to maintain law and order in the town or to guard the traffic passes. He also personally took action to wipe out several bandit dens and chopped all the people in them with thin wire. Such brutal means silenced the lawless elements in Wanokuni, and the atmosphere of the whole country instantly became much fresher. In addition, he successively issued several policies to encourage production and trade, which made Wanokuni feel prosperous. Soon there was good news. Hanano Leopard Guro brought back more than 5,000 people, and most of them were powerful warriors. As for the others, they chose to go home. Hanano Leopard Guro did not make things difficult for them and sent them away cheerfully. When everything is on track, the weapons factory transformation plan will be officially launched. Kaido laid off all workers one after another, leaving only skilled craftsmen, and dozens of factories and mines stopped production. Quinn was heartbroken. If production was stopped for one day, the money lost would be astronomical. But Kaido didn't care. It costs money to produce weapons. Rather than wasting precious ores on these outdated weapons, it is better to wait for the production line to be transformed and directly produce new weapons. Smoker returned all the weapons. In addition to delivering to the Revolutionary Army, there are still a lot left. It is a good time to clear out the inventory, otherwise when the new weapons come out, all these will drop to cabbage prices. Meanwhile, Smoker was not idle either. He dispatched a group of scientists to modify the production line and deliver the bloodline factor medicine. That's right, the change planting plan was also launched simultaneously. Previously, the Beast's pirates had acquired a large amount of land in order to build the Utopia farm. Kaido decisively allocated 100 acres of the best land to build a change orchard, planted various fruit trees, and dug a small canal. However, the cultivation of change is very complicated and requires a complete transformation of the orchard. They have done everything they can, and the rest depends on the marine scientists. Smoker had arranged for Sanai to fly out to deliver the message early on, and believed that Gaisa Kalang had already received the message. As for whether marine scientists will come, Smoker wasn't worried. He was not idle at that time, and used money and technology to attract many scientists and researchers. Although the person is gone, the relationship and influence are still there. Although I can't say that I will obey orders blindly, I still have the confidence to respond to orders. Plus Vegapunk turned a blind eye, and CP helped cover for them. It should have been easy for those scientists to find an excuse to leave. With their wisdom and skills, as long as they don't encounter any maritime disasters, they will definitely be able to reach Wano Kuni safely. That day, Smoker and Kaido were drinking at the beach of Onigashima. Since we got on track, everyone has been busy. Only Smoker and Kaido are very free, and they just eat, drink and have fun every day. Whether it was Oyi or the three disasters, they were all angry but dared not speak out. As they drank, both of them drank a lot. Oh my goodness, brother Smoker, when will those scientists arrive? I'm looking forward to it too. Smoker always taught him that science is the primary productive force. Now he attaches great importance to science. If scientists weren't so hard to find, he would have wanted to form his own scientific team. Smoker looked at his watch. Almost. We were able to communicate through the snails half a day ago, which means they have entered the Wano Kuni range. He looked at the green sky in the distance and said, even if the weather is bad, we should be there before the sun sets. Kaido grinned and laughed. Oh, that one is really exciting. What he was thinking about was how to detain those marine scientists and use them for his own purposes. After all, having a father and a mother is not as good as having one's own. Suddenly, the sky in the distance became greener and greener. Smoker was stunned. What is that? Kaido then noticed the distance, squinted his eyes and looked for a while. His expression suddenly became strange. HMPH, here comes the troublesome guy. Just as he finished speaking, a strong wind suddenly blew in the distance, raising huge waves on the sea and blowing towards the shore. Just as the stall was about to be blown away, the strong wind suddenly changed direction. Before Smoker could react, a tornado of incredible size rose from the ground. The strong wind mixed with the seawater formed a huge gray-white wall, which just trapped the ghost island in the middle. Smoker stood on a high place and looked around, then looked up, and everywhere he looked, there were huge cyclones. Advertisement driven by this strong wind, the sea also turned into a huge vortex circling around the ghost island. The ocean currents became increasingly rapid, making the originally fragile waves indestructible. Every time they hit the rocks, they would eat a hole in them. Accelerated by the strong wind, the water droplets flew like a shotgun, leaving holes in the branches and leaves of the trees. Smoker looked at the scene in front of him and couldn't help but secretly click his tongue. Kaido walked to the shore while drinking and snorted, "Smelly guy. Brother Smoker, do you know who's here?" Smoker nodded. "He's the only one who can do this. Monkey D. Dragon. I knew he was very capable, but I didn't expect him to be able to reach this level." Smoker is confident. He was definitely the person who knew the most Logia users in the pirates world, and he had fought with almost every powerful Logia user. Not to mention the power, just the momentum, the top ones are naturally the four admirals, or an Enel. Lava, lightning, ice, thunder, every time they release their abilities, it is like a natural disaster. Smoker has always thought that no one can surpass them in terms of scale, but he didn't expect to be taught a good lesson today. This power has surpassed that of several admirals. The pirates also noticed the noise and came out to see what was happening. When they saw the scene in front of them, they were so scared that their faces turned pale. They had no doubt that as long as the tornado in front of them tilted, the ghost island would be flattened. Kaido drunkenly took a sip of his drink. "Brother Smoker, I have to go out for a while. I can't let this be D continue to get so carried away." "Oh lol lol." Kaido laughed and turned into a huge blue dragon, diving into the tornado. When it comes to wind control alone, Kaido is naturally far inferior to Dragon, otherwise he wouldn't have lost so miserably last time. But he still has no problem protecting himself in this kind of large-scale wind AoE. A circle of cyclones appeared around Kaido. Whenever a strong wind comes, it is offset by the cyclone. "Oh lol, you be D Dorag. Come and blow out the candles for lousy? In that case, I'll light a big candle for you, explosive dragon breath." If it's a normal dragon breath, Kaido will open his mouth and do it. But this time he took a deep breath, and his whole body became 3 times thicker. Then it opened its big mouth and spit out a flame that was several times thicker than ordinary dragon breath. These flames were extremely viscous, like kerosene or magma. The giant pillar of fire hit the tornado and was immediately torn into pieces by the strong wind, turning into countless tiny sparks like lava, like huge fireworks. But these sparks did not go out, but merged into the tornado, and became brighter under the influence of wind. Kaido opened his mouth, and flames gushed out like a torrent of water. Soon, a streak of red light appeared in the tornado. The red color became more and more abundant and more obvious, with sparks bursting from time to time in the middle. A few minutes later, the gray-white tornado turned into a fire tornado that stretched from the sky to the ground, with explosions and roars coming from the wind from time to time. Qinglong finally closed his mouth and let out a long burp. Oh, lol, idiot, the fire with the wine is very warm, burp. A deep voice came from the wind. You will know if you try it yourself. Suddenly, several long and thin fire tornadoes appeared in the wind wall and tightly wrapped around Qinglong like ropes. Under the scorching flames, the dragon scales made a sizzling sound. Roar. Kaido let out a roar, twisted his body desperately, and broke free from the fire tornado. Do you think this little trick will work on me? Lousy is Kaido of the beasts. Kaido suddenly rushed into the wind wall, and with a low roar, the tornado began to sway, erupting flames and storms from time to time. Suddenly, Kaido's triumphant voice was heard in the storm. Got you, a-hole. The next second, a giant dragon jumped out from the wind wall with a person in its mouth. It was Dorag. Kaido bit down hard, and his teeth, which contained the color of armed forces, made Dragon fearful. But Dragon showed no sign of weakness. His hands turned into dragon claws and he pressed Kaido's big mouth tightly to prevent him from closing it. Suddenly, Dragon took a deep breath and jerked away from Kaido's sharp teeth. Dragon Claw Fist. Sharp attack. He suddenly appeared at the side of the dragon's face, turned his palm into a claw, and grabbed it fiercely. Black thunder exploded, Kaido screamed in pain, and was smashed to the ground. Dorag landed on the ground and said proudly, How is it? B*****************, D. It must be unpleasant. Qinglong slowly raised his head. There was a wound on his cheek. Blood flowed down his cheek and dripped onto the ground. Ah, it's stronger than last time, but unfortunately it can only break the surface. Advertisement. As he spoke, the bleeding of the wound had stopped and there were even signs of healing on the edges. Smoker was watching with great interest when he suddenly heard a crackling sound in his pocket. Communication snail? Smoker quickly picked up the phone. Smoker Vice Admiral, no good. An anxious voice came from the other side, and faintly screams could be heard amid the howling wind. We suddenly encountered a huge storm, and the ship can't hold on any longer. Please save us. Ah. The wind is on fire. No, there's fire in the wind. Put it out quickly. Help. Following a scream, the only sound left from the communication snail was a sizzling sound. Smoker was stunned. Looking at the blazing tornado, he felt a chill running from his heels to his forehead. It can't be such a coincidence. Damn Dorag, what are you talking about? If anything happens to scientists, Lousy will never forgive you. Smoker turned his head and saw that Dragon was still happily fighting with Kaido in human beast form, and he immediately became furious. You two idiots, stop it now. But Kaido and Dragon were so engrossed in the fight that they ignored him. Open black lens bracket two bastards. Close black lens bracket. Smoker gritted his teeth and rushed towards the two men. Seeing him coming, Kaido and Dragon jumped away and stopped for a while. Kaido's eyes turned red with excitement. Oh, Smoker, are you itching to fight too? How about the three of us just fight each other? Smoker. Beat your uncle. After saying that, he stretched out his hand towards Dorag, dark water. A powerful gravitational force was transmitted, and Dorag was caught off guard and was directly sucked over. But he is not a useless person who only relies on his ability. As Garp's son, he was one of the most popular candidates for Marine Admiral. His hockey and physique are also top-notch, double dragon claws. He transformed his hands into claws, covered them with armament hockey, and clawed at Smoker's face and shoulders. Smoker didn't dare to be careless and grabbed the dragon claw that was grabbing towards his face. But the other dragon claw broke through the defense and grabbed the shoulder fiercely. Hiss. Even though he was covered with emission hockey, Smoker still felt a sharp pain in his shoulder and his bones were crackling. Such a strong force, such a sharp hockey, has completely surpassed the four admirals. In this book, Garp approximately equals dragon, Sengoku approximately equals Zephyr approximately equals red, yellow, green tea. However, Smoker's goal has been achieved. He elementalized his hands and instantly blocked Dorag's ability. Dorag felt a shock in his heart, and was shocked to find that he suddenly lost contact with the wind around him. The next second, the violent winds around them suddenly calmed down. The huge fire tornado seemed to have lost its strength and made a loud noise, like a death cry, before disintegrating on its own and quickly dissipating. The flames in the wind drifted down and fell into the sea, making a sizzling sound. When they fell to the ground, they also corroded holes. Dorag was shocked. What kind of ability is this? Smoker said nothing, and kicked hard. Dorag quickly let go and raised his arms to block. The kick was quite powerful, and although he blocked it, it still flew more than 10 meters away before landing. Smoker slowly retracted his foot. Sorry, no comment. Kaido came over carrying a mace. Oh, let me introduce you to my new friend, Smoker, he's a Marine. When he heard Smoker's name, Dragon's pupils shrank. It's him. The weird Marine that Vegapunk mentioned. Just like what the old man said, it can deprive other people of their abilities. Kaido, you have a wide network of contacts. Even the Deputy Chief of Marine Staff has become your friend. I wonder what the Marine brass think. Smoker didn't bother to respond to their probing. Okay, stop talking nonsense. Just now, the ship of the Marine scientists collided with the storm you created. Now we don't know whether they're dead or alive. I'm telling you, Kaido, if anything happens to them, no matter the weapons or the change, you can forget about it in the future. Even if I want to help you, I can't do anything. Kaido was shocked. What? Chapter 346 Business. The previous chapter has been expanded to 4,000 words. I have 5 major projects on hand, all with deadlines in August. I feel like there is hope just around the corner. Kaido was stunned when he heard that the future of marine scientists were in danger. He roared and turned into a huge green dragon soaring into the sky. The ships from outside must have come through the waterfall, so he can definitely find the way there by following the path. Smoker also quickly transformed and followed, however, in a hurry, she forgot to dye it, revealing its pink body. The pirates were shocked. Hey, what a pink dragon. Black Maria. Hard at this time, a crow landed on the dragon's shoulder and whispered a few words. Long nodded and yelled to the two. Don't worry, the ship is fine. My men are protecting them, they will be here soon. Kaido stopped immediately. Oh, really, that's good. Smoker looked at the crow beside the dragon curiously. This revolutionary from North Blue is the user of the Logia coal fruit, which allows him to mold coal ash into various shapes. Elemental shaping is not difficult, every Logia user can do it. But he can create a city crow that can fly, attack, and even communicate like a real crow. Just like creating a special clone, it is unique in Logia. Since the scientist was fine, Smoker and Kaido were no longer in a hurry and fell back to the ground. After a while, a strangely shaped ship appeared. There were many white seagulls and black crows circling around. The surface of the ship was covered with thick steel plates, which had been dented by impacts, and the sails and the houses on the deck also showed signs of fire. Smoker suddenly realized. A steel battleship made of a special alloy, no wonder. Soon, scientists landed on the island. Although they were all in a miserable state, fortunately there were no casualties and they all looked very energetic. These marine scientists are all from the Firearms Research Institute, and the leader is Smoker's old friend, Galen Gang. Because he was born in pirates, this guy is not a quiet person. He invented many weapons that Vegapunk does not allow. Because of this, he is still upset. So when Smoker told him about the plan, he couldn't wait to agree. The mechanical arm behind him broke through again. Each one has a different shape and obviously has different functions. In addition to him, there are 30 or 40 marine scientists, and it is obvious that they are not the kind of people who would keep quiet. Seeing Smoker busy receiving the scientists, Kaido walked over to the dragon. Leave this to Smoker, let's go over there and talk. Long was curious about why so many scientists came to Ghost Island, and listening to their conversations, it seemed that they had some plan. Are the marine scientists planning to rebel en masse? That is a big event. He originally wanted to listen longer, but when he heard Kaido calling him, he had no choice but to leave. After all, the most important thing right now is the weapons order. Without hesitation, this batch of weapons is related to the future of the Revolutionary Army. As for Kaido, he was afraid that Long would know the purpose of these marine scientists coming here. If Long knew about the weapon upgrade plan, he would definitely ask for a replacement weapon. I don't know when this batch of inventory will be digested. Brother Long, there are a lot of new faces in Beast's Pirates. I must introduce them to you. I know you're anxious, so let's go straight to the treasure house. That means you. If it's anyone else, don't even think about getting close to my treasure house. Your name is Crow, right? Let's go together. Kaido dragged the dragon and the crow away with 70% enthusiasm and 30% flattery, and then signaled to Black Maria who was approaching with his eyes. Black Maria understood. He walked around a few people and took Smoker and the scientists to the banquet hall in another direction. Kaido brought the dragon and the crow to the entrance of the treasure house. New cadres such as Oyi and Doflamingo are already waiting here. They are all people who have made a great name for themselves on the sea. Even if they have never dealt with each other before, they have heard of each other's names. After a few simple greetings, the atmosphere became warmer. At sea, strength is important, but so are personal connections. Sometimes having more acquaintances can really help you avoid big troubles. After chatting for a while, Kaido suddenly interrupted the conversation. If you have anything to say, please speak at the banquet later. Brother Long must be waiting impatiently. Come and check the goods first. Long naturally had no objection and followed Kaido to the treasure gate. He was also looking forward to it. How many good things did big pirates like Kaido, who ruled a certain area, hide? Kaido pushed the door open and Long followed him in, only to be surprised by what he saw. Advertisement: the so-called treasure house is the huge cave at the bottom of Onigashima. Purely natural, undecorated, with a large number of weapons piled up in different categories. The quality is high at a glance, but there are no gold or silver treasure chests. This made Long feel quite confused. Don't pirates love treasure chests? Have the great pirates gotten rid of their vulgar tastes? Kaido stepped forward and said, Brother Long, to be honest, I need money recently, a lot of money. That's why I'm speeding up the process to complete your order ahead of time. All these boxes are yours. The dragon nodded and gave the crow a look. The crow turned into countless coal ash crows, circled in the cave for a while, and then fell to the ground again. Chief, the quantity is right, and the quality is also good. Long nodded. Okay, in that case, I will accept the weapon, and I will pay you the 70% balance right away. Kaido suddenly said, wait, anything else? I still have a lot of weapons here, not less than what you ordered, and the quality is not inferior at all. If you can buy them all at once, I can give you a 20% discount, and it's a direct spot transaction. Long was stunned. 80% off? I am excited, but a little hesitant. Even though the Revolutionary Army has been thriving in recent years and has become Kaido's financial sponsor. But because they had no stable territory or economic source, and they never robbed or disturbed anyone, their life was actually very hard. Long does have tens of billions in his hands, but that was saved up bit by everyone. But then again, for the Revolutionary Army, weapons themselves are the biggest expense. Discounted weapons, new, or in stock. If you miss this village, there will be no such shop. Long's face turned pale, blue, and red. Kaido was extremely anxious, but also as steady as an old dog. He gritted his teeth and resisted the urge. After a long while, Long took a deep breath. 20% off is too much, 30% off at most. Kaido almost fainted. 30% off. Why don't you go grab it? The maximum discount is 70% off. Only 70% off for a one-time payment? Have you drunk formaldehyde? 40% off? I'm a ready-made product. Give me half a cent. After a heated exchange of words, the deal was finally settled at 50% off. Both of them looked unhappy, but they signed the contract quickly. Seeing the other party sign, they both breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that they had made a fortune. On the other side, the banquet hall. Black Maria, Denjiro, Sasaki, Fuzufu and other senior officials are warmly entertaining the scientists. Since Garen Gang stopped being a pirate, he has never attended such a party again. At this time, I felt like a fish in water, eating and drinking, and having a great time. Although the remaining scientists were restrained, they gradually relaxed under the leadership of Smoker and Galen Gang. When they were drunk, Black Maria went out. When they came back, they brought a group of beautiful girls and threw themselves into the arms of scientists. The scientists who spent every day in Punk Hazard had never seen such a scene before, and they didn't know where to put their hands. But they were no match for these singing girls and were soon bewitched by them. Smoker laughed while drinking, but there was a sharp gleam in his eyes. How could he not know Black Maria? Oh no, it was Kaido who was planning something. Isn't it just to corrupt them with sugar-coated bullets and lure them to stay? If the soft approach doesn't work, I guess the hard approach will come. Unfortunately, everything he did was in vain. Since Smoker dared to bring them here, he must be able to take them away. The next day, everyone was busy with their own work. Kaido and Long were busy exchanging money and goods. Such a large transaction, whether it is money or goods, cannot be handled by Long himself, so professionals are needed to help handle it. Just one night later, representatives of the Shipping King Yuroge and the Lone Shark King Dewfield arrived at Onigashima. Although in the underground world, eating and drinking illegally is more common than eating and drinking. However, these two underground emperors, who are known for their cunning and cruelty, have a particularly good reputation when facing Kaido and Long, and their service attitude is impeccable. Take Yuroge for example. A few years ago, he was transporting weapons for two people. During the trip, the ship sank unexpectedly. In the end, he not only paid compensation for the loss out of his own pocket, but also paid a large sum of money. Although these underground emperors are cruel and tyrannical, they are actually smarter than each other and know very well who they can and cannot offend. Advertisement looking at the team busy carrying weapons, even Long, who was always serious, couldn't help but smile. The Revolutionary Army has been looking for a stable base. The dragon set his sights on the white earth island of Perudigo. But there is a country close to the world government around that island, the Kingdom of Bathro. The king was obsessed with joining the world government. Not only did he obey the world government's orders, he also madly exploited his people and extorted money and property to hand it over to the world government. Long didn't want the Revolutionary Army to have such a neighbor, so he kept an eye on them. Just in time, a large-scale rebellion broke out in the Kingdom of Bathrock due to the tax increase, and the Revolutionary Army took the opportunity to intervene, planning to overthrow them and eliminate the world government's spies. However, overthrowing just one country is too conspicuous and will definitely attract the attention of the world government, and there is even a chance that the real purpose of the Revolutionary Army can be deduced. Long was unwilling to take this risk. After weighing the pros and cons, he decided to launch revolutions in 5 countries at the same time. The news of the 5 Nations Revolution shocked the whole world. The world government was caught off guard, the member states were also horrified, and the non-member states were even more shocked. The whole world is watching these 5 countries. At first everything went smoothly, and the Revolutionary Army was unstoppable. Even if the world government manipulates public opinion, it cannot stop the spread of the truth. Seeing that the royal family of the Kingdom of Bathrock was about to surrender, the world government became anxious and intervened without any moral principles. Although no manpower was sent out, a large amount of money and weapons were provided, which was a big help. The Kingdom of Bathru not only recruited soldiers from everywhere, but also hired a large number of pirates and bandits to join the royal army, and immediately recovered its breath. Now the pressure is on the Revolutionary Army. The news of the 5 Nations Revolution has spread all over the world. Not only the world government is paying attention, but also countless member and non-member countries are watching. If they lose, not only will the headquarters plan fail, but their reputation will also suffer a huge blow. In fact, the Revolutionary Army has no shortage of manpower. As long as they are willing, they can recruit thousands of people at any time. But they lack weapons. Without powerful weapons, no matter how many people there are, they are just lambs to be slaughtered. With Kaido's weapons, they will be able to quickly arm a powerful force and launch a general attack on the enemy. With this amount of weapons, even with the support of the world government, the Revolutionary Army can completely crush them. In fact, if Smoker hadn't shown up, things would have gone in the same direction. These are not weapons, but the future. At this time, the crow landed behind the dragon. Chief, Kaido sent those scientists to Curry in Wano-kuni. Also, there are many sealed iron boxes on the ship of the marine scientist, but unfortunately they cannot be invaded. Long nodded. Very good, continue to monitor. Yes. The crow bowed slightly and disappeared again as a ball of coal ash. Long's eyes flickered. Kaido, Smoker, what do you want to do? On the other side, Wano-kuni. Smoker is taking scientists to inspect the weapons factory. Doflamingo led a convoy of warriors, transporting iron boxes, and followed obediently behind. Inside the box was weapons production equipment. Now this group of scientists is Wano-kuna's living father, and even Doflamingo dares not offend them. Garen Gang holds a blueprint of a weapons factory. The production line of this factory can be directly modified. Unfortunately, the layout is not good. Doflamingo leaned over and asked, "What's wrong? Is there a problem?" GL and Gang took a slap on the design drawing and said, "This is a big problem." Then he pointed to different locations in the factory and started chattering. Look at the warehouses, whether it's the raw material warehouse or the product warehouse, the entrance and exit are the same. Not only are there backlogs, but it's also prone to congestion during busy times. The production line cannot even be automated, let alone assembly line operation. The types and quantities of equipment are not in the right proportion. Some are useless, and some are not enough. Look, this should be. He chattered on for a while and finally sighed. If you follow my suggestion, the efficiency can be improved by 30%. Unfortunately, that is not to transform the production line, but to transform the factory. We don't have that much time. Doflamingo chuckled and said, "Pika, did you understand what the doctor just said?" "Don't worry, I heard it clearly." "Well, it's up to you then. Leave it to me." Amid everyone's surprised and puzzled looks, Pika dived underneath. Then the ground shook, and the factory room began to slowly deform, and soon became what Garen Gang had requested. Fu. Doctor, problem solved, Galen Gang. Chapter 347 Weapon Trio. No, I absolutely don't agree. In the Onigashima banquet hall, Kaido was furious at Smoker and smashed the table in front of him to pieces with a slap. "Smoker, do you know what this means?" Smoker still had a smiling expression. "I know that the Revolutionary Army is your most important client. Once you join us, you will no longer be able to reap the high profits like before." Kaido stared with eyes as big as copper bells. "Just so you know. Just treat them as the goose that lays the golden eggs, but now you want them to be in charge of sales? Do you know that this is the most profitable part? It turns out that Smoo wanted to bring the Revolutionary Army into the weapons industry, and was responsible for expanding the market. Kaido was naturally unwilling. Revolutionaries were his most important clients, accounting for more than half of the share. Once you join, at most you can get products at a reasonable price, but you can no longer. Because compared to the fights between dozens or hundreds of pirates, the Revolutionary Army often fights between tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of people. In terms of numbers alone, the beast's pirates occupying a country would already be a behemoth. But even so, it is not even a fraction of the Revolutionary Army. In the world of pirates, more people does not necessarily mean more strength, but more weapons consumption is certain. Smoker smiled and poured Kaido a glass of wine. "Brother Kaido, calm down. I know you're anxious, but don't be anxious. I know that business is about making money, but it can't just be about making money." Kaido snorted coldly. "Then tell me, I want to see what you can say." Smoker opened Shikai release. He felt that if the arms trade was to last long, the most important thing was to prolong the war. Where there is war, there is demand. So, how do you make the fight last longer? The most important thing is to make the strength of the two warring parties as close as possible. The countries in the pirates' world are now divided into member countries and non-member countries. There are wars between member states, wars between non-member states, and civil wars within each country. But the largest number and the most widespread impact is the aggression of member states against member states. Because they have the support of the world government, the member states are far stronger than non-member states in terms of both strength and economy. Once new weapons are released, they will naturally benefit more due to their economic advantages. In this way, the advantages of the allies will become more obvious, and the rule of the world government will become more stable. In the past, when Kaido was doing business, he would give weapons to whoever wanted them and whoever offered the highest price, regardless of the consequences. Advertisement. If all the customers are pirates, then it doesn't matter. Smoker doesn't care if they fight each other. But now his ambitions go beyond that. He is targeting those countries, hoping to use arms trade to influence the world's situation. In this way, the screening of customers will become stricter. Smoker hopes that more weapons will flow to non-member countries, thereby reducing the ruling power of the world government. However, this matter is very complicated. Neither Smoker nor Kaido have the ability to do it well. The most suitable candidate is still the Revolutionary Army. Because they naturally stand on the opposite side of the world government and will never let the member states gain any advantage. After listening to Smoker's explanation, Kaido fell into deep thought. I have to say, what he said makes sense. Without going into too much detail, from the perspective of making money, it is necessary to support non-member countries. But he was still a little hesitant. But war is human nature. Even if the member states completely defeat the non-member states, war will break out between them. Smoker shook his head. That's different. What is the foundation of a member state? Isn't it the recognition of the world government? No matter how they fight, they dare not offend the world government. Instead, they will do their best to please the world government and beg for their support. So, the world government never intervenes in wars between the allies, because the harder they fight, the more they have to rely on themselves. Do you want the countries to kill each other and the celestial dragons who are high above to watch the show? Kaido was stunned and shook his head like a rattle. How is that possible? Laozi's goal is to drag everyone into the war. Regardless of high or low, everyone fights equally and enjoys equal victory, blood, and death. Laozi will never allow those celestial dragons to stay out of this. Smoker smiled slightly. So, a war involving only the member states will never affect the celestial dragons. Also, although you are the king of the sea, your influence is mainly in the New World. But the Revolutionary Army is different. On land, in the sea, in the New World, Paradise, the Four Seas, even in various countries in the underground world, their tentacles are everywhere. With them, you can sell your weapons to every corner of the world. Kaido lowered his head and pondered for a while, then finally nodded. I understand. Okay, then let's do as you wish. Smoker smiled slightly. Don't worry, you won't regret it. In fact, Smoker knows very well that the real threat to me has never been the pirates. It is the high and mighty world government. Even though I am a popular figure in the eyes of the five elders, if what I have done is leaked, the world government will never stop pursuing me. Advertisement. Therefore, Smoker has been working tirelessly to dig into the roots of world government. Now that we have encountered the Revolutionary Army, we naturally have to find a way to pull it to our side. Speaking of which, in the pirates' world, Marines and the Revolutionary Army rarely clash. The Marines are the strongest armed forces under the world government, but when dealing with the Revolutionary Army, they almost always use CP. Even if the Marine is dispatched, it is always led by the world government, with the Marine acting as a support. Previously, Smoker thought that the Revolutionary Army was alone and that it was not worth it for Marine to intervene, so he just let CP assassinate the leader. Now I realize that's not the case. The Marines and the Revolutionary Army always try to avoid conflict. And not only Garp, but also Sengoku, Zephyr, Crane, and even Aokiji, the middle-aged generation, have very ambiguous attitudes towards Dragon. Smoker was keenly aware of this. So, I wanted to give the Revolutionary Army a push from behind. Aren't you short of industry and money? Then let's work together, complement each other's strengths, and make a lot of money. Even if the world government notices something. It was also a collusion between Kaido and the Revolutionary Army, and had nothing to do with me. As for the channels established by Long, they can sell weapons, and what's wrong with spreading some ideas? Kaido called Long to the hall. Smoker told Long about his plan and invited him to join. Long was naturally overjoyed. He immediately realized that this cooperation had unlimited prospects. Then he became furious again. Kaido, this B***** D actually used a warehouse of junk to squeeze out almost all of his money. He turned into a wind giant on the spot, and did a naked choke, strangling Kaido so hard that he rolled his eyes. Fortunately, Kaido reacted and the current dragon's rank was lowered. It was not the honorable party father, but a partner of the same generation as himself, who suddenly stood up and broke free from the restraints. The dragon's teeth were chattering, and Smoker expressed deep sympathy. More than 10 billion. Even if Marine goes all out, it will take several days to earn that much. But now comes the important matter. He hurriedly stepped forward, pulled the two apart, and began to discuss a cooperation plan. The three of them argued for a whole day. Finalized the final division of labor. Smoker is responsible for research and development, Kaido is responsible for production and transportation, and Long is responsible for sales. After the discussion, the three of them seemed to see countless money waving at them. Chapter 348 News from Overseas. Smoker, Kaido, and Dragon formed an alliance, and a huge organization that could shake the world was quietly born. Kaido called senior officials and held a lively banquet. It's not that I didn't want to have a big banquet, but Smoker and Long persuaded me not to. There are too many people in the Beast's pirates. God knows how many spies are there. Especially Smoker. If CP finds out that he is involved with the Revolutionary Army, it will be troublesome. Smoker always had a feeling that the loyal image he had worked so hard to maintain with the five elders wouldn't last much longer. Early the next morning, while the Beast's pirates are still hungover, Smoker transforms into a dragon and heads to the flower capital alone. He first took an aerial tour of the weapons factories. Those marine scientists have been spread out across Wano Kuni to help transform the weapons factories. At Smoker's suggestion, Doflamingo did not skimp on money and spent money to hire Wano Kuni's men to work. The effect of this large-scale infrastructure project is obvious. Wano Kuni's trade has become much more prosperous, and people have more smiles on their faces. Although it cost a lot, the tax has obviously skyrocketed. Given time, it will definitely be a sure win. Now Doflamingo's position as general is even more secure. At first, some people questioned whether he was from one of the five major families, but now such voices have almost disappeared. After inspecting several large factories, Smoker turned and flew towards Julie and arrived at Change Farm. For Kaido, this place is much more important than the weapons factory. Before planting artificial devil fruit, it needs to be properly transformed. This task was completed by Jalan Gang himself and several of his direct subordinates. At this time, they were leading a group of pirates and warriors, working hard on the farm. Because this place is too important, no ordinary people are hired, only pirates and warriors are working here. Smoker untransformed and landed in front of Galen Gang. Advertisement. Yo, thank you for your hard work. Jalan Gang was startled at first, but when he saw it was Smoker, he smiled and greeted him warmly. He threw the work to the two beasts pirates assistants next to him and took Smoker aside. Smoker smiled and said, come to think of it, this is the first time we have a chance to chat alone since we came to Wano Kuni. Jalan Gang snorted coldly, and two long knives extended from his mechanical arms. With a light swing, he chopped down two trees. He sat down on the tree stump himself and motioned Smoker to sit on the other side. Those followers are pestering us every day. It's really annoying. But there's nothing we can do. After all, pirates and marines are irreconcilable. Even if Kaido cooperates with you, it doesn't mean he trusts you. Smoker chuckled and said jokingly, you two are irreconcilable. Then didn't you join Marine? And you look very happy. Jalan Gang's face turned red and he said, pooh. Can he be like me? I became a pirate just for research funding. Now I have everything I want. Only a fool would become a pirate. He glanced at the pirate's assistant not far away. Although the two stood far away, they glanced towards me from time to time. So he cursed in a low voice, annoying flies. Kaido was really enthusiastic towards this group of scientists. He provided them with good wine and meat every day and also arranged several assistants to be at their disposal. Several inexperienced young scientists were deeply moved and their self-esteem was greatly satisfied. But an old hand like Jalan Gang could see through the trick at a glance. What kind of assistant is this? It's just surveillance. Smoker smiled. Just bear with it, we can leave in a month. Garen Gang showed a worried expression. Will it be that smooth? Will Kaido let us go so easily? If you are alone, you can come and go as you please. Ghost Island can't hold you back at all. Advertisement. But many of those guys are weak and helpless. How can you lead so many people away safely? Smoker smiled confidently. Don't worry, I have my own way. By the way, tell me about what's going on outside first. What big things have happened recently? Wano Kuni is a closed country, completely cut off from the outside world. Even the newspaper bird won't come. Although Smoker got some information from Beast's pirates, it's obvious that these information are either outdated or filtered. Jalan Gang nodded and began to tell the latest major news one by one. Most smokers know this, and it doesn't matter if they don't know it. But there was a big piece of news that surprised Smoker. The Big Mom pirates, who have been in the spotlight recently, brazenly invaded the Whitebeard pirates' territory. Whitebeard would not tolerate her bad behavior and fought back decisively. In this way, the two sides fought fiercely, causing huge waves on the sea. Initially, Whitebeard was not favored by everyone. Because Big Mom got the new homies, her strength increased dramatically, and she defeated several bronze medalists in a row, becoming the most popular player at the moment. As for Whitebeard, no one knows who spread the news. It is said that he has been plagued by old injuries in recent years and his strength has declined significantly. This is also why Big Mom dared to attack Whitebeard. But what shocked everyone was that Whitebeard actually burst out with a peak combat power that was no less than that of his prime years. Shock fruit, top conqueror's hockey. Even though Big Mom used all sorts of tricks, she still couldn't get the upper hand. The battle between the two sides lasted for more than 10 days, destroying several countries along the way, and finally ended with Whitebeard's victory. Smoker gasped. I actually missed such a big show. So what happened next? Didn't the Marine take any action? How could it be? Marine certainly wouldn't miss the opportunity to give a weakling a chance. Chapter 349 Official Appointment. The battle between the Whitebeard pirates and the Big Mom pirates lasted for more than half a month. Marine sent out Akainu and Chatten early on, and they waited there every day waiting to pick up kills. According to the plan, when they were exhausted, the two admirals would take one side each and capture them directly. But when they saw that Whitebeard could create a tsunami with just a wave of his hand, they were suddenly silent. Even the toughest Akainu felt his scalp tingling. Lousy is a capable person. You want me to fight a naval battle with this kind of opponent? Naval battle is bullshit, burial at sea is more like. Mr. Sengoku shouldn't have granted that B****************** D. Kuzan a vacation. Finally, Chatten suggested that instead of attacking one by one, it would be more effective to unite the troops together. Akainu agreed immediately, and without any discussion, they decided on the goal of joining forces. After the war, the two followed the Big Mom pirates from a distance and launched a surprise attack when they were off guard. Akainu first launched a meteor volcano, which burned most of the ships of the Big Mom pirates, and even the Queen Anthem Mom was almost sunk. As for Chatten's Wanlei, because of Zeus, the effect is much worse. Big Mom was furious and rushed out screaming. The two admirals were surprised to find that Big Mom had no signs of injury at all. They looked at each other and could see the same confusion in each other's eyes. After fighting with Whitebeard like that, he wasn't even injured. If that's the case, then why did you run away? However, I can't care about so much right now. Now that we've already started, we'll just have to force it. The two admirals rushed forward and fought with Big Mom. The two admirals originally thought that even if they couldn't win quickly, at least they had the advantage. But what the two didn't expect was that Big Mom actually relied on the power of darkness and the immortal flame to fight against the two alone and was not at a disadvantage at all. The fight between the three was earth-shattering and even changed the celestial phenomena. For a moment, lava, lightning, darkness, and blue flames dyed the sky colorful. After a long and fierce battle, Big Mom found a flaw and rushed back to the Queen Anthem Mom while bearing the damage. Akainu and Chaden quickly chased after him. Advertisement. But when they got on the boat, they found no one there. Even their possessions and weapons were gone. There was almost nothing left on the entire ship except for a huge mirror. Helpless, the two could only leave in disappointment. I originally thought that Big Mom would return to Toto Land obediently after suffering such a big loss. I never expected that. She actually came to the G8 branch in New World through the Mirror World. At that time, the G8 branch was holding a welcoming ceremony. When they saw Big Mom and her subordinates appear, from the base manager to the cleaner, they were all stunned. Am I dreaming? Why is Big Mom here? Big Mom didn't care and took action directly, capturing the G8 branch in no time. She locked everyone in a dungeon and began setting up Den Den Mushi. It turns out that she hated the Marines for attacking her, so she was going to publicly execute the Marines of the entire Marine branch. At the critical moment, the savior finally arrived. The G8 branch's welcoming ceremony was originally to welcome the admiral candidate who came to inspect, Hina Shiratori. She received a distress signal and immediately transformed into a phoenix and rushed over. Hina saw Big Mom and rushed over to do it without any nonsense. The final result surprised everyone. Hina actually forced Big Mom to retreat, shocking the entire naval headquarters and even the whole world. Sengoku was overjoyed and announced her as the official Marine Admiral. At this point, all the admiral positions allocated by 5 elders to naval headquarters have been filled. The 5 elders among the powers were very unhappy. They increased the number of admirals not to improve the Marines' strength, but to win over the smokers. I didn't expect that Smoker wasn't even an admiral candidate, and the admiral position was full. But you can't blame Smoker for not living up to expectations. 5 elders watched the news and felt frustrated. After listening to Garen Gang's introduction, Smoker was shocked. Hina became an admiral. Advertisement. Am I going to be the admiral's man? However, after Hina obtained 2 homies, her hard power definitely reached the admiral level. Now I am an admiral, which is a well-deserved title. At this moment, Jalan Gang suddenly looked around furtively. Let's stop gossiping. Guy Sasan wants me to tell you something. Huh, what? Guy Sasan has made a new discovery about artificial fruits. According to the original idea, the higher the completeness of the bloodline factor, the better. After so many years of research, the bloodline factor in change can reach more than 20%. Although Garen Gang's research direction is firearms, he has a good relationship with Geisa and is Smoker's man, so he is more familiar with artificial devil fruit. Otherwise, Smoker would not let him be responsible for building the change farm. Guy Sasan accidentally discovered that through certain drugs, the fruit's ability can be upgraded in different directions. In this way, one fruit can produce many artificial fruits. After that, he stretched out the robotic arm in front of the 2 people, clicked a few times, and a groove appeared, with a stack of photos inside. Smoker took the photo and looked at it, and couldn't help but gasp. The photo shows 3 people with artificial fruit abilities. One of them had a tiger's head and a human body. Apart from his head, he looked like an ordinary person. The other person was just the opposite, with hair all over his body, like a standing tiger. There is another one, who turned into a half-human, half-tiger monster like a centaur. All 3 of them are copies of the cat fruit's tiger form. Although everyone's abilities are different, there is no doubt that they all inherited the ability of this fruit. Smoker took a deep breath and suppressed his excitement. As the technology of this medicine mature, what is the production volume? He couldn't help but be excited. In the past, one devil fruit could only create one artificial fruit, and the yield was somewhat low, at most doubling the fruit in hand. But with this potion, things are different. Only a small amount of materials are needed to produce artificial fruits on a large scale. In this way, establishing a core of people with special abilities is not just a fantasy. Garen Gang chuckled. Stability is fine. Although it has not been mass-produced, what I brought is enough for initial use. Just a few drops of this stuff on each tree is enough. Smoker nodded, staring at the photo with a burning look in his eyes. Chapter 350 Going out for a walk. With Kaido's investment regardless of cost. The construction of weapons factories and change plantations progressed rapidly. Soon all will be officially put into production. Soon, the first batch of weapons came out. Kaido and Long couldn't wait to take it for a test launch. Seeing the doubled range, doubled power, and doubled firing rate, everyone present couldn't stop laughing. Seeing how happy they were, Smoker was too embarrassed to tell them that Marine had more good stuff to give them. It's just that the production progress can't keep up with the research and development progress, and there is no large-scale production and installation for fear of waste due to overproduction. This time even Quinn was convinced. He trotted over to Smoker and said, "Ha ha ha ha, Master Smoker, I didn't expect your results could be applied to this extent. I really admire you." Smoker chuckled. Quinn's scientific research ability is also very strong. It's just that he always likes to develop weapons with extremely high costs and very rare raw materials. No matter how powerful it is. But it cannot be popularized and stable production cannot be achieved. Can only be worn on the body for personal use. Hasn't your poison gas weapon made some great progress? If used well, the effect will be great. When Smoker was wandering around Ghost Island, he saw Quinn mixing poison. Smoker was always very afraid of poison. So he found Quinn and exchanged Kless's poison for Quinn's poison. The result is naturally a win-win situation. After Kless took Quinn's poison, Quinn's biological weapons no longer posed a threat. Among the poisons that Smoker gave, several of them met Quinn's requirements, so he quickly used them to make biological weapons. Ha 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 ha, you're too kind, but I'm still confident in my power. As long as one shell hits the enemy ship, everyone on the ship will lose their combat effectiveness very quickly. It is simply a masterpiece. Smoker suddenly remembered something. I heard that you are still researching Kizaru's laser weapons. And the technology of the Germa family. High heat, power generation, sparks, winch, invisibility, you are really versatile. Smoker doesn't want to transform his body, but if these technologies can be made into weapons, they will still be very marketable. Kaido and Jin's strength mainly comes from their race, which cannot be copied. Quinn is different. His strength is largely based on his skills. Advertisement. Quinn's eyes almost popped out. This is a secret. Who said that? Lousy must rip his mouth off. Kaido said. Oh, that's fine. I didn't expect Kaido-sama to trust you so much that he even told you this. I'm very interested in these technologies. Are you interested in exchanging them? Impossible. These technologies are more important than my life. What if it's Vegapunk's technical information? Really? What technical information? Human body gigantism research data, consciousness segmentation technology, memory extraction technology, cold explosion research data. Deal. I want them all. Ha 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 ha. By the way, do you need a slave for human experiments? I can help you contact Zane. Thanks, but no thanks, there are plenty of people in Wano-kuni. Quote. Jalen Gang heard the conversation between the two and his eyes lit up. These techniques are quite interesting. In the days that followed, Kaido moved between various weapons factories. I have to say that the marine scientists that Smoker called over are very reliable. The production line is running smoothly. Not only did they install the production line, they also trained several apprentices. Although they couldn't design and modify it, they were more than capable of daily maintenance and repair. Kaido was delighted to see the weapons being produced like a stream. I am also secretly thinking about whether to keep these scientists here. While Kaido was busy outside, Smoker and Long found Ui and said they wanted to go to the Flower City to relax. Long also agreed, saying that he had been here for such a long time but had not yet gone out for a walk and experienced the customs of Wano-kuni. Oyi was also a little confused. This request was so sudden. He understood that Kaido had been avoiding being alone with them these days. Even if he couldn't be there in person, he would ask someone to keep an eye on him. The two of them had never contacted each other privately. I didn't expect Kaido to be away today, but we're going out together. Oyi didn't dare to leave the two of them alone. Who knows what they would talk about that they shouldn't. Advertisement. He slapped his head and made an annoyed expression. Hey, look at my brain. Boss Kaido had already arranged for you two to go to the flower capital for fun, I forgot to tell you. I heard that the newly opened female samurai-themed ode to the goddess is extremely popular. I'll ask them to clear the place out right now. You two must enjoy it carefully. Smoker chuckled. Thank you for your kindness. Don't bother, we can just walk around by ourselves, it's uncomfortable with so many people. Long also echoed. Smoker is right. After all, we are guests. Don't you agree, Captain Oyi? There was some sweat on Oyi's forehead. Both of you are distinguished guests, and I would not want to offend you. What they said was reasonable. Lousy was not a prisoner. It was respectful to let your people wander around. Now you don't even give me this little bit of face, aren't you a bit shameless? But Kaido's order. Just when Oyi was in a dilemma, someone suddenly came over. My two distinguished guests, if you go to the flower capital, please let me be your guide. Don't worry, I won't disturb your fun. The person who walked in was the former flower capital underworld boss and current one of the Six Flying Six, Denjiro. Denjiro walked up to Oyi. Captain Oyi, leave it to me. I will make sure you two return satisfied. Long frowned and said, another spy. Kaido, don't you think you are being too cautious? Denjiro smiled slightly and said, you two adults have misunderstood. I have been in the Flower City since I was a child. My understanding of the Flower City is second to none. I am definitely the most suitable person to serve as a guide. All right, Smoker suddenly said, then the guest should follow the host's wishes. Remember, you are the only one allowed to follow us. This is our biggest concession. Yes, I will never let you two down. Oyi also secretly breathed a sigh of relief. I heard that Denjiro was once a capable subordinate of Kurozumi Orochi, and he was very outstanding in both combat power and ability. After Kurozumi Orochi died, he became a samurai ronin. Because Kaido valued talent and Sasaki recommended him, he joined Beast's Pirates and became one of the Flying Six. With someone like this following me, I should be able to rest assured. Chapter 351 The Development of the Revolutionary Army. The three of them came to the Flower City. Denjiro took the two of them directly into Omoromachi. Kazuki Hiyori had been waiting there for a long time. When he saw the two of them, he bowed slightly and followed them. He led everyone through Omoromachi and came to a remote and quiet courtyard. When I pushed the door open, I saw Aokiji was already waiting there, drinking happily. Alalalalo, you are late. Smoker laughed and said, sorry, the guys from Beast's Pirates are too difficult. Long said nothing, just smiled, but was not surprised at Aokiji's appearance. After Kazuki Hiyori and Denjiro brought the person here, they left very consciously. I'm afraid Oyi never dreamed that the spy he sent to monitor the two was actually a mission impossible. Aokiji looked towards Long, his eyes full of amusement. Hey, isn't this the world-class criminal in the news? What an incredible title. Subverting the country, slaughtering the royal family, that's all. Long snorted coldly and retorted without any hesitation. A Marine Admiral, a future star of the Marines, actually appeared in the pirates' country together. They are no worse than me in terms of evilness. It's time to cry in the name of justice. Then, the two of them burst into laughter, and Smoker couldn't help but smile. By the way, one of them is Garp's son, and the other is Garp's senior apprentice. They joined the Marine almost at the same time and received training from Zephyr. Having lived and died together for so many years, their relationship is as deep and pure as that of Sengoku, Garp, Zephyr, Crane and others. If you say they turned against each other just because they were not in the same camp, Smoker would never believe it even if you kill him. If that were the case, Garp would not have told Aokiji that his purpose of coming to Wano-kuni was to find the dragon, and Aokiji would not have followed him so eagerly. The three of them sat together and started chatting. Aokiji poured them both a glass of wine. Long, the revolutionary army is gaining momentum recently. After overthrowing several kingdoms in a row and involving member states, I'm afraid the world government will not let this go. If you keep making trouble like this, be careful they will force the Marines to attack you. Long nodded. He has also been thinking about this issue recently. There are still countless people in the world living in dire straits. The faster the pace of the revolution, the sooner people can gain equality and freedom. But if we take too big a step, not only will it create internal crises, it will also provoke a counterattack from the world government. Although the revolutionary army can easily defeat a country, or even a coalition of several countries. But compared to world government, it is still too fragile. So, Long was also struggling with what to do next. Should he strike while the iron is hot and liberate as many people as possible, or should he lay low for a while? In fact, he prefers the latter. Smoker didn't care. Brother Kuzan, I don't think the situation is that bad. Long was stunned when he heard this, but Aokiji's eyes lit up. He has always been very convinced of Smoker's judgment. From the execution of Roger, the Pirates' King, to many subsequent events. As long as it involves the general trend, Smoker's judgment is extremely accurate. If it weren't for some minor discrepancies, he would have thought Smoker could predict the future. Aokiji quickly asked. Alala, Smoker brother, tell me what you think. Smoker drank a glass of wine and continued to tell the story. I don't deny that overthrowing several countries is a remarkable achievement, but it's not enough for the world government to take seriously. Aokiji couldn't help but said, how is it possible? This is subverting the country, which is different from the pirates destroying the country. Smoker shook his head. The country. For us, representing tens of thousands of people, anything involving the country is bound to be a big deal. But celestial dragons don't think so. The countries that the revolutionary army has overthrown are all non-member states, and the few member states involved are just small countries. In the eyes of celestial dragons, even countries are just slaves. As long as they don't touch those wealthy member states and affect celestial gold, they don't care what happens to these countries. So, as long as the revolutionary army chooses the right target, there will be at least several years of development window. Advertisement. Aokiji and Long both nodded thoughtfully. Smoker continued, if I'm right, as long as they don't capture countries like Alabasta, the world government won't specifically target the revolutionary army. At most, they'll just spy on them, but they won't send the Marines to encircle and suppress them. Smoker knew that because of the flapping of his wings, the revolutionary army's momentum was much faster than in the original plot. But because the revolutionary army has not yet touched the core interests of the world government does not take it too seriously. After all, in the eyes of IM and the Five Elders, the reincarnation of Joyboy is the real threat, so they are on high alert against big pirates like Roger and Rox, and as for the others, they are just minor scabies. But they never dreamed that. Dragon has no moral principles. Pirates just cut the grass, but this guy directly eradicates the roots. After hearing Smoker's assessment, Long's expression relaxed slightly, but he still had doubts. Aokiji, however, had a calm expression on his face. Dragon, don't ever doubt Smoker's judgment. This guy's judgment is always frighteningly accurate. If he said the world government doesn't take it seriously, then it definitely doesn't take it seriously. He said there are still a few years to develop, so there must be a few years. Long nodded. In fact, he also had this judgment, but he was not as sure as Smoker. After all, Smoker's judgment comes from the original plot. Because when Princess Vivo was 10 years old, that is, at the World Summit 6 years before Luffy went to sea, someone raised the threat of the Revolutionary Army. And it is potentially dangerous. This man's thoughts are extremely dangerous. In another 5 to 6 years, he will become a powerful enemy capable of opposing the world government. Smoker then asked Long. Now, the Revolutionary Army is unstoppable. I wonder what your plans are for the future. Long thought for a moment and suggested that they should still base themselves on non-member countries and try to win as much support from them as possible. When they are fully grown, they can show their fangs to the world government. Smoker nodded. This is a variation of building high walls, storing up food, and slowly claiming the throne. As of now, it is indeed the optimal solution where the enemy is strong and we are weak, or the enemy is numerous and we are few. Aokiji asked hurriedly, Brother Smoker, do you have any good suggestions? Smoker nodded. I can't say whether it's good or not, but I do have a few small suggestions. First, you can try to attack several member states. Based on my judgment, the best countries are Dressrosa, Protean's Kingdom and Drum Kingdom. Aokiji, Dragon. Long had a strange expression on his face. Why? Didn't you just tell me to avoid attacking allied countries? Smoker smiled and shook his head. I said capture, not attack. The strength of these countries is neither strong nor weak. They are very suitable for showing the strength of the Revolutionary Army. Aokiji asked in confusion, show your strength. Long thought of something and his eyes suddenly lit up. As for the weak Drum Kingdom, the Revolutionary Army can capture this country, but the world government will not sit idly by. When the time comes, all you have to do is to defeat it. As for the slightly stronger Dressrosa and Protean's kingdoms, we can remain in a stalemate and just flee before the world government reinforcements arrive. Actually, if you don't mind the trouble, you can even try to attack Alabasta and then get chased away by them. Long nodded thoughtfully. You mean to make the world government's assessment of the Revolutionary Army's strength remain at the level of a second or third-rate country? Smoker nodded. Smart. In fact, it's not just for showing strength. If a member state is attacked, it will naturally become more dependent on the world government. For the world government, this is a piece of cake. Given their personalities, in order to gain benefits, as long as the Revolutionary Army does not show any threat, they will choose to let you go and use you to pressure the member states. Aokiji suddenly realized. I see, this way, we can paralyze the world government, and the Revolutionary Army will have more time to develop. That's right. Smoker nodded and continued. Of course, as for which countries to choose, we still have to weigh them carefully. The countries I mentioned just now are just for your reference, don't just read them literally. Long nodded. Don't worry, I will pay attention even if you don't tell me. But, will this deal a blow to the reputation of the Revolutionary Army? Hee. What are you thinking? What the Revolutionary Army needs most right now is strength and resources, not reputation. Besides, which country that is willing to accept the revolution would not regard you as a lifeline? You are willing to save them and they should be thankful. Who would be picky and complain about the bad food? Long. Okay, I'll consider this suggestion carefully. Advertisement. Any other ideas? You're welcome, just tell me. Smoker coughed lightly. The second piece of advice is to distinguish who is your enemy and who is your friend. As soon as these words came out, Long straightened up immediately. Why do you feel more revolutionary than me, the leader of the Revolutionary Army? The Revolutionary Army and the world government are hostile, but this does not mean that you and all the member states are enemies. The Revolutionary Army pursues the overthrow of tyranny, equality and freedom, and many member states already have these two things. Like Alabasta and Dressrosa, and now the Drum Kingdom. Long's face suddenly turned black. Then why did you let me attack them? Smoker laughed. So I said it's just for reference. Although these countries are allied states, they are actually the ones you should strive for. At least they are not enemies. You can first make contact with them and let them understand the ideas and propositions of the Revolutionary Army, instead of simply treating you as a group of ambitious terrorists. Based on my understanding of the kings of these countries, as long as the misunderstanding is clarified, even if they will not directly stand on your side, at least they can eliminate the hostility. They are all qualified to participate in the World Summit, you should know what this means. Long nodded. I understand. When I'm done with things here, I will visit these countries in person. If they are willing to play this scene with you, that would be even better. After all, only our own people would do bad things. Aokiji couldn't wait to ask. Alala, is there a third point? Smoker. Yes, and this one is the most important. He first gave an overview of the basic principles of Marxism. Productive forces, production relations, economic base, superstructure. The evolution of national form, the development of science and technology. It just confused Long and Aokiji. Although both of them are smart people, they have absolutely no foundation in this area. Smoker spent a lot of time and patiently explained it over and over again, and finally they roughly understood what was going on. Aokiji is fine, but it feels like he needs to grow some brains. And the dragon's eyes turned red. Over the years, as the leader of the Revolutionary Army, he has seen a lot, experienced a lot, thought a lot, and has a very deep understanding of the country, the people, and wealth. He is confident that his accomplishments in this area alone are the best in the world. But today he finally understood what it meant to be a small witch compared to a big witch, and why a firefly dared to compete with the sun and the moon. The theoretical depth, theoretical height, systematicness, and completeness of both sides are completely not on the same level. Long looked up to the sky and sighed. Over the years, I have been like a blind man groping in the dark, walking without fire. Until today, I found the Bible of Revolution. Long Yi grasped Smoker's hands. Smoker-san, I formally invite you to join the Revolutionary Army. As long as you are willing, you can be the leader of the Revolutionary Army, and I will be your deputy, serving you without any complaints. Smoker. Aokiji. Smoker quickly pulled his hand back. Sorry. I'm doing fine in Marine. Aokiji also slammed the table. Long, you be asterisk 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 D. You tried to win over Smoker in front of me. Do you really think that a Marine admiral like me is dead? Long ignored Aokiji and just stared at Smoker intently. But seeing Smoker's firm attitude, he gave up for the time being. Never mind, you can't eat hot tofu in a hurry, I'll talk about it later. Smoker felt uncomfortable being stared at by the dragon. Let's talk about the suggestions first. In this fragmented, chaotic world, it is beneficial to have a unified governing body. I just said that the economic base determines the superstructure. Unless productivity increases dramatically, this will not change. So, the Revolutionary Army wants to overthrow the Celestial Dragon's rule, not the world government system. Long nodded. I agree, what the Revolutionary Army wants is a wise king, not to overthrow the world. Smoker had a smile on his face. My third suggestion is to support Nefertari Cobra and become the new king of the world. Chapter 352 Monarch. After hearing Smoker recommend King Cobra, Long touched his chin. I know that King Cobra is a wise king, and he is loved by his people. Even the kings of other countries respect him very much. Aokiji had some concerns. Alala, I admit that he is a good king, but can he shoulder such a heavy responsibility? This is not a country, this is the world. Smoker glanced at Aokiji. No, Long is a rebellious person, so it's okay to consider this issue. Aren't you a Marine admiral? With high salary and benefits provided by the world government, are we discussing how to change employers without any psychological burden? People's hearts are not the same as before. Let's think about it, there aren't many options. Then, Smoker began to take inventory one by one. First, the top leaders of the world government. Their minds have been polluted for too long. No matter how capable they can only be deputies at best and will never be able to take power. This is not prejudice, but necessary precaution. Then there are the people on the revolutionary side. Long is very self-aware. He is good at struggle and leading the suffering people to overthrow the corrupt rule, but the subsequent economy and construction are beyond his ability. As for the bear, Ivankov, and the army captains. A military commander certainly can't do that, he doesn't have such strong abilities. Forget about Shang. Although he has the reputation of being a tyrant, he is just a pastor after all and has no experience in governing a country. And Ivankov, if this guy gets promoted, there will be 73 genders. Long had to admit that no one in the Revolutionary Army could take on this important task. Then there is the Marine side. The most qualified ones are naturally Sengoku and Suru. But they both have the same problem. Although they have wisdom and knowledge, they have been engaged in military affairs for many years and are not familiar with government affairs. As for Zephyr and Garp, Zephyr doesn't even want to take care of Marine's affairs. And Garp, this old guy is more reckless than celestial dragons. Advertisement. As a king, he might not be as good as the celestial dragons. Smoker took stock and then spread his hands. Look, the people from the former world government are not good enough, the Revolutionary Army is not good enough, and the Marines are not good enough. So, we can only choose a suitable person from among the kings of various countries to inherit this position. But this is asking a lot. Smoker lists them one by one. First of all, a wise king. One should neither be arrogant and extravagant, exploiting the people, nor be foolish and incompetent, causing trouble. Otherwise, it's just a new batch of celestial dragons. To put it bluntly, this requirement alone will eliminate 80% of the people. The second point is that he must be the king of a great country. Let's not talk about the different difficulties of governing a big country and a small country. Under the current system, small countries are just pawns of big countries, and the same is true for the king. Although there are occasional little kings like King Riku who gain respect for their good deeds. But as a ruler, it is not enough to convince the people. Alabasta is an ancient civilization and one of the few countries with a population of tens of millions. It has a very high status. King Cobra also holds a high status in the world. The third point is vision, skill and courage. King Cobra is no lack of this. When Zane went to Alabasta to open a casino, he got involved immediately and made a fortune. When Smoker wanted to set up a slave auction, he didn't mind exchanging villains for money. In the original plot, when he learned that the real enemy was Crocodile, he gave up the Millennium Palace without hesitation. All of this shows that although he is kind, he is by no means a saint or weak. This is completely different from King Riku and the Kazuki family. Listening to Smoker's introduction to King Cobra, Long and Aokiji also fell into deep thought. If this is true, then he is really suitable to fill the power gap of the world government. What makes Long even more excited is that not only is King Cobra a wise ruler, but Vivi is also very outstanding. Even throughout history, there has never been a tyrant in the Nefertari family. This is so precious. At this time, Smoker released another bombshell. Advertisement. Actually, there is another very important reason why I choose to support King Cobra. That's the Nefertari family, one of the 20 families that created the world government. Dragon Aokiji. Nani. 800 years ago, Nefert D. Lily created the world government with 19 other kings. However, unlike other kings, she did not stay in Mariajoy as a celestial dragon, but returned to her homeland and continued the name of Nefert. Lily's brother became the later ruler of Alabasta. More importantly, she is suspected to be the mastermind behind the historical text tablets being scattered around the world. Quote exclamation mark exclamation mark exclamation mark exclamation mark exclamation mark quote. Both Long and Aokiji's eyes widened in shock. Both of them were eyewitnesses of the Ohara incident and naturally knew what the historical text meant. This is the only clue to study Void Century. Unexpectedly, the source is here. Smoker continued. Although celestial dragons are destroying the world, unfortunately, they still have a large number of minions around the world. Even if we overthrow the celestial dragon's rule, they won't stop for quite some time. If the king is Cobra, the problem will be much simpler. His identity can eliminate many battles. Long nodded and let out a long sigh. Thank you, Smoker-san. I really benefited a lot today. Don't worry, when I'm done here, I'll go to Alabasta and visit King Cobra myself. And the theory you just mentioned. Long did not hide his gratitude and admiration. It will be the most precious asset of our revolutionary army. In his previous life, Smoker was just an ordinary person and he only spoke very superficial knowledge. But for the people in the pirates' world, it is a complete dimensionality reduction attack, a truth that requires countless bloodshed and sacrifices to obtain. Smoker laughed. You are too polite. Although your status has changed, I can feel that whether it's Mr. Sengoku or Brother Kuzan, they have never regarded you as an enemy. Even if I can't help you directly, I can still offer advice and share information. Smoker sighed secretly. The productivity level in the pirates' world is too low, and many places still have slavery, city-states, or even primitive tribes. In this situation, a mature feudal monarchy, a wise monarch, and excellent heirs are the best choices. Before Vegapunk's technology was announced and productivity exploded. Those so-called advanced systems are nothing but castles in the air. Cobra, you really should thank me. You are about to become the king of the world, so don't be so fussy about the little bit of profit from the slave auction house. Chapter 353 The Truth of That Year 1. They chatted for a while. Seeing that the atmosphere was about right, Smoker suddenly asked, Long, why did you leave Marine at that time? Mr. Garp didn't want to say, so I have a chance to ask you in person. Ahem. The wine in Aokiji's mouth almost spurted out of his nose. You asked so directly. Isn't this poking someone's lungs? Long paused with the cup in his hand and sighed. If you want to know, then I'll tell you. Aokiji. That's what you said, so relaxed. But his ears also pricked up. After all, he only had a rough idea of what happened back then, which was definitely not as clear as the person involved telling it verbally. Long showed a look of remembrance. It's a long story. Well, since I have some free time today, I'll start from the beginning. The plot has not yet come to this point. The following is original. If I get slapped in the face later, I hope readers will pat me lightly. For 800 years, Celestial Dragons has been holding a killing game. Every 3 years, a non-member country is chosen and an indiscriminate massacre is carried out against everyone from the king to the common people. However, because the world government blocked the news, not only were the public unaware of the situation, but even the Marines knew very little about it. Of course, this is no secret among Marine brass. Because the killing game, held every 3 years, is exactly the test they set for the Marine rookies. During each killing game, the Marine would send people to escort the Celestial Dragons, let them witness it all, and then issue a gag order. Most of the Marines were reluctant to do so, but they were intimidated by the tyranny and had no choice but to surrender. But there are a few Marines that are different. Some of them can serve as accomplices to the evil without any pressure, and eventually they will be reused because of their loyalty. Some simply cannot accept it and either escape or resist, and eventually disappear for various reasons. And those Marines with outstanding talents will be assigned to perform escort missions. The world government will also focus on them and judge whether they are available based on their reactions. If it is available, then cultivate it vigorously. If it is a threat, then eliminate it as soon as possible. Advertisement. In fact, the latter is far more than the former. But the world government doesn't care about these things. In their eyes, these people are all defective products. Countless talents who could have become the backbone of the Marine died prematurely because of this. Marine had never been able to escape this curse until the time when Sengoku and his 4 companions appeared. The marshal at that time was named Shuan-Ka. Because of the mindless intervention of the world government, the Marine admirals under his command were not only difficult to command, but also not worthy of being used. It was also during that period that Marine slowly lost control of New World. If it were the marshal of the past, he would turn a blind eye and the suffering of the people would be let alone. But card hunting is different. He was born into a civilian family. His family was killed by pirates in his early years. He suffered a lot before joining the Marine. Although he is also a loyal dog, in the eyes of the world government, he is always thinking about tearing all the pirates apart. Because of this, he is very dissatisfied with Marine's current situation. So he began to protect those young soldiers and prevented them from participating in this crappy trial. He protected batch after batch of new Marines, the best of whom were the civilians Zongguo, Garp, he and Zephyr. It was precisely because of Shu and Ka that the four of them did not participate in this test that they were destined to fail. After, the four rose rapidly. When the world government noticed them, they had already become rear admirals, and were among the few officers who didn't know the killing game. However, this kind of thing cannot be concealed. The four of them still knew about the so-called murder game. At first they couldn't accept it at all, they felt their faith was shattered, and they even thought about quitting Marine. Thanks to Zunka for comforting and guiding them. In addition, Zunka's apprentice, Kong Yi, also took good care of the four of them. They had just gotten through a time that was even more difficult than a war, and they also understood Shu and Ka's good intentions. It was precisely because of this relationship that Kong later suppressed them a lot, but the four of them always remembered their old relationship and did not turn against each other. Time flies. 10 years have passed. Shu and Ka has retired and Kong has taken over as marshal. He also faced the same dilemma as Zunka. The world government intervened in the appointment of admirals, and several new admirals were just unqualified people who were completely unable to fight against the big pirates. But this time is obviously very different. The sapling planted by Shu and Ka has grown into a towering tree that is strong enough to support justice. Advertisement. 4 celebrity vice admirals emerged. He fought one tough battle after another, wiped out one big pirate after another, and made a great name for himself on the sea. It also successfully curbed the pirates' encroachment from the New World to the Paradise. During this period, they inevitably participated in the killing game escort mission. However, they are no longer the fools being tested, but are in a safe position. Even Garp, although he clenched his fists tightly, remained expressionless. Because before Zunka retired, the four of them had a secret conversation about how to change this situation. The four of them initially wanted to fight head-on, but were vetoed by Shu and Ka. The reason is simple, the cost is too high. Even if it succeeds, the Marine will be seriously damaged, and the pirates will still wreak havoc and cause great suffering to the people. He came up with an idea. The four tried every possible way to improve their strength, gain military merits, show obedience to the world government, and become Marine high-level officials as soon as possible. If they could all become marshals and admirals, perhaps the Marines could be completely free of control. Sengoku, Zephyr, and Crane all obeyed Zunka's wishes, but Garp couldn't wait. He wants to improve so much. Soon, he got his chance, the God Valley incident that shocked the world. At that time, the Rocks pirates and Roger pirates gathered in the Valley of the Gods. Even with the Knights of God, the celestial dragons are in danger. Garp didn't want to get involved. He wished that all celestial dragons would die. But on second thought, what merit could be greater than saving a group of celestial dragons? Not to mention the possibility of saving innocent people who would otherwise have died. So, he took the opportunity of Roger's appearance to rush to the Valley of Gods. Then came the Battle of God Valley. Garp and Roger teamed up to destroy the Rocks pirate. Whether intentionally or not, hundreds of celestial dragons were saved. The result was as Garp expected. The world government praised him highly. Because the admiral quota was full, he was not promoted to admiral. But he also gave the unique title of hero among Marines. Anyone with eyes can see that. In the future admiral, Garp will definitely have a place. Chapter 354 The Truth of That Year 2. After the God Valley incident, although Garp still behaved unruly. But in the eyes of the world government, saving the celestial dragons is itself a form of loyalty. After that, their attitude towards Garp changed drastically, from scrutiny and caution to appreciation. Especially seeing that he actually has the power to compete head-on with Rox and Roger, I give him a lot of praise. I have to say, at that time in the Marine, only Kong can reach the level of bronze medalists, the others are totally inferior. Now that a powerful force comparable to the gold medal has appeared, we must naturally train it vigorously. This kind of training is not only reflected in Garp. Even Ryu, who made a name for himself in Marine Recruit, got the precious Logia Wind fruit. Please don't slap Oda in the face, and give me a mythical beast like Quetzalcoatl. During that time, Garp had a very carefree life. The world government was much more tolerant of him and was intentionally building momentum for him. His reputation even approached that of Marine Marshal. But the waves of the sea will not stop because of anyone's destruction. When a whale falls, everything comes to life. After the fall of Rox, the previously suppressed pirates began to rise. Different from the later Great Pirates era, the rise of pirates this time is a carnival of great pirates who want to fight for hegemony. Countless pirates are wreaking havoc, fighting for territory and even attacking the Marines. These big pirates were extremely powerful, not weaker than the Marine Admiral at that time. In particular, super strong men such as Roger, Whitebeard, Golden Lion, and Nathan Field all have a record of defeating the Marine Admiral. Many times, Marshal Kong had to take action himself, but even if he did, he was not sure to win. Those years were the darkest time for Marine. But for Garp and others, it is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. As the name of the hero Garp spread throughout the world, Buddha Sengoku and Black Arm Zephyr also rose rapidly. No other can fight. Admiral 1, they can fight. They can still beat anything that Admiral can't beat. Even the Crane, who is slightly weaker in terms of hard power, is not inferior to those admirals. Just like that, with the support of their peers, they gradually became the backbone of Marine, and Garp, Sengoku, and Zephyr even became admiral substitutes. Advertisement. Not long after, Marine suffered a defeat that shocked the world. Ochi Blade, one of the three admirals of Sword, Spear and Blade, was killed by the pirates. Great Swordsman, Infinite Blade, made Neff, becoming the first Marine admiral to be killed head-on in 100 years. The whole world was in uproar. The pirates were even more arrogant, and countless Marine bases were attacked by pirates, and it was like the later Crusaders offering a bounty for Marine heads. During this crisis, Garp and his men stepped forward and began to go out to sea to eliminate the pirates. With the help of CP intelligence, in just 1 month, they wiped out dozens of emerging pirate groups and killed hundreds of millions of pirates. Especially Sengoku, he defeated Mad Neff head-on and avenged Marine. In order to save face, the world government made Sengoku take over the Ozaki Blade before Garp and became the new admiral before Garp. Only at this point did Marine stabilize the situation. After listening to Long's story, Smoker and Aokiji looked at each other. At that time, Aokiji was still a newcomer and had not even entered the naval headquarters, so it was the first time he heard about it. Smoker asked, what happened next? Why didn't Mr. Garp become admiral? No, we all thought that Mr. Garp didn't want to be admiral at all. Long picked up the wine glass, took a sip, and sighed. The old man doesn't like being tied down, and doesn't like serving celestial dragons, so it's not wrong to say that he doesn't want to be the admiral. But admiral represents not only strength, but also power and influence. Only when all of them become admirals can the Marine escape the manipulation of the world government and become the army of justice in their minds. Don't be fooled by the old man's carefree attitude. But when it comes to his feelings for Marine and his insistence on justice, he is no less than anyone else. If it's to completely change the Marine, he can accept being a guard for celestial dragons. Smoker and Aokiji both nodded. Aokiji scratched his head. Alara, completely changing Marine, what a bold plan. He gave Smoker a long look. Isn't this what the Marine is doing now? However, thanks to Smoker, Marine quietly cut off the chains in the hands of the world government, but the world government knew nothing about it. Smoker. What happened next? Later, Long's expression turned serious. Then, something happened. During the God Valley incident, the entire island turned into a giant meat grinder. Advertisement. Even though celestial dragons were well protected, hundreds of them were killed. 5 Elders has since scrapped the human hunt game altogether. The trial for new Marines was naturally cancelled. Therefore, a lot of amazing Marine rookies emerged in those years, which led to the explosion of Vice Admiral a few decades later. But celestial dragons is still a dog that can't change its bad habits. They believe that human hunting is a centuries-old tradition of celestial dragons and is God's purification of the underworld. Prohibiting human hunting is a blasphemy against God. During the God Valley incident, most celestial dragons witnessed the horror of top-level pirates. I finally understood what kind of existence the heroes and admirals who fought against these monsters were. Because of this, the older generation of celestial dragons are relatively polite to the Marine admiral. The celestial dragons who later scolded Green Bull were all newcomers who had no experience. At that time, many celestial dragons withdrew before the rocks invaded the Valley of the Gods. They had no idea what was going on and thought that the rocks attack was no different from the untouchable riots in non-member countries and that they could just drive them away. Therefore, a few celestial dragons who were unwilling to be lonely are preparing to secretly organize a human hunting. They reported to the 5 Elders that they were going out to relax. The 5 Elders approved it without even asking any further questions and arranged for a Marine escort. The then Major, Long, was in the escort team at the time. The celestial dragons rushed forward, causing chaos wherever they passed. Crashing over fishing boats and shooting civilians happened frequently, constantly challenging Long's nerves. Finally, the celestial dragons, seeing that they were far away from the holy land of Mariajoy, randomly found an island country and prepared to hunt humans. The Marines were horrified when they heard the news. In the past, celestial dragons had held human hunting for non-member countries, and they would hunt the people themselves, with the gods' guards providing close protection. The Marine just watched from a distance, driving away the pirates and the ships that strayed in. But these guys actually found a country to join. Because they escaped secretly, they did not bring much escort with them, so they directly asked the Marines to surround the island to prevent the people of this country from escaping. Marine was shocked when he heard the order. Long couldn't believe his ears. The righteous Marine is actually going to become the butcher of these guys. It would have been fine if this group of celestial dragons just went to slaughter them, but they actually sent an order to the other king. All citizens are not allowed to go out to sea, just wait to be killed. Chapter 355 Concession. Sorry, I suddenly received a big job. This week I was busy from 9 a.m. to 2 or 3 a.m. every day, and even worked all night for 2 days. I could only rely on coffee and naps to survive. In the past month, I have participated in 4 exhibitions, 1 competition, and 1 large event. In addition, there were countless miscellaneous tasks in between, and there were also many things to do with my second child at home. Now that the work has been handed over, I can continue to update. My state in the past few days was very similar to when I was writing the last book last year. For several weeks in a row, I worked day and night, 5+2, and the update was delayed, which is a pity. This book will continue to be written no matter what, and it will be finished. The Shelley Kingdom was in an uproar when it heard the news. The king was horrified and hurriedly took a boat to meet the celestial dragons, begging them to revoke their decision. But as soon as it approached the celestial dragon's ship, it was sunk by a warship. The person in charge of this escort is a veteran vice admiral, Bai Ping. When he was young, he was collected by the world government and trained as a reserve CP. Due to his lack of strength, he failed to become a CP, but the world government saw his loyalty and arranged for him to transfer to the Marine. Because of the education he received when he was young, the only creed he believed in was that celestial dragons were gods, and the will of celestial dragons was the law. He has always regarded himself as a loyal dog of celestial dragons, and gradually moved up to the position of vice admiral. At this moment, the Marines looked at Bai Ping with shock in their eyes. Bai Ping slowly put away the torch. God's order is that everyone in this country will become prey, and no one is allowed to leave. Disobeying God's orders is a capital crime, even for a king. The celestial dragons on the ship were extremely pleased when they saw this. Wow, as expected of Bai Ping, well said, well said. Bai Ping turned around and half knelt on the ground. Thank you God for the compliment. The oracle is my will, and the will of all the Marines on board. Then, he began to give orders, and the main ship followed the celestial dragon's ship to land on the island and hunt humans. Other ships patrolled around, and if any civilian ship entered the sea, they would be sunk immediately without asking the reason. The Marines at that time, after several generations of domestication, completely obeyed the orders of the world government. Although many Marines felt sorry for it. But their first reaction was not to do this, right? Why did celestial dragons do this? Instead, I sighed secretly, this country is so unlucky. But there were also a few people who didn't say anything but their eyes were flickering. Long was on another boat at the time and had no idea what was going on. After receiving the order, he immediately came to Bai Ping and tried to dissuade him. Ryuya took Bai Ping's position into consideration and did not ask him to disobey the orders of the celestial dragons. He only asked him to leave an escape route for the people and he would find a way to organize the evacuation of the people. But unexpectedly, this compromise plan was rejected by Bai Ping outright. He even felt that Long's proposal was a blasphemy to celestial dragons, so he took direct action, severely injured Long with the hockey finger pistol, and locked him in the confinement room. Judging from its posture, if it wasn't for Garp's sake, it could kill the dragon directly. Only then did Long come to his senses. Bai Ping's order from Vice Admiral was not forced at all. But to please the celestial dragons, he took the initiative to do it. Seeing that the celestial dragons' ships and warships were rapidly approaching the Shelley Kingdom and the tragedy of national destruction was about to happen, the dragon could no longer bear it, and directly transformed into a gust of wind, rushed out of the confinement room and the cabin, and merged into the biting sea breeze. Advertisement. The dragon's strength was far from reaching its peak at this time, but with the help of the sea breeze, it successfully created a storm. The sea surface suddenly seemed to be boiling, and the closer we got to Shelley country, the stronger the wind and waves became. When Bai Ping found out that it was Long who was behind this, he was shocked and angry. How dare you? He wanted to kill the dragon directly, but the dragon merged into the sea breeze. In this situation, it would be useless even if he mastered hockey. Soon, the small warship could not hold on any longer and began to sway from side to side, becoming on the verge of collapse. The celestial dragons relied on the size of their ship and, regardless of the lives of the people, they stubbornly rushed towards the Shelley Kingdom. Bai Ping also ordered to continue moving forward without caring about the marine's life or death. Long had no choice but to increase his output. The wind and waves on the sea were getting stronger and stronger, and the mountain-like waves hit the hull, making a teeth-grinding sound. The cargo and cannons on the ship were also thrown into the sea. Finally, one of the warships completely lost control and, carried away by the waves, rammed heavily into the celestial dragon's ship, tearing a large hole in it. Bai Ping was horrified. The dragon's behavior has endangered the lives of the celestial dragons. Going forward, in addition to the CP of myself and a few guards, everyone else, including celestial dragons, will probably have to go into the sea to feed the fish. He acted decisively, ignoring the celestial dragon's cries, and forcibly ordered a turn, ultimately saving the entire fleet. Although the people of Shelley escaped danger, this incident completely angered the celestial dragons. Bai Ping went back to report the incident. Marshal Kong was extremely shocked and quickly ordered the arrest of Long. At this time, Long had no intention of betraying the Marine. He recuperated in Shelley for a few days, turned himself in at a nearby Marine base, and was then taken back to the naval headquarters. According to Kong's idea, Long must be given a good beating. Of course, it is limited to cleaning up a meal. Unexpectedly, as soon as Long returned to the naval headquarters, more than a dozen CPs showed up and said that the world government had ordered Long to be taken away. Anyone with a discerning eye would know that if they were allowed to take the dragon away, it would be extremely dangerous. Kong hurried out to plead for mercy. Although he is loyal to the world government, he has inherited his teacher's will and is very dedicated to protecting the new Marines. Especially the dragon, he is the future Admiral Seedling. If we use the current Admiral as a standard, then it is a Super Admiral. Such an excellent Marine rookie must be kept at all costs. But CP's attitude was very firm, and he took out the Celestial Dragon's warrant. Kong was speechless. You guys, what the hell? Seeing that CP was about to take Long away, Garp, Sengoku, Zephyr and Crane finally arrived after hearing the news. Sengoku rushed forward and tried to dissuade them using his status as an admiral. But Garp was much more direct. He would rush up and beat up whoever he caught. Before Kong and the others could react, the CPs had already fallen to the ground with blood all over their heads. Everyone ignored everything else and rushed forward to separate the fight. Sora and Sengoku each grabbed one of Garp's arms, yelling at him not to be impulsive. Zephyr also held Garp's waist and was dragged by Garp, causing him to stagger. But as luck would have it, every time he stepped on someone's crotch, he would step precisely on their pants. And just like that, the arrest operation ended with Garp resisting arrest. Advertisement. Those CPs have already rolled their eyes and foamed at the mouth. They are useless if they don't die. The world government was furious upon hearing the news, and CP prepared to mobilize all its members to arrest Garp, but was stopped by the 5 elders. The reason is simple. One is that Garp is strong enough. If you can catch Garp just by CP, why don't you catch Roger and Whitebeard? Is it a big difference? Garp is the only gold medalist in the Marine. No, world government camp who can compete with Whitebeard and Roger. If we really catch him, wouldn't that be like cutting off our own arms? Roger and Whitebeard are coming, who will stop them? Sora and Sengoku. Sengoku is a silver medalist, so he can only stop it, and forget about it if he does more than that. Even if I only get this bronze medal, I can get away with it safely. As for the remaining group of fake admirals, 2 or 3 of them tied together are not enough for Roger and his team to defeat. The 5 elders were angry when they saw these useless people who were useless and had no hope of success. Another reason is that Garp is the only Marine hero. Just after being awarded the title of Marine Hero, with a salary higher than that of Marine Admiral, he was arrested the next day. What's going on? What do you think the member states will think? What do the people think? Is it a lie that the 5 elders said they weren't angry? But in anger, I was only angry for a while. After all, those celestial dragons were just frightened, and there were no casualties. In this case, we should not do such a thing that would be both embarrassing and shameful. Moreover, the cause of this incident was that those idiots actually disobeyed his orders and secretly organized human hunting activities. The key is to choose a member country. No matter how small Shelly is, it is still a member state and has huge Den Mushi that cover dozens of surrounding islands. And because of their membership status, the world government has never restricted their signals, so their external communications are usually very smooth. If those idiots had succeeded at that time, a dozen surrounding countries would have been able to watch the live broadcast, and within 3 days, the news would have spread throughout the world. Therefore, as soon as those celestial dragons came back, they were thrown into the prison of the God's Guard. From this perspective, Dragon did a good thing. Finally, the 5 elders decided to give in and let the Marine handle the situation on his own. However, they also understood one thing. Garp's attitude towards celestial dragons and world government is not due to low emotional intelligence, but simply disgust. In this case, such a person, no matter how strong he is, must never serve as Marine Admiral. MD, it's too early to give Marine the title of hero. At the same time, in the world government's hospitals, there are more than a dozen couples who are wrapped like mummies, especially their crotches, which are wrapped very thickly. One of the CPs stared at his crotch with bloodshot eyes. Although it has been several days, the doctor's words, your T******************** are damaging the root, if you don't remove them you may die, still echo in my ears. He looked at me with resentment and his teeth were chattering. Black Arm Zephyr. Chapter 356 G7 Tragedy. This incident ended with Long being imprisoned in Marine prison by Marine. After all, the dragon almost sent a few celestial dragons to feed the fish, so it certainly can't just pretend nothing happened. Sora takes Garp, Sengoku, and Zephyr to the torture. Garp himself took the green slipper and slapped the dragon in the face. When Garp had beaten him enough, Zephyr rushed forward to mediate. Stop fighting. Long is still young, so it's normal for him to be a little impulsive. Look, Marshal Kong thinks it's okay. You're making it very difficult for Marshal Kong to deal with this. Null. How about this? Let him be my deputy, and I'll help you discipline this B******************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** hell are you calling AB asterisk 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 D? This kid, I have to say, this kid is a real grandson. FK you purple-haired turtle, look at my iron fist. Bang bang bang. Oh, what the hell, you idiot, are you serious? Do you think I'm afraid of you? There was a sudden burst of ping-pong sounds in the confinement room. Sengoku was watching the show from the side, but for some reason, he was also slapped a few times. So he also rushed forward with a roar, and the three of them immediately wrestled with each other and almost tore down the prison. Kong couldn't help but feel overwhelmed, and shouted, "Stop it, get out of here, don't leave anyone behind." Three people. Oh, then he let go of the hands that were pulling the other person's clothes, beard and hair, and ran away. When Kong reacted, he found that Long had also been taken away. Null. In the strong world, Aokiji and Garp are in the same frame, Kizaru and Sengoku are in the same frame, and Akainu and Crane are in the same frame, so it is set that Dragon is Zephyr's deputy. Just like that, the matter came to an end. Although the world government finally gave in, their attitude towards Garp also took a 180-degree turn. I used to think that although he had a bad temper and was stubborn, he was loyal after all and was considered the best red stick under the world government. Now it looks sloppy. Although the stick is yours, if you don't hold it tightly, you don't know who will fall on it. So, they began to hide Garp, trying not to let him go out to sea to perform missions, trying to make him disappear from everyone's sight. But the problem is that after Rox died, pirates emerged one after another. Ordinary pirates are fine, and the Marines can just rush through with their numbers. The average big pirates are okay, and the few admirals are more or less useful. Even the rising stars Charlotte Linlin and Kaido did not lose too badly. But once Roger, Whitebeard, and Golden Lion show up, things will be different. Under the premise that Marshal Kong cannot take action, Marine only has two options. Option 1. Garp, Sengoku, and Zephyr attack and repel the enemy. Especially when facing those two gold medal players, only Roger could hold on from beginning to end. Option 2. Advertisement. Others took action and were beaten up. Then the three of them came out to clean up the mess. The three of them kept jumping back and forth between the two options of world government and Kong, but no matter what, they fought one tough battle after another, becoming stronger and stronger, and their contributions became more and more. Zephyr was also successfully promoted to admiral during this period, and married the girl he saved and had a child. Initially, the world government welcomed this. After all, the stronger they are, the more stable their rule will be. But soon, they couldn't laugh anymore. It's not easy for those big pirates to go out at once. Whenever you go out, you have to do something. Either they fight each other or they attack countries and plunder their wealth. In front of these big pirates, the kingdom guards are no different from plucked, blanched, and ready to cook chickens. And each victory of the three men is tantamount to saving those countries time and time again. The king and the nobles were very sensible and knew to thank the government and the marine first. But the people don't care about that, they just want to thank the people who saved them from the fire. This made the world government very angry. How dare a bunch of soldiers covet the hearts of the people? But what makes the world government even more upset is that the three of them accidentally changed marine. It turns out that every time the three of them go out, they either lead their men to gain military merits or rescue the Marines in danger. Even if they didn't gain any benefits, many Marine soldiers were impressed by their personality and strength. Gradually, a large number of followers gathered around the three. In the past, the Marine was filled with a large number of people from the world government, who formed an unbreakable alliance of interests. As for the others, although there were many of them, they were too scattered and posed no threat at all. But now, these people began to slowly gather around the three people. The fame of these three has completely surpassed the original three admirals, and is approaching Marshal Kong. 2 years later, the three admirals of Sword, Spear, are all gone. The Marine high level only has Marshal Sora with 2 admirals, Sengoku and Zephyr, plus the Marine hero Garp. I feel like the atmosphere is not right. But what happened next completely broke his defenses. See Circle Calendar 1487. The great pirate Barorik Redfield brazenly attacked the G7 branch in New World and slaughtered all the Marines. It would have been fine if he had just killed him, but he actually stayed where he was, with no intention of escaping at all. When Naval Headquarters got the news, there was an immediate uproar. Garp, Sengoku, and Zephyr volunteered to fight him together, ready to kill him. It's not about defeating him, it's about killing him directly, making it impossible for him to escape. But he was stopped by Sora. He wanted to kill Redfield himself. On the one hand, as a Marine Marshal, a tragedy occurred in which a branch was destroyed. It is reasonable for him to avenge the death of Marine. On the other hand, this is also the order that the 5 elders just issued. Along with the order came a bottle of luxury water. Advertisement. It is not a defective product like Alabasta, but a collector's edition that has been passed down by the world government for many years. Although there are side effects and you will be weak for a few months, it will not be fatal or disabling. At this time, Kong still didn't know that this tragedy was caused by CP. It turned out that when the 5 elders saw Garp and his team becoming famous, they came up with an idea. Let Sora kill a big pirates and show the world how powerful he is as a marshal. They carefully selected and chose the lonely Redfield. This guy is famous enough, but not well received in the pirates' world, so he is just the right person to be a stepping stone. Of course, the 5 people knew that Kong was no match for them, so they offered him some water. It's just a few months of weakness, no big deal. At that time, we can say that Kong was injured in the battle, which will make it more tragic and heroic. As long as Sora can defeat Redfield, he will become famous and completely subdue the 2 admirals Sengoku and Zephyr. The 5 wise men were very satisfied with the plan. Kong is strong enough by himself, and with the blessing of Hao Shui, I have the advantage no matter how you look at it. Therefore, they also specially arranged for reporters from various media to rush to the vicinity. As soon as the fight starts, it will be broadcast live all over the world, spreading Sora's majestic presence to the world. When the 3 heard that it was the order from the 5 elders, they left in disappointment. Sengoku and Zephyr went about their own business. After all, Admiral was very busy. Garp, an old street guy, can only come out to relax. Suddenly, he noticed that his ship was parked at the harbor, and his eyes lit up. A few days later, Kong arrived at the G7 branch. Redfield hasn't left yet. Seeing the corpses and ruins all over the ground, Kong's eyes turned red instantly. He gulped down the bottle of water and rushed forward with a roar. Redfield was not to be outdone and rushed forward with sword in hand. He also felt aggrieved. Lousy didn't provoke you, Marine. You actually sneaked into my house while I was away, blew up my house, and burned the expensive clothes I had collected for decades. There were even words written on the wall saying that I like to wear purple clothes and I look gay. TMD. Lousy will let you bastards know what a real man is today. For a moment, lightning exploded on the island, sword energy was everywhere, loud noises were heard from time to time, and the whole island shook. In the distance, a warship was approaching at high speed. Garp was holding a Den Den Mushi and shouting loudly. Xiao He, I really didn't lie to you. I just came out to relax and fish. Really, I'm almost at East Blue. Hello. No more talking, the signal is bad, I'm hanging up. Den Den Mushi. Chapter 357 ending. I was busy until 3 a.m. yesterday, got up at 6 a.m. today to attend an 8 a.m. meeting, and have been busy until now. I wanted to post it last night, but after writing 1,800 words, I felt dizzy and went to sleep. The battle between Kong and Redfield was like a thunderbolt that set off a fire on Earth. It shook the entire island and shocked the whole world. I won't talk about Redfield. He claims to be able to compete with Roger and Whitebeard alone. Of course, the claim is always exaggerated. His hard power is not as good as these 2 gold medals, but he can't escape a silver medal. But his opponent at this time was no pushover either. Before Garp and his friends came to prominence, Kong was the only bronze medalist in the Marine camp, the only one who could go head to head with those big pirates. Under normal circumstances, if he did not have an absolute advantage in military strength, Kong would definitely not take the initiative to provoke Redfield, let alone a duel. Facing an opponent of this level, it was not easy for him to escape unscathed. But today is different. Because of that bottle of luxury water, Kong felt that he would become incredibly powerful. Not only is it full of explosive power, but its basic attack is just as powerful as its normal skills. His body was as light as a feather and he rushed far away with a flash of his feet. Moreover, honeysuckle has the effect of numbing pain and stimulating nerves. Even if he was scratched by Redfield's sword, he didn't feel any pain at all. On the contrary, I became more courageous as the battle went on, and felt like I was enjoying the battle and having fun in it. He felt that even if he was facing Roger or Whitebeard, he could beat them up. The same is true of the war situation. At this time, Kong was completely suppressing Redfield. Not only the strength and defense were crushed, even his speed and observation hockey, which he was so proud of, were of little use. If it were any other pirates, they would have sensed something was wrong and stepped back. But Redfield's nickname is Lonely Red. Character can be summed up in one word: arrogant. How could he run away just because he was afraid of a strong man? No matter whether you win or not, just do it. I'm alone, the worst that can happen is that I'll be killed. So, even though Redfield was beaten badly, he still attacked Sora again and again. In the pirates' world, among the Emperor-level warriors, some are good at hockey, some have strong bodies, and some have powerful fruits. Therefore, they each have their own characteristics and are good at different areas. Advertisement. But they have one thing in common, that is, they are tough and durable. The fight between Kong and Redfield lasted for hours, with Redfield getting beaten for hours. He himself didn't remember how many times he had fallen. But even though several bones were broken, blood was dripping all over the body, and he even lost consciousness several times. But Redfield always relied on his tenacious will to stand up again, roaring and rushing into the air. Looking at Redfield, who looked like a zombie, Kong felt a little scared. I originally thought that after drinking the water, I would gain a fighting power that was no weaker than that of a gold medalist, and that I would be able to crush the opponent and win quickly. I didn't expect this guy who looks pampered on weekdays to be so resilient. If you don't drink the water, the consequences will be unbelievable. But, it's over. Steel flood impact. Sora gathered all his strength and punched Redfield in the stomach. The powerful hockey triggered countless black thunders, almost shattering the island. Redfield flew out like a cannonball, flew across half the island, and crashed heavily to the ground. After spitting out a mouthful of blood, he struggled for a few times but was unable to get up. He could only lie on the ground and gasp for breath. Moonwalk flew over, ready to finish off the opponent. He suddenly felt his heart beat violently, as if it was about to jump out of his chest, and then his whole body felt as if it was torn apart by a sharp pain. Ah! He screamed and fell to the ground, with strange black Madara patterns appearing all over his body. It turned out that Redfield was too tenacious, causing Kong's battle to drag on for too long, and at this time the side effects of the water suddenly broke out. The five elders are not good men and women. In order to ensure that everything goes well, they provided Kong with almost the upper limit of what he could bear. But they overlooked one problem. After becoming the marshal, Kong has been away from the battlefield for too long. Although it is also a form of physical exercise, how can it be compared with fighting on the battlefield? Therefore, although Kong's explosive power has not declined, his physical toughness, fighting skills and awareness have inevitably declined. This caused the battle to drag on longer than expected, and the physical strength was exhausted more severely. The side effects will naturally come faster and more violently. At this moment, Kong fell to the ground, his body in so much pain that it seemed like it would break if touched. He couldn't help but let out a shrill wail. Redfield. Although I don't know what happened to this guy, it seems that I have saved my life. The two of them lay like this for half an hour. Redfield finally caught his breath and slowly stood up. Advertisement. Hee. I was almost killed by you. AB******************. D. He limped towards his dropped sword, then towards Sora. At this time, Redfield looked miserable, and his strength was only 1/100th of what it was. Having said that, it would be no problem to beat up a supernova like Luffy from 2 years ago. On the contrary, I couldn't even move my fingers or open my mouth. If his face wasn't distorted with wide eyes and his body wasn't twitching from time to time, everyone would have thought he was dead. Redfield limped over to Sora's side and looked at the Madara tattoo on his body with a thoughtful expression. I see. It seems you used a power you shouldn't have used. As a Marine Marshal, it's really embarrassing. Sora closed his eyes in despair. According to the world government's order, he ordered his subordinates not to land on the island and to let him fight alone. So even though the fighting stopped for so long, no Marines came over. Redfield raised his sword. It seems that this power also comes with risks. I was almost killed by you, AB***********D, but this time, fate seems to be on my side. I wanted to chop you into pieces, but I had a lot of fun today. As a thank you, I will let you die painlessly. At this moment, a cold voice came from behind. Destiny will not favor pirates. Redfield stiffened. For the great pirates who roam the seas, this sound is very familiar. Garp the B*************D. Redfield looked gloomy. I was too weak at this moment, and my haki had already been exhausted. Observation Haki, who was normally powerful enough to see through people's minds, was unaware of Garp's arrival. Garp walked towards Redfield step by step. His fists were clenched tightly, and black lightning burst out with a sharp explosion. Haki tore through the remains of the marine base, revealing the dead bodies of the marines behind. I never take advantage of others. Only this time. Redfield, die. Redfield. The battle was a foregone conclusion. Facing Garp's full firepower, Redfield, who was already exhausted, was quickly defeated. Kong was also lucky enough to save his life. Chapter 358. Lifting a rock and hitting oneself in the face. The powerful pirates defeated the Marines, and the Marine heroes defeated the pirates. This has been a common occurrence at sea in the past 2 years. Even if the person being rescued was the marshal, it is not unacceptable. The problem is that the world government called in a large number of reporters in advance. All media outlets with a bit of fame received the order. They did not dare to delay and quickly dispatched their most elite media team, who arrived nearby early. According to the world government's plan, reporters waited outside while the Marine patrolled the surrounding waters. Once the battle is over and the Marine lets us go, reporters can go to the island. They don't need to know the process, they just need to report the result of the battle. Marine Marshal Kong defeated the pirates Redfield. Garp secretly followed Sora. After all, it was a blatant disobedience to the orders of the five elders. He was afraid of Kong's nagging, and even more afraid that Kong would drive him back. So, I could only hang far behind. The sea is vast and boundless, and you can see ships 20 or 30 miles away at a glance, not to mention the special lookouts on the warships. This time Garp was extra patient, following slowly from 100 miles away. It was not until the battle began that the order to speed up was given. Even so, it took nearly half a day to get there. There was a marine curfew around the area. No one can enter the island. But when they saw that the person was Garp, they let him go without saying a word. The reporters who had been waiting outside for a long time saw this and thought that the martial law had been lifted, so they also rushed over. There were so many reporters, those Marines couldn't stop them at all. Soon, the news that the great pirates Redfield massacred the Marine G7 branch, defeated the Marine Marshal, and was finally arrested by Garp. Like a storm that spread all over the world. Initially, the news was relatively normal. Under the instruction of the world government, the journalists wrote relatively detailed and fair reports. Although Redfield was arrested by Garp, however, Kong also made an important contribution. It was he who first reduced Redfield's health bar to the bottom, and he himself was seriously injured as a result. But soon, public opinion turned sour. People don't care about the process or the truth, they only care about the results and gimmicks. Initial version. Did you hear? Marine Marshal was defeated and rescued by Marine hero Garp. Later versions. Marshal Marine fought against the pirates and was defeated. What? Which pirates did this? Redfield, the one who can rival Roger Whitebeard alone. Advertisement. Quote question mark quote. That gay guy who loves to wear purple clothes. Ah, it's that guy. Wait, you said Marshal Kong was fighting him in a one-on-one duel. That Marshal Kong. Shut up. Stop talking nonsense. Do you want to die? Although the two stayed on the island for 2 hours after the battle. Although Marshal Kong screamed in the middle. But how can you talk nonsense without any basis? Hiss. 2 hours, not less than me. Bro, can you lend me a camera to talk? Conversations like this are happening all over the world. After being rescued, Marshal Kong finally regained his ability to move and return to the naval headquarters. When he got back, he found that everyone looked at him with a strange look. As a marshal, although he is old, he is still very charming, and female Marines often stare at him with fiery eyes. Although Kong was quite decent and never responded, he was secretly happy in his heart. But now, why are there so many more male Marines? The eyes are hot, making the chrysanthemum tight. This is secondary. After Kong came back, he clearly felt that his authority was severely challenged. Garp's momentum soared, completely overwhelmed him. If it was just him, it would be fine. After all, everyone in Marineford knows that Garp has no interest in power. What really gave him a headache were Sengoku and Zephyr. The current Marine senior management structure is 1 marshal and 2 admirals. He has clearly felt that these two are becoming increasingly difficult to manage. Alas, what is going on here? A good reality show not only helped others, but also turned into a large-scale social death scene for myself. At this time, Space finally understood. Why do you shoot yourself in the foot? No, it hit me directly on the face. ... Between rights. The 5 smart people get together again. Let's discuss Sora's affairs. Such a huge price was paid just to allow him to have more control over Marine. I didn't expect it to backfire, and instead caused him to suffer a huge loss of reputation. Quote. Not only that, the side effects of the Hao Shui are stronger than expected. This year, Kong has been unable to display his strength. Entering a weak state at a time like this, humph, useless fellow. Advertisement. That being said, he is still qualified as a marshal, so he cannot be touched for the time being. I suggest that he continue to serve as Marine Marshal. Second. The second thing, Sengoku, Zephyr. They are now too strong, enough to threaten Sora's position. Although they haven't shown any ambition, we have to be on guard. Yes, they are not our people after all. They can be used, but they are not trustworthy. It's a pity that we can't find a candidate to succeed the 3rd admiral. Otherwise, if there was an admiral from the government, we wouldn't have to worry about anything. Yes, admiral is the signature of Marine. The 5 elders can appoint Marines to different positions based on their preferences. But as admirals, they must be careful. Letting someone with insufficient strength take this position will be a disaster for both the Marine and the world government. Not only that, there are more and more voices calling for Garp to be the admiral. The 3rd admiral position must not be given to him, otherwise the Marines may be completely out of control. Second. Since Sora can't get stronger, let's weaken his opponent. Sengoku and Zephyr. If there's only one person left, it'll be easy. No matter how strong the admiral is, he has to submit to the marshal when he is alone. Will this cause the Marine's strength to decline? After all, in the eyes of the pirates, the admiral represents the Marine's strength and deterrence. It doesn't matter. That's Marine's business. They just need to protect celestial dragons from being violated. As for the untouchables, whatever. In that case, who will be left behind? I propose to Sengoku that, regardless of strength, this guy is more submissive to the government. Yes, Zephyr is too close to Garp, and his personality is more impulsive, so he is easily influenced. What should we do? I have a suggestion. Let's start with Monkey D. Dragon. This guy is not only Zephyr's apprentice, but also Garp's son. And he has no respect for celestial dragons. This guy should be kicked out of the Marine team as soon as possible. If you use this card well, you can not only deal with Zephyr, but also completely eliminate the possibility of Garp becoming an admiral. Dragon. Not a bad idea, but it's a pity about the wind fruit. It's nothing to regret. As long as it's not that fruit, there's nothing to worry about. Well said. Chapter 359 A New Escort Mission. MD, our company has taken on 2 more publicity projects for the 75th anniversary of the founding of New Daxia. It has been too long since I last wrote this. When I turned on my computer, I couldn't remember where I was when I last wrote this. ... Monkey D. Dragon. Son of Marine hero Garp and adjutant to Admiral Zephyr. Because Sora and Sengoku are old bachelors, and Zephyr's child is still breastfeeding. Therefore, now, and in the foreseeable future, Long is undoubtedly the strongest Marine 2nd generation. In the pirates' world, strong people generally marry late, which leads to a messy generation structure. The most obvious one is Ace. It makes sense for him to call Roger Dad, because Roger is really his dad. But there's nothing wrong with him calling Garp Grandpa, because he's really not much older than his grandson. Although Long is also considered a princeling. But there has never been any negative news about my dad being Garp. On the contrary, many Marines praised him highly. The older generation of Marines have high hopes for him, and the younger generation of Marines are even more ambitious about him. The reason is simple. One is strength. Although Marine has been reprimanded by the world government for many years, he still speaks with strength and military achievements. This is what dragons have the most. He inherited Garp's talent, received Zephyr's careful guidance, and the catastrophic wind fruit. They are fearless and brave in battle, always rushing to the front no matter what kind of enemy they face. Battle after battle, countless people remember his charging figure. Another is personality. He is as sincere, easygoing, generous, and decisive as Luffy. But unlike Luffy, who was raised in a free-range environment, he is more aware of right and wrong, more worldly wise, more understanding of human nature, and more mature and wise. Therefore, the Marine camp praised him highly. Not only the Marines of civilian origin, but also the Marines with government backgrounds and even the lurking CPs were secretly impressed. No matter what origin or background we come from, we are all human beings. How can we not be attracted to someone who is strong, easygoing, and generous? The dragon is like a sun, unconsciously gathering a group of followers. The only black mark was that it was disrespectful to celestial dragons. Fortunately, not many people know about this. Coupled with the favoritism of the Marine senior management, gradually no one mentioned it anymore. Long has been very unhappy these days. He received another task that he hated the most. Advertisement. Not long ago, a few young celestial dragons couldn't stand the loneliness and decided to wander around the Grand Line. After much deliberation, they finally decided to go to the Sapphire Sea. The Sapphire Sea is famous for its beautiful scenery, but it has not been very peaceful recently, with pirates appearing frequently. However, since God has spoken, the world government will naturally not dissuade him. They ignored the Marines' lack of combat power and requested that Admiral Zephyr be assigned to guard the celestial dragons. When Kong heard that it concerned the safety of the celestial dragons, he agreed without hesitation. As Zephyr's deputy, Long can only follow him in carrying out the mission. In fact, because of the last experience, Long also hated celestial dragons to the extreme, and hated being their guard even more. But there was no way out. Military orders were like mountains and I couldn't make the decision myself. You can't say you hate celestial dragons, right? They are all mature professionals. There are some things you can think about, or even do, but don't say them out loud. After all, it hurts to be hit in the face with a pair of military-colored slippers. In this way, the celestial dragon's ship and 6 large warships formed a fleet and set off in a mighty manner. These days, celestial dragons are rampant on the seas, and Zephyr and the dragons are suffering. Along the way, the fleet encountered many pirates' ships. I have to say that the celestial dragon's banner is still very useful. When the pirates saw the fleet, they had no intention of approaching and quickly moved away. Watching them leave will not endanger the fleet, and the Marine will naturally not pursue them. Therefore, the casualties of the pirates were not serious, but the ordinary merchant ships suffered the most. Merchants are not as alert as pirates, and fully loaded cargo ships are not as agile as pirate ships. Facing the fierce celestial dragon's fleet, there is no escape. It would be fine if the more agile ones dodged in advance, but those who were slow to react or whose boats were slow simply couldn't dodge in time. Celestial dragons and CP were directly ordered to sink them. What's more, sometimes celestial dragons get playful and order merchant ships from far away to come and pay tribute. Lure them over here, then concentrate your fire on them and sink them. Watching the crew struggling in the sea, the celestial dragons laughed on the deck, while Zephyr was in great pain. As a Marine, even if he was already an admiral, he could not interfere with the decision of the celestial dragons. Even if the decision is ridiculous, just for fun. He could only secretly lower the lifeboat while the celestial dragons weren't paying attention, and contact the nearby Marines or countries to come to the rescue quickly. But he understood. First there was the bombardment, then the wind and waves. I'm afraid that less than 30% of them can be rescued. As the pirates escaped, most of the legitimate businessmen were killed or injured. The more they obeyed orders, the more casualties they suffered. Zephyr felt angry, pathetic, ridiculous, remorseful, and guilty. But more of it is powerlessness. The dragons were also tortured. Advertisement. Watching the innocent people struggling in the sea. Even though everyone around them said that celestial dragons were gods and their deaths were divine punishment. But Long still wants to ask. You bunch of scum, what gives you the right? Just as Long was sitting on the railing and daydreaming, 2 young Marines came up to him. One is a tall, blue-haired man, and the other is a fat man with a mouth full of sharp teeth. Hey, Long, what are you sitting here thinking about again? Long's thoughts were interrupted, but he didn't show any impatience. Perth, Field, you 2 guys, are you so idle? Blue-haired Perth, sharp-toothed Field. Both of them are Long's comrades in arms at the same time and also Long's best friends. Although Long had been promoted to colonel, the 2 of them were only lieutenants, with a huge difference in status. But the feelings between the 3 did not fade. Long Yi specifically requested that the 2 people follow him. Perth. I have been training all morning. It doesn't matter if you are in a bad mood. I will come to you as soon as the training is finished. Feld took out a bottle of wine. Ha 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 ha, after 1 glass of wine, there's nothing left. Long smiled and shook his head slightly. I just don't understand. Is it worth spending so much manpower and resources just for fun? I know they are noble, but can people really be so noble as to take away other people's lives at will? The two people in front of him are not only his peers, but also his close friends who have experienced the test of life and death and have a life and death friendship. Facing the two, Long did not hide his attitude towards celestial dragons. But Perth and Field's expressions changed. Feld quickly covered his mouth and whispered, "Shut up. You are crazy." Perth also looked around nervously, and when he saw that there was no one around, he elbowed him angrily. "Don't say such things again, idiot. Questioning God is a capital crime. The person who says it is guilty of a heinous crime, and the person who hears it cannot escape responsibility either. That's right, stupid dragon, do you want to kill us? You two bastards, you actually insulted your superior. What the hell, just you. Quote. The three of them immediately started fighting. At this time, a Marine came running over breathlessly. "Colonel Long, Zephyr Admiral asks you to come over." The three of them separated instantly. Long straightened his clothes and said, "Okay, lead the way." Then he said to the two of them, "I'll go over first." After saying that, he followed the Marines onto the Celestial Dragon's ship. Chapter 360. Gignot Thanos. The meeting place is on the Celestial Dragon's ship. Long arrived at the meeting room and found that many people had already arrived early. The Marines, led by Zephyr, sat on one side, most of them with gloomy faces. Opposite them were a few suit-wearing CPs and the captain of the Celestial Dragon's guard team who was also dressed in armor. All of them had deadpan expressions. Dragon. Wait until the meeting starts. Long finally understood why Zephyr had that expression. Celestial dragons are at it again. It turned out that not long ago, a piece of news that shocked the world came out from the underground world. This year's Pirates Expo will be held on Funa's Island in the Sapphire Sea in half a month. The Pirates Expo is held every few years. It is a grand celebration for only pirates. A large number of pirates gather together, and the total bounty can easily exceed 10 billion berries, and the underworld will also take action. Soon, Furnace Island and the surrounding waters will become a giant meat grinder. Long finally understood. Why are the pirates in the Sapphire Sea so active recently? MD, how come the intelligence department didn't receive any advance notice? According to Zephyr's idea, get out of here quickly before the Pirates Expo starts and the big pirates enter. But unfortunately, Celestial Dragons got the news from nowhere. The reason they came out this time was because they were bored of staying in Mariajoy and wanted to have some fun. Now I heard there is a Pirates Expo. His eyes suddenly lit up and he clamored to go and see it for himself. Zephyr is numb. You bastards really don't know how to live or die. This is the Pirates Expo. You thought it was the lawless area in Sabayati Archipelago. Compared to here, the pirates on Sabayati Archipelago are as well behaved as kindergarten kids. In Sabayati Archipelago, the pirates met the Celestial Dragons and had to kneel down. Can you try pirates at the expo? With the Celestial Dragon's behavior, Zephyr couldn't imagine what would happen. Normally, he acts arrogantly and domineeringly. If you meet those big pirates with gold and silver medals, they will make you kneel down when you open your mouth. Do you believe that those guys can tear off their heads that are covered in bubbles every day in a blink of an eye? In the eyes of those guys, what celestial dragons? They are just dead people. If the silver medalists were to target them, even with a marine admiral like me, it would be hard to protect celestial dragons. Zephyr quickly discussed with CP and the others, wanting them to persuade celestial dragons not to act recklessly. But these dead fish-faced bastards refused to listen. Just like an old monk chanting sutras, he kept repeating the same sentence over and over again. Advertisement. God's will must be carried out and God's safety must be protected. Zephyr's head is as big as a bucket. Mine. After much persuasion, I could only talk to Kong on the phone. Ask him to help persuade the dragon people to leave quickly, or else bring some reinforcements. I never expected that Kong would say the same thing. God's will must be fulfilled, God's safety must be protected. By the way, one more thing. Sengoku and Garp are both busy and can't get away, but unfortunately they can get someone from the surrounding branches. Zephyr was so angry that he almost threw the Den Mushi. You think I'm not enough of a burden, don't you? In the end, Zephyr's arms were no match for his thighs. They had no choice but to bite the bullet, turn the boat around and sail towards Furnace Island. After the meeting, Long Jung took a newly released document and read the information about Funa's Island and Pirates Expo carefully. Furnace Island is a huge island located deep in the New World. On the island lies a powerful non-member country, the Kingdom of Warner. This country is very similar to Amazon Lily. The location is remote and the output is insufficient. Therefore, a powerful pirates group was formed, the Ancient Scale Pirates. The king also served as the captain of the pirates. The current captain of the Ancient Scale Pirates is Gignot Thanos. He has the strategy and tact of a politician as well as the brutality and bellicosity of a pirate. He is a dangerous man. The Kingdom of Warner does not have the natural protection of the calm belt like Amazon Lily, and is often attacked by marines and other pirates. If it were not for the strong strength of the Ancient Scale Pirates, the entire country would have disappeared long ago. Warrior. Gignot Thanos, current king of the Kingdom of Warner, dragon fruit, ancient species, southern giant dragon form, bounty of 1.717 billion berries. Blood Fang, Conlane, cat fruit, ancient species, cave lion form, bounty 630 million Baileys. Bone crusher, gent cana, dog fruit, ancient species, giant hyena form, bounty 407 million belly. Long looked at the information, his expression becoming more serious. Are they all ancient species? In Grand Line, which had not yet entered the era of pirates, devil fruit was still a rare commodity. Having several ancients in a pirates group is rarer than having several conquerors. On the island of Funas, there is a huge castle on the cliffside, which is the royal palace of the Kingdom of Warner. At this time, a small but extremely luxurious banquet was being held in the palace banquet hall. The lights in the banquet hall were shining. The chandeliers, wall lamps, and candles made the hall as bright as day. There was a huge mirror against the wall, reflecting the light, interweaving into a beautiful world of light and shadow. The table in the middle was filled with delicious food and precious wine, exuding an alluring aroma. The people attending the banquet were clearly divided into two groups. One group is composed of the main cadres of the ancient scale pirates, led by Thanos. The other group is the organizers of the Pirates Expo. The leader is Buena Festa, the new organizer of the Pirates Expo. Advertisement. The two sides toasted each other and the atmosphere was extremely warm. Buena Festa gulped down a glass of wine and breathed a sigh of relief. Cool. Hick, Captain Thanos, I didn't expect you to invite us to hold the Pirates Expo on Furnace Island. It's really a great help. You also know that when my name comes out, people's first reaction is to avoid me. Thanos laughed. The planner of the most brutal war. What an interesting title. War is the tool used by history to clean up garbage. Without war, there would be no new world. The ancient scale pirates are most afraid of war. Buena Festa slammed the table. Well said, you are worthy of being the famous warlord. That's right, this is the charm of war. Thanos chuckled. Festa, I have a request. I won't interfere with the traditional events at this expo, but I hope to organize an auction. Festa. Auction. Thanos nodded. For some reason, I need a lot of money, so I want to sell some good things. Although Festa was not the kind of person obsessed with treasure, he became interested after hearing what Thanos said. That's no problem. But what do you want to do? Can you open my eyes? Thanos agreed immediately. Oh haha, no problem. After all, it's on our own territory, so there's no need to worry about being robbed by other thieves. He signaled with his eyes, and Kana next to him understood, stood up and left the banquet hall. After a while, led by Kana, a guard pushed a cart into the banquet hall. After the things were delivered, Kana called the guard to a secluded place and killed him with a palm. The people in the banquet hall didn't care about the noise at all, their attention was all attracted by the things in the car. Festa's eyes widened and his voice became a little stammering. How can you bear to give up these? How can someone like you do this for a mere sum of money? Thanos laughed. Of course the items are genuine. The value of money is not static, it's just that money is more valuable to me now, that's all. Suddenly, a tall young man slammed his knife and fork on the table and stood up. I'm full, I'll leave first. After saying this, he prepared to leave without waiting for Thanos' consent. Thanos angrily said, "A-hole, stop right there, you are so rude." But the young man pushed the door and left without looking back. Thanos was so angry that his veins popped out, and just as he was about to say something, Festus hurried forward to smooth things over. Ahahahaha, this is Prince Hanifsa, right? Captain Thanos, you have a successor. After hearing this, Thanos' anger subsided a little, and he said unhappily, Humph, what do you mean by successor? You are just an ignorant brat. Having said that, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise slightly. The banquet continued, the atmosphere was still lively, and everyone was drinking until their faces were red. No one noticed that a dark shadow flashed across the mirror. Chapter 361 Shocking Auction Items. Soon, the Pirates Expo was held as scheduled. Perhaps there was a god who heard Zephyr's prayers. Or maybe the Pirates Expo was held in a hurry. Although the Pirates Expo was huge in scale and thousands of pirates gathered on Funa's island, no particularly powerful characters appeared. Not to mention gold and silver medals, there is not even a bronze medal, and the bounty for the strongest is only a little over 1 billion. They can be called the Great Pirates, and barely considered a powerful force, but not enough to threaten Zephyr. Zephyr finally breathed a sigh of relief. Arriving at Furnace Island. Celestial dragons still have that domineering style. He caused trouble everywhere and created chaos wherever he went. Many pirates also disliked them and were eager to give them a try. Winning brings wealth and glory, losing brings only loss of head. There is no shortage of desperate gamblers among pirates. Fortunately, Zephyr has strong fists and rich experience. In addition, since the safety of celestial dragons is at stake, CP and the guards are doing their best. Everyone worked together to deal with the ungrateful pirates one after another, and finally no mistakes were made. Judging from the reaction of celestial dragons, they seem to be having a lot of fun too. A few days passed in the blink of an eye. Traditional events such as Pirates Treasure Hunt and Brawl have ended. The much anticipated auction has finally arrived. This is the event that Celestial Dragons likes and looks forward to the most, so of course they have to participate. Zephyr felt a headache. All previous projects were at the seaside. Even if Celestial Dragons land, warships can easily provide support. Auctions are different. The venue is on a mountain deep in the island of Funas, completely isolated from the warships. What made Zephyr vomit blood was celestial dragons felt that too many people would spoil the fun, so they asked the marine to send only a small team to follow. Zephyr is about to collapse. Why do these bastards have so many tricks? But the situation was stronger than the person, and he could only listen. Finally, Zephyr personally led a dozen of the strongest men to follow the celestial dragons. The dragon is naturally among them. Several celestial dragons rode on slaves and arrived at the auction site in a haughty manner. The road was full of rugged mountains, and within just a few dozen miles, dozens of slaves were wasted. But they were not without gain. They robbed a few beautiful female pirates on the way. When they arrived at the auction, Celestial Dragons was still restless and directly ordered CP to remove a group of seats and use curtains to enclose a single room. Thanos, Festa, pirates, several Celestial Dragons remained calm. He ate and drank as he pleased, not caring at all about the looks around him. Advertisement. The mental strength is frighteningly strong. Zephyr and Long felt a pain in their heads when they saw the sinister looks from the pirates around them. A good tiger cannot stand up to a pack of wolves. There were thousands of pirates in the venue at that time. If a riot broke out, the consequences would be disastrous. Fortunately, the auction finally started, attracting the attention of the pirates. I have to say, this kind of black market auction that only pirates participate in actually has a lot of good stuff. Treasures, intelligence, weapons, slaves, pirate ships, and even the heads of nobles. Legal and illegal, everything is available, and all are of high quality. Especially slaves. The slave trade at that time was not yet formalized, and the traffickers were fighting each other, so the supply of slaves was difficult to guarantee. Even for celestial dragons, it is not easy to find a slave of your choice. And at this auction, there were quite a few fine items. Female mermaid slave, a slave with the ability whose bounty is over 100 million. The long-armed and long-legged slaves who were born from the cross between the long-armed and long-legged tribes. All of this makes celestial dragons extremely excited. They spent a lavish amount of money and took the interpretation of being stupid and rich to the ultimate level. Looking at the cold and greedy eyes around them, Zephyr and Long looked at each other and smiled bitterly. If these idiots weren't called celestial dragons, they would have died 800 times already. Finally, it's the final stage, and the finale of the auction is on display. At the signal from host Buena Festa, a small cart was pushed up. There are 10 small wooden boxes neatly arranged on top, and inside are devil fruit. Everyone, our final lot is these 10 devil fruits. The pirates in the audience were in an uproar. 10 devil fruits. It's totally unheard of. This time the auction item comes from our ancient scale pirates group. At this time, Gignot Thanos, Conlane, Jaint Kana. All the leaders of the ancient scale pirates came out. It is both a booth and a deterrent. Buena Festa continued to introduce the fruits. Don't ask how I know the specific abilities, there are many contradictions in the comics. Dog fruit mythical beast big mouth true god form. Dragon fruit ancient species Brachiosaurus form. Dragon fruit ancient species Allosaurus form. Dragon fruit ancient species Pteranodon form. Dragon fruit ancient species Pachycephalus form. Dragon fruit ancient species Spyrodon form. Dragon fruit ancient species Triceratops form. Cat fruit ancient species saber-toothed tiger form. Elephant fruit ancient species mammoth form. Spider fruit ancient species rose of the ancient wolf spider morphology. Advertisement. 1 mythical beast species, the base price is 1 billion berries, 9 ancient species, each base price is 500 million berries. The base price alone is 5.5 billion Baileys. But everyone knows that this is just the reserve price. The final price will definitely exceed 10 billion. Such a lot, such a price. Except for celestial dragons who had no interest in devil fruit, and the organizers who had known about the auction items for a long time. The others were stunned on the spot. After they reacted, both the Marines and the pirates cried out in surprise, almost overturning the entire venue. Many pirates put their hands on the knife handles and gun handles. If all the leaders of the ancient scale pirates were not present, I'm afraid they would have been unable to hold back. Zephyr's eyes were red as well. If you can get these fruits, Marine's strength will surely usher in a surge. He glanced at the celestial dragons, and the hatred in his heart grew stronger. If it weren't for you damn burdens, even if I become the target of public criticism, I will fight no matter what. Gignot Thanos on the stage saw the greed in everyone's eyes. I was alert in my heart, but more of a secret delight. There were more people attending the auction than expected, and everyone's reaction was stronger than expected. This means that devil fruit can be sold at a good price. Although losing so many fruits is indeed heartbreaking and makes me feel breathless. However, once these fruits are sold, I should be able to collect 30 billion Baileys. He secretly glanced at the position of the celestial dragons, a hint of excitement flashing in his eyes. Soon, the ancient scale pirates, no, the kingdom of Warner, will usher in a new future. He calmed down, regained his cold expression, and walked to the side of devil fruit. Everyone, I understand how you feel. But I still advise everyone to stay calm. If anyone makes any dangerous moves, it will mean an all-out war with the ancient scale pirates, and we won't be polite. I hope everyone can abide by the rules of the auction house. The ancient scale pirates will be grateful. As a super pirate with a bounty of 1.717 billion Baileys, and also the pirate with the highest bounty at this Pirates Expo, Thanos is indeed qualified to rule the place. As soon as he said this, the pirates calmed down instantly. Although still greedy, the enthusiasm gradually faded. After all, for 99% of the pirates, even if they get these fruits, they can't compete with the ancient scale pirates. If that's the case, why create a strong enemy out of nothing? Thanos glanced at everyone, satisfied with their reactions, and then glanced at Zephyr obliquely. In terms of strength, Zephyr is the strongest person in the auction house, even I am far inferior to him. However, he has been locked up by those celestial dragons. How much of a threat can a marine admiral with his hands tied be? Thanos nodded to Festus. The latter understood and knocked the hammer in his hand. Now, I declare. Before he finished speaking, the venue suddenly shook. Then the roof was instantly blown away by a powerful force. Chapter 362 Riot at the venue. Ah, I've finished the exhibition and am just waiting for the good times to come. Who would have thought that a certain important leader would also visit, and suddenly there was a lot of involution. The auction venue was opened. Seeing the refined armor turned into a rough one, Thanos was furious and instantly transformed into a Giganotosaurus covered with thick scales and huge fangs. Who is it? Looking for death, he roared to the sky with an intimidating aura. The subordinates also followed suit and transformed without hesitation. Suddenly, a group of huge beasts stood ready, and the murderous aura swept across the entire venue like a wave. The pirates in the audience all had different expressions. Some are excited, some are afraid, some are gloating. But when the smoke cleared and Thanos saw the huge figure of his opponent, he was stunned. A huge green dragon was coiling in the air. The huge pair of pupils stared at the devil fruit on the auction table, their eyes full of fanaticism. Oh, the old woman's information is correct. Thanos gritted his teeth. Damn it, Kaido, why are you here? Kaido's love for the zone fruit is known to all dogs in the New World. But they often force sales and their reputation is too bad. Otherwise, there would be no need for an auction. Thanos would just come to sell his products door to door. He even bought information specifically for this auction to make sure Kaido would not come, only then did he feel at ease to hold the auction. Who would have thought that it would appear at the critical moment? As a long-established pirate, Thanos naturally had many dealings with Kaido. The more you understand each other, the more wary you become. Back when he was at Rock's Pirate, this B************ D was just an intern. Although he is extremely talented, he is clearly no match for me. After the Rock's Pirates were destroyed, this guy started working alone and got a precious mythical beast fruit from somewhere. Since then, Kaido's strength has skyrocketed, and now he can easily surpass me. Why is Lousy here? Didn't you count? These fruits are very much to my liking, so I accepted them without hesitation. The two big pirates were on the verge of a fight, while Zephyr led the Marines to protect the celestial dragons. He couldn't help but look at those devil fruits, his eyes turned red with greed. Damn it, why are these celestial dragons here? If it weren't for the need to protect these people who are holding back. If you work hard, you may get a piece of the pie. Even if you only have one of these fruits, you will make a lot of money. He kept looking at Kaido and Thanos. Hit quickly. As long as you two fight, I'll have a chance to fish in troubled waters. He had a beautiful plan, but the plan could not keep up with the changes. Several celestial dragons have recovered from their initial panic. They pushed away the Marines who were protecting them and started to scold Kaido. Damn reptiles, how dare you disturb this saint's interest? I will hang you all to death. That's right, pirates actually disrupted such an interesting auction. This is simply unforgivable. Advertisement. Zephyr, what are you waiting for? You B******************* D. Catch this B*********** D. Otherwise, Marine will have a hard time. Quote. All eyes were instantly focused on the celestial dragons. Even the most vicious pirates couldn't help but secretly give a thumbs up at this moment. Brave. So brave. As expected of celestial dragons. Zephyr's blood pressure soared, and he felt a black screen in front of his eyes, and he almost vomited blood. IXXX, a bunch of ignorant idiots, will you die if you don't speak? Kaido gave the celestial dragons a cold look. A bunch of rubbish. Just stay back there, Lousy won't bother to pay attention to you. Since you're looking for death, Lousy will grant your wish. It's been a long time since I've seen celestial dragons with their heads moved. After saying that, his body shook and a huge wind blade came slashing over. Alert! Zephyr shouted, rushed forward, and smashed the wind blade into pieces with one punch. It had only been a few years since the Valley of the Gods, and the fear of the celestial dragons had not completely subsided. Seeing Kaido really dare to take action, several celestial dragons were immediately frightened. No longer as arrogant as before, he screamed and rode his slave out, and the Marine and CP had no choice but to follow him. Seeing the backs of them riding slaves, Kaido's eyes flashed with a hint of gloom. Celestial dragons, what a dirty and stupid race. Kaido gave Zephyr a cold look. Nice blocking, see if you can block this. Hot breath. A huge column of fire shot straight towards the celestial dragons. Zephyr was shocked. If this is true, I don't know if celestial dragons will be reduced to ashes, and the marine budget will definitely be reduced to ashes. Zephyr roared, and his armament hockey exploded with countless thunders, and he rushed forward. In terms of strength, this generation of Marine Big 3 is stronger than the next generation red, yellow and blue, but in terms of AoE, the difference is not even a little bit. Especially Zephyr, who hates this kind of area attack the most. If I were fine, I could handle anything with my strong physique and hockey. Besides, the distance between him and Kaido was enough for him to light a cigarette before hiding. But now the target is celestial dragons. I can only tough it out. Zephyr attacked with all his strength, and even the heat breath could not withstand it, and the pillar of fire collapsed in an instant. But the remaining power of countless fireballs was still there, roaring towards the celestial dragons. Open black lens bracket oops, close black lens bracket. Zephyr was already outclassed. Seeing that the celestial dragons were about to be cremated, the dragon stood up. Wind wall. A tornado appeared, protecting everyone in the middle, and the green wind wall instantly swallowed up the fireball. Hurricane gun. The tornado reversed direction and shot towards Kaido like the tip of a gun. Kaido. Interesting. Then he swung his giant tail and broke up the tornado. Advertisement. Wind. Lousy will show you what wind is. With a roar, countless wind blades spewed out of Kaido's mouth. The entire venue was suddenly shrouded in wind blades. No matter whether it was tables, chairs or walls, everything that touched the wind blades was shattered into pieces. The people inside also suffered. Marine was fine, as the wind blades dissipated on their own in front of the dragon. Powerful pirates can also dodge or block the wind blades. But some weak and unlucky guys suffered miserably. They had their hands, feet, heads and waists broken in an instant. For a moment, the whole venue was filled with wailing screams and a strong smell of blood. Even the celestial dragons turned pale at such a scene. It is true that they torture and kill others, but when it comes their turn to face death, they are just as miserable. Kaido felt happy. Oh lol. As expected, in the face of war, whether it's celestial dragons or pirates criminals, they are all equal. Come on, scream, tremble, and welcome the war. The celestial dragons screamed in fear, but they just kicked the slaves, heads desperately and had no intention of getting down and running away. Zephyr was so angry that his teeth itched, but he was helpless. Long led them to retreat first. I'll cover them and stop these guys. But, no buts, just follow the order. Yes. The dragon gritted his teeth and escorted the celestial dragons away quickly, leaving only Zephyr behind. Kaido grinned. Oh, this rare prey can't just run away, Black Arm Zephyr. Suddenly, he caught a glimpse of Conlane sneaking towards Devil Fruit. Damn it, stop it. Kaido dropped Zephyr and rushed towards Conlane. The ancient scale pirates would naturally not sit idly by, and everyone else also rushed forward. Kaido showed no sign of weakness, he shook his head and several people jumped out from his mane, led by the masked Jin. At the same time, many pirates gathered together, obviously preparing to fish in troubled waters. Any pirate who has such courage is either not afraid of death or has real ability, and obviously the latter is more common. Zephyr only took a glance and saw several guys with bounties of hundreds of millions. It seems that this venue will soon become a meat grinder. Just as he was distracted, a 7 or 8 meter long lion suddenly pounced on him. It was the transformed Conlane. Quote question mark exclamation mark quote. Zephyr reacted very quickly. Although he was caught off guard, he did not panic. He dodged the attack and knocked the lion back with one punch. Ha 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 ha. Marine, Lousy won't let you watch the show. Zephyr was a bit surprised. Are you crazy? You are fighting with Kaido and you are at a disadvantage. Why would you provoke yourself when you are so neutral? Do you think your life is too long? Looking at Thanos, he doesn't seem to object to. You ungrateful B**********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************̈̈ Zephyr cursed inwardly and rushed forward without fear. Anyway, the burden is gone, and there are pirates all around except me, so it's a sure win no matter how we fight. Chapter 363 Backstab. While the auction attracted the attention of all the powerful pirates, the dragon escorted the celestial dragons all the way to the nearest seashore. The celestial dragon's ship and warships were waiting there early. After sending the celestial dragons onto the ship and the large force was assembled, Long finally felt at ease and breathed a sigh of relief. He looked towards the auction house with some worry. If it's Mr. Zephyr, it should be okay, right? It's better not to send reinforcements easily, or you might end up hindering us. Suddenly, Long found something wrong. He looked around and his expression suddenly changed. He grabbed a marine who was passing by. Hey, why is there one less warship? Where are Perth and Field? The missing ship was the warship he was in charge of, and the crew members were all of his peers. In the Marine, Long is already a rocket among rockets. He has become a colonel and can have his own exclusive ship. But many of his Marine contemporaries were only seamen first-class seaman apprentice. Only the better ones can become lieutenants, and those who can become majors are really rare. The Marine staff had no idea why. 100 of Long's peers were selected, with Long as the commander, and assigned to a warship. This is also the origin of the tradition of recruiting the chief of the camp. I have to say, the effect is quite good. Their cohesion and coordination far exceed those of ordinary warships, and their combat effectiveness should not be underestimated. Seeing that his boat was gone, Long was also anxious. To him, the people on board were not only his subordinates. They are also brothers who eat and sleep together. They are comrades who live and die together. The Marine blushed immediately and said hesitantly, when they came here, they were surrounded by pirates. What? Long glanced around and found that the other boats were as clean as if they had just been wiped. He grabbed the Marine by the collar. You bastards, didn't you just leave them there without a fight? The Marine opened his mouth, but no words came out. Long continued to curse. There are so many people and so many warships, why don't you send some people to support? Suddenly, a cold voice came from the side. How can a mere ship of soldiers compete with God? Even if it means saving the God by just 1 minute, I will sacrifice all my Marines. Long's veins suddenly popped up and he grabbed the CP by the collar. A-hole, what did you say? Advertisement. CP unceremoniously slapped Long's hand away and fiddled with his tie. This is the command of God, the command of the world government. Monkey D. Dragon, please be aware of your identity. You not only represent yourself, but also Garp and Zephyr, so you'd better be sensible. After saying that, the CP walked away, leaving Long standing there in a daze. Long's face was uncertain. Suddenly, he raised his head and said, that's right. I not only represent myself, but also the old man and the teacher. So I can't abandon them. I'm sorry I can't carry out this order. After saying that, he turned and left. When he saw the Marines around him eager to try, he said in a deep voice, this is my decision alone. I don't need your help. You stay where you are and protect the celestial dragons. I have a strong background, so it's okay for me to contradict the CP, but ordinary soldiers can't afford that. At this time, it is better not to drag them into the water. Long was about to leave when a voice suddenly came from behind him. Hey, Marine, where are you going? Long frowned, suppressed his unhappiness, turned around and said, Sir, a warship is surrounded by pirates, I have to rescue them. The one who spoke was one of the celestial dragons that he had rescued. So, Long forced himself to suppress his anger and spoke quite politely. The celestial dragon's expression suddenly changed. Don't go. He is older and experienced the Valley of the Gods incident firsthand. From then on, he understood one thing. Those great pirates really dared to kill gods. In other words, my life is no harder than that of a pariah. He had just peed his pants in fear when facing Kaido's hot breath. If it weren't for Zephyr and the Marines in front of me, I'm afraid my account would have been cancelled. Especially since the dragon easily blocked the flames and wind blades, it gave him a full sense of security. So, after changing his pants, he hurried over to find Long. While the other companions haven't reacted yet, take the initiative and let this Marine protect you. Marine, I order you to protect me closely. Don't leave until we return to the Holy Land. But Long had made up his mind. I'm sorry, I will protect you well when I come back after rescuing my companions. There are so many Marines here, they will definitely keep you safe. After saying that, he turned around and was about to leave. The celestial dragon's eyes widened, their noses running, and they couldn't believe that the Marine dared to disobey their orders. He raised his golden pistol and aimed at the dragon. A-hole, come back here. Rescue the Marine. What a joke. How can a mere Marine be compared to our safety? The Marine's mission is to protect us. Don't forget why you joined the Marine. After hearing this, Long paused. First joined the Marine to protect my own justice. And my justice does not allow me to watch my comrades die without saving them. Advertisement. After saying that, he ignored the other person and walked away. Damn B asterisk 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 D. Bang, 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 bang. With 3 gunshots, 3 large holes appeared on the dragon's body. But celestial dragons can't hockey, and this gun only has normal bullets, so it doesn't hurt at all. The dragon didn't bother to pay attention and turned into a gust of wind and left. Damn it, damn it. As a Marine, you don't even take a god like me seriously. I'm going to hang him. No, I'm going to turn him into a slave and torture him to death little by little. ... Long looked for the warship along the seashore. Finally, they found their warships dozens of miles away. The warship was already in ruins. The decks, railings, and rooms were all scarred and filled with signs of fire, artillery fire, and hacking with swords and axes. There were dozens of bodies on the deck, some of them were Marines, some were pirates. Long quickly landed on the warship and began searching. The property, equipment and weapons on the warship had been emptied, leaving only a mess. Long searched all the way and saw a familiar figure lying in a pool of blood. He felt cold all over. Fortunately, God helps those who work hard. When we reached the bottom cabin, we finally found a survivor. A dozen Marines were tied up and hung there, including Perth and Field. However, their situation is precarious. It's okay to have some scars, but they are not fatal. What is fatal is the manatee hide ropes around their necks. These ropes are very tough and become longer when soaked in water, but will slowly shrink once out of the water. At this time, these saints have already strangled the Marines' necks deeply. Their faces were blue and purple, and they opened their mouths wide and tried to breathe, but it was of no use. It seemed that if the dragon had arrived 10 minutes later, they would all have died. Hold on. Long released the wind blades to put them down, and untied the ropes around their necks one by one. Seeing that everyone was out of touch, I came to Perth and Field. Hey, are you guys okay? Perth covered his neck and said, Long, why are you here? Celestial dragons. They're fine, no problem. But I can't take care of them. As for you two guys, if I hadn't arrived quickly, you would have really died. Feld lowered his head and smiled bitterly. Actually, you shouldn't have come. Long said indifferently. How can I ignore you when you are in danger? After all, in my eyes, your lives are the most important. Suddenly, his eyes widened, his pupils trembled, the words in his mouth stopped abruptly, and a stream of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Long looked down in disbelief. I saw Perth holding a sharp spike and stabbing it deep into his abdomen. Chapter 364 Escape. Long looked down at his abdomen, then looked at Perth, his eyes full of shock and confusion. Perth, you. The others just watched coldly, not surprised and with no intention of stepping forward to help. Suddenly, Feld kicked Long in the face, sending him flying and slamming into the wall. Puff. The dragon spat out a mouthful of blood. The needle pierced deep into his abdomen, making him feel weak. Seastone. You have planned this long ago, why? At this time, the Marines all gathered around, their expressions no longer showing the usual intimacy and respect, but rather indifference. Only Perth and Field had a trace of struggle in their eyes. But this emotion only existed for a moment, and then disappeared in an instant, leaving only indifference. Perth took a step forward and looked into the dragon's eyes. Monkey D. Dragon, the future of the Marine, doesn't even know which is more important, the lives of hundreds of soldiers or the safety of celestial dragons. It's really puzzling that you would choose the wrong answer for such a simple question. Unfortunately, you failed this test, and the price is your life. Long's forehead was covered with cold sweat. He covered his wound and stood up tremblingly. Loyalty dog test. This tone, this style, is exactly the same as the B*********** D on that ship. Are you guys a couple? Seeing that everyone was indifferent and silent, Long seemed to understand something. With so many CPs lurking around me, their target is not just a colonel, right? In order to deal with those old men, the people behind you really took great pains. Long let out a long sigh, slightly relieving the severe pain in his abdomen. I won't ask any more. I just want to ask, how are the others doing? Also, how many nails have you planted around me? According to CP's usual style, either take action or remain silent. But Perth suddenly spoke. There are only a few of us at CP. As for the others, you should have seen them all outside, right? Long's pupils turned red and his body trembled slightly. So, for this bullshit test, you were willing to kill dozens of your comrades. They are our comrades who eat, live and die with us. None of our own people died, and no one else was left. It's obvious that it was one of our own people who did it. As for the dead pirates on the ship, most of them were cannon fodder who didn't know the truth. Perth said calmly. This is also a helpless move. Guys like you will definitely be the leaders of the Marine in the future. So you must guarantee your absolute loyalty to the Celestial Dragons and the world government. Compared to this, a few lives are nothing. Based on your current thinking, we will never allow both of you and your son to be in the Marine. Quote. Long asked a few more questions, and CP was surprisingly cooperative, answering them one by one, and finally letting him know the truth of the matter. It turns out that the world government had noticed the threat posed by Garp and his men to the sky a long time ago. Advertisement. Especially Garp. Not only is he extremely capable, his son is also penultimately talented. If left unchecked, after 2 generations, they will be able to establish their own faction in the Marines, which the world government will never allow. Therefore, the government began to place people around long before he emerged as a star. After the end of Valley of the Gods, the world government has always regarded Garp as the strongest shield of celestial dragons and trusted him very much, so these spies have never been activated. These CPs are just like ordinary Marine soldiers. They live, train, and fight every day, they even make friends, get married, and have children. Until the last incident, the world government finally saw Garp's true attitude towards celestial dragons. In addition, the strong rise of Sengoku and Zephyr challenged the dominance of Sora over Marine. That's why the world government reactivated these CPs and attacked the dragons. The real target is, of course, Garp and Zephyr behind. In fact, whether it is the Pirates Expo or the Celestial Dragons Tour, the world government is behind the scenes. Thanos has long been tired of the fighting at sea and wants to make the Kingdom of Warner a member state. The world government put forward 2 conditions. Pay the 30 billion Baileys of Tianshengzhen for 10 years, and cooperate with them in a show. Therefore, Thanos tried to hold the Pirates Expo in the Kingdom of Warner and auction 10 precious fruits at the same time. As for the drama, it is to force the dragon to make a choice, whether to save hundreds of Marines or to protect the celestial dragons. The world government still recognizes the dragon's talent and strength. So let's set up a test first. If dragons can really be used by celestial dragons, it is not impossible to give them a break. If not, then kill him. Marine heroes cannot move. But the Marine rookie can still be eliminated. Obviously, Long chose the wrong answer. This information really shocked Long. He lowered his head, covered the long seastone thorn on his abdomen, and panted. I understand. The last question is, who placed you next to me? Long has guessed that there is definitely a spy from the world government among the Marines' top brass. Crane has already joined the Marine staff, and she was able to cram so many CPs under her nose without anyone noticing. If you say there are no clues, I would never believe it even if you kill me. Long really can't figure out who wrote this. Perth did not answer this question. No matter who it is, it has nothing to do with you. Long, you have saved me 11 times and failed 6 times. Everyone here has been taken care of by you to some extent. That's why we made an exception and told you this, so that you can understand the situation. But now, it's time for you to get on your way. Perth stretched out his finger, and a cold light flashed across his fingertips. Don't worry, my finger pistol is very sharp and won't cause you any pain. As he spoke, his finger stabbed towards Long's throat, but the next moment, a big hand grabbed his wrist. What? Perth was horrified. Long grabbed his wrist with one hand and pulled out the long seastone thorn with the other hand and threw it aside. Additional original setting. When a person with special abilities is stabbed by a seastone weapon, he will be unable to pull it out. Refer to Wano Kuni. When Luo was injured by a seastone nail, he also retreated instead of pulling out the nail. The couples around were also confused. What? How is that possible? Isn't he a user with special abilities? Advertisement. Why can't Seastone imprison him? Throwing away the Seastone thorns, the dragon's momentum increased dramatically. Mr. Zephyr said that if you want to be strong, you can't be obsessed with ability. I never told you that I've been doing Seastone resistance training since I got the wind fruit. Seastone of this purity cannot restrain me. After saying that, Long's palm turned into a dragon claw and grabbed Perth's neck fiercely. Perth dodged quickly, but was still grabbed by the shoulder. There was a series of teeth grinding, crackling, sounds, and Long exerted force suddenly, crushing his bones in an instant. Ah! Perth screamed and was thrown aside by the dragon the next second. Long covered his wound and blood flowed out from between his fingers. Even though he was seriously injured, he was as crazy as a desperate tiger. He. What? Aren't you going to kill me? Since you don't dare to take action, it's my turn. The battle is over. The warship has been split into 2 parts. The upper half disappeared, and the lower half floated on the sea like a raft. Long stood there quietly, covered in blood, unable to tell whether it was his own or the enemy's. Suddenly, there was a muffled thunder in the sky and a light rain fell. Long looked up at the sky, his eyes numb, letting the rain wash away the blood on his face. After a while, he walked past several corpses and squatted in front of Perth. At this time, only Perth was still alive, but that was all he had left. Long held up a den mushi that was cut in half. Is this your plan too? Perth forced a smile. The battle just now has been transmitted back. Ahem. Tomorrow, the footage of you colluding with the pirates and killing Marine will be broadcast around the world. Dragon weapons are not just swords. You are destined to never return to the Marine. There was a flash of anger in Long's eyes. Why do you have to go this far? Those Marines are innocent. This is not just about a few dozen lives. They are the force of justice, and they may be able to save hundreds or even thousands of people in the future. Perth's face became increasingly gray, and his eyes rolled as he looked at Long's face. I really envy you for being able to ask these questions. Our justice was determined the day we entered CP. I'll tell you a secret. Actually, I always knew that you were wearing that seastone necklace. Long's eyes suddenly widened. Perth looked at his expression, the corners of his mouth twitched slightly, as if he smiled. CP is also a human being. After saying that, he became completely motionless, and his eyes became completely empty. Long squatted beside him, motionless, letting the rain fall. It was not until he heard the urgent horn of a warship in the distance that he woke up from his dream. Looking at the warships hidden in the rain and fog, he sighed and turned into a gust of wind and disappeared. Chapter 365. Lurking Person. Very good. No matter what, 3 of the 4 major tasks have been completed, and the only one left is the exhibition on October 15th. Although it means I have to work overtime for 7 days, I finally see the light at the end of the tunnel. I just got home after driving all day today. I will write 2,000 words first and make up to 4,000 words tomorrow. I will try to finish this volume in October without missing any classes. Listen to Long's story. Smoker and Aokiji looked at each other. Indeed, given Long's condition at the time, there was no way he could return to the naval headquarters. He was accused of killing his comrades and ignoring the lives of celestial dragons. Even if his father was a marine hero, he couldn't be saved. This was the first time Smoker heard of these things. It seems that it has had a significant impact on Zephyr and the others, and even now, they are reluctant to mention it. As for Aokiji, although I have heard of it a little bit. But this is also the first time I know it so clearly. I have to say, the world government is quite insidious. Actually, you used this method to throw dirty water on the dragon. No respect to celestial dragons. This kind of ridiculous reason was an indisputable death penalty in that era. Smoker even suspected that, if the dragon doesn't fall for it, the 5 elders might really kill a few celestial dragons, leaving him with no chance of recovery. There is also a chain of contempt among celestial dragons. Yimu can kill Satan Saint without blinking an eye. It shouldn't be a big deal for 5 smart guys to kill a few ordinary celestial dragons. Long gulped down the wine. It's not that easy to deal with the old man and Commander Zephyr. This is just the beginning. Smoker and Aokiji were stunned. More. A fierce look flashed in Long's eyes. See Circle Calendar 1488, Zephyr's family was killed by pirates. Without the support of an insider, how could a few rubbish pirates succeed? In C Circle Calendar 1500, tens of thousands of babies were killed in South Blue in order to search for Roger's posthumous child. How could a Marine give such a cruel and useless order? It was only because they learned that the old man had visited Roger before his death that they issued this order, and then spread the news openly or secretly that the old man was protecting Roger's child, which led to this tragedy. The old man had no way to defend himself in this incident, and his reputation in the Marines was at its lowest point. Fortunately, there was no basis for the incident, so the situation gradually calmed down. Aokiji suddenly realized. Ah la la la, that's right, I was already at the headquarters at that time, and the rumors were indeed flying everywhere. Although it seems like a complete joke now, there were many people who believed it at that time. Smoker. This. Garp really didn't cover it up, he raised it himself. All I can say is that world government hits the target by accident, and any arrow it shoots can hit the bull's eye. Of course, since the world government has this idea, it doesn't matter whether Garp adopts him or not. Unless Rouge and Ace were reported immediately, tens of thousands of babies would still die. But they didn't expect that both of them would be treated like this, and they didn't think about leaving the Marine, and they continued to work hard to fight the pirates. To put it bluntly, the world government is sure that they care about the Marines and justice, and will not betray them because of personal emotions and grievances. Typical of pointing a gun at a good guy. Aokiji sighed. I've always disliked people in the government, but I never thought there would be such a past. Long also sighed. Fortunately, Mr. Sengoku and Ms. Suru were able to plan ahead and show enough loyalty, so the government did not take action against them. Now it seems that their approach was the wisest. Marine is an organization after all, if you want to get things done, you must have status. Look at Mr. Sengoku. After he was promoted to the rank of admiral, he made drastic reforms. Especially in the past few years, the reputation and atmosphere of the Marine have improved significantly. It is no longer the puppet it used to be. Smoker smiled slightly, hiding his achievements and fame. If you have money, you can do whatever you want. Aokiji asked. Alalala. Long, do you know who the guy hiding in Marine is? Before Long could speak, Smoker suddenly said, I do have some guesses. After that, he told the information he knew. The most suspicious person is naturally the captain of CP-1 who has been investigated by Nika. As a senior member of CP, he has been hiding in the Marine for decades, so his status must be high. Status, time, ability, all match. Advertisement. But who is this person? The dragon was silent. Whether it was him, Sengoku, Garp, Zephyr, or Crane, they had all investigated. Obviously, there are not many people who meet the requirements. After much investigation, all the suspects were finally ruled out. However, it was not a complete failure. A lot of other small fish and shrimps were caught. After some secret investigation, some clues were found. There are many hidden CPs in naval headquarters. Most of the time, their intelligence would be transmitted directly back to the Holy Land of Mariajoy. But a few people have proved that there is indeed a senior CP in the naval headquarters who has the authority to transfer other CPs on a single line. It is precisely because of the existence of this thorn that many of Marine's plans can only be carried out secretly. For example, the Sky Island development plan. If the Marines had gone all out, they could have built an air fortress that was no less powerful than the naval headquarters. But because of the existence of this spy, we can only act with caution. People and objects going up there have to go through layers of investigation, so the speed will naturally be slowed down a lot. Fortunately, Sky Island's resources and location are so good. Even if it is just used as a gold mine and Air Force base, Marine has made a lot of money. Smoker rubbed his chin. Brother Kuzan, this guy is too dangerous for Marine. He is even more dangerous than Whitebeard. In the future, Marine's business will grow bigger and bigger, and there will be more and more secrets. This hidden danger must be eliminated as soon as possible. Aokiji agreed. Do you have any ideas? Smoker shook his head. I have no idea now, but I'll go back and talk to Sengoku, there will always be a way. The three chatted for a while. We recalled the past, looked forward to the future, shared some of the old guy's 8 trigrams, and had a great time chatting. Smoker also drank a lot, so he went out to get some water, lit a cigarette, and stood outside to get some fresh air. At this time, Kazuki Hiyori walked over and bowed respectfully. Smoker adult. Smoker nodded, a gentle smile on his face. Thank you for your hard work, Princess Hiyori. We are old friends, you don't have to be polite, don't wait here, go back and rest. With the strength of the three of them, if they still wanted to rely on Kazuki Hiyori to guard the door, they would have died countless times already. Kazuki Hiyori smiled slightly. It's all right, Master Smoker. I know I am not strong enough, so I can only do my best to show my appreciation. Smoker sighed. Princess Hiyori, we have known each other for some time. You should know my temper. If you have anything to say, just speak frankly. Kazuki Hiyori was also a straightforward person. He stopped hiding his feelings, took a deep breath, and bowed deeply to Smoker. Smoker-sama, I want you to save the Kazuki family. Smoker. Why do you say that? Guy has already said that he will not hold the Kazuki family accountable for the past. Even if you walk in the open air now and reveal your identity, as Kaido, I will not break my promise. As Beast's pirates, you shouldn't embarrass a little girl. As for the prophecy, you don't have to worry about it. Kaido doesn't care. In the original plot, Kaido didn't care about the prophecy of the falling moon. It was only because Kurozumi was afraid of the great snake that he went with the flow and went out to sea to hunt down Momonosuke and the others. In fact, Kaido himself didn't really take these guys seriously. If Kazuki Hiyori's identity is exposed, the person who will be most affected is Denjiro. Kazuki Hiyori smiled bitterly. My lord, you should understand what I mean. You said that my brother will come back, and then war will inevitably break out. Given the current situation, I really can't imagine how my brother will win. Smoker nodded secretly. Kazuki Hiyori has a good eye and his judgment is very correct. The current Wano Kuni has changed a lot. The new General Doflamingo's methods are not comparable to those of a fool like Kurozumi Orochi. He first established himself as a hero, then liquidated Orochi's remaining forces, and finally blamed Orochi for all the darkness in Wano Kuni. Advertisement. And he presented himself as a wise monarch who loved his people like his own children, and was warmly welcomed by the people of Wano Kuni. If the current trend continues, by the time the prophecy arrives, I'm afraid Wano Kuni will have already been run as strong as a rock. It is said that even if his elder brother Momosuke, or his biological father Kazuki Oden, comes, it is still a big question whether he can successfully restore the throne. Kazuki Hiyori has a growing feeling. The Kazuki family will never be able to rule Wano Kuni again. Smoker. Princess Hiyori, the tides rise and fall, the moon waxes and wanes, go out to sea and see which country has a royal family that remains unchanged for a long time. Does the Kazuki family have to rule Wano Kuni? Does the general of Wano Kuni have to be from your Kazuki family? Smoker is not Luffy. Just by hearing a story, he became completely devoted to Kazuki Oden, even though he had never met him before. He was willing to fight for Kazuki's family, and I don't know what he was trying to achieve. In his eyes, Wano Kuni is a weapons factory and an artificial fruit plantation. Let Kaido and Doflamingo be gentle to the people here. Just to improve production efficiency and ensure stable production. As for whether the people live or die, he doesn't care. However, Smoker had a good impression of Kazuki Hiyori and decided to help her. For your sake, I'm willing to give the Kazuki family a chance. I will propose to Doflamingo that we continue the Wano Kuni tradition in Fef Daimyo in various regions. It's impossible for the Kazuki family to become shogun, but it's not impossible for them to inherit the position of Kuri Daimyo and rebuild Oden Castle. However, the question remains as to your brother, will he be willing to accept this arrangement? After all, he is not alone. He is surrounded by not only himself, but also several subordinates who are eager to restore their country. I won't hide it from you. I need to use Wano Kuni's territory to complete some arrangements, so I need to cooperate with Kaido. If your brother messes up Wano Kuni, I will also have a headache. Hearing Smoker's words, Kazuki Hiyori looked embarrassed. After thinking for a while, he finally sighed and bowed respectfully. That's enough. I can't thank you enough, Master Smoker. I will never forget your kindness. When my brother and the others arrive, I will definitely persuade them to stay and won't make it difficult for you. Smoker nodded. I'm glad you understand. In fact, Smoker is also thinking about himself. After all, it was impossible for him to stay in Wano Kuni permanently, and he had no idea what Kaido was doing. Once Doflamingo agrees to establish a daimyo, Denjiro can take advantage of the situation and seize the position of a daimyo. And once Kazuki Hiyori reveals his identity, the possibility is not small. In this way, he would have two daimyo under his control, and once there were any changes in Wano Kuni, he would be able to get the news first. However, Smoker estimated that Momosuke and the others would listen to Kazuki Hiyori. Given their character, they won't know how powerful we are unless they get beaten to a bloody pulp. Even before restoring the country, he would first seek the position of daimyo of Denjiro and Hiyori. If that's the case, then it's a good opportunity to kill someone with a borrowed knife, let Kaido and Doflamingo get rid of Momonosuke and the others, and completely put an end to Hiyori's thoughts. The two were chatting when suddenly Denjiro came hurriedly over. Master Smoker, I just got the news that Master Kaido will be here soon. It turned out that Oyi failed to stop Smoker and the others. After the two left, he immediately informed Kaido of the news. When Kaido heard that Smoker and Long were alone together, he became anxious and immediately dropped what he was doing and rushed over. Smoker nodded. I understand. He first asked Aokiji and Kazuki Hiyori to step aside, and then called a few singers to play musical instruments and sing around him and Long. Everything was ready, and soon, a loud noise was heard outside Omoromachi, and even the house shook. Smoker and Long in the room looked at each other and understood each other. Kaido has arrived. After a few minutes, the door was pushed open with a bang. Kaido walked in, led by Denjiro. Denjiro has reported the whereabouts of the two, but of course, he didn't say a word about what he shouldn't say. Oh, hey, you two are in a good mood. It's such a lively occasion, but you didn't even invite me. Smoker was smiling, but Long had a cold expression. Haha, it's a good thing I didn't call you, otherwise you would still be kept in the dark. Kaido was stunned. What do you mean? Long slammed the table and said, "Why are you pretending to be stupid, old man? Artificial devil fruit. If Smoker hadn't told me, would you, an old loach, have kept it all for yourself? I'm telling you, Kaido, if you don't make this clear today, you won't be able to get a single Bailey order from the Revolutionary Army in the future." Kaido was hit right in the face, and his expression suddenly twisted, as if he had eaten a piece of devil fruit. Chapter 366 Distribution. 1,300 will be sent first, and 4,000 will be added to the evening party. You can check it tomorrow morning. Kaido was choked by the dragon and couldn't speak. Artificial fruits are different from weapons. We are absolutely reluctant to release such strategic materials. If conditions permit, he would like to take it all for himself. Smoker also said in a teasing tone, "Sorry, Kaido. I thought you had already told him, considering your relationship with Long. It's all my fault for being a nagging person." As he spoke, he slapped himself lightly. Kaido's eyes twitched slightly as he watched Smoker's fake and teasing performance. Long sang, "It's not that I'm not fair, it's mainly because the yield of artificial fruits is low, and I don't even have enough for myself. You know, that old lady Big Mom has been causing trouble lately, and I had no choice but to do so." Long scoffed at this reason. "Speaking of miserable, who is more miserable than our revolutionary army? The pirates under your command are all strong and healthy, but what about us? Every time we liberate a country, we have to accept a large number of old, weak, women and children. I'd rather not have those weapons than get the artificial fruit. For the strong, the ordinary zone fruit has little effect. It only increases combat power a little, and also has the weaknesses of being afraid of water and sea stone, not to mention the low-end version of change. If it were the elite pirates like Roger Pirates, Red Hair Pirates, and Straw Hat Pirates, they would definitely look down on the change and probably wouldn't even accept it even if it was given to them for free. But for a force with a large number of ordinary combat forces. For example, the Marines, various countries, and the pirates group that owns a large territory. Change is particularly precious. If there are enough of them, it will be enough to change the power structure at sea. But the rarest change is having a revolutionary army. Although the revolutionary army is only in its infancy, in terms of territory, it is no less than any other country or force. However, the majority of them are weaklings, such as civilians, and they are unable to provide combat power. If you have enough changes, not only can ordinary soldiers become stronger, but weak civilians will also have the power to protect themselves. The strength of the revolutionary army will increase several times. The control over the territory under your command will also be improved by several levels. Therefore, Long is determined to change. At this time, Smoker came out to smooth things over. "Calm down, both of you. Change is only in the trial stage now, so the production is limited. Once the technology matures, the production will naturally increase. Although I don't know how long this will take, and I don't know if there will be any accidents in the meantime, but you two must not hurt each other." Kaido. "Okay, I give in to you. I'll give you 30% at most." Long. "What, Sanchang, how dare you?" Smoker also smiled frivolously. "Brother Kaido, don't forget that I am here. The sea is getting more and more chaotic now, and the marine is also anxiously waiting for the fruit to save its life. This 30% cannot be deducted from my share." Kaido blushed immediately. "What? I am a manufacturer and a partner after all, why am I so humble?" Long refused to give in. "What the hell, how many people are there in the Revolutionary Army, how many people are there in the Marines, and how many people are there in your pirates? Aren't you afraid of dying of starvation?" The three of them immediately started arguing. Finally, the three of them decided to have a competition, and whoever had the bigger fist would have the final say. Smoker. "Since we're going to compete, who goes first?" Kaido and Long looked at each other, snorted coldly, and turned their heads away. Kaido said reluctantly, "This guy's ability is too slippery. We have fought many times and neither of us can do anything to the other. Let's call it a draw." Long also nodded. What can they do? Both of them have top-notch fruit abilities and their hockey attainments are similar. If they were locked together and fought, Kaido would definitely win. But Long's abilities were too ethereal, and every time he made Kaido run around in circles like a dog biting its tail, with his attacks being ineffective against the air. The same is true of dragons. Facing Kaido's high attack, high defense, high speed and high evasion, there is no way to start. Even if damage is dealt, it will be recovered in a blink of an eye. With these two people, it would take several days and nights to determine the winner. Smoker nodded. "How about this? You send one person to fight me. If I win, it's like I win both of you. If I lose, it's like I lose both of you. How about that?" Kaido and Long naturally had no objection. The two argued for a while and finally decided that Kaido would go first. In order to have a good fight, Kaido suggested that the battlefield should not be chosen in Wano-kuni, but on an uninhabited island hundreds of miles away from Wano-kuni. Smoker and the dragon naturally had no objection, since they could all fly anyway. Soon, the three of them arrived at the uninhabited island. To Smoker's surprise, there was a fierce hurricane on the island, and even with his strength, he felt difficulty breathing. Advertisement. Oh lol lol. Kaido points to the island. This island is called Boulder Island. The entire island is a huge piece of granite. Because of the frequent hurricanes, the sand, rocks and soil have all been blown away, leaving only bare rocks, so there is no way to farm or build on the island. But as a battlefield, it is perfect. As he spoke, he glanced at Long with resentment. The last time they fought, he habitually chose this place as the battlefield, but he forgot that his opponent had the wind fruit. In the end, thanks to the weather and location, Long's strength increased dramatically and he gave Kaido a severe beating. Kaido hasn't been this embarrassed since the incident in the Valley of the Gods. Smoker looked left and right, then down at his feet. The strong wind was like sandpaper, polishing the entire island into a smooth stone surface. It's really nice, just like the big arena. Kaido carried the mace and transformed into a dragon man form as he walked. Oh la la la, well said. Long's eyes also sparkled. It really makes me impatient. At least I can create a fair battlefield for you. As he spoke, his body turned into wisps of breeze and merged into the surrounding hurricane. Suddenly the hurricane changed direction and no longer blew over Rock Island, but instead rotated around the island at high speed and turned into a huge tornado. As soon as the hurricane subsided, Smoker felt like he could breathe easier. Huh, this is much more comfortable. As Smoker spoke, he transformed into a pink dragon man and confronted Kaido from a distance. Suddenly, both of them disappeared at the same time. Boom, boom, boom. The battle between the two was extremely fierce, and muffled noises could be heard from time to time on the giant rock island. Countless black thunders exploded from the island along with shock waves, and the huge tornado was stirred and twisted. Thundering 8 trigrams. Kaido's mouth was bleeding, but his expression was full of fanaticism. He raised the stick with both hands, Conqueror's haki flowed out from the stick, and rushed towards Smoker as if teleporting. Smoker did not dare to delay either. He raised his hand and dozens of dark barriers instantly appeared between the two of them. Oh my, this trick doesn't work on me. Kaido learned his lesson this time and didn't use any elemental attacks at all. He just covered his whole body with haki and charged straight at them. In just a moment, the dark barrier was shattered like glass. I succeeded. Kaido swung his 8 swords in a circle and smashed it hard on Smoker's head. Just as Smoker's head was about to explode, his body suddenly changed like mud and avoided the powerful blow. After all, he is a Logia user, so even if he transforms into a dragon man, he can still use observation haki and elementalization to dodge attacks. Kaido exerted too much force and his body twisted unconsciously. Seeing his middle door wide open, Smoker's eyes lit up, and his sharp nails were covered with a layer of darkness, like 5 black blades, grabbing Kaido's side ribs fiercely. There was a tearing sound, and Kaido flew out. But he changed his posture in the air and finally landed on all fours, leaving a deep groove on the ground, and finally stabilized his body. Kaido looked at his flank, where the dragon scales had exploded, leaving 5 claw marks, and blood was flowing down his flank. But within a breath, the wound began to stop bleeding. Smoker frowned. Even if the attack just now was not enough to defeat Kaido, it was definitely enough to give him a hard time. Unexpectedly, no harm was caused at all. The only explanation is that Kaido also possesses observation haki, which can foresee the future. Although he cannot dodge attacks directly like Smoker, he can instantly focus haki, which greatly improves his defense. Coupled with its body and dragon scales that are harder than iron and stone, the previous attack did not cause any damage. Kaido grinned. Oh, that's great. You should be proud of yourself for forcing me to defend myself. Come again. Kaido rushed forward and hit him with his arms again. Smoker covered his arms with haki and kept blocking Kaido's attacks. The mace collided with the arm, making a crisp sound of metal colliding. In the end, Smoker suffered a loss in this head-on fighting style, and he felt his arm hurt from the shock. Suddenly, Kaido took advantage of Smoker's unpreparedness, turned around, and swept Smoker away with his tail. By the time Smoker had stood firm, Kaido had already swung the mace wrapped with Conqueror's haki high up. The third world, leading to Naraku. Smoker was shocked. The stick came too fast and it was too late to dodge. Advertisement. So he raised his arms to block it. But the force of this blow was too great, and Smoker was crushed to the ground, smashing into the rock. A deep pit several dozen meters wide appeared on the ground. Oh, what's up, a-hole? Suddenly, Kaido felt empty under his feet. Quote question mark exclamation mark quote. He looked around and found that the ground around him had turned dark without him noticing. Logia's fruit awakens. Kaido was startled and tried to jump up, but the darkness had already bound his legs tightly. Open black lens bracket not good, close black lens bracket. Kaido acted decisively, transformed into a huge blue dragon, broke free from the darkness, and rushed straight into the air. The darkness continued to spread, covering most of the rock island. Kaido's huge body seemed insignificant in the darkness. Suddenly, a huge dark giant slowly stood up. Judging from his facial features, he is somewhat similar to Smoker. Kaido looked at the dark giant that was no smaller than the Azure Dragon. Oh my. I didn't expect there was such a powerful mythical beast ability. Naturally, Smoker would not confess to him that he was a dual fruit ability user. In addition, the perfect artificial fruit had 3 stages of transformation, so Kaido always thought that Smoker's darkness was also an inherent ability of the mythical beast species. However, the dragon in the wind kept praising him. Amazing. Is this the multi-fruit ability the old man was talking about? Closing square bracket. Smoker is still holding back. At this time, the dark giant spoke, and his huge voice rumbled throughout the sky. Kaido, this is my last move. If you can break this giant, you will win this battle. Oh, no problem. Kaido agreed immediately. He has already seen clearly that Smoker not only possesses the ability of a mythical beast, but he himself is also thick-skinned and tough. If they continue fighting, there will be no end. It is better to end it quickly. Fire Dragon Torch. The Qinglong opened his mouth and magma spurted out, quickly covering his entire body. A few seconds later, the Azure Dragon turned into a magma fire dragon that was dozens of times larger. Compared with the Red Dragon, the Dark Giant seems a little small. I'm on it. The magma fire dragon rushed towards the Dark Giant and hit him hard in the chest. The magma came into contact with the darkness, making a sizzling sound. After a while, a big hole appeared on the Dark Giant's chest, and he was actually pierced through by the magma fire dragon. Open black lens bracket I won. Close black lens bracket. But the next second, his expression changed. The Dark Giant's body was suddenly sucked in, and he couldn't move after trying twice. The Dark Giant suddenly spoke. Okay, now it's my turn. Damn, what a tenacious guy. The lava fire dragon suddenly entangled the Dark Giant, trying to strangle him. Suddenly, the surrounding darkness quickly gathered and instantly formed a dark sphere with a diameter of several thousand meters, enveloping the entire magma fire dragon. The dark ball floated quietly on the giant rock island. There was no movement, except for the occasional flash of fire from within. After several hours, cracks suddenly appeared on the dark ball, and then it suddenly shattered, with countless sparks scattering everywhere. A figure appeared and fell heavily to the ground, creating a deep pit. It was Kaido. At this time, Kaido could hardly stand up. He was leaning on the mace, half kneeling on the ground, breathing heavily. Although he had no injuries, he looked sweaty and his body was shaking, and he had obviously exerted too much effort. Smoker slowly fell down. I never thought you could break free from gravity. According to the agreement, you win this round. It turns out that Smoker imitated the planetary devastation and directly trapped Kaido in darkness. But no one expected Kaido to be so powerful. He could self-destruct the magma fire dragon and break out of the shackles of darkness. Kaido gave a wry smile and staggered to his feet. I won't accept such a shameful victory. I lost. Don't worry, I can afford to lose. The distribution ratio will be based on what you said. Smoker smiled. In fact, he was far from using his full strength, at least he did not use the power of Odin and Krus. This can also be considered a backup plan. In case he has a falling out with Kaido one day, Smoker doesn't mind using Odin's spatial power to get close to him and then let Kless fill his mouth with liquid. Smoker respects the strong, but who would fight hard if they can be vulgar? The first batch of artificial fruits grown will all be supplied to the Beast's pirates. 3 months from now, the Marines will take 50%, the Revolutionary Army will take 30%, and the Beast's pirates will take 20%. Chapter 367, Feudal System. First 2,000 and then replenish. The battle was over and the three returned to Onigashima. Along the way, Kaido's attitude towards Smoker subtly changed. In this ocean, strength has always been everything. As one of the top silver medalists, Kaido is known for his strong strength and endurance. In the New World, where there are many strong people, perhaps someone can confront him head-on. But when it comes to defeating Kaido, no one except Whitebeard can guarantee it. Even if Big Mom has gained new abilities and become much stronger, she cannot guarantee victory over Kaido. However, today he was defeated head-on by Smoker. Although it was not a life-and-death fight, both sides showed their true abilities. If we continue to fight, the ending will not change. This means that now, in addition to Whitebeard and Garp, there is a third gold medalist on the ocean. And 2 of them are in the same camp. This means that the Marine has the ability to quickly defeat any pirates group. And you can behead those big pirates. The reason why Marine is afraid of these big pirates is that not only because they have powerful destructive power, but more importantly, they have strong survival ability. Just like Kaido and Big Mom, they are not only tough but also can fly. If you are determined to escape, even if all the high-end Marine forces are deployed, they may not be able to stop you. Just like the Golden Lion back then. The most important reason why he was captured by Garp and Sengoku was that he fought to the death. Actually, if he was determined to leave, Garp and Sengoku would just have to watch helplessly. Compared to Golden Lion's ability to fly, their moonwalk is a joke. But now it's different. Marine has 2 gold medalists. With the 2 of them working together, no one can escape except Whitebeard, who is also a gold medalist. Kaido secretly felt lucky that he had the cooperation with Smoker. Regardless of whether it was Marine's idea or Smoker's own, the 2 of them were in the same boat. With this relationship, even if Marine makes any move, he will no longer be the first target. A few months passed in the blink of an eye. Wano Kuni has changed dramatically. With the help of Marine scientists, more than a dozen new weapons factories were built and hundreds of technicians were trained. Although they only possess obsolete marine technologies and have no R&D capabilities, this research strength is enough to dominate the pirates' world. With the support of new technologies and new equipment, high-quality weapons are produced like a stream. Through the channels of the underground world and the Revolutionary Army, it was quickly sold all over the world, causing a huge uproar. The world of pirates is not peaceful. From national wars to faction fights. Armed conflicts occur all the time, and the demand for weapons never stops. However, due to the world government's technological blockade, everyone uses similar weapons. But suddenly one day, someone discovered something was wrong. There are two neighboring countries on the Grand Line, the Black Cat Kingdom and the White Dog Kingdom. The two countries border each other, dislike each other, and wars break out all year round. Therefore, this place is also known as the paradise of arms dealers. Over the years, neither side has been able to do anything to the other and can only waste time on the border. On this day, the Black Cat Kingdom introduced a batch of new weapons. This was a normal thing. But what people didn't expect was that the Black Cat Kingdom, with its new weapon, suddenly became stronger and pressed the White Dog Kingdom to the ground. The surrounding countries and arms dealers were shocked and rushed to investigate what had happened. You don't know until you check, and you'll be shocked when you do. The weapons obtained by the Black Cat Kingdom have terrifying properties. Relying on these weapons, the Black Cat Kingdom directly pressed its old rival to the ground and pressed its defense line into 100 miles. The source of these weapons is naturally Beast's pirates. After the White Dog Kingdom received the news, it hurriedly tried every means to find these arms dealers and request to purchase weapons. Advertisement. This kind of expedited order is clearly delivered to your doorstep to be ripped off. Kaido was not a pushover either, he just raised the price and asked for 3 times the price. Although the White Dog Kingdom was almost vomiting blood after being slaughtered, it was still a good choice between being slaughtered and destroying the country. The White Dog Kingdom gritted its teeth and purchased a batch of weapons, and indeed withstood the offensive of the Black Cat Kingdom. In this way, the new weapon became famous in one battle and was crazily sought after by all parties. In this way, Beast's pirates made a lot of money, faster than robbing. Rob. That's what low-level pirates do, so tiring. The arms business is still good. Just deliver the money to your door, beg for it, or even bribe someone for the chance to pay. Wano Kuni does not use Pele. Kaido directly exchanged them for supplies through the underground world and brought them back to Wano Kuni in batches. With the massive amount of supplies, Wano Kuni was like a shot of adrenaline, quickly showing vitality and a thriving appearance. In the mine, people are working everywhere. The mines in the past were like Shira fields, and everyone avoided them. Helpless, the big snake can only catch people everywhere to do work. Now Doflamingo uses money to pave the way, and miners are a high-income group. Some even have to give gifts or ask for favors to enter the mine. Not only that, Doflamingo spent a lot of money to encourage construction and production. Now in Wano Kuni, there are scenes of urban construction and farmland reclamation everywhere. Although Doflamingo spends money lavishly, all the money circulates within Wano Kuni. The more money people have, the faster it circulates, and the higher the tax revenue of the general's office. However, Doflamingo also encountered new problems. That is the lack of management talent, or the lack of officials. After Orochi's death, Doflamingo had thought of using the old team from the Shogun's mansion. Unexpectedly, these guys are either corrupt officials or flatterers, and those who are capable can be counted on one's fingers. Doflamingo didn't tolerate them and cleaned them up directly. In order to win the hearts of the people, they even held several public trials for corrupt officials. This move did win a lot of support from the people, but it also led to a shortage of officials everywhere. In desperation, Doflamingo could only take a few cadres to do the work personally, but faced with the endless stream of affairs, he was also stretched to the limit. It's not like he didn't think about transferring people from Beast's pirates. But soon I found out that those idiots were not cut out for this. Either during the trial, the plaintiff and the defendant are beaten together, and whoever can't stand it first is the criminal. Either they collected several times more taxes or omitted a few villages. Doflamingo was helpless about this. With such talent, who would want to be a pirate? Helplessly, Doflamingo had to dismiss these guys and go on his own. On this day, Kaido held a banquet to celebrate the arms sales exceeding 10 billion. Smoker and Doflamingo are naturally among the guests. When Smoker saw Doflamingo, he was shocked. Doflamingo, what happened to you? Did Quinn plot against you? After not seeing each other for a few months, the unruly flamingo has become the miserable chicken. The yellow hedgehog hair has become greasy because it has not been taken care of for a long time. Sticking to the scalp, it looks like having a slicked back hair. Big bags under his eyes were vaguely visible through his glasses, and his signature, foo-foo-foo-foo, laughter had disappeared, replaced by a face full of fatigue. Doflamingo heard Smoker's voice and slowly responded. Oh, Smoker, long time no see. Sorry, I was distracted by something just now. Smoker's eyes twitched slightly. This familiar expression is just like the cows and horses that just stayed up all night in the previous life. However, Smoker was still curious about why General Wano Kuni became like this, so he asked. Doflamingo sighed and took out a notebook from his pocket. Smoker opened it and saw that it was a schedule. When he looked at the content, he was immediately confused. In the coming week, Doflamingo will organize factory production, supervise factory expansion, and connect with customers who come to visit. In addition, time must be found to review dozens of backlog cases, interview new officials, and so on. There are so many things to do, it's useless to use online clones. The worst thing is that he has no capable assistant and can only do it himself. Smoker looked at Doflamingo with sympathy. Advertisement. You can't keep going like this. You won't be able to finish it even if you die of exhaustion. Marshal Sengoku is not as tired as you. Doflamingo's eyes were glazed over by now. What can I do? The livelihoods of the people of this country are on my shoulders. Looking at Doflamingo's face that looked like he was worried about the country and the people, Smoker had an expression that said, "Are you kidding me? Brother, are you the kind of king who cares about the country's economy and people's livelihood?" However, he couldn't say these words to his face, so he could only pat Doflamingo's shoulder hard. You have to learn to delegate power. Doflamingo's face fell. Delegating power. Who the hell can I give it to? Quinn. Smoker smiled awkwardly. Haha, he should just forget it. Anyway, your current condition is not right. If you continue like this, you will die. Forget it. After the party is over, let's go find Kaido together. When it was over, the two went to find Kaido together. After Doflamingo explained the situation, Kaido, who was originally drunk, sobered up instantly. This is a big deal, it concerns the future of Wano Kuni. But it was useless for him to wake up. He just looked confused and didn't understand what Doflamingo said when he listened to his words. It was obvious that he didn't even understand what Doflamingo said. Doflamingo kept talking, and Kaido was getting more and more confused. Finally, he just asked Smoker what to do. Smoker bluntly said that Wano Kuni is quite large and the transportation between different areas is not smooth. It is simply unrealistic for the Shogunate to control the entire Wano Kuni alone. Whether it was the Kazuki family back then or the Kurozumi Orochi later, the only area they directly controlled was the flower capital. As for Kuri, Usagi, Nozomi, Suzuho, and Hakumai, either establish a daimyo to rule instead of the shogun, or simply abandon it. Now that weapons factories are scattered all over Wano Kuni, it is impossible to just leave them alone, so the best way is to divide them up into daimyo and rule each region on their behalf. Kaido and Doflamingo also thought it made sense. The only question was, who would be the daimyo? The daimyo is a lord of a place. Not only must they have convincing reputation and overwhelming strength, but they must also be loyal enough to the beast's pirates. Smoker didn't say much about the selection. Although I agreed to help Kazuki Hiyori run the business, I couldn't say it directly, so it was better to just go with the flow. Some time later, a big event happened in Wano Kuni. Kazuki Hiyori, a descendant of the Kazuki family, suddenly appeared in front of the shogun's residence, bluntly stated his identity, and demanded to meet the new shogun. This incident caused an uproar in Wano Kuni. After all, the Kazuki family has ruled Wano Kuni for hundreds of years and holds a high status in the hearts of the people. Many people even believe that the Kazuki family is the legitimate heir to the shogunate. Kaido said that he would not hold Kazuki's family accountable for what happened, so naturally no one would make things difficult for him. But Doflamingo was keenly aware that if he could recapture Kazuki Hiyori, it would be of great benefit to his rule over Wano Kuni. So he entertained Kazuki Hiyori with great fanfare, and especially after confirming the other party's identity, he proposed to make a deal. Kazuki Hiyori recognized Doflamingo's status as general, and Doflamingo appointed Kazuki Hiyori as the new Kuri daimyo. Kazuki Hiyori was naturally unwilling, but she knew that this was not the time for her to lose her temper, and since the conditions met her expectations, she agreed without hesitation. At the same time, she also recommended a candidate to Doflamingo, the former Hakumai daimyo, Shimotsuki Yasui. She had secretly contacted Shimotsuki Yasui according to Smoker's information. Doflamingo had heard of this famous person before, so he investigated and the result was satisfactory. As an old daimyo, Shimotsuki Yasui's ability and influence are naturally beyond doubt. Most importantly, although he is rather indifferent to the beast's pirates, he still approves of himself for executing Kurozumi Orochi. Overall, it is something worth striving for. Afterwards, Doflamingo thought of Hana no Leopard Guro again. This guy is from the underworld, he is quite powerful, and has many capable people under him, he can be trained. Conventionally, Wano Kuni had 5 daimyo. Doflamingo initially decided on 3 and asked Kaido to recommend the remaining spots. Kaido thought about it. Although the daimyo couldn't cause any trouble with him around, the 3 daimyo were outsiders, so it was still hard to feel at ease. So, he decided to choose 2 suitable people from the beast's pirates to serve as the daimyo. After much deliberation, I finally decided on the candidate. A few days later, the shogun's office issued an announcement announcing the appointment of a new daimyo. Kazuki Hiyori, the daughter of the legendary samurai Kazuki Oden and the last bloodline of the Kazuki family, is the daimyo of Kuri. The daimyo of Usagi Dawn, the former underworld boss of Hananodo, and the boss of the prisoner Kori, Hanano Leopard Guro. Nozomi daimyo, one of the flying 6 of the beast's pirates, was formerly the current flower capital underworld boss, Sleepy Kiyoshiro. Black Maria, the daimyo of Suzugo, one of the flying 6 of the beast's pirates, and the intelligence and logistics chief of Onigashima. The Hakuma daimyo, the old daimyo who has been in charge of this place since the Kazuki era, Shimotsuki Yasui. Chapter 368 Return. In the blink of an eye, Smoker's vacation came to an end and it was time to leave Wano Kuni. At the top of Onigashima, the top executives of Beast's pirates gathered together to bid farewell to Smoker. The pirates' way of farewell was very simple and crude, which was a banquet. This was Smoker's North banquet on Ghost Island, and it was also the most grand one. All kinds of delicious delicacies were served free of charge. Kaido was drunk and cried while hugging Smoker. Brother Smoker, Wano Kuni is what it is today, all thanks to you. Why don't you become the captain of the Beast's pirates, and I'll be your vice captain? Smoker. Oh ye, Jin, Quinn, Doflamingo. Smoker laughed dryly. Brother Kaido, you've had too much to drink. It's impossible for me to leave Marine, but I received the kindness of Beast's pirates. Kaido burped and said drunkenly, that's such a pity. If there's anything you want to do but is inconvenient, just tell me. As long as the Beast's pirates can do it, we'll definitely do it for you. Smoker. Oh, thank you so much. Suddenly, Kaido leaned close to Smoker's ear and whispered, I'll leave Yamato to you. Then he raised his glass, laughed and left, and went to have a drinking contest with others. Smoker smiled and continued drinking with others. The banquet lasted all night and everyone slept directly on the roof. Early the next morning, Smoker was awakened by the sound of Den Den Mushi. When I opened my eyes, I saw that the others were still snoring loudly. Without waking up the others, he transformed into a black dragon and flew away. The black dragon flew out of the waters of Wano Kuni in one direction and finally landed on a warship. Several Marines rushed over holding their military uniforms and saluted. Thank you for your hard work, Smoker Vice Admiral. Hearing this familiar name, Smoker felt his whole body clear. Ah, it feels so good to be back. Although he had food and drink in Beast's Pirates, he was always nervous. It's only been a few months and I already feel overwhelmed. How did those CP bastards stay undercover for years? Smoker went to his captain's cabin and released Odin. Then Odin used his ability to open the different dimension of the door-to-door fruit. Aokiji came out first, carrying a bottle of wine. Alala, I didn't expect you to have this kind of alternate dimension. This is much more comfortable than the dark space of dark fruit. He once entered Smoker's dark space, but after only a few hours, he felt like he was going to collapse. In comparison, the different space of the Menmen fruit is much more spacious and brighter. Then Yamato came out, looking at everything in the captain's room, her eyes were full of curiosity. Running around, poking this, fiddling with that, then running to the window and looking at the sea. Is this the world outside of Ghost Island? Although I no longer worship Odin, my yearning for the sea has not diminished in the slightest. Then, Sanai and Tianyu Chiu came out. Sanai will not say anything more, of course he has to go back. Tianyu Chiu has lived in seclusion in Yamanaka for many years and has no feelings for Wano Kuni. Instead, he and Sanai are in love with each other. So he declined Kazuki Hiyori's request to stay and left Wano Kuni with Sanai. Smoker later found out that Tianyu Chiu was not only an excellent swordsman, but also an excellent knife maker. Smoker was not surprised that Tianyu Chiu left with him. In these few short months, the relationship between him and his apprentice has quickly heated up, and if he doesn't follow suit, he will have a headache. What really surprised him was Lucci. This guy actually offered to follow Hana no Leopard Guro. Originally Smoker didn't want to agree. The deal between me, Kaido and Long must not be known to the world government. But on second thought, it might be a good idea to keep him. A clear CP poses no threat. Not only that, but some information can also be deliberately conveyed to the world government through him. So, Smoker gave some instructions to Kaido and Doflamingo, and left Lucci there. Advertisement. The general's mansion at this time. Doflamingo is on the phone with Jin. Jin. Dover, this Lucci is a nuisance if we keep him around, let's find a chance to get rid of him. Doflamingo. No. Boss Kaido specifically said that Lucci is a talent, we must keep him. Jin. What do you mean? Doflamingo. Are we going to kill this exposed CP and replace him with an unknown CP? Stop it. Jin was silent for a while. Never mind. Even if what you said makes sense, what if he wants to find out everywhere? There are many people who know his identity now. Who knows, there might be trouble at any time. Doflamingo chuckled a few times. It doesn't matter, if we all help Wano Kuni, we can always keep this guy. Jin stopped arguing. Okay, I'll listen to you. After all, that guy is with the daimyo and is under your command. I won't interfere. But a stray dog without a leash is always a worry. Foo. Don't worry, I've found the reins. Doflamingo picked up a photo nearby. In the photo, Lucci is training shirtless. Behind him, a pretty young woman looked at him shyly. Smoker opened the door and a group of people walked out, scaring the marine on the boat. Hey, who are you guys? Admiral Aokiji, Colonel Sanai, why are you here? Aokiji picked his nose. Alalalal, don't worry about these details. It's not uncommon for a few strangers to suddenly appear on a warship. Really? By the way, Aokiji signaled Yamato and Amatsuki Akame with his eyes. Although they didn't join the marine, they are still our own people. Except for the confidentiality department, all other places on the warship are open to them. Marine saluted. Yes. Prepare a meeting room. Report to me any major events in the marine recently. Wano Kuni is a closed country. Recently, most of the information Smoker and his friends received came from Kaido. But it's easy to tell that the information they received must have been filtered through layers of filtering. Smoker and Aokiji went to the meeting room and the intelligence officers began to report. During the months since you two left, the sea has been restless, especially the pirates' Big Mom has been extremely active. Next, I will first report the 3 most influential events in recent times. First things first, Big Mom has defeated several big pirates including Purple Star, Moster, White Fox, Colina, and Giant Castle, Destergulen in succession, and her reputation has greatly increased. Her territory has also doubled in size. Aokiji, Smoker, what? These guys are not weaklings, their bounties are over 1 billion. I didn't expect Big Mom to be so courageous. She defeated powerful enemies one after another and took over such a large territory. Smoker made a tisk sound. With such a good appetite, you are not afraid of being stuffed to death. These territories cannot be conquered and flagged off by just a few strokes. If it cannot be digested in time, not only will it fail to improve your strength, but it will become a time bomb that may explode at any time. The second thing, Big Mom and Whitebeard are at war. Aokiji, Smoker, what? Sorry, we were superficial when we said you had a good appetite. What is a good appetite? This is a good appetite. Big Mom defeated powerful enemies one after another and became the most popular person at the time, even surpassing Whitebeard, Kaido and others. Whitebeard is much more low-key. There are even rumors that he is not as strong as before because of an old injury. So when this war broke out, most people were optimistic about Big Mom. But the result was shocking. Whitebeard actually showed a fighting power that was no less than his peak period. Even though Big Mom got a new ability, she didn't gain any advantage. Aokiji. What? Whitebeard has unleashed his peak combat power. As a Marine Admiral, he knew a lot of information that others didn't know, such as Whitebeard's physical condition. He knew very well that the rumors about Whitebeard were not groundless, but facts. Whitebeard's old injury had flared up, and his strength was indeed greatly reduced. As Garp's follower, he has witnessed the strength of gold medalists more than once, and he still feels scared. Facing such an opponent, even with my current self, I don't have the slightest chance of winning. 10 days and 10 nights. Are you kidding me? If I really faced a gold medalist, it would take several days for my first 7 days to pass. Advertisement. He asked hurriedly. What's the final result? The war between the two pirates groups lasted for a month, with hundreds of battles, big and small, and it ended in a draw. Big Mom failed to attack Whitebeard's territory, and Whitebeard did not counterattack. Everything remained the same as before the battle. But intelligence shows that Whitebeard actually won. Aokiji asked curiously, why do you say that? The intelligence officer said, in this battle, although the captains' strengths were comparable, there was still a big gap between the crew members. According to the intelligence, the Whitebeard pirates' captains were almost unscathed, but Big Mom's cadres lost a full third. Smoker suddenly realized, there were several conflicts with the Big Mom pirates group before. Myself, Cake, Hina. The 3 of them killed dozens of cadres, including senior cadres. Compared with the Emperor-level strongmen, these guys' strength is nothing. As long as Big Mom is there, it doesn't matter whether they are there or not. This is why after Smoker provided Big Mom with 2 homies, she immediately let bygones be bygones. In her eyes, 2 homies are much more valuable than several children. But when the captains of the 2 pirates are both tied up, the gap between their subordinates becomes particularly important. Thinking of this, Smoker also felt a little gloating. Haha. Big Mom, that guy, must have hit a wall. He helped Whitebeard with his old injuries and asked him to keep the news secret, just to see if he could trick others. Unexpectedly, the one who got hit in the end was Big Mom. This is really refreshing. What's the third thing? Big Mom suffered such a huge loss, shouldn't she calm down a bit? The third thing, on the contrary, the protagonist is still Big Mom. Smoker was shocked. This crazy woman, is she really crazy? Soon after that war, Big Mom attacked the G8 branch in New World. Aokiji, Smoker, what is this B************ D going to do? Aokiji asked anxiously, what about the G8 branch? But I was also worried. The branch is equipped with 2 vice admirals at most, and they are completely powerless to fight back against Big Mom. To put it bluntly, if they could send out a complete distress signal before the entire army was wiped out, even if this branch had strong combat effectiveness. Intelligence officer. G8 branch is fine. At that time, the Big Mom pirates only surrounded the G8 branch but did not launch an attack. After the G8 branch sent out a distress message, the headquarters immediately dispatched the nearest admiral to provide support. Smoker. Oh, who is it? Admiral Shiratori Hina. Nani. Smoker's eyes nearly popped out of his head and he grabbed the intelligence officer's shoulders and shook him hard. You said Hina intercepted Big Mom. Why let her do such a dangerous mission alone? What happened next? What happened next? The intelligence officers were dazzled. Shiro. Admiral Shiratori successfully drove away Big Mom and saved the G8 branch. Now she is Marine's hero. Smoker and Aokiji were both dumbfounded. What? Are you saying Hina single-handedly drove away Big Mom? That Big Mom who couldn't even defeat Whitebeard who had returned to his peak strength. This is not scientific. What on earth happened? Give me a detailed report. Smoker and Aokiji were both extremely curious. I haven't seen you for just a few months, why are you suddenly so outstanding? The intelligence officer looked embarrassed. I'm sorry, Admiral Aokiji, Vice Admiral Smoker, but this is all the battle reports we've received. The headquarters did not convey the details of the battle, and I am not aware of it. Aokiji nodded. Okay, thank you for your hard work. We'll look at the detailed report when we get back. Okay, you can go down now. The intelligence officer felt relieved, saluted, and ran away. When there were only 2 of them left, Aokiji sighed. It's incredible, how did Hina do it? Smoker chuckled, his expression showing pride, satisfaction, and relief. Never mind, I'll be back at headquarters in a few days. We'll know everything by then. Aokiji also nodded. Chapter 369 Planning. Todo Land. The country of all races created by Big Mom herself, a country where people never have to worry about food. No matter who you are, as long as you give up part of your life, you can enjoy this peace in abundance. Cake Island is the island where Big Mom is located and can be called the capital. But in recent days, the atmosphere on the entire Cake Island has been particularly depressing, with roars and screams erupting from the palace from time to time. At this time, Big Mom was sitting in her seat with her head lowered. The officials under her sat on both sides, their faces filled with fear and worry. After a while, Big Mom slowly raised her head, her forehead was covered with sweat and her eyes were bloodshot. Marine Admiral Shiratori, I really underestimated her abilities. And damn Smoker, how dare you plot against me? She looked solemn, frowned slightly, and then slowly raised her left hand. Her left hand was a strange dark red, as if it was stained with blood. However, a closer look reveals that this is not real blood, but a mysterious energy. On the dark red skin, there is a layer of faint blue flame, which is the flame of regeneration. It burned quietly, emitting a faint light, and seemed to contain endless vitality, constantly repairing the body. It turned out that in the battle that day, Hina used the highly poisonous homily to injure Big Mom's left hand. In fact, with Big Mom's strength, a mere homies can't hit her at all. But she got 2 homies and she became arrogant. He himself is a steel balloon with full defense and is almost immune to damage. Now that he has the flame of regeneration, he can recover quickly even if he is injured by Whitebeard's shock fruit. Not to mention the dark power of the annihilation fruit. It is a complete defense with no blind spots. But I didn't expect Hina to use poison. Although the steel balloon is powerful, it is not real steel after all. It's useless against poison. Furthermore, Hina's poison contains Magellan's poisonous giant soldiers. Once it is contaminated, it will continue to spread. There is a difference between being poisoned or not, but the dosage makes no difference at all. Big Mom wants to use dark homies. Although dark homies can absorb the poison, it cannot detoxify it. Once the ability user himself is poisoned, there is nothing that can be done. Advertisement. When Blackbeard invaded Impel Down, he was also killed instantly by Magellan. Hina's poison is not only a mixture of hundreds of poisons from Magellan. Smoker also fed him all kinds of weird chemical raw materials and experimental waste, which were much more toxic than the simple poisonous dragon. There is no other way, Big Mom can only rely on the flame of regeneration. But the flame of regeneration has no effect on the poison. Although the regeneration flame can repair the damage caused by the poison, it can only heal the wound and cannot detoxify. As a last resort, Big Mom just had to maintain the regeneration flame to achieve a balance between the erosion of the poison and the repair of the regeneration flame. If you relax even a little, you will be poisoned and die. Are you all stupid? You're just standing there watching. Give me some advice quickly. Katakuri, with bandages wrapped around his body, sighed secretly and walked out. Mom, at the moment, I can only rely on her. Big Mom lowered her head and panted heavily, with drops of sweat falling down. Just as he slightly retracted the flame of regeneration, the poison in his hand began to stir, and the pain was as if his skin was being peeled off and his bones were being crushed. I haven't felt this much pain in decades. Katakuri, gather everyone and set off tomorrow. For a big pirate like her, it is very dangerous to come out in full force, as her lair might be raided. But now I can't care so much. Once the flame of regeneration is exhausted, one's life will enter a countdown. As long as I am still here, no matter what kind of losses the Big Mom pirates suffer, they will rise again. Katakuri glanced at his younger brothers and sisters behind him and sighed secretly. But he still nodded and said respectfully, yes, Mom. Naval Headquarters Marineford in the distance. Smoker and Aokiji finally arrived at the naval headquarters after a long absence. Yamato stood at the bow with his arms outstretched. Oh haha, is this the naval headquarters? So spectacular. Along the way, Yamato found everything strange. If you see pirates, you have to chase them. If you see merchant ships, you have to chat with them. If you see sea beasts you have never seen before, you have to go up and pet them. When he saw naval headquarters, his eyes lit up. Smoker walked up to her. How is it? This is your future home. Marvelous. So spectacular. Advertisement. I am so touched. Yamato's eyes sparkled, and he was as excited as Luffy going out to sea for the first time. Tianyu Chiu was much more stable, but there was also a gleam of light in her beautiful eyes. The ship docked. Sanai took Yamato to complete the enlistment procedures. Although it is a special recruitment, the necessary procedures are still unavoidable. Smoker and Aokiji went to Sengoku's office. Sure enough, 4 old guys were waiting for the 2 people inside. Sengoku laughed and said, Kuzan, Smoker, you guys are back. It's been such a long time since we last met, ha ha ha. He didn't say anything, but nodded. Garp was squatting by the window, looking through a telescope. His target was Yamato in the distance. That kid with horns on his head, is that Kaido's child? I didn't expect that Kaido, this dark and ugly old loach, would have a good-looking child. Zephyr was sitting on the sofa drinking tea, and when he heard the word Kaido, his eyes suddenly lit up. Kaido's bloodline. Interesting, such a young aura, yet stronger than Vice Admirals. Sengoku, leave him to me. I'll train him well for a few years and then give that D Kaido a surprise when I get back. You're a piece of shit. Garp jumped down from the window and shook his sandbag-sized fist. Kaido's child will naturally be handed over to me. Only the iron fist of love can forge justice as strong as steel. On the way back, Smoker had already reported to them about Yamato. Several people were very interested in Yamato, and they all tacitly did not report it to the world government. Aokiji's face fell when he heard that. Mr. Garp, Mr. Zephyr, please stop joking. I have finally found a suitable disciple. At this moment, Marine, the strongest fighter, had a face full of resentment, like a young wife who was bullied but unable to resist. Zephyr glared. Such an interesting disciple is something you only meet a few times in your lifetime. How could I possibly hand him over to an amateur like you? Garp nodded repeatedly. The purple-haired D is right. I can't leave it to you. Zephyr ignored Garp and continued, unless, you have to pay more. After saying that, the two old men stared straight at Smoker, and it was obvious that they had other intentions. Not only them, Sengoku and Suru also kept their eyes on Smoker. With Smoker's personality, how could he have stayed on Ghost Island for so long without any gain? Even Kaido's daughter was taken away. I guess Wanokuni's land will be scraped off. Chapter 370 Rejection. Smoker reported his experience on Ghost Island in detail to Marine F4. There was naturally nothing to hide from the four of them, and Smoker reported everything clearly. For example, seeing a dragon. For example, Doflamingo became a general, and his reputation was frighteningly good. For example, he robbed Kaido and almost made him so poor that he had to pawn his pants. For example, artificial fruit cultivation and weapons factories. For example, the marine spy hypothesis. Even Aokiji said that he kidnapped Suru. Marine F4 was stunned. Isn't this too complicated? Smoker pulled out a thick stack of documents. This is the report of this operation. The history of the Kazuki clan, the past of the Wanokuni, and the strength of the beast's pirates are all recorded in detail. Please take a look. Sengoku's eyes lit up. They knew almost nothing about Wanokuni. This information was too valuable. Just as he reached out to take it, he snatched it away first. He flipped through a few pages and couldn't help but widen his eyes. The content here is too detailed, isn't it? Not only military intelligence, but also historical evolution, economic structure and the like were thoroughly investigated. You are amazing, Smoker. I really can't imagine how you can find out so much secret information. Compared to him, those rubbish in the general staff should be thrown out. Only a few people like my old partner can make me feel a little more relaxed. Smoker smiled and said something else. I can only say that I am lucky. How to detect. Read comics. Do you really want me to ask? There was some information in it, but even Kaido himself didn't know it. Garp ignored all this and kept urging him. You robbed Kaido's lair. What good stuff do you have? Take it out and let us see it. When the others heard this, they were also shocked, and even he put down the report in his hand. This time the harvest was rich, including gold, silver, jewelry, weapons, ammunition, devil fruit. If we really put them all out, the house would not be able to hold them all. However, Smoker knows what Marine F4 is most concerned about. He released a pile of boxes that filled the floor. Advertisement. Sengoku. This is. Smoker waved his hand and all the boxes opened, revealing dozens of devil fruits neatly arranged there. Even though Marine F4 is knowledgeable and experienced, he still felt his scalp tingling at this moment. Garp's eyes widened and he stammered, Did you steal all of this from Kaido? He had seen many people with special abilities, and had defeated many armies of people with special abilities. But I have never seen so many devil fruits together. Smoker smiled. Not all of them are Kaido's things, some of them I found myself. I have to say, Wanokuni is a good place, there are indeed many good things. Garp still felt incredible. You're going to bankrupt Kaido. He'll let you go even if that's the case. Smoker didn't care. They are all smart people, they know how powerful. Let's not talk about weapons, just talking about fruits. There are dozens of devil fruits and an endless supply of artificial fruits. He naturally knows what to choose. Garp then nodded. Indeed, even if the quality of artificial fruit is poor. As long as the quantity is sufficient, it is also exciting enough. Kaido's idea of creating an army of people with special abilities is no secret, and many people know it. Sengoku looked at this, touched that, and liked everything he saw. Smoker picked out 2 devil fruits. According to Kaido, most of these fruits are ordinary zone fruits. Then he shook the fruit in his hand, but these 2 are not. He first took out the purple pineapple-shaped fruit. There are 8 stems and leaves on the top of the fruit, and the ends of the stems and leaves are rounded triangles. This is Zone Snake Fruit mythical beast species Yamata no Orochi form. Marine F4's eyes lit up. A mythical beast. This is even rarer than Logia. According to the normal plot, the entire marine camp has only fought against one mythical beast ability user. Of course, things are different now. Not to mention Smoker himself, Sengoku, Hina, and Yamato who will be joining soon, they are all mythical beasts. After eating this fruit, you can transform into the Yamata no Orochi, which has 8 heads. Your size, speed, and strength will increase. Advertisement. More importantly, each head represents a life, which means that the ability user has 8 lives. Smoker looked at Garp. Mr. Garp, why don't I just give this fruit to you? The others naturally wouldn't have any objections. Garp was a little surprised. He took the fruit first, then lowered his head and pondered for a moment, then suddenly burst into laughter. Smoker, I appreciate your kindness, but the fruits should be left to the young ones. Everyone was a little stunned when they heard this. For me, this fruit is just the icing on the cake. It's better to give it to the young ones. Maybe they can even train an admiral for the marine. Smoker said anxiously. How can you say it's the icing on the cake? 8 lives. They can save lives at a critical moment. If Garp had this fruit when attacking Beehive Island, he would not have rescued Kobe, but would have raised the entire Beehive Island. Garp shook his head. There is no shortage of strong people in the Marines. We are here, Kuzan and his team are in their prime, and you and Hina are latecomers. It is foreseeable that the next few decades will be the era of Marine. Therefore, it is more important for Marine to train successors who can take up the banner of justice. Let's give this fruit to the young ones. Smoker held the fruit in silence. After a long while, he let out a long sigh and bowed deeply to Garp. Mr. Garp, on behalf of the young people in the Marine, thank you for your kindness. Garp. Ha 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 ha. What kindness? I don't believe that anyone can force me to pay with my life. Besides, I don't want to end up like that stupid Sengoku. Sengoku was originally quite touched, but he almost choked on his saliva after hearing this. Garp ub ********* D. I knew you couldn't get ivory out of your mouth. After saying that, he threw down the teacup and rushed towards Garp viciously. Just like that, the 2 old men rolled together on the ground. Smoker quickly put the box aside, fearing that the 2 guys would start eating without asking any questions. Zephyr, who was not afraid of trouble, took advantage of the chaos and kicked a few times, but was pulled down. The 3 old men immediately started fighting, leaving he alone with a headache. Smoker watched the 3 people making noise with a smile on his face, and he was full of admiration for them. After all, this is also a mythical beast fruit. Don't think Garp said it lightly. Smoker clearly saw the reluctance in Garp's eyes when he handed over the fruit. He lowered his head and looked at the other fruit in his hand. Chapter 371 Marine's Current Strength. Smoker then asked Garp if he wanted the barrier fruit. Garp was somewhat moved when he heard this. After Zephyr obtained the crushing fruit, he always liked to show off in front of Garp. With Zephyr's strength, a few years would be enough to develop his abilities to an extremely terrifying level. Although it has not awakened, its power in close combat is no less than that of shock fruit, which really gives Garp a headache. Every time he fights Zephyr, he has to use up a lot of haki to resist the crushing ability. If you get the barrier fruit, you can perfectly resist the damage of crushing. But after thinking about it, Garp refused. The reason is also speechless. To create a barrier, you need to cross your fingers, so how can you use your fists? Garp, on the other hand, didn't care at all and laughed heartily. Ahahaha, it doesn't matter. As long as it can strengthen the power of justice, it doesn't matter who eats it. For me, devil fruit is not necessary. But it's different for those little devils. So we still need to train more young people. Smoker was helpless and had to put away the 2 god-level fruits. Well, I'll give it to you when I find something suitable. In the end, he gave all the fruits to Sengoku, believing that Sengoku would distribute the fruits to the most suitable people. Even if it's just an ordinary zone, it can play a huge role. As for Garp, no one thought too much about it. The attitude of the older generation of strong men towards the fruit is very Buddhist. But they didn't know at this time. Soon, Garp will encounter the fruit of his labor. As everyone was laughing and talking, suddenly a familiar and powerful aura appeared in the distance, approaching at an extremely fast speed. The people in the room sensed the presence and turned their heads to look, with Smoker even showing an excited expression. A few seconds later, the window was blown open by a gust of wind. A figure wrapped in green flames rushed in. Smoker, you're finally back. The flame of regeneration dissipated, and it was Hina who had not been seen for a long time. As an admiral, Hina has been patrolling the open sea. When he heard that Smoker was back, he left the warship and came back with Luffy. The other. Smoker stood up and walked quickly to her. Advertisement. After all, it's a work setting. In front of everyone, it's not good to be too close. But he couldn't suppress the smile on his face. Smoker looked him up and down, with a lot to say, but when he opened his mouth, all he could say was one sentence. You've lost weight. You must have been very busy recently. Hina's eyes were full of tenderness and she shook her head gently. When I see you, Hina doesn't feel any hardship anymore. The 2 looked at each other affectionately, and for a moment the air was filled with the sour smell of love. 1 minute. 5 minutes. 10 minutes. Half an hour passed in a flash. Others. Finally, Sengoku couldn't stand it anymore. It's time to go to work. He coughed lightly, which immediately woke up the two of them. The two men seemed to have just woken up from a dream, and quickly looked away, taking 2 steps back. Smoker smiled awkwardly, while Hina's face turned red. Sengoku walked slowly back to his desk and took a sip of his tea. Smoker, Hina, you've been traveling a long way, and you haven't seen each other for a long time. It's reasonable for you to take a break. But it's rare that we're all here, and we just happen to have some new information about Big Mom, so please stay for a while. When they heard that it was about Big Mom, Smoker and Hina's expressions also became serious. There weren't many pirates left in this sea that needed their attention. And Big Mom is exactly the one who needs the most attention. Smoker said seriously. Mr. Sengoku, it's okay, the mission is more important. Hina also nodded in unison. Sengoku said, let's wait for the 3 of them. After a while, Sakazuki, Porosolino, and Cake also came to the office. When they saw Smoker, they were all particularly enthusiastic. Although Sengoku's office is exceptionally spacious, it does seem a bit busy with so many people. Smoker looked around at everyone. Marine F4, a full complement of 5 admirals, myself, the strongest men in the Marine camp are all here. In addition to the 10 General Emperor-level fighters, those who were not present, such as Gion, Zen, etc., also have the strength to be the Deputy Emperor. Advertisement. There are also many officers who, because of Smoker, got good devil fruit and became much stronger. Coupled with the construction of marine bases and the upgrading of marine equipment, the combat effectiveness of marine soldiers has also soared. Today's marine is strong and powerful enough to overthrow the world government. The reason why we continue to keep a low profile is just to eliminate accidents and reduce losses as much as possible. If the world government is sensible, many things can be discussed. But if the world government is not sensible and insists on turning hostile, then we in the Marine Corps also know a little bit about fighting. Smoker couldn't help but say, Mr. Sengoku, we are finally truly invincible. Sengoku was stunned for a moment, then immediately understood what Smoker meant and nodded. Yeah, Smoker, you deserve all the credit for all this. Win over CP, deal with celestial dragons, confuse world government. Research and develop technology, update weapons and equipment, provide devil fruit, and develop artificial fruits. Win over Whitebeard, the Revolutionary Army, Kaido and other forces that must be hostile, and make friends with countries such as Alabasta and the Drum Kingdom. Create a Marine Sky Island base outside the world government's vision. Find a source of income for Marine, so they don't have to worry about funding at all. Each and every one of these has substantially enhanced Marine's strength and foundation. The others nodded as well. At this time, the people in the room were all high-ranking officials, and they were also our own people. They are well aware of Smoker's contribution to Marine. Smoker took a deep breath and patted his chest heavily. Everything is for justice. Marine F4 looked pleased, feeling that there was someone to carry on his legacy. Several admirals nodded slightly. As expected of a Smoker, his awareness was amazing. Especially Hina, her beautiful eyes are full of brilliance, he is indeed the man I chose. Smoker. For a man, what could be more fulfilling than raising an army? Closing square bracket. ... After sighing for a while, Sengoku did not forget his business and began to report the information he got from the world government. As you all know, Big Mom is behind several major events that have happened recently. She gained new abilities, her strength increased, and her ambitions grew, so it's not surprising that she attacked the pirates around her. But what's puzzling is why she attacked Whitebeard. Even if Whitebeard's old injury really flares up, he will definitely not be a good opponent. Not to mention that it makes no sense for her to attack the G8 branch. Even if she really becomes a gold medalist, Marine can easily crush her. After saying that, he picked up a document at hand. Recently, the CP lurking in Toto Land sent back some news, which may give us some ideas. Chapter 372 The Beginning and End of the War 1. Sengoku informs everyone about Big Mom's information. The stability of the pirates' world has always been due to the balance of power. This balance was broken as Big Mom's power expanded after she obtained the new homies. She started to attack the big pirates around her. Initially, Big Mom was relatively restrained and chose to fight against the billionaire pirates. For example, Oyi, who has already joined Beast's pirates. Pirates of this level, even if Big Mom and Kaido face off, they have to be cautious. They are like hyenas roaming among lions, although they are not as strong as themselves. But it would take a lot of effort to wipe them out, and there is even the possibility of being attacked by other lion groups. If you want to deal with them, you have to plan and deploy for a long time in advance and make careful arrangements. If not, they would have been eaten to pieces. After Big Mom's strength skyrocketed, she no longer had such concerns and directly started the mindless and reckless mode. In a short period of time, he wiped out 5 or 6 big pirates, and recruited many subordinates with bounties of over 100 million. For a time, he was the most famous, even surpassing Whitebeard. Just when everyone was disturbed by her, Big Mom suddenly stopped expanding and shrank back to Toto Land. A few days ago, both Marine and pirates were in a state of panic under the pressure of Big Mom. Now I finally feel relieved. I guess I ate too much territory, so I went back to digest it. Although this means that the Big Mom pirates will become even stronger in the future, at least now they have a chance to catch their breath. However, just when everyone was relaxing, Big Mom launched a sneak attack on the Whitebeard pirates. This happened too suddenly. The 5 smartest people in power were stunned on the spot. Marine F4 also stared at each other. As for the many pirates, they were already dumbfounded. This time everyone had the same idea. Is Big Mom crazy? Even though you just got over 1 billion pirates, you're going straight for Whitebeard now. Is that such a big step? Kaido was extremely excited and wanted to follow immediately. No matter who won or lost, he would always get a piece of the pie. It was only because of Smoker that I stayed on Ghost Island. Advertisement. Getting a piece of the pie is not as safe as expanding yourself. Everyone knows what happened next. Whitebeard, who was rumored to have weakened a lot, unexpectedly regained his peak combat power. The top-level Conqueror's Haki plus the Shock Fruit were fully activated, and Big Mom was directly hit back. What's even worse is that Big Mom had been destroying pirates before, and she had indeed gathered a lot of powerful subordinates. But at the same time, there are also many strong guys who escaped death. Oyi can join Kaido, so naturally more people are willing to join the world-famous and emotionally stable Whitebeard. Kaido has an outgoing personality. After getting Oyi, I can't wait to tell the world. Whitebeard is a shrewd man. On the one hand, he welcomes everyone, on the other hand, he keeps his true colors hidden. When Big Mom came to attack, they just went all in and stunned the Big Mom pirates. Poison Scorpion, Rider Hill, Zone Scorpion Fruit, Mythical Beast, Shinigami Form, Bounty 1.04 billion. Hui Elbow, Tufu, a remnant of the Babao Navy, the son of the great pirates Cone Green Pepper, with a bounty of 530 million. White Sand, Muto, the user of the Paramesha Babu Fruit, with a bounty of 400 million. The most powerful among them is the great pirates who was as famous as Heavy Water Oyi, the former captain of the Bone Pirates, 1000 Bones, Boon. He is the user of the Paramesha Bone Fruit, with a bounty of 1.51 billion. He was defeated by Big Mom not long ago, so he joined Whitebeard. 2 pirate groups were fighting. Although the captains were evenly matched, their subordinates were far inferior. Some time ago, Big Mom's children suffered heavy losses. Although the number of subordinates added was not small and their strength was not weak, most of them were forced to join by coercion and inducement. They fought with ulterior motives, just like the Shichibukai during the Summit War. On the other hand, Whitebeard. Not to mention the old subordinates, they are loyal to Whitebeard and will fight wherever he is told. Most of the new subordinates have grudges against Big Mom. They are fearless and brave, and they are determined to avenge themselves. Pirates are all speculators. Under normal circumstances, people will give in when they realize they can't gain any advantage. Advertisement. But Big Mom didn't know what was going on and started to fight with the Whitebeard pirates. If you can't win, run away and come back after resting for a while. In this way, the war between the two sides continued intermittently for several months, and finally ended with Big Mom's defeat and retreat. Whitebeard had never been interested in enemy territory, so he did not take the opportunity to counterattack. Big Mom didn't lose its territory, so it saved its face. But according to CP's intelligence, most of her newly recruited subordinates were killed or injured, and her children such as Katakuri and Cracker were also covered in scars. It can be said that she had lost everything. Fortunately, with the flame of regeneration Homits, there was almost no damage, and no one dared to add insult to injury. Whitebeard. After this battle, the bounty officially exceeded 5 billion Baileys. The Whitebeard pirates have become the undisputed strongest pirate group in the world. There are even rumors that even if the Roger pirates were resurrected, they would not be a match for the Whitebeard pirates. I originally thought that the Big Mom pirates would be more obedient after suffering such a setback. As a result, she was unwilling to be lonely and sent people to surround the Marine branch. The G8 branch was far away from the naval headquarters. Marine checked and found that only Hina was nearby, so he asked her to go and save the situation. What happened next is very clear. Hina rushed to the G8 branch and fought with Big Mom. In terms of strength, she is far from being a match for Big Mom. Even if she has the power of the Phoenix, she is still in danger. Because Big Mom's homies can devour the flame of regeneration, Hina's regeneration ability is greatly weakened. In the critical moment, Hina used Kazuki's power to release several poisonous dragons and successfully encountered Big Mom. Big Mom's arm was in severe pain. After all, the iron balloon only had extremely high physical defense, and its poison resistance was no different from that of an ordinary person. At first, she didn't care. Anyway, I have the flame of regeneration, so I don't have to worry about getting hurt. But she soon found something wrong. The flame of regeneration can indeed repair the damage caused by the poison, but it cannot detoxify it at all. Moreover, the poison in the body showed no signs of decaying. In other words, she needs to keep releasing the flame of regeneration, otherwise she will be corroded by the poison at any time. Big Mom was so frightened that she didn't care about the fight anymore. She just rode on Zeus and ran away. Hina didn't have time to finish off the enemy, and therefore missed the chance to kill Big Mom. Chapter 373 The beginning and end of the War 2. A banquet is being held on Sphinx Island, Whitebeard's hometown. Whitebeard became the second 5 billion level pirate in the history of pirates. Everyone was proud of it and had been holding a party for several days. Of course, the Sphinx Island was poor and could not afford a banquet. All the wine and meat were spoils looted by the Whitebeard pirates. Although it is also plundering, in the world of pirates, Whitebeard needs to support a large fleet, and he can seek wealth without killing, and he doesn't bully the weak. He is already a clean stream. At the venue, a beautiful woman with white hair and pointed ears walked towards Marco and sat down next to him. Marco, my hand is injured, please help me heal it. Hilcho. Hearing the girl's voice, Marco smiled gently, so careless. Let me see. The girl is Clyde Hilco, who has just joined the Whitebeard pirates. Although he is young, he is already a big pirate with over 1 billion members. She placed her fair palm on Marco's, looking shy. Marco looked him up and down with a puzzled expression. I didn't find any problem. After looking more closely, I finally found a tiny fish bone stuck in the skin. Such a serious injury. If I come later, the wound will probably have healed. Marco. Xie. I don't know why. The wound is not big, but it hurts a lot. Could it be a poisonous fish bone? Marco laughed. It's okay, I'll help you disinfect first. Xircho's eyes suddenly turned into crescents when he smiled. At this moment, Saki next to him suddenly burst into laughter. Hilchu, you made up another excuse to get close to Marco. The other pirates followed suit. Ahahaha, I'm obviously a venomous scorpion from the mythical beast species, I'm poisonous and I have stings, yet I'm afraid of fish bones. You're not so straightforward. If you want to find Captain Marco, just tell him straight away. Oh my, Captain Marco is so enviable. Marco laughed. Stop talking nonsense, you drunkards. Xircho's face turned red and she covered her face with her hands shyly. You hate. But when she turned her back to Marco, her purple eyes swept coldly over everyone. Thatch and the pirates who were watching the fun felt their whole bodies tense up, their backs went cold, and cold sweat broke out. Well, I'll go see if the barbecue is ready. Captain, I still have to patrol, I'm leaving first. Advertisement. Hey, then who? What do you want me to do? I'm talking about you. Wait a minute, I'll come find you. Several people fled in panic. Only then did Xie snort coldly and let them go. Marco took Hilcho to a large house, which was a temporary hospital. Whitebeard was sitting inside, guzzling his drink. When he saw Marco coming, he hurriedly stuffed the bottle of wine to the back. Marco looked helpless. Dad, if you're injured, don't think about drinking all the time. Seeing that Marco had seen through his plan, Whitebeard stopped pretending and pulled out a bottle of wine from behind. Humph, what's wrong with drinking what you want? I was covered in wounds before, but you never managed me like this. Now that I'm well, I'm scared of a minor problem. As he spoke, he raised the bottle and was about to drink. Suddenly, a purple-black whip suddenly wrapped around the wine bottle and easily snatched it from Whitebeard's hand. Dad, you have to listen to the doctor. You said it yourself. On this ship, Mr. Marcos' medical advice is more authoritative than your orders. I will not take this bottle of wine. It was Hilchu who took the bottle of wine. A purple-black whip stretched out from behind her with a curved hook at the end. It turned out to be a scorpion's tail. 2 brats. Whitebeard didn't insist anymore, just lay down on the sofa with a huff. The flame of regeneration appeared in Marco's hand and pressed it on Whitebeard's body. Thanks to Mr. Smoker, I was able to cure your hidden injuries before, so I will never allow you to have old injuries again. From now on, whenever you have an injury, you must receive adequate treatment until you are completely healed. Whitebeard grumbled a few words about making a fuss, then let Marco treat him. Marco continued. After this treatment, you will be completely cured. But I didn't expect that Big Mom would also get the same ability. It's really a headache. Whitebeard closed his eyes and murmured, it's different. Marco, Hill, when fighting Smoker, you won't be able to use your abilities if you're touched by him. But Linlin is different. That homies can absorb vibrations, but can't block my abilities. Not only that, I can feel that after the homies absorbed my vibrations, their aura has indeed weakened slightly. In terms of observation hockey, Whitebeard far exceeds Big Mom, and even Katakuri can't compare to him. Therefore, even if the change is small, it cannot escape his perception. Marco was stunned. You mean? Whitebeard opened his eyes slightly. When we were on the ship, after every battle, Linlin's homies needed to be replenished. It seems that he was tricked by that brat Smoker. In Sengoku's office, everyone except Hina stared at Smoker in shock. Advertisement. Homies needs a refill. Smoker chuckled and nodded. Take dark homies for example. It can indeed eliminate the substances released by others, but it will consume its own darkness. For me, darkness is endless. I don't even need to consider consumption. But for homies, it seems to be absorption, but in fact it is offset. The same is true for the flame of regeneration homits, which is equivalent to consuming itself to heal the wound. Hilu figured out the key after a moment of thought. I understand. She attacked Whitebeard not to grab territory, but to capture Marco and replenish Hormits with the undying flame. Then her purpose of attacking the G8 branch is also the same. Smoker nodded and continued, before on Ghost Island, Oyi and I talked about his battle with Big Mom. In order to humiliate him, Big Mom allowed him to use his abilities and then used dark homies to absorb them. The consumption of darkness must have been huge. This time the battle with Whitebeard was even more intense and prolonged. I guess the darkness and the undying flame were almost exhausted, so they retreated in a hurry. Hina seemed to be lost in thought. When fighting Hina, that homies did steal the undying flame, and dark homies didn't do much either. Smoker patted her shoulder. Given Whitebeard's temper, he would never let her take Marco away unless she died in battle, so in this battle, she will definitely lose more than she gains. Suruya glanced at Hina. So, she targeted Hina again and attacked her when she was cruising near G8. Her real purpose was to take Hina away. I just didn't expect Hina to use poison, which forced her to retreat. Everyone couldn't help but feel a little scared. If Hina didn't have Kazuki, she would be no match for Big Mom and there is a high chance that she would succeed. In this way, not only Hina is in a trap. If the Admiral is captured by the pirates, it will deal a heavy blow to the Marine's reputation. He. Smoker lowered his head and laughed, with a hint of coldness in his laughter. Big Mom, what a calculation. I didn't do anything to her, but she actually provoked me. Marshal, Marine has been keeping a low profile for too long. Anyone dares to step on him. Then he stood up and glanced at everyone. Everyone, I propose to declare war on Big Mom. Who agrees and who opposes? Everyone, you dare to say that you are calculating. What have you done to Big Mom? Besides, wasn't it you who proposed to keep a low profile, build high walls and store up food before becoming king? Also, going to war with her requires the approval of the world government, UB************D. Do you understand the process? Just then, there was a knock on the door. Marshal Sengoku, here is an emergency order from the world government. 12 Deci-seconds Chapter 374. Big deal. A marine comes in and gives Sengoku a red envelope. When they saw the envelope, everyone present sat up straighter unconsciously. This is the highest level order issued by the world government. Every time it appears, it means that a major event that will shock the world is about to happen. For example, in the Valley of the Gods incident, Roger's execution, and South Blue's infanticide incident, red envelopes appeared. Sengoku also had a serious look on his face. Since he became the marshal, this was the first time he received a red order. Sengoku pulled out the instructions and read them carefully. His expression became visibly solemn, his brows were furrowed, and he didn't speak for a long time. Seeing this, Garp stood up impatiently and said, "What's wrong, Sengoku? What are those old bastards doing again?" Garp had no good feelings towards this red command. Every time this thing comes out, I either survive or get splashed with dirty water. Sengoku sighed and handed over the order. There are no outsiders here, you can take a look yourself. Oh, everyone can take a look. Garp grabbed it and took a look. His eyes widened at first, and then his expression became serious. In this way, one person passed it on to another, and soon everyone had read the instruction. It turns out that the world government has obtained reliable intelligence. The famous pirates in the New World suddenly became active without any warning. Several famous pirates, including Kaido of the Beasts, Silver Axe, Captain John, Ochaku, who have recently gained fame, as well as a dozen new pirates with bounties of hundreds of millions, suddenly began to take action. If such a group of people really want to work together, even the current naval headquarters will have to take it seriously. But according to intelligence, although they acted at the same time, their goals were completely different. Some are organizations under the world government, some are member states, and some are battlefields closely related to those major powers. It can be said that there is no pattern. Therefore, the world government is also confused. Was such a large-scale operation just an accident, or was there a mastermind behind it all? Sengoku rubbed his brows, also feeling troubled by the situation. Tell me, what are your opinions? Akainu's arms turned into hot magma. With a wave of his hand, the magma spilled and burned holes in the precious carpet. There's nothing much to say. The pirates must be eradicated. It's rare to have such clear intelligence. We can take this opportunity to wipe them out and strike a blow to the pirates' arrogance. Aokiji scratched his head, looking worried. Alala, these guys are not easy to deal with. The Vice Admiral alone can handle them. It would be better if we lead the team, but the world government has detained the three of you. Aokiji glanced at Kizaru, Cake, and Hina. All three of them looked helpless. Before the God Valley incident, the celestial dragons were all very brave. Pirates are nothing but pests. So what if they are powerful? So what if they are arrogant? Anyway, they don't dare to attack me, so my life is not threatened. But the appearance of rocks slapped them hard in the face. Tell them, in front of the honest people, you are gods, in front of me, you are no different from the common people. Therefore, celestial dragons are very timid now. The actions of so many big pirates brought back bad memories for them. They asked the world government to immediately give orders to the naval headquarters to send 3 admirals to guard Mariajoy. Even specifically named and added the 3 of them. Advertisement Kizaru and Cake are chosen because they are fast and can quickly support every corner. Hina was chosen by celestial dragons because she had just defeated Big Mom and became famous. Zephyr looked angry and disdainful. Those bastards, we are already short of manpower, and we have to assign people to guard them. Sengoku, Garp, and Suru looked at him speechlessly. Not bad, we have more manpower than before. What days were those? Now there are 10 people, 3 are going to the Holy Land, 2 are looking after the house, and 5 can be sent out. Of course, the world government does not know the true strength of the Marine. They're just seeking a sense of security, so they don't care about other people's lives. At this time, Smoker interrupted the discussion. Everyone, the information is unclear right now, why don't I ask what's going on? Sengoku's eyes suddenly lit up. Yes, what we lack most now is information. This guy is wild. Just because CP is not good doesn't mean he is not good. Okay, just ask. Right here, Smoker nodded. First took out a white Den Den Mushi that could block eavesdropping, and then took out a special Den Den Mushi. After a while, the Den Den Mushi came through, and a rough laugh was heard. Oh hey, brother Smoker, you called me so soon. If you miss us so much, why don't you just join us? Smoker's face darkened and he glanced at Sengoku guiltily. Stop talking nonsense, I want to ask you something. I know, you're asking about my actions, right? Smoker snorted coldly. You do understand, tell me, what's going on? Now Smoker is also the first party after all, it's not necessary to ask Kaido to obey orders, but it's still possible to get some information from him. As expected, Kaido had no intention of hiding anything. I don't know about other people, but I was indeed commissioned. Everyone was cheered up. Commission? Kaido said he didn't know about the others. But from the looks of it, it's 99% likely that they were written by the same person. Who on earth has such a big hand? Who can order you around? Explain clearly. Kaido said bluntly, it's Linlin. Linlin? All the Marines were stunned. Advertisement. Sengoku quickly looked at the information, but there was no news about Big Mom. Her? How could you listen to her, especially Ochaku? You still have a grudge against her, right? Back then, Ochaku and his crew wanted to form a large fleet, but failed because of Big Mom's betrayal, which indirectly led to the rise of the three admirals Red, Yellow and Blue. I don't know what price she gave to others, but it was 7 billion Baileys to me. Oh my, if you don't make money, you are an idiot, right? Smoker's face darkened. How come you make money from everything? You are a great pirates, but you are so poor. Suddenly, he saw a pile of treasure chests on the ground with the Beast's Pirates logo on them. Okay, after all, a big family means big expenses, which is understandable. But you are too brave, aren't you? You actually want to attack Eni's lobby? Even Luffy has caused a big mess, Kaido will have to blow up the island. Kaido remained non-committal. It seems that the Marine's intelligence is inaccurate, and it's not just Eni's lobby. Smoker. Lousy is heading to Eni's lobby, but Uyi went to Punk Hazard, and Jin and Quinn went to your GA branch. Smoker was horrified. Are you crazy? Do you want to go to war with Marine? 7 billion is enough to start an all-out war between Kaido and Marine? This is too good and cheap, right? Say it earlier. I will pay you 10 times the price in Marine, and you will immediately turn around and go to Mariajoy. Kaido on the other side was not annoyed either. Oh la la la. Don't be nervous, Smoker brother. My mission is just to circle around there a few times and make a feint at most. You should understand what I mean, right? Smoker thought for a moment and suddenly said, is it to distract Marine? And the others as well? Oh, lol. I guess it's for this purpose. As for the others, I don't know. Brother Smoker, for your sake, the Beast's pirates can pretend to be good. Smoker said in a deep voice. Okay, I understand. Your information is very important, I owe you a favor. Kaido was also very happy when he heard Smoker said he owed him a favor. Oh, there's no problem with Lousy, but I can't say for the other bastards. If they find that the defenses are lax, they will definitely not mind taking advantage of the situation. Smoker hummed. You don't need to worry about that, the Marine will take care of it. By the way, I will send out a fleet to deal with you and put on a show for Big Mom. I won't make it difficult for you. Distance. The fleet of the Big Mom pirates. It went well, little ones, set sail. Target. Impel down, Chapter 375 Detoxification. Naval Headquarters, Sengoku and Suru sat in the command room, carefully analyzing the sea chart. People from the general staff came in and out, and the latest intelligence came in from time to time. Whenever new intelligence came in, the two would immediately make various marks on the nautical chart and then issue a series of instructions. After a long moment, Sengoku slowly straightened up and let out a breath. That's about it. There are as many as 20 or 30 red circles on the nautical chart, all of which are the targets of the pirates' attack. Although I know they are covering for Big Mom, I don't dare to take it lightly. Who knows if these crazy guys will actually do it? Crane squinted at the chart. The most important places are already guarded. Even if other places cannot be fully defended, Marine patrols are arranged in key locations, which is enough to deter them. Sengoku looked at the three most important targets. One is the cave island base that stores dynamic rocks. The power rock is a terrifying weapon comparable to the ancient weapon. Once it falls into the hands of the pirates, it will definitely cause a disaster that will shock the world. Sengoku sent Zephyr, who was familiar with the place, to guard it. The other is Baltimore, the hometown of Vegapunk. Although Vegapunk has left his hometown, but the facilities and information inside are world treasures. Momosagi Gion and Kuroma Tensai guard the island together. Another one is the current World Technology Center, Punk Hazard. Akainu used to be in charge. Smoker specifically told him to find Geisa Current. This guy has a lot of technology and skills, which will definitely make Akainu love it. Seeing that these three places were well defended, Sengoku felt relieved. Great, how are the others? He reported the deployment in an orderly manner. Kuzan has led Yamato to the G7 branch. The G7 branch is located in the center of New World, so it is convenient to get anywhere. As for the 20 vice admirals sent by the headquarters, they have all arrived at the designated location. All branches are also ready. The pirates don't need to fight. If they are entangled, no matter where they retreat, at least 2 fleets will be there to intercept them. Sengoku nodded and secretly sighed in his heart. Advertisement Marine is really prosperous nowadays. This time, more than a dozen waves of pirates rushed towards as many as 20 or 30 targets at the same time. The pirates' offense can be virtual, but the Marine's defense must be real. If this had happened a few years ago, the Marine would have been stretched to the limit. Most likely they will choose to protect a few main targets, and will be unable to help with secondary targets such as the Allied countries. But now it is different. Marine responded hastily, but the apparent military strength was enough for a comprehensive defense. Suddenly, Sengoku thought of something. By the way, where is Garp? I haven't heard from him for a long time. That old thing. Crane's expression suddenly changed from sunny to cloudy. He has been wandering around since entering New World. He didn't answer the phone today. I don't know where he is now. Sengoku's veins popped up instantly, and he felt his temples throbbing. He took a few deep breaths, silently saying, I can't afford to bother with that old B*****************, and then he suppressed his anger. No matter which B************* it is, what about Smoker? Any information about Big Mom? In this war, the core enemy is still Big Mom. A few days ago, Big Mom's fleet left the port one after another. At first, the government's informants didn't care. After all, this was a common occurrence. But they soon discovered something was wrong. The fleet went out but never came back. It actually broke up into smaller pieces and set sail. When they rushed to investigate, they were all sunk by Katakuri, who was well prepared. After that, Big Mom's fleet disappeared completely. He shook his head. Still no news, while Sengoku and Suru were busy. Smoker, however, sat leisurely in Sengoku's seat and drank tea. Huh, you are worthy of being the marshal. This tea is so clear. Suddenly, he looked out the window and thought to himself, here it comes. 10 seconds later, a seagull with messy feathers and a bag with the word, me, on it rushed in through the window and plopped down on the table in front of Smoker, with its feet facing the air and breathing heavily, obviously exhausted. Although it could no longer make any sound, it still stared at Smoker and kept scratching at the bag with its claws. Smoker took out a piece of paper from Seagull's bag, poured a cup of warm tea into Seagull's mouth, and then read it carefully. I see, cunning woman. Smoker put the note away. Advertisement, thank you for your hard work, Mori. Tell Morgan's rear admiral that the mission was accomplished beautifully. I will ask the marshal to give him a credit. Mori the seagull squawked twice and tried to get up tremblingly. Smoker released a darkness that covered it, and when the darkness dissipated, the seagull regained its radiant appearance. Tell Morgan's rear admiral that he is allowed to follow the warship and film this time. Seagull Mori's eyes lit up, he saluted, then flapped his wings and flew away. As one of the most well-informed people in the pirates' world, Morgan's sense of smell is absolutely acute. Although the relationship between the world government and the Marines has become increasingly harmonious over the years, he still feels that something is a little strange. Isn't Marine's strength a little too strong? After careful consideration and with Smoker's instigation, he finally made up his mind to join the Marine, becoming a non-staff Marine like Zane, enjoying the treatment of a rear admiral and commanding a special Seagull intelligence unit. Only Sengoku, Suru and Smoker knew about this, not even the admirals knew about it. Sengoku promised that if Morgans was wanted by the world government one day, Marine would provide him with asylum. These days, Morgans mobilized all the seagulls to search for Big Mom's movements, but unfortunately, nothing was found. Helplessly, he could only buy information at a high price, and finally got the whereabouts of Big Mom from the Fishman pirates. It turns out that Big Mom summoned a storm along the way to cover up the whereabouts of the fleet. Because the seagulls were afraid of storms, they managed to evade Morgan's detection. However, fish in the water are not afraid of storms. Smoker rushed to the staff headquarters. Marshal Sengoku, Chief of Staff Suru, we have news. Big Mom is now in the White Reef area, heading southeast. Sengoku and Suru were stunned and hurried to the chart. Sengoku pointed to a location, then stretched out and murmured. Southeast of the Pedra Branca area, there is no country, not even a large island, only. Crane narrowed his eyes slightly, only impelled down and the gate of justice. Sengoku's expression hardened. She paid such a high price, is her goal to impel down? He tapped the tabletop lightly with his fingers. Hina used poison to defeat Big Mom. Smoker said that neither darkness nor the flame of regeneration can cure the poison. So, his target is probably Magellan. Sengoku shook his head. Impossible. She should know that Magellan will never surrender even if she dies. Besides, Hina's poison only comes from Magellan, and there are many chemical agents from the Marine Science Corps. Even if Magellan is willing, he doesn't have the ability to do so. No. Smoker stepped forward. There's another guy in Impel Down who can detoxify. Chapter 376 Attack Impel Down, the strongest prison known as Iron Wall. No matter how fierce the pirates are, once they enter here, they will bid farewell to the sun forever, and there will be only pain and despair for the rest of their lives. For criminals, this is hell, but today the prisoners noticed something was wrong. There were fewer jailer beasts wandering around and fewer jailers wielding torture instruments. The few remaining guards just wandered around mechanically, completely too lazy to pay any attention to the criminals. But the prisoners did not feel relaxed at all. Obviously there are fewer people and less torture, but the atmosphere is more oppressive and makes people feel breathless. At this time, at the door of Impel Down, Magellan and Rain Shiryu stood on the platform, looking out at the seaside. Behind him were Hanayabal, Sadi-chan, Domino, Saruds and other cadres, as well as 4 jailer beasts and many prison guards. Behind them were the jailers, all armed with guns and standing solemnly. Suddenly, thunderclouds were seen rolling in the distant sky. Magellan narrowed his eyes slightly. Here it comes. Shiryu didn't say anything, just held the cigar in his mouth and wiped the thunderstorm on his hands carefully. The thunderclouds came quickly. Soon, it completely enveloped the sea area around Impel Down. The wind was howling, and huge waves several meters high were raised on the sea, roaring and hitting the stone walls of Impel Down. The Impel Down remained motionless, but the platform was shaking slightly. Everyone was silent, even the noisiest Hanayabal, who just stared at the fleet in the distance. This fleet is extremely large, with hundreds of ships of all sizes. Suddenly, Big Mom flew in front of everyone on Zeus and looked down at everyone from above. Have you prepared a welcome ceremony for me? The world government is surprisingly capable. After Marine received the information from Big Mom, he immediately dispatched a fleet to provide support. It's just that time is too tight, and even with a large vortex to speed up, the Marine won't be able to make it in time for the rescue. Magellan took a step forward, his expression serious, but he did not flinch at all. Pirates, Big Mom, this is not the place for you. Leave immediately, or it will be considered a declaration of war against the world government. For big pirates like Whitebeard and Big Mom, this is a significant threat. After all, they have a fixed base and a large family business, which they will not easily give up, so they are unwilling to tear their faces with the world government. On the contrary, those supernovas, those who are barefoot, are not afraid of those who wear shoes, and don't mind giving the world government a few slaps. But this time, Big Mom looked indifferent. Well, I'm a pirate. There's no place in this ocean that I shouldn't go. Advertisement, very good, Poison Dragon. Magellan didn't waste any time and launched an attack directly. The purple venom in his body continued to surge, condensing into 3 giant dragons, roaring and rushing towards Big Mom. Zeus. Yes, Mom. Zeus opened his mouth and spit out several thick lightning bolts, which smashed the poisonous dragon into pieces. The electric current was transmitted along the poisonous dragon to Magellan, which immediately made his whole body numb and almost fell to the ground. Killing Rain. Rain Shiryu drew her sword and slashed, appearing in front of Big Mom as if teleporting, aiming at her neck and slashing. Big Mom staggered back 2 steps and then stood still. A line of white smoke appeared on the neck due to the intense friction, but it disappeared in the sea breeze, and there was no damage at all. One of the twins, Rain Shiryu. Big Mom punched Shiryu with her backhand. Puff. Shiryu spat out a mouthful of blood and flew back to the platform like a cannonball, smashing a huge hole and raising a cloud of dust. When the smoke and dust cleared, Shiryu stood up with the help of his sword, bleeding from the corner of his mouth. Damn. There are actually such monsters. Hanayabal was hiding in the back, his legs shaking with fear. But when he saw that the 2 major forces were defeated and Big Mom was slowly approaching, he immediately plucked up his courage and pointed his long sword at Big Mom. All of them give me a promotion. Wrong, shoot me. The prison guards suddenly woke up from their dream, raised their guns and shot at Big Mom, trying to force her back. But the bullets had no effect on her. Even the seastone net was easily pushed aside by her with the Napoleon. However, the seastone net clearly annoyed her. You ignorant lackeys, game over, Tenman Daijizai Tenjin. Suddenly, thunderclouds surged in the sky, and a flash of lightning appeared in Big Mom's hand. Countless electric snakes scurried around in the clouds, and then turned into arrows and pounced on everyone, beasts. There was a scream from the platform. After a short moment, the dazzling lightning disappeared. The wooden platform had turned black, and from the platform to the hull, there were countless charred corpses, emitting a strong strange smell. Even the strong sea breeze could not blow away the smell of burning and blood. There is a huge purple egg in the middle of the platform. Advertisement: the purple egg exploded, and Magellan stumbled to the ground, followed by Shiryu of Rain, Hanayabal and others. When the lightning struck, Magellan released the poison with all his strength, condensing it into a poison egg shield, protecting the people around him tightly. As for the jailer and jailer beast who were farther away from him, he could do nothing to help them. Although the poisonous eggs blocked the lightning and protected its companions. But he is Paramecia after all, not Logia, and his body still suffered considerable damage. Cut. Rain Shiryu spat softly and stood in front of Magellan with a sword in hand. Although Hanayabal's legs were shattered, he still aimed his bloodsucker at Big Mom. At this time, the Big Mom pirates fleet has also arrived. A group of executives, led by Katakuri, arrived on the platform. At this time, there was another burst of shouting and killing from the prison. It was the jailers who were not killed by the lightning who rushed out. Katakuri looked at the people in front of him indifferently. Mom, time is running out. Please go in quickly and leave this to us. Because of the deep sea vortex, naval headquarters can quickly support impel down, they don't have so much time to waste. Well, that's what I said, I'll leave it to you. Big Mom no longer paid any attention to Magellan and the others, and rode Zeus into impel down, stirring up a strong wind that blew the jailers off their horses. Damn it. Poison Dragon. Magellan urged a poisonous dragon to rush towards Big Mom, trying to intercept her, but was stopped by a huge ball of sticky rice halfway. Katakuri raised his hand and Earth Dragon flowed out from his arm. I don't want to kill you. If you stay still, I can spare your life. What a joke. Magellan continued to release 3 poisonous dragons and rushed towards Katakuri. But this attack posed no threat at all. Katakuri dodged it effortlessly and released sticky rice to counterattack. Just as the two were fighting, Rain Shiryu suddenly rushed towards Katakuri, ready to launch a sneak attack when he was off guard. Suddenly, he felt a sword energy coming from the side, and quickly raised Thunderstorm to resist it. With a clang sound, the sword energy was shattered by the thunder and rain, but Yu Shiryu also had a solemn expression. Because he had already sensed that the guy who launched this attack was definitely not a simple person. Cracker walked over while clapping his hands, and cookie soldiers kept appearing behind him. Ahahaha, how can a third party be allowed to intervene in a fight between men? I won't let you interfere with Katakuri Ni's fight. After saying that, he raised his hand, and hundreds of cookie soldiers rushed towards Yu Shiryu and the jailer behind him. Chapter 377 Rescue Inside Impel Down. Crimson Hell, Wild Beast Hell, Starvation Hell, Blazing Hell. Big Mom broke through layer by layer and entered as if she was in an empty space. Wherever he passed, prisoners and wild animals were all kept silent, not daring to make a single move. She doesn't care about these ant-like guys at all. Of course, some jailers spotted her and rushed forward fearlessly, trying to stop her slightly. But the final outcome was just to be swatted into a pulp like a fly. She didn't even bother to take a second look. It was not until LV.4 Blazing Hell that Big Mom slowed down a little. The pirates here were worth her attention. She looked around as she walked, as if she was sightseeing. Really interesting. The guy from Impel Down has a lot of ideas for playing pranks on people. The prisoners in the cage also discovered Big Mom. It would have been fine if she didn't know her, but those who knew her were all scared and huddled in the corner like quails, afraid of being noticed by her. Here, Magellan is like Shinigami, but Big Mom is even scarier than Shinigami. Suddenly, one of the pirates shouted with ecstasy on his face, Mom, save me. Big Mom was stunned, turned her head and asked in surprise, You are, Kai? You are not dead? Kai burst into tears. That's great, Mom, I'm fine. I never dreamed that I would meet you again. He was originally a small leader under Big Mom, with a bounty of 40 million. When Big Mom attacked Punk Hazard, he was knocked unconscious by Kaji's lightning, and was later captured by Marine and sent to Impel Down. Is there anyone else? Kai stopped crying and nodded. Yes, some are on this floor, and some are further down. Big Mom took out a key she had found and threw it to him. I'm very busy and don't have time to look for them one by one. Go and release them. Zeus, you follow this guy. Kai is too weak. He was fine on the 4th floor, but after the 5th floor, there's probably nothing left. Zeus floated out. Yes, Mom. Kai also stood at attention. Yes, Mom. Big Mom looked at the other prisoners again and gave them a strange smile, which made the other prisoners nervous. Well, it's rare to have so many materials, we can't waste them. Life or leave. The prisoners were shocked. Advertisement soon. Big Mom arrived at the destination. The 6th level, Endless Hell. She looked around curiously at the gloomy and quiet 6th floor. Well, the environment is nice. Contrary to what she thought, everyone just stayed quietly in the cage. There were neither jailers nor torture instruments, as if it was a forgotten corner. Big Mom closed her eyes and began to search using her observation hockey. Soon, he detected a familiar and powerful aura. This smell. The grumpy kid on Roger's ship. Isn't this the gay guy who likes to wear purple clothes? He's not dead yet, he's really alive. Oh, there are also frozen ones. So many acquaintances. Just what I want. On the 6th floor, many prisoners also saw Big Mom. Unlike the prisoners on the upper floor who acted as if they had seen a devil when they saw her, the prisoners on this floor were obviously much calmer. Her appearance must have been a surprise. But there is obviously less fear, but more anticipation, playfulness, curiosity, and vigilance. Many people were also whispering, Hey, that guy, is he the guy named Charlotte? That's right, it's her. She had been causing quite a bit of trouble before I came in. She was a beauty back then, how did she become like this? Oh, the female pirates on the Rock's ship. Woman, it's a woman. Forget it, it's fine for me to continue using my hands. Hearing the noise around her, Big Mom slowly opened her eyes and glanced at the people around her with a cold gaze. While I'm busy, you bunch of losers locked in dog cages should be quiet. Along with a roar, a conqueror's hockey like black and red lightning enveloped the entire 6th floor, shaking all the iron railings and making them buzz. All the prisoners who can be imprisoned on this floor are strong without exception, and it is easy and pleasant for them to beat up Luffy who is in the 2-year prison. Therefore, they will not faint from a simple conqueror's burst. However, they also clearly felt how terrifying this conqueror's hockey, which was as oppressive as a hurricane, was, and most of them knew better and kept their mouths shut. However, there are some guys, even though he knew there was an uninvited guest, he still looked uninterested. It wasn't until they felt Big Mom's conqueror's hockey that they became excited. Some showed playful expressions, while others were eager to try. In a corner of the 6th floor prison, there is a cage that is much larger than an ordinary cage. Smoothie crossed his long legs and sat quietly against the railing, bored. Advertisement. On the 6th floor, prisoners will not be abused. But all they had was endless darkness and silence. Smoothie has a cheerful personality to begin with, and this kind of environment is particularly destructive to him. After a few months, Smoothie no longer had the sharpness he once had, and even seemed a little dull. Just when she was on the cage for who knows how many times, she suddenly felt a familiar and powerful conqueror's hockey. Open black lens bracket. This is Mom. Close black lens bracket. Smoothie had an incredible expression on his face. He dragged the chains to the cage and tried to look out. After a while, dull footsteps were heard in the distance. Then, a huge figure slowly walked over, with faint blue flames on his hands. Smoothie, my lovely daughter, you are here, I finally found you. Smoothie's eyes filled with tears. Mom. Impel down the door, the battle is over. The platform was covered with sword marks and residual venom. Magellan and Shiryu of the Rain were covered in wounds and were stuck to the wall by sticky rice. They occasionally twitched, proving that they were not dead yet. Hannibal and others fell to the side, looking like mummies. Katakuri, Crocodile, Cracker, Snaggle. The top executives of the Big Mom pirates gathered at the door, waiting quietly. Crocodile smoked his cigar and sighed, can it be done? Cracker snorted coldly. Sister Smoothie's ability will definitely be no problem. Suddenly, Katakuri, who was dozing with his eyes closed, opened his eyes. Someone is coming. Everyone was shocked and looked quickly into the prison. A few seconds later, there were sounds of running and shouting from deep inside the prison. After a while, a group of 30 or 40 prisoners rushed out shouting and yelling. Long live Mom. We are finally free. Katakuri and the others were stunned. Aren't these guys my partners? In the previous battle, I didn't know if he was missing or died in battle, but I didn't expect him to be here. Katakuri grabbed Kai, who looked familiar. What's wrong with you? Where's your mom? Kai saw that it was Katakuri and quickly calmed down. It was Mom who saved us. Mom. Before he finished speaking, the surroundings suddenly shook. Chapter 378 Rescue. Everyone looked towards the depths of the prison. Several extremely aggressive figures slowly walked out. After seeing who was coming, even Katakuri and Crocodile looked solemn. It turned out to be these guys. Mom really released an incredible guy. Magellan raised his eyes with great effort, and when he saw who was coming, his face was filled with despair. Unexpectedly, these extremely dangerous beings at LV.6 were released. The leader is Big Mom. Following closely behind her were Bullet, Red Earl and Bandy Waldo. Behind them are the Barrel, Basque Choate, Moon Hunter, Catherine Demi, the King of Evil Government, Alvaro Pizarro, the rescued Charlotte Smoothie and Dom nicknamed the Conductor, Original. Alvaro Pizarro laughed loudly. I'm free, finally free. I really need to have a drink to celebrate. Basque Jot's eyes were hazy. Hiccup, you're right, there are so many people, do you have any wine? Katrine Demi also looked excited. Hahaha, there are so many cute little ones, everyone should get along well with each other in the future. Smoothie quickly ran towards Katakuri. Brother. Katakuri held her in his arms, and his other children quickly gathered around, all asking about her well-being. As for the others, none of them spoke, but just looked around. At this time, a complaint came from the back. It's so crowded, I can't get out. Big Mom laughed strangely. If it's crowded, just tear it down. She rode Zeus and headed straight for the prison roof. The next second, a powerful hockey vibrated, and the part on the sea instantly flew up, flew far away and fell into the sea, setting off a huge wave. Whether it was the wreckage of the warship or the bodies of the marine and the jailer, they were all swept away by the current. The huge impel down seemed to have been split open, and the sea surface part completely disappeared, leaving only the part flush with the sea level. The sea water flowed in like a stream along the low position. The roof disappeared, and a huge arm stretched out and slammed down on the ground. San Juan the wolf crawled out of the passage and slowly stood up with a body that was several times larger than that of the giants. Ha ha ha, clouds and sea, even though it's not good weather, it's a sight I haven't seen in a long time. Big Mom flew to San Juan Wolf and looked at his huge body greedily. Giant, well, what do you think? Do you want to join me? I will make you the king of the Titans. San Juan Wolf's smile suddenly faded, and his eyes turned cold as he looked at Big Mom. I am a warrior of the giant tribe. How can I possibly obey you, you devil who was spit upon by Elbaf? Big Mom's eyes instantly turned gloomy, the gloomy sky seemed to become even darker, and there was a faint sound of thunder. How dare you say that, giant boy? Or do you want to be buried with this big prison? San Juan Wolf was startled, his body suddenly swelled up several times again, and punched Big Mom. With his current size, his fist alone is larger than that of an ordinary giant. It's you who's buried, idiot. Advertisement. Compared to him, Big Mom is smaller than a mouse. But facing the fist like a meteorite, she did not panic at all. She crossed her hands and blocked it. Although he was pushed and flew dozens of meters away, he was not hurt at all. Well, I'll show you what power is. Big Mom rushed towards San Juan Wolf, and instantly appeared in front of him, and released her dominance, knocking him out with one punch. San Juan Wolf flew 100 meters and fell into the sea. Because he was a user with special abilities, he instantly felt powerless all over, and his body shrank a lot. He could only struggle desperately in the sea. There was no mercy in Big Mom's eyes. She waved her hand and a thick lightning bolt fell from the sky and struck San Juan Wolf directly. San Juan Wolf was enveloped by silver-white lightning and screamed miserably. When the lightning dissipated, it was already charred black, completely unable to move, and slowly sank to the bottom of the sea. Big Mom sneered. You are such a waste. Then he glanced at the others. Okay, what's your choice? When Basque Jot, Catherine Diami and Alvaro Pizarro saw Big Mom's Kamui, their faces changed drastically. They were imprisoned early, when Big Mom's strength was far from reaching its peak. Although I knew she was strong from feeling her hockey on the 6th floor, I didn't expect her to be this strong. Several people looked at each other and expressed their willingness to join. Dom's eyes rolled around and no one knew what he was thinking. Then, she landed in front of Bullet, who had been watching the show. Well, what about you? What have you thought about? Are you willing to follow me and take over the world? Bullet stared at Big Mom, his eyes full of fighting spirit. I'm not interested in taking over the world, I just want to be the strongest. When you were down there, you said you had the same power as Roger, and it seems you weren't just bragging. In that case, I'll follow you. I hope you're not bragging, otherwise, I'll be the first to twist your head off. Big Mom laughed out loud. You are so energetic. Welcome, I will accept any challenge from you, but. Big Mom's expression suddenly turned gloomy. This kind of attitude is only allowed this once. Do you understand? Bullet snorted coldly. I know how to be a crew member, as long as you are worthy of being my captain. Big Mom turned her head and looked at the Red Earl again. What about you? The Red Earl didn't give any face at all. Even though I owe you a favor, I don't want to join any family club. Same thing with Bandy Waldo. Lousy will not become your enemy as you are in my favor, but you can forget about joining me. Big Mom stared at the two of them, and after a while, her gaze relaxed. Well, a forced melon is not sweet. But you guys better remember, you owe me a huge favor, and sooner or later I will come after you to get it back. Well. The Red Earl and Bandy Waldo did not comment, but they also acquiesced. At this time, Catherine Diami walked up to Magellan. Ha. Director Magellan, you've really taken good care of me over the years. Captain Linlin, what should we do with these guys? Big Mom came in front of Magellan and the others. She still recognized the strength of Magellan and Shiryu. Advertisement. Well, I'm very easy to talk to. You make your own choice, become my slave, or sink to the bottom of the sea with this prison. Life or slave. Magellan's eyes were almost covered with blood, but he still stared at Big Mom without fear. Soul Joe Wen had no effect on him either. Big Mom was a little surprised. Oh, you're not afraid at all. Interesting. But not everyone is like him. Shiryu beside him trembled slightly, and her soul began to emerge slowly. Seeing that Big Mom was holding her soul, Shiryu couldn't stand it anymore and gritted her teeth and said, I surrender. Magellan glanced at him, a little disappointed, but did not scold him. He believed that being ready to die was something that one should demand of oneself, rather than blaming others. However, when his eyes swept over Hannibal, he showed a hint of relief. In terms of performance, Hannibal was even worse than Shiryu. He was so frightened that he was crying, his body was shaking like a sieve, and his soul was shaking. But he had no intention of surrendering. Instead, he kept cursing in a trembling voice. Many of Big Mom's pirates laughed. It's so ugly. What an idiot who can't see the situation clearly. Katakuri. Big Mom put down Rain Shiryu and used the remaining regenerative flame to heal his wounds. I like smart kids. As for you, she looked at Magellan, Hannibal, Sati-chan and others, with lightning flashing in her hands, ready to strike. Several people were stuck to the wall by the sticky rice, like a mural, with no way to escape. At this moment, Katakuri's body trembled slightly, as if he had noticed something. But after hesitating for a moment, he finally didn't move. The Red Earl frowned. There is something. Big Mom was shocked. The next second, a huge ice bird appeared out of nowhere, and took advantage of Big Mom's distraction to crash into the wall that was trapping several people. Big Mom was shocked. What is this? A rare beast. Others were also shocked. Where did this thing come from? The ice bird opened its mouth and swallowed the few people into its stomach, then turned around and ran away. Big Mom reacted instantly. It was reinforcements. Stop them. The next second, sword energy, glutinous rice, sand blades, lightning. Countless attacks hit the ice bird. The ice bird flapped its wings, and a hole appeared out of thin air in front of it. It dived into it, and then the hole disappeared. And those violent attacks were instantly in vain. At this moment, thunder exploded in the sky, and white light illuminated the sky and the earth. Everyone suddenly discovered that there was a huge figure circling in the clouds. Chapter 379. Alone against a group of heroes 1. Everyone looked up at the sky, only to feel a suffocating pressure. Even strong men like Bullet and Red Earl felt oppressed. Big Mom frowned slightly and squinted at the sky. Huh, Kaido. Why is he here? The next second, a burst of blazing haki erupted, instantly splitting the surrounding thunderclouds apart, revealing a giant pink dragon within. Big Mom immediately realized, no, it's not Kaido. Crocodile also shouted. Everyone alert, enemy attack, it's Marine Smoker. The pirates were suddenly in an uproar and were all on high alert, especially the minions who were trembling with fear. No way, the enemy in front of me looks difficult to deal with. Although the captain is a strong man standing at the top of the pirates. But from a battle of this level, even the aftermath alone could leave nothing behind. When Smoker arrived and saw Impel down in such a miserable state, his eyes burned with rage. After rescuing Magellan and the others, he no longer concealed his whereabouts. He took the initiative and took a deep breath, hot breath. A huge column of fire like magma fell from the sky, dyeing the sky red. A column of fire streaked across the sea, and more than a dozen Donta ships and hundreds of pirates on board were reduced to ashes. Smoker shook his head, and the huge pillar of fire changed direction and rushed straight towards Big Mom. Big Mom snorted coldly. Smoker, you came just in time. I also have a score to settle with you. In the trade for homies, Smoker screwed Big Mom so much that she almost lost her life. If I hadn't used the flame of regeneration to stop the poison from spreading, and if I hadn't used Smoothie's squeezing fruit to squeeze out the poison, I'm afraid I would have really had to start a feast. She grabbed Zeus, and he instantly turned silver white. The lightning was attracted, and millions of lightning bolts fell on her hands, condensing into a huge lightning ball that was tens of meters long. With the blessing of natural forces, its power is no less than Enel's thunder blade. Countless lightning bolts jumped between thunderclouds and thunderballs, as if weaving a huge lightning net in the air. Watch out, the might of Thunder God. Big Mom threw the thunderball fiercely, and it suddenly turned into two huge electric dragons. An electric dragon went straight towards the heat. Flames and lightning collided, and a huge explosion occurred. For a moment, the sky and earth seemed to be filled with flames and lightning, shining so brightly that people could hardly open their eyes. Another electric dragon roared and rushed towards Smoker. Although the speed was extremely fast, it was extremely clear to Smoker's observation. Stupid guy who never learns his lesson. Advertisement. Smoker snorted coldly, and darkness spread over his body, forming a dark wall in front of him. The fierce lightning dragon crashed into the darkness. Like a marshmallow thrown into boiling water, it disappeared without a sound. Captain, I'm here to help you. Crocodile comes to Big Mom. Smoker, it's time to settle the score between the two of us. Sha Lan. A small tornado formed in Crocodile's hand, and after throwing it out, it instantly changed into a huge tornado that penetrated the sky and the earth, and roared towards Smoker. Bullet. Oh, the Crocodile B*********** D has made progress. Smoker was dismissive. Compared to Monkey D. Dragon, your wind is only good enough to blow out candles. Let me show you what a tornado is. Smoker rolled up his body, then swung it away, and a huge tornado in the opposite direction appeared on the sea. The two tornadoes collided, cancelled each other out, and soon disappeared. The seawater that was sucked into the air fell down like a heavy rain. Instead, Crocodile was soaked and looked a little embarrassed. Smoker said sarcastically, is this what you call settling scores? You're going to turn into a drowned chicken and put on a show for me. He kept mocking her, but when he caught a glimpse of the big prison, his heart sank. Impel Down was destroyed by Big Mom and many places are already fragile. Just a few attempts had caused many parts of Impel Down to collapse, and seawater poured in like a waterfall. In Smoker's perception, there are at least a few thousand people in the lower level of Impel Down. In less than an hour, everyone except the Murloc prisoners had to be fed to the fish. As for those prisoners, Smoker naturally doesn't need to care about their life or death. But the problem is that there are still a considerable number of prison guards and civilian staff. At the cost of isolating themselves, they imprison the world's most brutal criminals here. Although he had some psychological problems due to not seeing the sun for many years and always torturing prisoners. But there is no doubt that they are the great contributors to protecting the peace of the sea. Smoker was torn between a desire, and finally gritted his teeth and said, Odin. Hearing Smoker's call, Odin came out through the air door. Big Mom was stunned. It turned out that the ice bird was a homie that he made for Smoker. But isn't this bird ice? What's up with this sudden ability? Advertisement. Odin, freeze the sea. Odin let out a cry and turned into a giant ice bird several dozen meters long. He flapped his wings and dived straight into the sea. The sea surface was suddenly filled with cold air, and the surging waves froze instantly. In just a few breaths, the sea as far as the eye could see turned into an ice field, and even the huge gate of justice was covered with a thick layer of ice armor. The king of evil government jumped from the platform onto the ice and stepped hard. Meow ha 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 ha. Marine is such an idiot, he actually created such a good foothold. They all have special abilities and cannot fly, so they can only stay on the platform and watch others fight. Now that I have a foothold, I can finally show my skills. Smoker sighed inwardly upon seeing this. He knew very well that freezing the sea was unwise. It is like untying a beast that is tied to a rope. But there is no way. After all, he is not a Kainu, so he can't bear to do this. Of course, the most important reason is that even though he is facing a top-notch team, Smoker is confident that he can handle it. Bandy Waldo laughed. It's so interesting. It really makes my blood boil. Hey, Charlotte, I'll help you deal with this guy, and no one will owe anyone anything from now on. He picked up a long sword from the ground, covered it with thick hockey, kicked off with both feet, and rushed towards Smoker. Momo, 100 times faster. Momo 100 times slash. Bandy Waldo instantly appeared beside Smoker, raised a sword several dozen meters long and slashed at Smoker. But in front of the ability to predict the future, speed is meaningless. Smoker dodged the slash with a twist, and one tail hit him. So fast. Can't dodge. Bandy Waldo was shocked and quickly covered his entire body with armament hockey to enhance his defense. But he still couldn't hold on, and his whole body fell like a cannonball, creating a deep hole in the ground. Puff. Bandy Waldo couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood, and took a few breaths before turning over. Damn, what a monster. Bullet's eyes showed fanaticism. Ahahahaha, there's actually such a strong person in the Marine, this is really interesting. Let me join in the fun. A fierce light flashed in Bullet's eyes, and the ability of the fusion fruit was activated. Chapter 380. Alone against a group of heroes 2. Bullet raised his hands, and a mysterious purple substance emerged from his body. Like the spread of a plague, it spread rapidly, covering large areas of ice. Ha 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 ha, fusion. With a roar, the purple substance began to assimilate everything it came into contact with. The ice, the ships, all were dragged away and covered Bullet. In just a dozen seconds, the place where Bullet was condensed into an ice giant taller than San Juan Wolf. Bullet laughed. Come on, Marine, let me test your quality. The giant roared to the sky, and his body was covered with thick armament hockey. The originally translucent ice crystal giant quickly turned into something like cast steel. The giant leapt up suddenly and punched the dragon's head. It just got bigger, it's meaningless. Smoker snorted coldly, twisted his body, and easily dodged the punch. Then the dragon swung its tail and hit the giant hard, making a thunderous sound. The blow was so powerful that the giant was blown away and rolled several times before he stood up. As soon as it stood up, the dragon rolled its body and countless wind blades fell like a rainstorm. Quote exclamation mark quote. Seeing this, Bullet quickly crossed his arms and increased his hockey output. Boom, boom, boom. The wind blades fell on the giant, making continuous roars and raising billowing smoke and dust. By the time the attack was over, the giant was covered in wounds and one of his arms was almost severed. However, these injuries have no effect on the Bullet inside. Ha 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 ha, what a joy. Bullet laughed crazily and released his ability again, preparing to absorb the ice to repair his body. But Smoker wouldn't let go of this opportunity. He quickly fell from the air, rushed forward, and slammed into the giant. The giant screamed and was knocked away for an unknown distance. After falling on the ice, he kept sliding and only stopped after knocking down the gate of justice. The giant looked particularly miserable at this time. Half of his head fell off, one arm fell off, and there was a big hole in his chest. Humph, you are so stubborn, watch me crush you. The dragon roared on the ice, ready to pounce again. Suddenly, a huge blood-red slash seemed to come across space and instantly arrived in front of Smoker. Quote exclamation mark quote. Smoker's pupils shrank. His observation hockey could clearly sense the terrifying energy contained in it. It would be unpleasant to be hit by it. But the angle of this attack was extremely tricky, and it was too late to dodge. Smoker avoided the vital parts of his head and neck, but was hit hard in the torso. Roar. Advertisement. The slash broke the hard dragon scales, leaving a huge scar that was more than 10 meters long, and blood flowed like a waterfall. Even with the body of a giant dragon, the side effects of the dark fruit still existed, and the severe pain made him howl in pain. Who? Smoker turned his head and looked. In the distance, the Red Earl was holding a long sword that came from nowhere. He. The weapon I found temporarily is not very convenient to use. Fortunately, it is a famous sword with good quality, so I can use it. Marine, I have no grudge against you, but I owe Linlin a favor this time, so I can only say sorry. Blood Demon Scythe. The Red Earl swung his sword violently. Dozens of blood-red slashes formed a knife net and wrapped around Smoker. The Red Earl is also known for his observation hockey, so his attacks are extremely difficult to dodge. Smoker tried to fly up and dodge, but suddenly his body felt tight. When he looked down, he found that the ice beneath him had turned into sticky rice and stuck to his claws tightly. Not far away, Katakuri touched the ice with both hands. Damn it, it's the fruit awakening. Smoker is ready to use the dark fruit's ability to absorb the sticky rice. Just as he was about to move, a shadow suddenly appeared in the air. When he looked up, he saw Bandy Waldo holding a warship and jumping over him. Take a taste of what your Marine's warships are like. Momo, 100 times the pressure. Bandy Waldo hurled the warship hard. The warship left his hand and quickly grew 100 times larger, like a giant meteorite, smashing heavily on Smoker's head. Even the huge dragon body couldn't withstand it and was directly pressed on the ice. With just this delay, the Red Earl's attack had already arrived, and all of it fell on Smoker. Roar. There was a sound of flesh and scales breaking, which made one's teeth ache. Dozens of hideous wounds appeared on the dragon's body, and blood splattered like a bloody rain. At this time, Big Mom also flew over on Zeus, and lightning gathered in the sky and fell on Napoleon. Well, don't forget, I'm still here. Thunder and lightning wigwo. A huge energy column fell and hit the dragon's body. The sky and the earth seemed to change color, and it slowly disappeared after a few seconds. The sea area where Impel Down is located is not deep, only a few hundred meters, and has been completely turned into solid ice by Odin. Big Mom's attack penetrated the ice and went deep into the seabed, leaving behind a huge bottomless pit. At this time, the dragon looked extremely miserable, lying on the ice with its eyes closed. Half of its body was burnt, large pieces of dragon scales had fallen off, and its body was covered with wounds of varying sizes. Who? Big Mom was a little out of breath, but she became happy again when she saw Smoker's look. Well, you be asterisk D, how do you feel? Advertisement. Even if it's Kaido, he won't be safe after these attacks. The dragon suddenly opened its eyes. Haha, that's right, the attack just now was very effective. But so what? Thick dark matter suddenly emerged from the dragon's body and completely enveloped the dragon in just 1 second. Big Mom's pupils trembled. Oh no. Damn it, I actually forgot to finish off the enemy. The Red Earl, Bandy Waldo and others were all shocked. What kind of ability is this? Didn't he turn into a dragon? There's also this kind of mythical beast. Then, the darkness suddenly began to shrink, and finally, it transformed into Smoker in the form of a dragon man. At this moment, Smoker was completely intact, and even his breath had not declined at all. Damn it, you monster. Momo, 100 times faster. Bandy Waldo's physical skills were already very strong, and his speed was naturally not bad either. Now his speed was increased by 100 times, making it impossible for the naked eye to catch him. Smoker heard the sound of footsteps and sonic booms, and suddenly jumped a few feet to the side. The next moment, Bandy Waldo appeared where he had just stood, having smashed the ice to pieces. Seeing Smoker dodge his attack, he looked a little surprised. Just as Smoker was about to fight back, he disappeared again. Ha, observation hockey. There's no point if you can't keep up with my speed. Smoker sneered. Chaos force field. Suddenly, a dozen black balls appeared around, releasing huge gravitational force. The gravitational forces are entangled with each other, forming a chaotic position. Bandy Waldo, who was moving at a high speed, was disturbed. He staggered and almost fell down. He finally managed to keep his body steady. But this moment of negligence is fatal. Got you, dark water. Smoker stretched out his hand, and the surging gravity pulled Bandy Waldo over. Not good. Bandy Waldo was completely powerless to fight against gravity, and quickly covered his entire body with armament hockey. Smoker grabbed Bandy Waldo's wrist with one hand. Bandy Waldo quickly tried to use his ability to break free. Damn it, Momo's power is 100 times stronger. He can't use his power anymore. Smoker made a fist with his other hand. Let me teach you a lesson, armament hockey, that's not how you use it. Then, a punch infused with emission landed hard on Bandy Waldo's stomach. Poof. Bandy Waldo suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. Under the impact of the huge force, his body was almost bent in half. He was blown away like a cannonball and directly crashed into the giant ship that had grown 100 times larger with its power. He then fell onto the ice, his eyes rolled back, and he passed out. Chapter 381. Alone against a group of heroes 3. Seeing Smoker take down Bandy Waldo so cleanly. Big Mom's heart skipped a beat. The current time that Bandy Waldo has been frozen is 10 years shorter than in the original plot, so his strength has naturally not declined that much. Even in the eyes of an emperor-level powerhouse, he is an opponent worthy of attention. I didn't expect Smoker to solve it so cleanly. This B***** D has become stronger again. She subconsciously wanted to summon the flame of regeneration to heal Bandy Waldo. But after thinking it over, I gave up the idea. First, he had to fight Whitebeard, then he had to resist the poison. These days, the flame of regeneration is almost exhausted and can only be used a few times. It's better to keep it, it can save your life at a critical moment. As a veteran pirate, Big Mom is not afraid of death, but she is also not willing to give up her life easily. Smoker changed into a human beast form, standing there with a fierce look in his eyes. Although its size is 1,000 times smaller than its beast form, its pressure is no less than before. Suddenly, his figure disappeared and appeared behind Big Mom in an instant, grabbing her back with his sharp claws. Big Mom was shocked. This time she did not choose to resist with the steel balloon, but shouted, Zeus, Napoleon. Yes, Mom. Two homies appear. Zeus pounced on Big Mom's back, and Big Mom's pink hair instantly turned silver, crackling with high-voltage electricity, as if she was wearing a lightning cloak. Napoleon also fell into his hand and turned into an electric long sword. Big Mom turned around and met Smoker's sharp claws with a knife. The knife and the claw did not collide, but squeezed each other in the air. Thick black lightning exploded in all directions, shattering the surrounding ice surface. The huge shock wave blew away the pirates, minions, and even ordinary cadres felt breathless. Suddenly, there was a muffled sound in the air. Everyone looked up at the sky and saw a big crack in the clouds centered around the two people. The sky is cracked. This guy is actually on par with my mother. No. Not evenly matched. Smoker and Big Mom were both throbbing with bulging veins, neither of them giving in. Suddenly, Smoker took a step forward, forcing Big Mom to retract her long sword. The pirates were horrified. What? He actually suppressed Mom in strength. At this moment, Smoker roared, his muscles bulged, and he suddenly burst out with a force like a mountain torrent and tsunami. Big Mom couldn't bear it any longer, and was knocked out with a scream. Mother. The pirates looked at the scene in disbelief. Especially the older children, their eyes popped out. Since the fall of Rock's pirate, Big Mom has gone out on her own. This is the first time that Mom has been flung away by someone's power, except for Roger and Whitebeard. Smoker knows the principle of taking advantage of someone's weakness and rushes forward to finish him off. Just as he was about to take action, Observation Hockey suddenly sounded the alarm. Nakuri rice cake. Vajra desert sword. Drinking enthusiast. Wave pretzel. Advertisement. Katakuri, crocodile, basque jot, and cracker attacked at the same time. Tisk, please. Smoker stopped walking, crossed his arms, and filled his body with hockey. The next second, he was overwhelmed by a wave of attacks. Sharp sand blades slashed his body, blazing flames surrounded him, and black glutinous rice fists and spinning thrusts rained down like raindrops. Suddenly, smoke and dust rose up, and the ice surface could not bear it and broke into pieces. When the attack was over and the smoke cleared, a deep pit several dozen meters deep appeared on the ice surface. Smoker is at the bottom of the pit. But he still stood there, keeping his arms crossed in a defensive posture, his body dirty but without any scars. Nice attack, but not strong enough. After saying that, Smoker disappeared in an instant. Crocodile, basque chote, cracker. Katakuri yelled. Watch out. But it was too late. After a few screams, Crocodile, basque chote, and cracker were already vomiting blood, their eyes rolled back and they fell to the ground. Katakuri leaned on the observation hockey and quickly turned sideways, barely avoiding Smoker's attack. But I still felt a chill on my forehead, followed by pain, and a stream of blood flowed down my cheek. Smoker appeared not far away, his claws were covered in blood, but his expression was a little surprised. You actually dodged it. Your observation hockey is stronger than I thought. Katakuri released a ball of glutinous rice to cover his wound and stared at him, not daring to be careless. Mom's ambition is bound to make her some formidable enemies. As an older brother, I have to protect my younger siblings, so I did some training in private. Unfortunately, the effect still seems to be unsatisfactory. Smoker shook the bloodline off his paw. Without a strong enough physique, simply training hockey will naturally be counterproductive. However, he naturally wouldn't say much to the enemy. If you could be gentle to more people, you might be a good Marine. Unfortunately, there is no if. So, go to hell. 6 styles. Paper arts, martial arts. Smoker's body shape suddenly changed, he became thinner and his bulging muscles became stronger. He was going to use a faster speed to break Katakuri's observation hockey. But just as he was about to move, he suddenly felt a sharp breath behind him. Mom explosion. Big Mom rushed over and slashed at Smoker with her blade raised high. Seeing the hockey with lines on the blade, Smoker knew he couldn't bear it and quickly jumped to the side to avoid it. Big Mom's sword fell to the ground, and a slashing wave instantly tore through the ice and flew away into the distance that could not be seen. Open black lens bracket, there is a flaw. Close black lens bracket. Smoker appeared beside Big Mom and hit her side with Conqueror's fist. Wow. Big Mom screamed. The punch hit her soft spot. The powerful force broke through the defense of the steel balloon and directly injured her bones. Smoker was about to throw another punch. Suddenly, Yu Shiryu suddenly appeared beside him. Exclamation mark, exclamation mark, exclamation mark. Smoker was shocked. Advertisement. How could this happen? Closing square bracket. There was clearly no trace of him around just now, how could he have avoided my perception and come here in an instant? Rain Shiryu grinned, although you came to save me, I'm sorry. The thunderbolt pierced straight into Smoker's abdomen, going in a full foot deep. The knife hit the target in an extremely tricky position. Smoker was seriously injured instantly and spit out blood. But he reacted extremely quickly, hockey covering his abdomen and his muscles clamping the blade tightly. Rain Shiryu. I used all my strength on the sword, but it didn't penetrate. I wanted to draw the sword, but I couldn't pull it out. A-hole. Smoker's dragon claws grabbed Rain Shiryu's head, squeezing his skull and making it crackle. Idiot, do you think I'm Garp? Ah, Rain Shiryu has a severe headache. But after hearing this, I couldn't help but be stunned. No, what do you mean? How does this get to Garp? I haven't stabbed him, even if he has betrayed the world government, I can't just smear his innocence, right? Smoker didn't bother to talk nonsense, grabbed his head, swung it up like a sandbag, and slammed it hard on the ice. Wow, Rain Shiryu vomited blood and felt like her bones were about to break. He fell to the ground and twitched continuously, looking even more miserable than Smoker. Smoker's eyes were still red. The more harmful it is, the more stubborn it is. Finger pistol, Coptus chinensis. Smoker started attacking Shiryu, who was lying on the ground. Along with a scream, more than a dozen bloody holes appeared on Rain Shiryu's chest, and blood gushed out like a fountain. Smoker felt a sharp pain in his abdomen, and felt that the blade had injured his internal organs, so he quickly pulled out the knife. Suddenly, a huge force came from behind and knocked him away. It turned out that Big Mom came to finish off Smoker and kicked him away. This kick naturally entangled the Conqueror's haki. Even with the dragon scales protecting him, Smoker felt severe pain in his back, even worse than Shiryu's knife wound. Blood flowed from the corner of Smoker's mouth, and he quickly released the darkness to recover from his injuries. Big Mom took a step forward with her short legs, and continued to rush towards Smoker like a rhino, while yelling at the Red Earl, Nathanfield. The Red Earl said impatiently, I know. He also rushed towards Smoker, preparing to double-team Smoker from the left and right. Both of them are veteran pirates with rich combat experience. From the battle just now, it can be seen that Smoker does not have passive recovery like the Phoenix. It needs to actively release its ability, and it takes time. Although the time is short. But as long as you attack fast and hard enough, you can defeat him completely in one go. Big Mom raised her fist high, with hockey threads on her fist, like black ribbons or black lightning, making crackling sounds. The Red Earl's hand holding the knife also tightened, and hockey wrapped around the blade, presenting a deep and strange black and red color. Smoker was about to be overwhelmed by the attacks of the two. Suddenly, there was a chill on the ice. Big Mom, Red Earl. The next second, a 100-meter-high iceberg rose from the ground, freezing the three people inside. Chapter 382, Alone Against a Group of Heroes 4. This is naturally Odin's masterpiece. After it froze the sea, it has been hiding under the ice. Seeing Smoker in danger, he stepped in to rescue him. However, Big Mom and Red Earl are as strong as Garp. Aokiji's ice couldn't trap Garp, so Odin certainly couldn't trap both of them. Big Mom and Red Earl both released hockey at the same time. In just a few breaths, the iceberg was shattered by the black and red thunder. But this was enough. Odin grabbed Smoker, spread his wings and flew into the sky. Taking advantage of these few seconds of freedom, Smoker recovered and landed steadily on Odin's back. Big Mom couldn't help but curse. Damn it, this guy is even more difficult to deal with than Kaido. There's no end to this. As he spoke, he released the flame of regeneration to heal the wounds left by Smoker. As for Dark Homies, facing Smoker, the real master, he dared not use. The Red Earl standing next to him also had a head as big as a bucket. Originally, I just wanted to repay the favor and return to the sea without any worries. I didn't expect this marine to be so difficult. Why should I have just slipped away earlier? Why did I provoke the other party and make a big enemy for nothing? Now that we have started fighting, it's a fight to the death. So we must kill him now while we are in a large group. Otherwise, I won't be able to sleep well with a guy like him thinking about me. Smoker looked down at the two men. Facing two Emperor-level fighters, even though Smoker is a gold medalist, he still feels quite exhausted. Fortunately, I have high blood volume, high defense, fast displacement, can output, control and recover, and have almost no shortcomings, so I can still hold on. And impel down is the world government's territory after all. I guess reinforcements are on the way, just hold on a little longer. While Smoker was thinking, Katakuri and Crocodile suddenly appeared behind him. Nakuri Mochi, Desert Sword, 2 attacks with strong hockey fell. Smoker was shocked and tried to defend himself. But the target of this attack is not himself, but Zeus. The glutinous rice giant fist and sand blade hit Zeus hard. Zeus screamed, and his icy body shattered and fell heavily onto the ice. Fortunately, Homies is not afraid of hockey attacks. Although Zeus was broken into pieces, the fragments melted into the ice. Smoker also landed on the ice, raised his head, and looked at the two of them in surprise. Just like before, it suddenly appeared without any warning. Smoker looked around. In the world of pirates, everything that cannot be explained is the power of the fruit. Sure enough, the place where the two people just disappeared was exactly the conductor, Dom that the ant brought out of prison. This guy didn't participate in the battle, so Smoker ignored him. Although I don't know if he is the one behind this, I'll just kill him first. Smoker raised his hand. Dark water. Dom felt his body tighten, as if he was grabbed by an invisible hand and pulled over fiercely. Quote question mark exclamation mark quote. Dom was horrified. I am a pure support. If I fall into Smoker's hands, won't I be killed instantly? He quickly used his ability and disappeared in an instant. Smoker's hands were empty. He turned around and saw that the other party had appeared behind Big Mom. If I'm not mistaken, this is the teleportation fruit. In the original plot, Van Oka's ability is to be able to instantly move to wherever he wants to go, and he can also instantly move other people. To some extent, the speed is better than Sparkling Fruit and Thunder Fruit. Dom laughed a few times in a cowardly manner. You're quite knowledgeable, Marine. That's right, Lousy is the teleporter who ate the teleportation fruit. No matter how powerful the opponent is, they can't defeat Lousy. Oh, Smoker asked curiously, then how were you caught? Forehead. Dom suddenly looked embarrassed. Advertisement. I was drunk that year, and when I woke up, I was already wearing seastone handcuffs. I didn't even know the details of the process. Because of this, I was laughed at by the jailers and fellow inmates for 10 years. 10 whole years. I didn't expect that after finally getting my freedom, someone would still bring it up. Dom gritted his teeth. Slippery talking B asterisk 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 D. Captain, Lord Nessenfeld, I am here to help you, do not resist my abilities. After saying this, he pointed at the Red Earl and disappeared in an instant. Seeing this, Smoker did not dare to be careless and quickly turned on the observation hockey to the maximum. He immediately sensed the crisis and quickly lowered his head. A sword energy brushed past his scalp, and he felt a chill even through the dragon scales. Before Smoker could get up, Big Mom suddenly appeared in front of him and kicked him in the chest. Quote question mark exclamation mark quote. Smoker was startled and quickly raised his arm to block it. But his defense was too hasty, and even with the use of emission, he still couldn't hold on. He only felt pain in his arms and was kicked far away. Before he landed, the Red Earl had already teleported over to finish him off. Smoker can only roll over to defend. For a while, Smoker was caught in a dilemma. If you attack this, you can't defend against that, and if you defend against that, this will come up again. On the ice, Dom's hands kept jumping, as if he was conducting a performance. Big Mom and the Red Earl kept flashing, launching a violent attack. Smoker also used his hockey to full effect and fought with the two of them. The shockwaves created by the hockey collision were like a storm, and even strong men like Katakuri and Crocodile could not get close. Even the Gate of Justice, which symbolizes the authority of the world government, was torn in half by the battle between the three. As time went on, Smoker became more and more exhausted. His body was covered with wounds, and the ice was covered with blood and broken dragon scales. But he had no time to recover. If it weren't for his dragon form's powerful vitality and the observation hockey that could foresee the future, he would have been defeated long ago. Another teleportation. Big Mom and Red Earl appeared in front of Smoker at the same time. One on the left and one on the right, the two swords chopped fiercely at his head. Damn it, I can't avoid it. Smoker raised his arms and blocked the two men's attacks. Hockey collided, black thunder exploded, and tore grooves on the ice. Many pirates' minions foamed at the mouth and fainted. The three of them confronted each other for a while, and Smoker was finally unable to withstand the two of them and was knocked away. The dragon scales on his arm were broken, leaving two deep scars. His right arm, which was used to block the attack, was twisted into a weird angle. Odin, Smoker yelled. He just endured it even though his right arm was broken, just for this moment. Odin was already waiting under the ice, and when Smoker flew over, he suddenly rushed out of the ice and caught him. Dom just teleported the Red Earl over. Odin suddenly opened the air door and got in with Smoker. The Red Earl's attack missed. In the different space, Smoker fell to the ground with a plop, covering his arm and gasping for breath. Damn it, it hurts so much. The battle just now was so intense that even Smoker felt exhausted. He quickly released the darkness and began to recover from his injuries and strength. Who? I didn't expect that guy named Dom to be so difficult to deal with. With him around, the combat power of Big Mom and the Red Earl almost doubled. In the original plot, although Van Oka also gained the ability to teleport, he would only use it after his companions called him. The pre-roll is too long, it doesn't deserve the word teleport at all, it's just like playing with Namikaze Minato next door. But Dom is different. It has been more than 10 years since he got the teleportation fruit. In terms of grasping the battle situation and the timing of activating abilities, Van Oka was instantly crushed into dust. Smokers have an illusion. It was not Dom who obtained the teleportation fruit, but Big Mom and Red Earl themselves who obtained the ability to teleport. No wonder he was given the title of conductor. Suddenly, he saw Magellan and others not far away. Magellan was fine. His physical condition was there, and after resting for half a day, he was able to groan. Hannibal and Little Sadie were in a terrible state, their breath was almost gone. These guys can't die. Advertisement. Smoker quickly used his ability to help them recover from their injuries. Soon, both he and the impelled down people were all back to normal. Smoker Vice Admiral, please let me assist you in the battle. Magellan bowed deeply. You can see the outside scene in the different space. He just saw Smoker's fight. I was amazed at Smoker's strength, but I also knew that Smoker alone could not handle so many enemies. As the director of Impel Down, I bear the primary responsibility for this incident. Even if I die here, I will fulfill my duties. And Shiryu, I must punish that traitor myself. Hannibal also shouted. Yes, this is my responsibility as the director. Ah, my ambition is exposed. I want to be the deputy director. Damn it, I really want to be the director. Little Sadie and others also expressed their willingness to die. Smoker waved his hand and asked everyone to be quiet. I'm sorry, guys. I admire your faith and courage, but the most important thing now is strength. Magellan was about to say something, but Smoker interrupted him as well. Director Magellan, I admit that you are very strong, but you rely too much on the fruit. Once your poison is made into homies by Big Mom, it will be a real disaster. So, please leave it to our marine this time. Magellan. On the ice, everyone was on high alert. They never expected that. Smoker is already so strong, yet he has this kind of foul spatial ability. At this time, many pirates were extremely nervous, not knowing where Smoker would appear from. Suddenly, Katakuri realized something. Dom, keep your head down. The next moment, an air door suddenly appeared above Dom's head. A sharp claw suddenly stretched out and grabbed his head fiercely. Fortunately, with Katakuri's warning, Dom narrowly avoided the attack and quickly teleported to Big Mom. It was only then that Dom felt a sense of fear. If I were a second slower, my head would be crushed. Before he could calm down, another air gate suddenly appeared. In this way, Smoker adopted a dirty style of play and attacked Dom from another dimension. Dom was chased like a rabbit and had no time to rest, which made him taste the power of space system. As the saying goes, if you guard for too long, you will lose. Finally, Smoker found his chance and grabbed Dom's arm. Seeing that he was about to be dragged into the different space, the Red Earl next to him was quick-witted and chopped off Dom's arm with one knife. Ah! Dom covered his arm and screamed, and blood dyed the ice red. Big Mom quickly used the last flame of regeneration to heal him. After all, he was the key to defeating Smoker. When he recovered from his injury, Dom's eyes changed. MD, I thought I had found a big boss, but I didn't expect them to be a bunch of rubbish. There were so many people, and Lousy was still injured. In that case, play by yourselves. Dom instantly used his awakening ability and disappeared. The awakening of the teleportation fruit allows teleportation regardless of distance, and automatically chooses a safe landing point, so there will be no embarrassing incidents of falling into the sea or lava. Original. The next moment, Dom appears on a boat. Quote question mark exclamation mark exclamation mark quote. Dom was stunned. Opposite him was a team of Marines, staring at him in amazement. When I looked up again, I saw the symbol of justice on the sail. Unlucky. I was teleported to a Marine ship. Stupid Marine, don't try to catch me. Dom grinned, gave a middle finger, and prepared to activate his ability. As soon as I had the thought, I suddenly felt a pain in the back of my neck, my eyes went dark and I passed out. Garp picked his nose and turned him over with his foot. Who is this idiot in prison clothes? I was walking normally, and suddenly he appeared in front of me. Bogart frowned slightly. I guess he is some kind of person with special abilities. Garp nodded. It doesn't matter, tie him up with seastone chains and interrogate him carefully. Bogart. Yes. Chapter 383 Reinforcements arrive. For the first few minutes after Dom disappeared, Big Mom thought he was hiding from the spotlight. After a while, Dom still didn't show up. Big Mom. Damn B************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************ for less than an hour. Big Mom's face looked as if she had eaten shit. Smoker hid in the different space and spied for a while, and naturally found that Dom had run away, and he immediately felt relieved. Great, that annoying guy is gone. Director Magellan, everyone, I'm going to go out and fight the front line first. You stay here. Don't worry, when I need your strength, I will definitely not be polite. Everyone looked at each other and could only agree reluctantly. Even Magellan couldn't say anything. Smoker Vice Admiral, I have only one request, please do not let that B************ D shear you go. This B********* D is the greatest shame of Impel Down in hundreds of years. I must kill him with my own hands. Smoker nodded. Don't worry, this B******* D still owes me a knife, I remember it clearly. On the ice, Katrine Deppen looked around cautiously. Suddenly, she felt movement behind her. She turned around and saw Smoker appeared out of nowhere, with his sharp claws almost pinching her head. Ah! Katrine Deppen screamed with fear. Fortunately, he reacted quickly enough and quickly transformed into the human beast form of Ninetails Fox, and rolled over to avoid Smoker's sneak attack. Damn it! Exploding fox fire. Katrine Deppen threw a ball of green flame, hitting Smoker in the chest. The flames suddenly burst out and engulfed Smoker's body. A few seconds later, Smoker tore through the flames and walked out. Although he was not injured, he was enough for Katrine Deppen to get away. At this moment, the king of evil government suddenly attacked from behind. Meow ha ha ha, take my punch. As he spoke, he punched Smoker on the back of the head with his hockey. Smoker seemed to have eyes on the back of his head. He tilted his head and easily dodged the punch. The king of evil government was shocked. Nani? Smoker showed a cruel smile on his face. 5-finger pistol. He grabbed the evil king's wrist with one hand and stabbed out with the other hand, with 5 fingers instantly piercing his abdomen. Poof. The king of evil grabbed Smoker's arm, his eyes bulged out, and he spat out blood. He wanted to say something, but no words came out. Little minion, just hide aside. After that, Smoker swung his arms and threw him to Big Mom's feet. Advertisement. The king of evil government struggled to grab Big Mom's trouser legs. Captain, save me. I can still fight for you, meow. Big Mom didn't pay any attention to it. How can I use the precious immortal flame on you? What a cold-blooded B********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************* giant dragon rising into the sky in midair, flames surging from his mouth, ready to deliver a powerful blow. Suddenly, he felt the light around him suddenly dim. Quote question mark exclamation mark quote. As he turned his head, a steel giant pounced on him, hugged the dragon's body and slammed it to the ground. Then he grabbed the dragon's mouth with one hand, and the hot breath exploded directly in his mouth. The iron giant swung the dragon up and smashed it heavily on the ice. The ice surface shattered, and half of the dragon's body was buried directly in the ice. Ahahaha, you hit me so hard just now, don't stop, keep going. Smoker crawled out from the ice, shook his dizzy head, and was stunned when he heard the voice. Bullet, yes, I just ignored him after I knocked him away. I was careless. And what about this giant in front of him, who is much bigger than his beast form? The whole body is made of steel, several times stronger than the ice giant just now. Where did he find so many materials for fusion? Smoker turned his head and saw that the gate of justice had disappeared, and he suddenly realized. This B***************** D. It actually merged with the gate of justice. Bullet laughed wildly toward the sky. Ahahaha, this feeling is so refreshing. If the fusion material is stone or ice, a large amount of hockey needs to be released to maintain the strength, otherwise the giant body will fall apart. But now the giant's body is made of special steel from the gate of justice, so there is no such drawback. You can release hockey to attack as much as you want. Bullet rushed forward again. Tisk, please. Smoker was about to move when he suddenly felt something tight underneath him. He looked down and saw that the ice had turned into sticky rice again. Not far away, Katakuri once again activated the fruit's awakening ability. Quote exclamation mark exclamation mark exclamation mark quote. Because of this delay, Bullet had already approached, raised his giant fist like a mountain, and smashed it hard at Smoker. Smoker struggled to break free from Nuomi's restraints and tried to dodge the punch. But it was too late. Although he was not hit directly by the punch, he was still affected and was knocked away. Advertisement. Smoker reacted very quickly, and after landing, he opened his mouth and breathed out hot air. The pillar of fire streaked across the chest of the steel giant, tearing a huge wound like a sharp blade. The giant was forced to take a few steps back, and the molten iron flowed down like magma. But compared to that huge body, the damage caused by this ravine-like wound was very limited. Ha ha ha, it's useless. Bullet laughed wildly and rushed towards Smoker, leaping high into the air and pressing heavily on Smoker. At this time, the body of the steel giant was as big as a mountain, and even some small islands might not be that big. Such a huge body fell and instantly caused an earthquake. With the steel giant at the center, the ice surface cracked like a spider web, like a meteorite falling to the ground. Countless pirates screamed and fell into the ice cracks, and even the pirate ships were crushed into pieces by the sea ice. Even though Smoker used all his strength to release hockey, he still felt as if his body was being crushed. Ha ha ha, it's not over yet. Needle Mountain Cage. The iron giant's massive arms held the dragon tightly, preventing Smoker from escaping. Then the body began to deform, and countless chains and spikes emerged, locking Smoker tightly. Not good. Smoker was shocked and twisted his body desperately. Although many of the chain spikes were broken, more chains were wrapped around him and the spikes pressed against his body. In just a short while, he was trapped in layers of restraints. It seems that even if he transforms into human beast form, these chains and spikes will still trap him. Seeing Smoker trapped, the Red Earl also rushed over. Great job, just hold him like that. The Red Earl swung the sword in his hand, and hockey poured into the sword. The hockey was so thick that it even had a physical feel. Blood sacrifice thorn. Dozens of sharp sword energies screamed towards Smoker. Just as Smoker was about to be pierced with bloody holes, a figure suddenly appeared next to the Red Earl. Oh, was the fight intense? The Red Earl was shocked. Who is it? Just as I was about to turn around, I heard that familiar voice continue. Ah. It's you, UB********************. D. The next second, a fist as big as a casserole hit his face, forcibly breaking through his hockey defense, knocking him flying, and smashing him heavily into a pirate's ship, directly smashing the pirate's ship to pieces. His attack also deviated, piercing through the giant's head and almost hitting Bullet. Bullet was shocked and yelled, "Damn it, who is it?" When he saw who it was, he was stunned. It's you. Big Mom also said, "Tisk, the troublesome guy is coming." Smoker was overjoyed. Vice Admiral Garp. Chapter 384. What the hell? The person who came was Garp. He was holding Dom, who was tied up with iron chains, in his hands, as if he was holding a pendant, and the other end was tied to his wrist. Garp looked at the battlefields on both sides, suddenly burst into laughter, and swung Dom around a few times. Ha 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 ha, my guess was right. As long as we are tied together with an iron chain, you and I will be one body. Your ability is so convenient, little brat. Garp is not yet 70 years old, which is the right age to fight in the pirates' world. As soon as he appeared, the battlefield suddenly became quiet. The ants' older children all had serious expressions on their faces, and it was obvious that they knew about the incident in the Valley of the Gods. Bullet stared at Garp, his eyes becoming fiery. Marine hero. Garp. Closing square bracket. The guy who gave the captain a headache back then, the monster in the marine. If I can defeat him here, it will prove that I am stronger than Captain Roger, right? Closing square bracket. As he was daydreaming, the Iron Giant's control over Smoker also loosened. Smoker keenly noticed this flaw and activated the ability of Dark Fruit. The dragon released dark matter, corroding the steel that trapped it. Bullet wanted to stop it, but it was too late. Smoker just broke free and changed into human form and landed next to Garp. Mr. Garp, why are you here? I received news before that Garp has lost contact, right? How come you are here? But Smoker was also greatly relieved. It is actually very stressful for one to deal with several Emperor-level and quasi-Emperor-level people by oneself. Although they killed several of the opposing cadres, they were still unable to deal with their strongest fighters. If it weren't for the dark fruit, I would have collapsed long ago. Moreover, the other party is experienced and has gradually figured out their own abilities. The longer it drags on, the more disadvantageous it will be for oneself. Now that Garp is here, it's much easier to play. Garp scanned the battlefield. Broken ice. Impel down is beyond recognition. The demolished gate of justice. There are also Big Mom, Red Count, Bullet, Katakuri, Crocodile. The battle was more intense than he had imagined. That is why Smoker can persist until now. No one, even myself, could do better. Garp shook Dom in his hands. This idiot suddenly appeared in front of me, and I caught him. I only found out during the first trial that you two had already started fighting. Advertisement. I was afraid I wouldn't be able to make it in time, so I asked this guy to use his ability to transmit it to me. I didn't expect that I won the bet. It seems that I have good luck, ha 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 ha. Garp put it lightly. But Smoker felt touched. Although Garp seems carefree and unrestrained on weekdays, he has seen many people with strange abilities and is extremely cautious in his attitude towards them. If I wasn't worried about myself, I would never allow someone with special abilities to get close to me, let alone let a fugitive teleport me. Big Mom on the opposite side was furious. Damn Dom. More trouble than success. It would be fine if he escaped from the battlefield, but why did he bring Garp here? So cold. At this time, a strong young man wearing animal skins and holding a huge axe came forward. Just looking at his height, he has the appearance of an admiral. Bah, what marine hero, he's just an old man who's about to die. Garp narrowed his eyes slightly. Huh. Smoker was stunned. Red Earl and Bullet also looked towards Big Mom. Katakuri and the others were even more shocked. Whose general is this, and why is he so brave? Big Mom was stunned, but then she recognized the person in front of her. This guy is called Ni, nicknamed Iron Armor, and is the user of the Zone Bullfruit and Rhino form ability. He is known for his strong defense and strength. Although he is very young and has not been at sea for long, he has never been defeated, and his bounty is as high as 330 million berries, making him one of the best of the new generation of supernovas. Later, after failing to challenge the Big Mom pirates, he chose to join them. Since she has only been a member for a short time, Big Mom didn't expect this guy to be so brave. Kenny strode towards Garp, axe in hand. I couldn't really take part in the fight just now and could only spectate from the sidelines. Countless people were affected by the battle, suffering bloody head injuries or even losing their lives, but he was almost unscathed thanks to his amazing defensive abilities. This also made Kenny, who was already arrogant, even more arrogant. Eager to try and ready to show off. Seeing Garp coming, both sides of the battle quieted down, and he felt that the opportunity had come. Humph, what marine hero. It's just a trick of the Marines. In the past 2 years, Lousy has defeated so many Marine pacesetters and top 10 Marines that he can't even count them all. Closing square bracket. Kenny walked up to a short distance in front of the two men and pointed his axe at Garp. Old man, do you dare to challenge me in a one-on-one duel? Garp didn't get angry at all when he heard this, instead he laughed out loud. Ahahahaha, Lin, your little devils are really interesting. They're braver than you. Big Mom remained silent. What you said makes a lot of sense, I'm speechless. Advertisement. Smoker quietly took a few steps back. Without waiting for Garp to reply, Kenny transformed into a human beast. His body size increased several times, to 7 or 8 meters tall, a huge horn grew on his nose, and he was covered in heavy armor, as if even a cannonball could not break him. The huge axe he was carrying also seemed much smaller and could just fit in his hand. Don't be so ostentatious in your next life, idiot. Kenny jumped high, raised the axe with both hands, and chopped it hard on Garp's head. Garp didn't move, just watched indifferently. Only when the axe blade was close to him did he stretch out his free hand and pinch the axe blade with his thumb and index finger. Kenny only felt his hand sink, and his attack was instantly interrupted. What? His eyes nearly popped out of his head. I now possess the power of a rhino. He wanted to step back, but found that the axe was held by 2 fingers and could not be pulled out. Garp sighed. It's really disappointing to be provoked by such a brat. After saying that, he kicked Kenny away. Kenny's eyes rolled back and he fainted instantly. Faced with this kind of enemy, Garp didn't even have the interest to kill him. But Kenny suddenly stopped in midair and then flew back. Garp. He turned around and saw that it was Smoker who had sucked him over with the dark water. This fruit is good, don't waste it. Kenny flew straight into the darkness without even creating a wave, and was swallowed by the Smoker. Garp nodded, said nothing, and turned to look at Big Mom again. Wasn't it a lively fight just now? Why did it stop? Don't let me down, you scumbags. At this moment, the Red Earl rushed up suddenly. If we were to ask who hated Garp the most among everyone present, it would naturally be him. I finally defeated Marshal Marine and was about to reach the peak of my life, but I didn't expect that Garp would pick up the kill and throw me into Impel Down. Do you know how I have been living for so many years? Long time no see, Garp. This is a gift for you. The Red Earl swung his sword, and a black lightning that seemed to be able to tear through space slashed towards Garp. Garp grinned. Oh, it's you, just in time. Then he raised his fist, ready to receive the blow. But the next second, a darkness came from behind. Garp was caught off guard and was swallowed by the darkness. Pirates. What the hell? Chapter 385 Cursing. Smoker swallowed Garp with darkness, gave the pirates a crooked smile, and then jumped into the air door at the back. The pirates looked at each other. Internal strife. Not like. The Red Earl used his observation hockey to sense and confirm that there was no trace of the two people, and quickly came to Big Mom. Hey, hurry up and use your blue flame to heal us. After being punched by Garp, half of his face is still numb, and the teeth that he had carefully maintained for decades are loose. Big Mom looked unhappy. Ah, why? There is very little undying flame left, and it will be used up if used 1 or 2 more times. This is a life-saving item. I wouldn't even give it to my own children, so why would I waste it on others? At this time, the giant incarnated by Bullet also came over. What time is it? Are you still plotting here? Don't tell me you don't know how strong that old man Garp is. If you don't treat me, I'll turn around and leave. We are not the ones who break through and impel down. Let's see who the Marine will deal with then. You. Big Mom was furious, but also broke out in a cold sweat. Don't look at how many subordinates you have. But without top-level warriors like Red Earl and Bullet, it would be impossible to fight against Garp and Smoker. If they really just run away, I won't be able to deal with those 2 guys alone. After hesitating for a long time, he finally gritted his teeth. Tisk. Okay, I agree, but you have to give it your all later. After that, she summoned the flame of regeneration Homits and the dark Homits. Because Smoker is darkness, she didn't dare to use dark homies at all. Since it is useless, we might as well squeeze out the last value. She signaled with her eyes, and the flame of regeneration Homits opened his mouth and bit the dark Homits hard. Dark homies screamed, but because of Big Mom's orders, she didn't dare to resist. The flame of regeneration homies ate very quickly and devoured the opponent in just a few bites. With the new soul power, the flame of regeneration homies instantly expanded and turned into a huge blue fireball. Big Mom glanced at him reluctantly, but still yelled, "Explode." The flame of regeneration homies exploded, transforming into countless blue flames, almost covering the entire battlefield and contaminating everyone. Everyone present, as long as they were not killed, felt a tingling sensation in their wounds, which then began to heal slowly. In the distance, Berndi Waldo and Rain Shiryu slowly stood up. But some guys, like the dead King of Evil, are completely beyond help. The pirates were in an uproar. What is this? It's amazing. Mom's power. It's really an invincible power. As expected, the Big Mom pirates are the strongest. The pirates were amazed, even the ants' younger children were surprised and happy. Big Mom laughed out loud. Ma, with this old lady here, any pain can be healed. Advertisement. My little ones, don't be afraid, don't hesitate, pick up your weapons and become my strength. Defeat the damn Marine, and under my leadership, let's conquer the world together. Upon hearing this, the pirates felt their blood boiling, raised their weapons high, and roared to the sky. However, Red Earl and his group looked at the cadres who knew the details, and their eyes flickered. Are you going to trick these idiots into giving up their lives? There is no point. Big Mom nodded with satisfaction and grabbed 2 more souls from her body. I gave you life. You obeyed my orders. Come out, Dian Yi, Ielos. A soul melted into the ice and became Ice Homizudiani. A soul merged into the wind and became the Wind Homizu Ielos. Zeus ate his fill of thunderbolts in the sky. And Napoleon. Big Mom reunited the 4 great homies. After a while, a door opened in the void, and Smoker and Garp jumped out. Garp laughed. Smoker, you are amazing, so that's what's going on. When we get back, I'm going to teach that purple-haired B********** DA lesson. Smoker smiled. As long as you like. Then I looked at Big Mom's new homies. You can see outside in the different space, so you can see everything Big Mom does. Although he has a new homies, without the all-consuming darkness and infinite healing regeneration flame, it is still unclear whether he can keep his position as a gold medalist. Big Mom took the initiative and said, Ielos. Yes, Mom. Ielos took a deep breath and then let it out. A light green wind blew towards Garp and Smoker. Wherever it passed, the ice surface was lifted up and countless pieces of ice were sprayed like a shotgun. What Smoker is least afraid of is elemental attacks. He raised his hand and a dark barrier appeared in front of him, instantly absorbing the strong wind. Mr. Garp, leave Big Mom to me and leave the rest to you, okay? Ha ha ha, no problem. The more sandbags the better. Smoker nodded and pointed at Big Mom. Hey, Charlotte Linlin, do you dare to challenge me over there? Big Mom. 1-on-1. What stupid shit are you talking about? I am a pirates. We have more people, why should we fight you alone? Just as he was about to speak, Smoker chuckled and started to mock him. Oh, I'm stupid too. How dare you, a loser like you who bullies the weak and fears the strong, challenge someone in a 1-on-1 duel? He looks like a tough guy, but he's actually as timid as a mouse. He hides in the sewers when he sees a strong man. Where were you when Rox was beaten up in the Valley of the Gods? Were you hiding away and having a baby? Advertisement. The original text of the Red History was stolen by Roger, and he didn't dare to say a word. After the others left, he came out barking. He even said that they stole it. Ugh. Disgusting. I finally managed to survive Roger, but he still hid when he saw Whitebeard. When he got his new ability, he challenged him, but was beaten like a dog and fled away in embarrassment. A loser like you, what else can you do except give birth to a bunch of little losers? You have to thank me a lot. If I hadn't helped you kill those useless children, you would have even more useless people under you. Why be a pirate? Just open a kindergarten. Hee hee. Not even in kindergarten. The nuns' kindergarten was doing well back then, but it was driven away by the giants because of you, an idiot. Why did the nun and those children disappear? They must have left you behind. A piece of trash like you, only a ghost would stay with you. They're also building a paradise for racial equality. Bah. You at #%. Facing Smoker's machine gun-like output, Big Mom couldn't even get a word in, let alone refute. She had been on the sea for more than 10 years, and had been scolded before. She should have been immune to all poisons. But that B*********** D Smoker, every word he said hit her hard and broke her defenses. Her face changed from red to white, to blue, and then to black, colorful and extremely wonderful. Garp looked at Smoker in amazement. This kid cursed too dirty. I don't know what Big Mom thinks, but if it were me, I would definitely not be able to stand it. The Red Earl, Bullet and others looked even more strange. Even though it was my teammates who were being scolded, I had to lend a helping hand out of both reason and emotion. But there are so many melons, it's so delicious to eat them. Smoker cursed for more than 10 minutes, and finally stopped to take a breath. Big Mom has completely lost her mind. Katakuri saw that things were not going well, so he mustered up the courage to go up and give some advice. Before she could even open her mouth, she heard Big Mom yell, "Marine, I'm going to kill you." He didn't even bother to ride Zeus and just rushed towards Smoker. Smoker said, "Pooh, a loser like you dares to fight me. I'm leaving now and will find a quiet place to kill you. If you have the guts, follow me." After saying that, he turned and ran. Big Mom rushed over like a bull. He passed by Garp without even a second glance. Katakuri. Although I am speechless, I still can't let go of my mother. He called Crocodile, who had the deepest grudge against Smoker, and followed him. Everyone stared in confusion as they ran away. It was a long time before Garp reacted. Ah, I almost forgot something important. With Linlin not here, you guys belong to me. Although 2 of the little devils escaped, the remaining ones are enough for me to enjoy. The Red Earl and the others finally woke up from their dream and looked at Garp with a sinister grin. The other party. A person. A lot of people. The advantage is mine. Chapter 386 Teleportation. Facing Garp, the always evil and arrogant Red Earl, Bullet and Bandy Waldo also kept a low profile and were very cautious not to take the initiative to attack. But the other members of the Big Mom Pirates couldn't hold back. Smoothie, who had regained his strength, raised his sword high. Go. Kill this old man. The Red Count looked at her in surprise. Looking at her young face, she probably hasn't experienced the battle with Garp. Now the performance is reasonable. Ah, the pirates howled and rushed towards Garp. There were also dozens of identical-looking giants holding swords mixed in, they were Cracker's biscuit soldiers. As a multi-skilled character, Smoker has too many AoEs, and basically kills everyone with just a touch. Therefore, they could not get involved in the previous battles, and even the biscuit soldiers could not get close to them. But Garp is different. Although the name is terrifying, the fighting style is simple and unpretentious. It's a fist. Fist EH. If you want to get involved in this business, you need to have a background. How powerful can you be if you don't even hold a knife? If one person can't beat you, can't we kill you with a group of people? Especially since Big Mom has brought out almost all of her assets, including thousands of pirates, so she can easily beat you, an old man. The advantage is mine. The pirates were excited, as if a bright future was just around the corner. Garp, on the other hand, was much more indifferent, smacking his lips and looking disdainful. A bunch of minions, what a bummer. Well, it's better than nothing, let's just give it a try. Garp walked towards the pirates slowly. The guy at the front had red eyes and raised his weapon high, ready to chop off Garp's head in the next second. Garp shrugged and threw a punch in front of him. The fist fell, and it was clearly just hitting the void, but it made a thunderous sound. Then a transparent fan-shaped shock wave appeared and spread out like a tsunami. Boom. Ah. With a scream, hundreds of pirates were thrown out and fell to the ground. The lucky ones only had bloody heads, broken tendons and bones, while the unlucky ones were simply killed. Damn it. What was that just now? The hero Garp is a person with special abilities. However, there were quite a few guys who held on, especially the biscuit soldiers. Their defense was still considerable. They raised their shields and successfully withstood the pressure of the punches. Garp recognized this as a product of his ability and chuckled. Oh, not bad, it's very solid. After saying that, he rushed forward. The pirates were horrified. Those with guns fired their guns, those with cannons fired their cannons, and began to focus their fire on Garp. But this level of attack was useless. Garp dodged it easily, instantly came in front of a biscuit soldier, and punched one of the biscuit soldiers. The biscuit soldier's movements came to an abrupt halt, and a few seconds later, he suddenly exploded into pieces. Advertisement. Then Garp rushed to the next. Just like that, Garp rushed left and right. The biscuit soldiers, who were much more powerful than supernovas, couldn't withstand a single blow from him. In just less than a minute, most of the biscuit soldiers were destroyed. Suddenly, Garp noticed something and turned his head to look at a biscuit soldier in the distance. As the real one hiding there. Cunning little devil. Garp changed his target and rushed towards the cookie soldier. Open black lens bracket not good, close black lens bracket. Cracker hid in the stomach of the biscuit soldier, thinking that he would be safe as long as he stayed there. He didn't expect Garp to find him so easily. He was shocked and quickly controlled the biscuit soldiers to stop him. Unfortunately, ideals are full, but reality is skinny. Garp rushed forward like a cannonball, smashing the biscuit soldiers along the way. Arriving in front of the target, Garp smashed the cookie soldier with one punch, revealing Cracker's true form. Damn, this old man is simply a monster. Cracker did not sit still and wait for death, but quickly fought back. Exploding pretzels. His sword spun rapidly and stabbed Garp like an electric drill. Garp won with a punch. The long sword covered with heavy hockey shattered directly. The fist continued to move forward and landed on Cracker's face, knocking him out. Cracker flew far away and fell heavily to the ground. His eyes had turned white, his mouth and nose were bleeding, and he had completely lost consciousness. Garp stood proudly, with the enemy's blood dripping from his fists and thick black lightning bursting out around him. He looked like a demon, frightening all the pirates. Momo, 100 times the speed. Closing square bracket. Suddenly, a figure appeared behind Garp. It turned out to be Bandy Waldo. He used Cracker and the others as cover, found the right opportunity, and came behind Garp at 100 times the speed. Ahahahaha, long time no see, Garp, here's a meeting gift for you. With a teasing sound, a fist infused with hockey smashed into the back of Garp's head. Seeing that Garp was about to be hit by the punch, Bandy Waldo showed a hideous smile of success. But the next moment, Garp suddenly disappeared, and Bandy Waldo's fist hit nothing, and he used too much force, so he spun several times in the air before falling to the ice. What's going on? Where's Garp? Where did he go? He looked around, wondering how Garp had gotten away. The next moment, Garp suddenly appeared in front of him, scaring him. Garp grinned. You are a world destroyer, but you actually used a sneak attack. You have fallen too. Then he punched Bandy Waldo in the stomach, knocking him out. Bandy Valdovich spat out a mouthful of blood, covered his stomach, gasped, and struggled to sit up. Devil fruit. You ate devil fruit too. The Red Earl and Bullet's faces also changed drastically. This ability, could it be? Garp laughed out loud. Ahahahaha, I never said that I can't eat devil fruit. Advertisement. A few minutes ago, Garp was unexpectedly absorbed into the dark space by Smoker. Although it was a bit confusing, he was not too panicked. Not long after, a beam of light appeared in the dark space. Smoker's clone came out holding a lantern. I'm sorry, Mr. Garp. Garp grabbed his collar with an unhappy look on his face. What are you doing, little brat? Ahahahaha. It happened suddenly, I didn't have time to explain to you. As he spoke, he dragged the unconscious Dom and Kenny out of the darkness. Garp. Smoker chuckled. Haven't you always been curious about how to take away the power of the fruit? I'll show you today. Real. Garp was delighted. He had been extremely curious for a long time. The next step is familiarity. Smoker laid out a bunch of fruit, then killed Dom and Nig. The souls residing in their bodies cannot escape the dark space and can only descend upon the fruit. In Garp's surprised eyes, the two fruits turned into devil fruits in such a gorgeous way. Garp was surprised. It's that simple. Smoker nodded. It's that simple. He held two freshly baked fruits. These two fruits, this one is the Paramesha teleportation fruit, and this one is the rhino form of the Zone Niu Niu fruit. Are you interested? Although Smoker has never seen the illustrated manual, he has handled so many fruits that he can still distinguish the major categories. This time Garp did not refuse. After a moment's hesitation, he grabbed the teleportation fruit. This one. Smoker smiled and nodded. Pretty much as I expected. Some devil fruits can directly improve strength, such as Logia fruits and mythical beast fruits. If the strong eat it, it will be icing on the cake at best. If the weak eat it, it will be a step to success. So Garp gave up the snake fruit, the mythical beast, and the Yamada no Orochi form. It is to train new marines. Some fruits are highly dependent on the ability holder, such as the teleportation fruit, the transparent fruit, and the washing fruit. The strong can naturally play with tricks, and even give people a feeling of cheating more than Logia. But if it is eaten by a weakling, then it will be wasted, and at most it will go from being a weakling to a weakling. Garp understands this, so I didn't refuse and decisively chose the teleportation fruit. Smoker stalked closer. Vice Admiral Garp, think about it, with this ability, when you fight with Mr. Sengoku and Mr. Zephyr, huh? Also, If you come across an interesting island, even if Vice Admiral Crane doesn't allow you to go, you can still go, right? What do you think? Garp was stunned, and the more he thought about it, the brighter his eyes became. Chapter 387 Two Battles. On the battlefield, Garp and the Red Earl and other strong men confronted each other, surrounded by hundreds of brutal pirates. They are all quite strong, at least they are very confident in their own strength. But not all pirates are fearless and brave. Most of them are just cowards who bully the weak and fear the strong. After fighting for so long, many pirates could no longer stand it. Although the ship was either destroyed or frozen. But some clever ones had already taken advantage of the fight between the strong ones and started to escape one after another. In the distance, a dozen pirates were fleeing breathlessly. Damn it, I don't want to die here. That's right. In a battle of this level, no matter how many lives you have, it's not enough. While the officers are holding the marine back, let's run away. While running, a man suddenly bumped into a wall and was bounced back. Ah, it hurts. B******************, D, who is blocking my way. When he looked up, he found Garp standing in front of him. Pirates almost PD themselves. Garp. Garp raised his fist. How can I let you go, you scum of the sea? You are just as dangerous to civilians. With a scream, the pirates turned into a pile of meat paste. Just like that, Garp's figure kept flashing around the periphery of the battlefield. Every time it appears, pirates die. Soon, in Garp's observation hockey, no pirates dared to escape anymore. Garp returned to the center of the battlefield, standing proudly, as if he was surrounding the pirates alone. The Red Earl looked particularly unhappy. Smoker and Katakuri were not there, and among the people present, no one could compare to him in observation hockey, not even Garp. But just now Garp was killing everyone, and he could only barely keep up with him even with his full observation hockey, and was completely unable to stop him. It doesn't matter whether these minions die or not. The main thing is that Garp suddenly cheated. Isn't that a bit rude? The Red Earl no longer held back and released hockey with all his strength, becoming like a demon. But no one knows that what he is thinking about now is whether he can escape from Garp's strange ability. Unlike the Red Earl, Bullet was trembling with excitement. Garp is now stronger. As long as he could defeat him, it would be enough to prove that he was superior to Captain Roger. Garp the Fist, today I'll let you experience what a real Iron Fist is. Advertisement. The Iron Giant roared, took a step forward, and smashed down at Garp with a fist bigger than a warship. Before the fist landed, the strong wind blew away countless pirates' minions. Garp neither resisted nor tried to dodge. Instead, he looked down at an ice cube in his hand and muttered to himself. Smoker said that the teleportation fruit can teleport oneself and others. But why does the target of teleportation have to be a human? Suddenly, he raised his head and stared at the huge fist with a stern face. Then he squatted down and pressed the ice with both hands. Suddenly, a section of the ice surface from in front of him to the feet of the steel giant disappeared out of thin air, and he moved it to an unknown place, turning it into a steep slope. Compared to the huge size of the Iron Giant, the slope was not that big, but it was just enough to make the giant slip and fall to one side. In this way, the huge fist naturally changed direction. With a deafening sound, the giant fell heavily to the ground. The ice field was like an earthquake, and countless pirates were blown away by the wind, and then torn into pieces by the broken ice. And that huge body has smashed countless pirate ships. In the smoke and dust, Garp laughed. Ahahaha, as expected, as long as I have enough physical strength, I can teleport everything I touch. Suddenly, a red shadow flashed in the smoke and appeared behind Garp. It turned out that the Red Earl took advantage of the chaos to launch a sneak attack and slashed Garp's neck with a fierce knife. Garp raised his arm to block the beheading blow, and then he threw another punch with his backhand, but the Red Earl drew his sword to block it. The two men were in a stalemate, neither giving in, and countless black thunders burst out between their fists and swords. Garp chuckled and said, "Sure enough, compared to those opportunistic salesmen, I still prefer a head-on battle." Then he pressed hard, and the Red Earl was no match for Garp's strength and was knocked back. Over the years, Garp has been training hard, while the Red Earl has been in prison. There is already an obvious gap in the basic combat power between the two, not to mention that the Red Earl had just been released from prison, so his strength was somewhat discounted. Garp was about to press on when Bullet, transformed into a blue demon, suddenly appeared and punched Garp in the face. Garp reacted extremely quickly, and with lightning speed, he grabbed Bullet's wrist. "Are you willing to come out of your turtle shell? The little devil on Roger's ship." Ahahaha, body size doesn't matter, the one who is fit is the strongest. Suddenly, Garp noticed movement under his feet. "Get out of my way." Garp roared, exerted his strength suddenly, threw Bullet away, and then quickly jumped away. The next moment, a dark red heat stream emerged from under the ice where he had just stood, vaporizing the ice it touched directly and quickly melting the ice farther away as well. The heat current danced like tentacles, and the ice melted into water, forming a small lake. Advertisement. Then, the lake water quickly disappeared, and a female giant holding a sword appeared on the battlefield, with a strong man in orange clothes beside her. They were Smoothie and Owen. Giant flow slash. Violent heat entanglement. Smoothie used her ability to absorb enough water and launched a huge slash at Garp. Irving also exerted force, and the heat flow expanded several times, rushing towards Garp like a giant python. Garp narrowed his eyes slightly. Oh, devil fruit. This time he didn't take it head on, even though there was no way the two of them could hurt him. Instead, he teleported behind them, knocked them out with 2 punches, and then teleported away. A second later, Garp returned to the battlefield and bumped his fists. I was just interrupted by these 2 brats, let's continue. The Red Earl and Bullet looked at each other, nodded, and rushed forward with a roar. Garp was not to be outdone and chose to face the enemy head on. Suddenly, black thunder exploded on the ice field, smoke and dust billowed, and several figures moved back and forth and collided like lightning. From time to time, icebergs and warships were thrown around like toys and quickly crushed into pieces. The pirates were all crying but had no tears. How could I be involved in a battle of this level? If you even brush against them, you will be crushed into dust, like a mosquito in a storm. But just now Garp established his authority and killed hundreds of slacking guys. Therefore, no one would dare to take the lead even though they were terrified. For a while, the pirates wailed. But he could only hide here and there and didn't dare to escape at all. While Garp was fighting fiercely. In the distance, Big Mom was roaring and chasing Smoker. Her legs moved quickly, getting closer and closer to Smoker. Her big hand was about to grab Smoker's head. Smoker suddenly braked, dodged the giant hand, turned around and punched it. The fist wrapped in Conqueror's hockey landed hard on Big Mom's face. Even a steel balloon couldn't withstand it. Big Mom screamed and flew backwards with blood coming out of her mouth and nose. However, this punch also woke Big Mom up. She slowly stood up, her eyes became clear again, she rubbed her nose and spat out a mouthful of bloody phlegm. What, have you chosen a grave for yourself? Smoker slowly transformed into a human beast form. Take advantage of this moment to say something meaningful. Every word you say could be your last words. Chapter 388 Smoker vs. Big Mom. Big Mom stretched out her hand and Napoleon turned into a long sword and fell into her hand. At this time, the 3 homies behind finally arrived. Mom, we're here. Zeus, Day, Iolos. Big Mom roared, and homies understood what she meant and pounced on her with a grin. Zeus landed on Big Mom's back, and her hair instantly turned silver white, bursting with fine lightning. Iolos pounced on the long sword, and the blade was immediately covered with a layer of green light that expanded and contracted. Just as Dian Yi was about to rush over, an ice bird suddenly jumped out from under the ice, picked it up and flew into the air. It was Smoker's Odin. Dian Yi was not to be outdone. He suddenly broke free from Odin's restraints and turned around to bite Odin. 2 homies of the same nature fought each other in the air, continuously releasing cold wind and ice and snow. Soon, dark clouds rolled in the sky, cold winds blew, and a blizzard began to fall. Smoker waved his hand, and clouds of yellow flame emerged from his body and quickly spread out. Big Mom was stunned, and suddenly her feet trembled violently. She staggered before she could stand firm. Looking left and right, the ice surface began to slowly rise. In the distance, at the edge of the Garp battlefield. Some pirates also felt the ice surface tremble slightly and began to look around panicking. Suddenly, a sharp-eyed pirate pointed in the distance. What is that? The others looked over and were stunned. A block of ice as big as an island is slowly rising into the air, supported by clouds of flames. Big Mom was also confused. What the hell are you doing, little brat? Smoker smiled coldly. I finally caught you alone, I can't let you escape. Your ability is the future of Marine. Big Mom, Run, you ignorant little brat, who do you think I am? After saying that, he raised his sword and slashed at Smoker. The two were several dozen meters apart, and at this distance, Smoker subconsciously thought that he would use a slashing blow. Advertisement. But the green light on the surface of the long sword suddenly extended, turning into a blade several dozen meters long, and instantly came to Smoker's side. Smoker was startled and quickly bent down to avoid it. The long knife grazed his scalp, and the slash cut the iceberg behind him in half. Well, let's see the giant's swordsmanship. Big Mom slashes continuously. The long sword can be extended and retracted at will, and can even change direction in the middle like a whip. However, Smoker's observation hockey was also top-notch, and he avoided all the slashes without any danger. Smoker circled around for a while, then found the right opportunity to rush towards Big Mom. Wind explosion thrust. Big Mom raised the knife and stabbed Smoker, but Smoker dodged it. But the blade bent and turned 180 degrees, stabbing Smoker from behind. Naturally, this little trick could not escape Smoker's perception. Just as Smoker was about to dodge, suddenly a green light flashed on the blade, and 7 or 8 sharp spikes stretched out and stabbed down fiercely. Smoker's body shook, and several green spikes protruded from his chest. Big Mom was delighted. Successful. Closing square bracket. She rushed forward to grab Smoker and prevent him from treating his wounds. But Smoker just smiled strangely, struggled lightly, and got away from the spikes, rushing towards Big Mom without slowing down at all. Big Mom looked surprised, and before she could react, Smoker punched her in the face. Damn it, what's going on? Big Mom felt pain, covered her face, and took a few steps back. But after seeing Smoker's appearance clearly, he couldn't help but be stunned. There were indeed a few holes in Smoker's chest, but they healed automatically with every breath he took. Damn it, there is actually something that can be transformed into an element. Smoker smiled slightly and did not comment. It turned out that Big Mom's attack just now was indeed insidious and could easily have harmed one if one was not careful. But Smoker has mastered the ability to foresee the future, so how could he not notice it? He took advantage of the situation and transformed into an element in advance to avoid the attack, making Big Mom think he had succeeded. Then he took advantage of her unpreparedness to launch a counterattack, which really worked. Big Mom also realized that she was being tricked, and her veins popped out and her teeth chattered. Damn you little brat, she roared, and Zeus behind her also shifted to his fists, rushing towards Smoker and punching him hard. Smoker snorted coldly. In terms of strength, he would not lose to Big Mom. Advertisement. So he didn't dodge or evade, but raised his arm to block the punch. But the next second his expression changed. He blocked it with his fist, but the lightning made him feel a tingling sensation. Damn it, even if a dragon can control and release lightning, it is not immune to lightning damage. Smoker quickly retreated, and a layer of black mist appeared on his body, absorbing the chaotic electric current. But Big Mom has no intention of surpassing him. Ilo, separated from Napoleon, suddenly flew into the sky and disappeared. The already raging wind suddenly became even more violent, and the entire island was shaking. Hand of the Wind Demon. Big Mom grabbed Smoker. The strong winds in the sky gathered together, and a hideous ghost face seemed to appear in the clouds. Then, a tornado fell from the sky, like a giant hand grabbing Smoker fiercely. Smoker was startled, and Hockey poured energy into his legs, kicking out fiercely. Tempest kick. White wind slash. Several white wind blades suddenly rushed towards the giant hand of storm. Smoker's human beast form can originally control the wind, and with his current physique in hockey, the power of his tempest kick is in no way inferior to the slashing attacks of those great swordsmen. The white wind blade whistled and slashed towards the giant hand, causing a series of violent explosions. The tornado was torn into pieces and turned into a huge storm. For a moment, the whole sky and earth seemed to be filled with strong winds, and even Smoker and Big Mom had difficulty breathing. Smoker put his hands on the ground. Dark Hydra. The ice surface cracked, and suddenly a giant dark snake with 9 heads emerged, opened its mouth, and burst out with a powerful suction force. Whether it was blizzards or strong winds around, they were all swallowed up. Then, the dark giant snake aimed at Odin and Diane, who were fighting in the air, without distinguishing between friend and foe, and opened its mouth to release gravity. The two homies were shocked and retreated at the same time. However, Odin still has the ability of the door fruit, and he can open the air door halfway and enter the different space. Diane Yi could only scream as she was pulled over. Big Mom couldn't just sit back and watch homies get into trouble. After all, her soul was inside him. She quickly picked up the knife and rushed towards the Hydra, cutting it in half with one blow. Smoker raised his hands, and the severed Hydra turned into 2 black balls. One rushed towards Diane Yi, and the other rushed towards Big Mom. Chapter 389. Sorry to recruit. Big Mom had been badly trapped by Hina, and now she is paranoid and trembles when she sees strange things. It's obvious that this black ball is not a good thing. Although I have used the power of darkness briefly, I am familiar with it. But who knows if Smoker will play tricks on it. So, she didn't plan to take the black ball, so she let homies do it. They are tough. Big Mom yelled, Zeus. Yes, Mom. Zeus naturally didn't know what his mother was planning, but even if he knew, he could only obey. Hearing the call, he broke away from the ant and rushed towards the black ball with great momentum. Electric snakes ran all over his body, and he released a thick bolt of lightning, hitting the black ball directly. The lightning exploded, illuminating a silver-white area. The black ball was indeed intercepted, its speed slowed down, and finally stopped. But soon, Zeus discovered something was wrong. No matter how the lightning strikes, once it touches the black ball, it disappears in an instant, just like pouring water on a dry sponge. Zeus was a little flustered, but there was nothing he could do but roar and start increasing the power. The lightning instantly became several times thicker, and several of them were released at once. It was not until Zeus released nearly half of his remaining power that he finally destroyed the annoying black ball. Zeus stuck out his tongue and panted. Ah, Mom, I'm so tired. But Big Mom doesn't care about it. Just now, Diane Yi was hit by the black ball, and the darkness splashed directly onto Diane Yi. As soon as the two sides came into contact, darkness began to erode Diane Yi's body, making a teeth-grinding, sizzling sound. Ah, Diane Yi howled in pain and rolled over desperately, but he could not shake off the darkness that clung to his body. Seeing Zeus use lightning to counteract the darkness, he desperately released the power of ice and snow, and finally made the dark matter disappear, but most of his body was also missing. Diane Yi was shaking with pain, and cried out in grievance, Mom. Smoker was a little surprised. He knew that homies were not afraid of hockey attacks, but were afraid of attacks on the soul. But I didn't expect that the power of darkness could also have miraculous effects. As expected of a dark fruit, it can completely suppress all the elements. Diane Yi quickly hid behind Big Mom, took a few deep breaths, and was about to swallow ice and snow to replenish her strength. Fortunately, this is an ice field and can be replenished at any time. But before it could start eating, an air door suddenly appeared next to it, and Odin rushed out and grabbed Dian Yi fiercely. The two homies were already fighting to a standstill. Now Dian Yi was seriously injured, and Odin launched a sneak attack. It had no power to fight back and was directly dragged into a different space. The incident happened suddenly, and the air gate of the door-to-door fruit was a god-level escape. Advertisement. So even if Big Mom wanted to rescue her, it was too late. Smoker smiled. Homies of the same species will devour each other to grow stronger. Now Dian Yi is at low health and in another dimension, one can imagine what will happen to him. Big Mom was furious. I worked so hard to create the 4 great homies, and now one of them is gone. They took him away right in front of me. This is really too much. She swung the sword in her hand, and Zeus and Ailos both pounced on Napoleon, and then released the Black Thunder unique to Conqueror's Haki. Feng Lei Tian Hakoku. As she roared, a huge slash containing the power of wind and thunder blasted towards Smoker. A combination of slashing and elements. Smoker was not brave enough to take it lightly and prepared to jump away and hide to the side. What good is an attack, no matter how powerful, if it can't hit the opponent? But just as he was about to dodge, he suddenly felt a familiar tightness under his feet. He looked down and saw that the ice under his feet had turned into sticky rice and stuck to his legs. Smoker turned his head and looked, not knowing when Katakuri climbed up. But Katakuri knows his own worth. In terms of attack, it is impossible to break the opponent's defense. In terms of defense, he will be killed almost instantly. Even the most proud observation Haki couldn't gain an advantage over the opponent. So, he hid his aura not far away and waited for the right opportunity. When he saw Big Mom using her killer move, he launched a sneak attack. Smoker was ambushed and was very unhappy. But I can't take care of anything else right now, this move of Big Mom is not so easy to handle. Smoker crossed his arms, his whole body swelled up a bit, and the scales on his body seemed to be thicker. Haki circulated, and lightning burst out from time to time. Iron body, emission, dragon scale armor. Put on all the armors. The next moment, Smoker was engulfed by the slashing blows, leaving behind a cloud of smoke and dust. Who? Big Mom slowly put down Napoleon in her hand. This move of hers was a great burden on Haki and her physical strength, and she was a little out of breath at the moment. Unfortunately, there is smoke but no harm, all worlds are true. A gust of wind blew, the smoke and dust dispersed, and Smoker's figure stood tall. The scales on his body burst, wounds appeared, blood flowed out, and a pool of blood gathered at his feet. It looked miserable, even scary. Smoker let out a long sigh and slowly lowered his bruised arm. Advertisement. Since you can't kill me in seconds, I'll just put on a show. The darkness flowed, and after a few seconds, all the injuries on Smoker's body were healed. Next, it's my turn. Just as Smoker was about to attack, a roar was heard in the air. Sha Lan. A huge dust tornado hit Smoker. Then, the sand gathered around Big Mom and re-condensed into crocodile. The sandstorm roared, suddenly twisted a few times, and was shattered by a powerful pressure. Smoker slowly stepped forward, staring at Crocodile with cold eyes. I didn't expect that a guy like you would choose to die with others. I thought you'd be smarter. Crocodile pulled out the golden hook, revealing the poisonous sting inside. I have a feeling that if I don't defeat you thoroughly this time, there will be no place for me in this ocean anymore. So, you must die here today. Smoker sneered. Do you think you have a place to stay now? You are nothing but a death dog. Then he looked at Katakuri on the side. Are you planning to go all the way to the dark? Smoker still admires Katakuri very much. But Katakuri sighed secretly and said in a deep voice, they are my family. Smoker nodded, knowing that it was useless to say more. He had killed dozens of his brothers and sisters before, and now he was about to wipe out the entire family. It is really murderous to recruit the other party by yourself. I really don't know how Doflamingo had the nerve to recruit Cyrus. ... Smoker transformed into a pink dragon form, hovering into the air, and took a deep breath, hot breath. Big Mom and the other 3 were not to be outdone. Wind and Thunder, Wiguo. Desert Diamond Sword. Nakuri Rice Cake. The 3 attacks met the flames, causing a massive explosion. That's all. The 4 of them fought fiercely together. Darkness, Storm, Thunder, Sandstorm, and Sticky Rice. The suffocating Haki and the full-screen AoE attack directly changed the celestial phenomena and topography. Chapter 390 The Soul's Destination. The battle between the 4 lasted for half a day. Half a day later, Smoker was surrounded by darkness and stood beside a deep pit. At the bottom of the pit, Big Mom was lying there covered in blood. His legs were twisted and broken, and his body was covered with wounds, but the most serious were the claw marks on his abdomen, which had torn a huge gash and caused blood to gush out like a fountain. Damn, cough cough. Big Mom was no longer able to fight, but she couldn't even speak. After a while, the darkness on Smoker dissipated. You should have run away when your son advised you to. If you had run as fast as you could, I might not have been able to stop you. What a pity, you didn't use the chance I gave you. Smoker glanced into the distance. Crocodile and Katakuri fell in a pool of blood, and it was unknown whether they were dead or alive. As for the few homies, Napoleon's eyes rolled back and he fainted. Zeus and Ailos were also trapped in the dark cage. After hearing what Smoker said, Big Mom struggled to get up. Unfortunately, his injuries were too severe and he couldn't get up. He wanted to say something, but when he opened his mouth, he coughed up a stream of blood. However, he felt much better after spitting out the blood, and his chest was no longer so stuffy. I am the woman who is going to be the king of pirates. How could I lose to a brat like you? Without me, you'll lose to a smaller kid. Big Mom didn't understand what Smoker meant, but she didn't bother to argue. She struggled to sit up, but because her legs were broken, she could only sit on the ground. Smoker frowned slightly. You still don't surrender. Well, the old lady gasped and laughed strangely. There is no word of surrender in my dictionary. She stretched out her hand and dozens of balls of light emerged and fell on her body and into the pool of blood on the ground. I gave you life, and you obey my orders. With a series of bone-cracking sounds, his legs recovered, and even the wounds on his body healed quickly, and blood flowed back into his body. Advertisement. Smoker frowned. It turns out that she used her soul to turn her skin, blood, bones and flesh into glutinous rice moisture, thereby gaining the ability to heal herself. The same old trick. From your looks, splitting so many souls must have come at a price. Big Mom felt a splitting headache, veins popped out all over her body, and her eyes were red as blood. Well, as long as I can kill you, I'll do anything. As soon as she stretched out her hand, Napoleon, who had been dizzy, suddenly opened his eyes and jumped into Big Mom's hands. Mom, that's great, you're okay. I was so scared just now that I pretended to faint. Big Mom ignored its noise and used Hakoku on Smoker. It seemed that the wound on his body was indeed healed. Smoker didn't dodge or evade and took the blow head on. Although he was seriously injured, the darkness surged and he was soon healed. What a pointless struggle. When you can't defeat me even with your strongest moves, you've already lost. Beating me up, consuming me, are all useless. If you want to defeat me, you can only rely on your brute force. This time Smoker didn't lie, but was extra sincere. He already had the dark fruit, but when he first joined the Marines, Garp, Zephyr, Akainu, Aokiji, and even Cape could easily beat him. This is enough to show that relying solely on dark fruit to be invincible is pure fantasy. However, with Smoker's current strength, there is no such thing as crushing in the pirate's world. As long as he doesn't fall into the sea and isn't locked by Seastone, he is invincible. Big Mom didn't say anything, she just lowered her head and panted. His expression was sometimes sinister, sometimes angry, and sometimes deep, and he seemed a little crazy. Smoker frowned secretly. Has her soul been split too many times and affected her mental state? Closing square bracket. Suddenly, Big Mom slapped herself hard, and her eyes became clearer. Crush us in terms of strength. Well, then it's as you wish. The body determines the soul, and the soul determines the body. Come out, wandering soul. Big Mom opened her arms, and thousands of light balls of various sizes flew out of her body, floating up and down like fireflies. Advertisement. Smoker was stunned. Soul light ball. Why so many? Well, this is the soul of an impelled down prisoner. Come on, become my strength. The destination of your soul. Big Mom laughed crazily. Those souls quickly gathered together and turned into a ball of light, which fell into Big Mom's hands and then she stuffed it into her mouth. Smoker was shocked. He understood that Big Mom wanted to become stronger by devouring other people's souls, which was the same method as Moria's devouring shadows. Big Mom let out a shrill roar, and the wailing sound and Conqueror's hockey spread like a storm. Even smokers find such noise unbearable and have to cover their ears. Suddenly, Big Mom's howling stopped, and then she started talking nonsense. Kill Marine. Kill the king. Ahahaha. After a while, she turned to look at Smoker, her expression ferocious, but her tone coquettish. Hey, there's a little cutie here. Honey, here I come. Smoker. After Big Mom finished speaking, she jumped high into the air and rushed towards Smoker. She turned a few circles in the air, waving her arms and her palms fell like raindrops. E fist, falling autumn leaves. Smoker was stunned. What? While she was distracted, Big Mom punched her in the stomach. Smoker's face turned pale and he was knocked flying. He hit an iceberg hard and was smashed to pieces. After a while, Smoker stood up, holding his stomach, his expression full of surprise. In the previous battle, Smoker knew Big Mom's strength very well. But the punch just now was at least several times more powerful than before. Smoker let out a long breath. This is troublesome. Chapter 391 Side Effects. Big Mom's moves hit Smoker like a tsunami or landslide. Emperor Sword Breaking Blade. Fishman Fist. 500,000 watts punch. E boxing technique. Waist kick. 1 sword style. Water strikes and cuts the mountain. 6th style. Head breaking elbow attack. There are many kinds of 8 gate, one after another. But he did it all effortlessly, as if he had been practicing for decades. What's worse is that, with the power of Big Mom, these moves are all extremely powerful, and any one of them can kill a vice chairman in seconds. For a while, Smoker was overwhelmed. After a slash, Big Mom threw Napoleon to the ground, raised her arms high, stood on one foot, and stood on tiptoes. S asterisk 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 E fist. Waltz. The huge body spun like a top and jumped up, approaching Smoker lightly and kicking him hard. Smoker quickly raised his arm to block the kick. This kick was so powerful that white smoke came out of his arms. Although the defense was not broken, he was pushed out dozens of meters. When did she learn the S asterisk 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 E boxing technique? Closing square bracket. With a grim smile on her face and drool dripping from the corners of her mouth, Big Mom approached Smoker step by step. Smoker shook his numb arms. Hey, where did you learn the S asterisk 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 E boxing technique? Are there shemales in Toto land? Big Mom was stunned when she heard this, and showed a confused expression. Toto land. Toto land. Then calm was restored in an instant. What kind of S asterisk 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 E boxing technique are you talking about? Then he became crazy again. It's the Marine. All Marines must die. Smoker. Got it, the side effects of devouring other people's souls. Come to think of it, Moria also became stronger by devouring shadows. After he devoured 1000 shadows containing soul power, he reached his limit and his mind became confused. Most of those shadows are just from the minions. But Big Mom directly devours souls, and they are the souls of criminals in Impel Down. Just talking about improving strength, it is much stronger than the shadow fruit. But the risks involved also increase exponentially. Advertisement. If Big Mom's soul is intact, it may not be impossible to suppress the side effects by force. But in the previous battle, she split her soul to create 2 homies, and before she had time to recover, she devoured the souls of others, which finally caused a backlash. At this moment, Big Mom's mind was in chaos. It seemed like countless people were talking noisily, my mind was completely confused, and I was acting entirely on instinct. However, this does not mean that Big Mom is easier to deal with. In the past, Big Mom used the soul fruit and Elbaf's swordsmanship. All that was left was to charge forward recklessly with his iron body, and his fighting style was extremely crude, which was why he was repeatedly defeated. On Onigashima alone, he was thrown out of the gate by Robin, hit on the face by Frankie, and shot in the mouth by Usopp and Chopper. He was not injured, but it was really lame. It's different now. She devoured the souls of so many people, and naturally inherited their moves and experiences. In terms of proficiency, she is not inferior to the original owner at all. And the powerful strength and hockey make the power reach a level that the original owner can't even dream of. Today's Big Mom's every move is famous. Big Mom took a deep breath, squatted down, and did a squat start. Smoker's eyelids jumped. This trick again. The next moment, Big Mom rushed over, faster than a meteor. Brutal shell collision. This move is very simple, it is to rely on physical strength and speed to charge forward, there is no technical content, but it is extremely difficult to deal with. Just now, Smoker accidentally broke several ribs and finally found an opportunity to recover. The same moves won't work on me. Smoker put his hands on the ground. Dark Point Road. The darkness spread like a surging tide, quickly covering the area of hundreds of meters around. Then a powerful suction force appeared, pulling everything into darkness. Big Mom's figure reappeared, her feet inserted into the darkness, and she was slowly sinking. Suddenly, she shook her head and looked around. Humph, this trick won't work on me. Smoker was stunned. Regained consciousness. Big Mom swung her sword violently, launching a powerful move. Smoker wanted to defend himself, but found that the arrow was not aimed at him, but at the dark cage that imprisoned homies not far away. Darkness's effectiveness against physical attacks is only so-so. The slashing blow passed by, and the dark cage shattered instantly. Zeus and Ailos rushed out excitedly and said in unison, "Thank you, Mom." Big Mom doesn't have time to talk to them. Zeus, Ailos, Combine, Mother visiting Canon, Wanli. Advertisement. Zeus and Ailos said in unison, "Yes, Mom." He plunged into the darkness, rushed towards Big Mom without hesitation, and fell on top of her. The three merged, and Big Mom changed rapidly. Zeus covered her hair and cloak, and Ailos covered her body, releasing lightning and storms. Their eyes became increasingly dull, and finally disappeared completely. Big Mom turned into a giant woman with silver hair and green clothes, holding a giant Napoleon, looking majestic and like a devil. Everything happened so fast that Smoker didn't have time to devour the two homies with darkness. Relying on the soul fragments in Zeus and Ailos, Big Mom suppressed her boiling thoughts and briefly regained consciousness. Then he used the power of wind and thunder plus his own brute force to successfully break free from the darkness and rushed out. Smoker stood quietly in the center of the darkness. "Have you regained consciousness? But, how long can you last in this state?" Big Mom gasped for breath, her eyes became increasingly fierce, and black lightning burst out from her body. "Even if it's just for a moment, I will drag you to hell." After saying that, he disappeared again. With the power of wind and thunder, her speed became faster, and Smoker could not detect any breath. Smoker was shocked. Kill by sight. At this moment, Big Mom appeared in front of Smoker and slashed with her sword. Elbaf's spear. Wind pressure. A green slash hits the face. Smoker was a split second too slow to react and was hit squarely in the chest. The slash cut through the scales, tore through the flesh, and slashed deeply into Smoker's body. This sword was so powerful that the aftermath cut the huge ice suspended in the air into two halves. If it hadn't been restrained by the flame cloud, it would have probably collapsed and fallen. Smoker was knocked out, smashed more than a dozen icebergs in a row, and finally fell in the ruins. There was a huge wound on his chest that was cut diagonally, almost tearing his stomach apart. The whole body was dyed red with blood, and through the wounds, one could even see the broken bones and internal organs. Puff. Smoker vomited blood. The severe damage to his lungs made it difficult for him to breathe, and the severe pain made him dizzy. Can't lose consciousness, or you'll die. Smoker clenched his teeth tightly, blood oozing from his gums. Fortunately, he had experienced countless times of pain that was more painful than death, and his willpower was far beyond that of an ordinary person, so he managed to survive. At this moment, a voice mixed with resentment and excitement approached rapidly. Go to hell. Chapter 392 Final Victory. Big Mom rushed over. Just as she was about to rush to Smoker, suddenly an iceberg rose from the ground and trapped her inside. A 10-meter-long giant bird emerged from under the ice and flew into the air carrying Smoker. It turned out that Odin came to the rescue. Just now it defeated and devoured Dian Yi in the other dimension, becoming even more powerful, and hurried over to support Smoker. Ice Yamanaka let out the roar of Big Mom. Bolts of lightning burst out, instantly shattering the iceberg. Two slashes streaked across the sky, cutting off Odin's wings. Odin screamed and lost his balance and was about to fall to the ground. While in the air, his body suddenly wrapped around Smoker and condensed into a blue ice ball. The ice ball shrank and turned into a light blue ice armor with a pair of rolling eyes on the chest. Smoker in human beast form landed on the ground wearing ice armor. The darkness on his body dissipated and his injuries were completely healed. Smoker looked down at Bloodline Madara's chest, his eyes filled with murderous intent. That was a good move just now, crazy woman. You almost succeeded. Well, this is the power I exchanged my life for. If there's a first time, there'll be a second time. Today, I'm going to kill you once and for all. Wind and thunder slash. Big Mom swung her long sword and came in front of Smoker with an attack containing wind, thunder and slashing. Smoker clenched his fists. The ice armor seemed to come alive, flowing to the surface of the fist and condensing into an ice glove. Smoker gathered Conqueror's hockey on his fist, and the glove instantly turned dark black. Fist bone star crushing. The two attacks collided, and the powerful force tore through the sky. With the giant ice as the center, the shock wave spread out, as if setting off a storm. Big Mom took a few steps back, leaving deep pits on the ice. Smoker slid out with his hands on the ground, stood up, and made some cracking movements with his fists. Big Mom's body flashed with lightning and she disappeared in an instant. Advertisement. The only sounds around were footsteps and her wild laughter. You have good strength, but it's a pity you can't keep up with my speed. Falling leaf slash. Countless small slashes fell on Smoker from all directions. Because of the observation hockey that meets the future is also useless. Smoker can only dodge left and right. Normally, I would not take this kind of attack seriously and just take it head on. This is a life and death battle, so we naturally have to avoid revealing any flaws. Just as Smoker was dodging, Big Mom suddenly appeared and punched him in the chest. The force was so great that even though Smoker had transformed into a dragon man, he felt a sharp pain in his chest and was knocked away. He even used Tempest Kick to counterattack while in the air, but unfortunately Big Mom retreated as soon as he touched her, so his attack missed. Smoker slowly stood up and breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he had the ice armor to protect him and could handle it. Although there was a hole in the ice armor, Homies was not afraid of this kind of attack, so it didn't matter. As long as Smoker stands on the ground, Odin will absorb the ice under his feet and automatically repair himself. Big Mom's figure kept flashing and launching attacks continuously. Her new ability of seeing and killing made Smoker a little overwhelmed. Go to hell, Smoker. Big Mom threw another punch, but this time Smoker caught it firmly. Smoker grinned. He. Wind and lightning alone can't be that fast. You must have used someone else's moves. I've been observing that your high-speed moves seem to have a range limit. Just like Bijalock's spoon, it can move at high speed in a small area. Although the current move is much more advanced than the spoon, it seems to have this limitation. Big Mom's face changed. She shook off Smoker's hand with all her strength, and then appeared not far away. Well, so what? The final result won't change. Smoker was surrounded by black smoke. There is a range. That makes it easy. I told you I won't let you escape. Big Mom's heart skipped a beat. She didn't dare to be careless and quickly got ready for battle. But I wasn't too panicked. Advertisement. With my current strength and speed, the targeted attack with concentrated gravity cannot catch me. The AoE damage is not strong enough and can't trap me. But to her surprise, Smoker did not attack, but suddenly transformed into an element and merged into the ice. Big Mom was stunned. What the hell are you doing? Before he finished speaking, he felt the entire ice surface begin to tremble. Then the surroundings darkened. Big Mom looked around and saw a huge wave of darkness that almost covered the sky. The dark wave slowly gathered towards the center, surrounding the huge ice block in the middle. From a distance, it seemed as if a huge black lotus appeared in the air, and the pistol was located exactly like the huge ice in the air. Big Mom also realized something was wrong. Don't even think about it. She waved the Napoleon in her hand, and a circular sword energy spread out. The sword energy was so powerful that it instantly cut the huge petals in half, but the darkness soon gathered together again. Big Mom realized something was wrong and saw that the upper part was closing the slowest, so she prepared to break out from here. Although Homies is gone, Big Mom can do moonwalk now. But before she could take any action, dozens of black balls of varying sizes suddenly appeared around her and kept moving. These black balls exploded with an incomparably strong gravitational force, and even Big Mom felt a bit confused. This makes moonwalk flying a joke. Damn it, don't even think about trapping me. Wind, thunder, and stars. The power of wind and thunder in Big Mom's body suddenly erupted. The sky and earth were instantly filled with lightning and tornadoes, roaring towards the surrounding darkness. Thunder, lightning and storms tore at the darkness, but were also absorbed by the darkness. The Black Lotus continued to shrink slowly and steadily, eventually turning into a huge bud, with flashes of lightning flashing from time to time. But the noise became smaller and smaller, and the frequency became lower and lower, until it finally became completely quiet. The Black Lotus slowly shrank and finally turned into a giant, coiled dragon. Both the enemy and the giant ice are now in the dark space. The dragon sighed with relief. Phew, I won. Chapter 393, A Great Victory. Smoker took a short rest and rushed to another battlefield in a hurry. The battle dragged on too long. Neither Red Earl nor Bullet are easy to deal with, and there are so many Big Mom pirates groups. It would be a lie to say that Smoker is not worried at all. In fact, if Smoker hadn't obtained the teleportation fruit, he might not have let Garp stay there alone. The dragon flew at full speed and soon arrived at the battlefield. When Smoker saw the battlefield, he was stunned. The Marines arrived. Deep grooves appeared on the surface of the melted ice, and dozens of warships used these channels to drive directly in and surround the battlefield. Thousands of Marines armed with live ammunition surrounded the pirates. Some of the pirates were tied up and left there, while others were thrown into body bags. In the corner, Garp was checking something on a piece of paper, and next to him was Akainu looking around. Garp frowned. Well, let me see what Smoker wants. First, Rain Shiryu must be captured alive, but the sword can be left behind. He turned his head to look at Shiryu who was twitching beside him, and several Marine swordsmen who were holding Thunderstorm in high spirits, nodded and made a check. Second, people with special abilities cannot die. In the past, pirates with special abilities had to be killed, but now that they know that Smoker can take away their abilities, they are reluctant to let Garp kill him. He looked at the dead people with some regret, hesitated for a moment, and finally made a tick. Third, bounty hunters cannot die. Fourth, the special race of pirates cannot die. Quote. After checking everything one by one, Garp let out a long sigh. Although it doesn't meet the requirements 100%, it's pretty close. When they were in the different space, Smoker repeatedly warned everyone that some pirates must not be killed. I was afraid that he would not remember, so I wrote a special list. Garp casually threw the list in Akainu's face. It's fine if it's just the pirates, but why keep the other idiots? What the hell is that brat doing? Akainu took the list and looked at it. Under the influence of Zane, he is well aware of the human trafficking industry. Just one glance and you can tell that all that Smoker left behind are hot commodities in the slave market. I guess they're going to capture him and make him a slave. Garp picked his nose. Still catching. Isn't the slave market saturated? Akainu. We should also pay attention to supply-side reform, structural optimization, and sustainable development. The world government is in financial crisis, but Celestial Dragons has a lot of money. Advertisement. Garp scratched his head. Okay, I'll leave the headache to you guys. Making the pirates slaves is like a wicked man getting his own way. He looked down at his feet and saw a pretty girl who looked to be in her teens. The girl is also a pirate, and a 20 million berry bounty criminal. At this time, her hands were tied and she was crying with tears in her eyes. Lord Garp, please let me go. I know pirates are evil, but there's nothing I can do. My dad is a gambler, my mom is sick, and my brother is in school. I am broken. Please forgive me for the sake of my family. I will definitely change my ways. Before she could finish her words, Garp's shoe sole hit her face. Humph. The first time I heard this, I was not even as old as you. After so many years, you stupid pirates still use the same excuse, even if you say you were scammed by a naked loan. Suddenly, he and Akainu looked up at the sky. The giant dragon circled over and landed in the form of a city dweller. Oh, Smoker, you're back. Looks like everything is going well. It was me who detained Akainu to do the work, don't blame me, ha 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 ha. Smoker smiled bitterly and shook his head, without saying anything more. Normally, I have completely crushed Big Mom. Who would have thought that this madman could devour other people's souls to become stronger, and he almost fell into the ditch. However, it's over now, so there's no need to say more. Smoker nodded and said, fortunately, I have accomplished my mission. From now on, there will be no such person as Big Mom on the sea. Ha 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 ha, well done. Garp laughed and patted Smoker's shoulder. Akainu looked shocked. After he arrived, he heard that Smoker was fighting Big Mom alone, and his first reaction was to go over to support him. However, they were also short of manpower, and after Garp's persuasion, he stayed. He knew Smoker was powerful, but he didn't expect that he could really defeat Big Mom. The Marines were trembling with excitement. Smoker Vice Admiral defeated Big Mom. Very good. Justice will prevail. There was a sudden cheer on the ice field. The Marine, who was a little overexcited, fired directly into the air, drawing a round of scolding from the officers. The anti-audience pirates, their faces were pale, as if they had lost their parents. Some of them really had lost their parents. Advertisement. Garp said with relief. Without her, New World will be much more stable. Akainu and Smoker agree. In terms of strength, Big Mom is not the strongest. But when it comes to trouble, she is second to none, and neither Roger nor Whitebeard dare to claim to be first. By the way, Mr. Garp, how are you doing here? I looked around, but didn't see Red Earl and Bullet. Garp looked embarrassed and unhappy and glared at Akainu. You ask him. Akainu twitched his face and told what happened. It turns out that Garp's biggest targets are Red Earl and Bullet, and he has been looking for opportunities to kill them. The Red Earl and Bullet were also furious. One of them has a grudge against Garp, and the other wants to prove himself. Even though he was covered in wounds, he fought to the death and had no intention of running away. But when Akainu led his team to attack aggressively, the situation changed. Seeing the arrival of an admiral, the Red Earl and Bullet calmed down instantly, as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over them. Yes, this is the home of world government. Why am I wasting time with old Marine in a place like this? Now there is only one admiral. If you can't defeat him, you can run away. If you delay it any longer, you will be impelled down again. The two looked at each other, and instantly formed a tacit understanding, and ran away wildly, one on the left and one on the right. Garp was so angry that he cursed and quickly used his teleportation ability to stop him. Seeing this, Akainu also hurriedly chased after him. However, the two were so strong and determined to escape that Garp and his men were unable to stop them, and they eventually escaped. However, the two did not escape unscathed. Nathanfield's right arm was broken by Garp and it is impossible to restore it to its original state. He is different from Redhead. Redhead was still young when he lost his arm and had time to make up for his defect. But he is already very old, and his physical fitness will drop drastically soon. After such a serious injury this time, it is unclear whether he can keep the bronze medal. As for Bullet, he was also hit in the chest by Akainu. Even if he didn't die, he was probably half dead. Smoker consoled him, it's okay. They won't dare to show their faces for a few years. We'll deal with them when we get the news. In a few years, Marine will become even stronger. It would be okay if they hide at that time, but if they show their heads, they will be killed instantly. No matter what, Marine won a great victory in this war. Smoker looked towards the wreckage of Impel Down. Now, it's time to think about the aftermath. Chapter 394 Entering Impel Down. Smoker asked Odin to open the space gate and release Magellan and others. There were hundreds of jailers on the platform at the time, and they held out until Smoker arrived, but only Magellan, Hanyabal, Sati-chan and a dozen others. The rest were all brutally murdered by the pirates. Because of this, Smoker killed Katakuri. Although you love your family. Although you are a real man. But you are also unforgivable. Magellan stared at the broken Impel Down with red eyes, clenched his fists tightly, his nails pierced the flesh, and blood dripped down. Hanyabal, Sati-chan and others burst into tears. Seeing this, Smoker also sighed inwardly. They are all from the world government, and they are not in the same system as the Marines. Logically speaking, I wouldn't expose the Menman fruit for them. But these people are undoubtedly people with a sense of justice. They have guarded the prison for so many years and have made great contributions. Smoker really can't just stand by and watch. In a moment of impulse, he saved them at the risk of exposing the Mon fruit. Magellan and the others bowed deeply to Garp and the others. Mr. Garp, Akainu Admiral, Smoker Vice Admiral, I cannot repay you for saving my life. Please allow us to rescue our colleagues trapped in prison first. We will come to thank you for your kindness later. Garp was about to agree when Smoker suddenly said, please stay, Director Magellan. Garp was stunned, not knowing why he called Magellan, but he didn't say much. Leave the rescue to our Marines. Admiral Akainu will personally lead the rescue team. A lot of military doctors came this time. You know my abilities, so it's more appropriate to leave the rescue mission to us. As he said this, he gave Akainu a look. Akainu. Yes, don't worry, I will go and save them myself. Seeing how much the Marine cared about Impel Down, and even the Admiral personally led a rescue team. Even Magellan, who had a heart of stone, had tears in his eyes and felt warm in his heart. Those CP guys always say Marine is unruly, that's pure bullshit. Closing square bracket. The previous Admiral Shiratori, the current Admiral Akainu, and Mr. Garp, which one of them is not kind-hearted? With such high-ranking officials, how can the military be any worse? Closing square bracket. MD, I can't let those CP bastards instigate me anymore. Advertisement. Hanyabal came forward. Smoker Vice Admiral, then we. Smoker pointed at the pirates. Many prisoners escaped from Impel Down and mixed in with the pirates. Please help the Marines to count them and see if there are any that have slipped through the net. Then he leaned forward and whispered, don't forget. Rain Shiryu is still here. Magellan and the others were still a little hesitant, but when they heard Shiryu's name, their defenses were immediately broken. Magellan. That damn B asterisk 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 D. I'm going to cut him into pieces. Hanyable. Smoker Vice Admiral, just as you say. They thanked him in a flurry, then walked towards Rain Shiryu aggressively, pulling out a bunch of torture instruments from somewhere on their bodies. Akainu was stunned. No, where were these things hidden before? Smoker smiled and said, that's their profession, let's just ignore it. But, we're just going to leave Shiryu to them like this. There's no point in keeping that guy. There's no fruit, no reward. It's better to do him a favor and just leave his body behind at the end. That's right. Let's not talk about this anymore, hurry up and get into Impel Down. Akainu nodded, called a team of trusted subordinates, and rushed to Impel Down. Arriving at Impel Down, the passage to the first floor was blocked by steel-like ice, and the jailer could be vaguely seen frozen inside. At that time, in order to prevent the backflow of seawater, Smoker directly froze the entire sea, and many jailers and prisoners were also frozen in it. Seeing that there were people inside, Akainu did not break the ice violently. Instead, it releases small streams of magma, slowly heating the ice. As the ice melted, the people inside were rescued one by one. Odin's abilities are the same as Aokiji's. As long as the frozen people are thawed in time, they will be fine. The Marines rushed to treat him in an orderly manner, and shackled and handcuffed the prisoner. Soon, they entered the first floor. The scale of the Impel Down was huge, and the seawater backflow only affected this layer. The prisoners on this floor are also the weakest, and there are no people with special abilities. Maybe Big Mom was too lazy to pay attention to them, so there were no casualties among the prisoners on this floor. Big Mom is not interested, so Smoker is not interested either. Advertisement. These guys are all registered in Impel Down. We can't even take them away and sell them as slaves. Let them stay here. Marine searched and found a few civil servants hiding in a dark secret room, and sent someone to send them away. Before leaving, he did not forget to ask for a list of prisoners. Marine all the way down. Second floor, third floor, fourth floor, fifth floor, until the sixth floor. Wind Warrior, Adia, cell 4417 on the third floor, zone bird fruit, heron form. Dyed Idli, cell 0032 on the fourth floor, user of the paramesha black and white fruit. Clear Sky, Sawakawa, cell 0112 on the fifth floor, user of the paramesha umbrella fruit. Quote. With the list, Smoker can easily find the pirates and put them into the dark space. During this period, they encountered many seriously injured prison guards, all of whom were simply treated by Smoker and then sent away with excuses. In addition, they also found many prisoners who died in strange ways. He was unharmed, but his face was filled with fear, as if he had seen a ghost. There are on every floor, and the more you go down, the more there are. There are thousands along the way. Smoker could tell at a glance that their souls had been sucked out by Big Mom, and some of them had special abilities. However, Smoker did not feel frustrated at all, but was secretly delighted. The number of prisoners in the Impel Down is limited. It is easy to take them away by yourself, but it is difficult to explain it clearly after investigation. Now it's easy, just blame it on Big Mom. If you don't believe me, you can go down and ask her yourself. The Eucharist of the Congenital Balance. After visiting all 6 floors, Smoker approached Akainu. Brother Sakazuki, the jailers have already restrained the prisoners. As for the prisoners, out of moral obligation, please give them a final dose of decency. Akainu, what you up to? Smoker. Why not hold a cremation and let them return to dust? Once a person is burned, unless you can put the ashes back together, you will never be able to find any problems. Akainu didn't understand, but supported. Okay, I'll leave it to you. Smoker received the order and directed the soldiers to throw all the prisoners into the large iron pot on the 4th floor. The corpse sank and floated several times before disappearing completely. Chapter 395-5, 5th floor. After finishing his work, Akainu came to Smoker. Can we go now? There's a lot of stuff going on outside. However, he is also very happy now. Smoker captured hundreds of prisoners with special abilities from Impel Down, and together with the leaders of the Big Mom pirates. It is foreseeable that the number of Marines will surge soon. Perhaps some of their abilities are too special to be seen in public, but a conservative estimate is that they are over 100. This is not the castrated version of Zone that Smoker mentioned before, but a real person with special abilities. A few years ago, Smoker proposed a goal to ensure that every vice admiral could get a good devil fruit. At the time, I thought he was just bragging. Now let's see, it's still a bit of an understatement. Smoker shook his head with a mysterious expression. Brother Sakazuki, actually, there is a separate layer in this Impel Down. What? There's a 7th floor. Why didn't I know about this? How awesome does one have to be to close this floor? Are they going to give Roger and Whitebeard a private room? It's not the 7th floor, it's the 5.5th floor. Ah, what do you mean? Smoker enters the dark space. According to the prisoner list, a pirate's named Disguise, Krisky was killed. This guy is the user of the paramesha disguise fruit. You can change your own and others' appearance and clothing at will, and the effect can last for one day. Smoker gave the fruit to a female military doctor who liked fashion design. The female military doctor was overjoyed as if she had found a treasure. She ate the fruit happily, and then used her ability to change Smoker and Akainu's appearance and clothing. The two came to the jungle of the 5th level army wolves and soon found a secret entrance leading to the 5.5th level. Arriving at the 5.5th floor. Looking at the brightly lit hall and the prisoners toasting each other, Akainu felt numb. This is even more luxurious than the marine cafeteria. Are you here to go to jail or on vacation? Akainu's expression became colder and colder, while the temperature around him became higher and higher. Advertisement. Smoker quickly advised. Brother, calm down, calm down. Akainu closed his eyes and took a few deep breaths until the temperature around him returned to normal. Sorry, let's go. The two continued to walk inside, looking around as they walked, like two tourists. This 5.5th floor is indeed a different world. Banquet hall, entertainment venue, residential area, commercial area, canteen, storage room, all kinds of facilities are available. Prisoners dressed in different styles were coming and going, making it very lively. If you didn't know, you would think you were in some busy town. Entering a new hall, Akainu looked up and saw that the area here was several thousand square meters, and the roof was at least 20 meters high. He could not help but angrily shouted, "It's such a big space," but the people from Impel Down didn't notice it at all. Are they useless? Such a large-scale building is undoubtedly the masterpiece of a person with special abilities, but how did they do it? Even if I could use magma to melt rocks, it would be impossible to do it so quietly. Dark fruit can. By the way, why does Smoker know so much about this place? Akainu turned his head to look at Smoker, his expression becoming strange. Smoker suddenly shuddered. Brother, you know me well. If it were me, I would have sent them to the slave auction site long ago. This is the masterpiece of a giant called Mori. Then I quickly introduced Mori and his push-push fruit to Akainu. Akainu suddenly realized. So that's what happened. Hey, brother Smoker, why are you standing so far away? Actually, you don't have to say that. I didn't think anything. The most important thing between us comrades is trust. Smoker. Hee. At this moment, a muscular man with a figure wearing fishnet stockings and flaming red lips suddenly appeared in front of them. Smoker. Akainu. The sturdy man came up to look at their faces, and suddenly threw a wink. Hey, you two handsome guys are strangers. Akainu didn't want to pay attention to him at first, but thinking that it was an infiltration mission, he could only patiently respond. This big brother. Before he finished speaking, the sturdy man suddenly looked coquettish and slapped Akainu on the chest. Hate it, what's big brother? That's a title only given to old humans who are limited to their gender. As she spoke, she squeezed her cleavage, which was as hard as iron. Advertisement. Now I am a new human being that transcends gender. Akainu was confused and didn't know what to say. She just wanted to stay away from him. Because of his frequent contact with the slave trade, Akainu now particularly hates transsexuals. Not only can they not sell it themselves. Once the S***** key appears, the nobles who were originally obsessed with S***X will instantly calm down and enter sage mode, and the other slaves will also become difficult to sell. Of course, there are a few people who get even more excited when they see a S***** key.
Smoker's tolerance was obviously much stronger than Akainu's, so he quickly took over the conversation. Oh, I see. New human brother, where is this place? We are prisoners on the 5th floor. We escaped from the prison riot and almost froze to death. Then, somehow, we suddenly appeared here. By the way, is this heaven? The sturdy man threw a wink. Oh, what a cute little fool. You're right, this is heaven in hell. Impel Down LV 5.5.
Smoker looked as if he suddenly understood. Oh, I see. Impel Down has LV 5.5. We are really lucky. The sturdy man threw a wink. Your luck is more than that. Today is the auspicious day for our king to ascend the throne. Let's witness this grand ceremony together. If I'm lucky, I might be able to transform you into new humans, okay? Smoker and Akainu felt a chill, looked at each other, and laughed dryly. Okay, I was going to ask who was in charge here now. Look at the sturdy and charming body of the strong man, the stubborn leg hair under the stockings, and the thorny stubble under the red lips. Smoker already has the answer in his mind. The two followed the strong man and came to a hall. There were dozens of spotlights spinning overhead, and in the center was a large stage covered with red silk. Hundreds of heavily made-up pirates were eating and drinking below. In the corner, Akainu sat with his legs crossed, staring at the stage with a cold expression. HMPH, I want to see what kind of guy is causing trouble. On the contrary, Smoker was particularly comfortable. He walked around the hall, chatting with this person and toasting with that person, looking like a fish in water. After a while, all the lights suddenly turned off, and there was a cry of surprise at the scene. Then a spotlight shone on the center of the stage, and a figure slowly rose from the audience. Hello, sweethearts. Everyone was shouting with excitement. Chapter 396 Two Comrades. This is another scene that is almost identical to the original plot. Ivankov made a stunning appearance, singing and dancing on the stage. The crowd in the audience screamed and danced.
Some were so excited that they foamed at the mouth and were quickly carried away. When the song was over, Ivankov struck a pose of ecstasy. My dears, from today on, I am the new queen of this paradise. Please take care of me. He, ha. The people in the audience shouted in unison. Please take care of me, Lady Eva. Smoker ideographic, Akainu. No one made trouble this time, and Ivankov's inauguration ceremony went smoothly. Then there was a big banquet. The supplies on the 5.5th floor were unexpectedly abundant, with no shortage of wine and meat. The Revolutionary Army advocated equality, and Ivankov did not receive any special treatment. He found a table and began to eat and drink. People would toast him from time to time, and he would never refuse. Akainu asked as he ate, "How's it going?" Smoker took a big gulp of his drink. There are about 1,000 voices here, and no one was hurt. It seems that the riot didn't affect here. After a while, Ivankov's table was empty and he was the only one enjoying his meal. Smoker and Akainu looked at each other, then stood up and walked over to sit down. Smoker smiled and said, "Congratulations, Master Ivankov." Ivankov raised his glass with a smile. "Ah, it's two sweet boys. Although I don't know you, thank you very much, hee. As for Akainu, he just kept a straight face and said nothing, leaving everything to Smoker. Smoker said with a smile, "You don't know us, but we have heard of you for a long time. Queen of Kamabaka Kingdom, Revolutionary Army Cadre Emporio Ivankov, is it really okay for someone like you to hide in a big prison like this? The Revolutionary Army is really short of combat power." Ivankov froze slightly. "Oh, this boy knows everything about me. Speaking of which, I just entered the 5.5th floor not long ago." Although he conquered this place with his great strength and personal charm, not many people knew that he was a member of the Revolutionary Army, and he himself had an impression of him. Advertisement. But the two people in front of me, I am sure I have never seen them before. Thinking of this, Ivankov became secretly alert. I even thought about restraining them and interrogating them with hormones. Smoker seemed not to notice his vigilance and took out a badge and put it on the table. "Don't be nervous. Strictly speaking, we are comrades." Ivankov's pupils shrank. This badge belongs to Dragon, and several high-ranking officials of the Revolutionary Army are very familiar with it. Before leaving Onigashima, Long gave the badge to Smoker so that he could use it as a token of his love when he met the cadres of the Revolutionary Army one day. Sure enough, Ivankov was visibly more relaxed. Seeing this badge again, it brings back memories. I didn't expect to meet comrades here. I wonder how you were in the Revolutionary Army. We did not join the Revolutionary Army. Oh, they are friendly forces. It doesn't matter. As long as they are fighting for liberation, they are comrades. Haha, you can call me Ivan. I haven't asked you two why you came here yet. Ivan-chan, we're here to see you. I wonder if you've heard about the recent riots in the prison. Of course, here we can control everything in the prison. I didn't expect that the scary Big Mom would cause a big fuss here. Speaking of Big Mom, Ivankov's expression looked a little ugly. Back in the Valley of the Gods, Big Mom snatched the fish fruit from him, otherwise he would be the world's first demon dragon. But, speaking of it, I prefer the current hormone fruit. This is an unprecedented event. Fortunately, it is over and everything has returned to normal. Smoker smiled wryly and shook his head. It's not that simple. You can see inside the prison through surveillance, but you can't see outside, right? Ivankov was also stunned when he heard this. The upper layer of Impel Down has been severely damaged and is already below sea level. It is only because the sea is frozen that it can hold up. When the ice melts in a few days, seawater will pour in. The world government may transfer the prisoners, but what will you do? Ivankov's eyes nearly popped out of his head. Is it that dangerous? Smoker nodded. As a comrade, I naturally don't want you to die in vain, so I came to pick you up. Advertisement. Ivankov was not careless, but he also did not believe it easily. He quickly sent out several of his men to investigate. Soon the news came back, and it was just as Smoker said. The situation is even worse. The Marines are surrounding us from outside, and we are trapped if we go out. When the news came out, the 5.5th floor suddenly fell into panic. What are you panicking about? Be quiet. Ivankov's prestige was extremely high, and he made everyone quiet down with just one order. He became much more affectionate towards Smoker and Akainu. If I had doubts about the identities of the two just now I am convinced. If you really have bad intentions, you can just do nothing and come to collect the bodies in a few days. Why go through so much trouble? Ivankov. I didn't expect the situation to be so critical. Boys, do you have any ideas? Smoker nodded, showed them the dark fruit, and told them they could use their abilities to take it away. Ivankov naturally had no objection. I understand, I'll ask them to pack their luggage right away. Smoker waved his hand. No need to bother. I will take away the entire 5.5th floor. Your floor has an independent power supply. When the time comes, you won't feel anything unusual except for the interruption of communication. You can do something like this. That's great. Smoker was about to move when Akainu suddenly shouted, "Wait." Smoker. Ivankov. Akainu stood up with a gloomy look on his face. After all, everyone here is a criminal, right? Can you guarantee that they will mend their ways and follow the Revolutionary Army after they get out? I heard that the life of the Revolutionary Army is very hard. Now that they have nowhere to go in Impel Down, they will naturally behave themselves. But once they lose their cage, who can guarantee that they won't return to evil? Smoker was stunned and turned to look at Ivankov. I have to say, Akainu's words are harsh. But I have to admit, it makes sense. Surprisingly, after hearing this, Ivankov was not annoyed at all. Instead, he showed an expression of appreciation. Even the people around him did not seem angry at all. As expected of a comrade, you haven't been blinded by power, haha. Boys, do you know why I came here? Chapter 397 Pack up and take away. Ivankov tells the story. A few years ago, he launched a coup in one of South Blue's constituent states. The rule of this country is extremely corrupt and the people are suffering. So it didn't take much effort for him to gather a resistance force of hundreds of thousands of people and easily overthrow the king's rule. Just when the revolution was about to succeed, the world government suddenly intervened. A CP team was dispatched, several strong men entangled Ivankov, and the remaining few launched a decapitation operation. An army of several 100,000 men was dispersed without any chance of fighting back. That revolution ended in failure. Ivankov also understood a truth. The Revolutionary Army has no shortage of ordinary soldiers, nor does it lack popular support. After all, in this dark world, as long as there is light, a large group of people can quickly gather together. What we really lack is strong people who can serve as the backbone. The dragon is strong, the bear is strong, and I am strong too. But it's not enough, far from enough. Even bringing all the citizens of the S********* island with us is not enough. But the Revolutionary Army is very special. In the eyes of the world, they are traitors, and strong people who pursue justice will not join them. In the eyes of the pirates, they are aliens. As strong people, they seek equality with the weak and live a poor life. Therefore, unless they have received favors from the Revolutionary Army, few strong people are willing to understand them and join them. As a high-ranking member of the Revolutionary Army, Ivankov was also very distressed by this. But then things took a turn for the better. Mori, who built this paradise, joined the Revolutionary Army. As both are transsexuals, her relationship with Ivankov is naturally good. Mori told Ivankov in detail about Impel Down, and also told him about the existence of the 5.5th floor. Ivankov had an idea. Although Impel Down is an evil hell, it also gathers a lot of strong people. So, he used the hormone fruit to inject himself with the giant wrist hormone, and his wrist became thicker than his thigh. Then he pretended to be arrested and was imprisoned on the 5th floor. After a few days, the hormone effect faded, my wrists returned to normal, and I could easily take off the sea-stone handcuffs. Then he escaped from the prison and followed Mori's instructions to the 5.5th floor. According to his plan, using the 5.5th floor as a base, we recruit and train a group of strong men as the armed force of the Revolutionary Army. At the same time, keep an eye on the outside world. When the dragon declares war on the world government, directly start a riot in Impel Down and rush out in the chaos. Ivankov raised his arms high. Advertisement. How about this plan? Ha. Akainu was completely dumbfounded. I looked at the new transsexuals around me. Just these guys. Smoker was also speechless. Are you kidding me? In the original plot. If it weren't for Crocodile, Jinbei, and Luffy. If it weren't for Blackbeard's attack. If it weren't for the betrayal of Rain Shiryu. If it weren't for the Summit War Marine being too busy. If there weren't a group of whale sharks nearby. If Buggy and Mr. 3 hadn't caused a riot among the prisoners. If not, Ivankov and his S********* subordinates can't escape at all. That is to say, in the past 10 years, you have planned alonely. Ivankov didn't feel anything wrong with his plan. He approached Smoker and Akainu. Boys, I'm not someone who only pursues power. I know very well that this is hell. Almost all those who are caught here are bastards who have committed many crimes, so I won't accept just anyone. I will observe them for a long time first to make sure they are not hopeless before bringing them in. After I bring them in, I will take good care of them. Everyone here is now a new human being pursuing equality. After all, how can the joy of burning, killing and looting compare to the joy of liberating all mankind? Don't you agree, sweethearts? Everyone cheered. That's right, Master Ivankov. Akainu frowned slightly. In this kind of situation, you can only know a person's face but not his heart. Who wouldn't say something nice? Given his previous temper, any attempt to reform himself would be like letting a tiger return to the mountains. It's better to just kill him, at least the death penalty will be eliminated. But he is not doing that now. One is that his attitude towards the Revolutionary Army changed. The Revolutionary Army is not the enemy. On the contrary, to a certain extent, it is not wrong to say that they are comrades. The other is the situation of the people in front of you. Considering the scale of Impel Down, the number of people on the 5.5th floor seems a bit shabby, and the overall strength is too weak. If he simply pursues strength, Ivankov cannot recruit level 6 monsters, but he can recruit level 5 criminals with bounties worth over 100 million, and their strength is also considerable. But most of these people are at the first 3 levels, and only a few have reached the 4th level. This shows that Ivankov was not lying, he was indeed strictly screened. Advertisement. In this way, the possibility of these people returning to evil is greatly reduced. So can we make an exception? As for Smoker, it doesn't matter at all. He was familiar with the plot and knew that what Ivankov said was true. Regardless of whether the plan to sneak into Impel Down to recruit strong men was reliable, these people under his command did not embarrass him. During the Summit War, although they all come from Impel Down, Ivankov's new shemales are much stronger than Buggy's fugitives. I heard that we will go to Naval Headquarters to participate in the Summit War. The new ladyboy was not afraid at all, and Buggy's men's first reaction was to repay kindness with enmity, seize the boat and run away. When facing a strong opponent, two unknown new demons dared to draw their swords against Hawkeye. The fugitives under Buggy followed him everywhere from beginning to end, without fighting a single tough battle. Afterwards, they were also active in the Revolutionary Army. All of this shows that Ivankov's reform and education of prisoners was very successful. Smoker turned his head and looked at Akainu. What do you think? Akainu snorted coldly, turned around and left, leaving behind a cold, as you wish. Smoker didn't hesitate any longer and used his ability to swallow the entire 5.5 floor. After finishing all this, Smoker and Akainu returned. It takes several hours to go up and down the Impel, plus the time wasted on the 5.5th floor. By the time the two came out, half a day had passed. Smoker looked around and saw that all the wounded, whether they were Marine guards or pirates escapees, were being treated. No, there is an exception. An ice cross, with Rain Shiryu tied to it. His upper and lower eyelids were hooked, preventing him from closing his eyes, and there was not a single piece of healthy skin on his body. He wanted to say something, but his mouth was sewn shut and he couldn't move. Hannibal carefully put an IV in a blood bag on him. Warden Shiryu, this is precious adrenaline. I had to ask the marine doctor for it with great difficulty. As long as you have this thing, you can't die even if you want to. Sadi-chan sprinkled powder on the wound. This is someone's private collection. It can make your senses 10 times sharper. The Marines and pirates nearby were all silent upon seeing this. Even Garp and those experienced officers looked at him sideways. MD, when it comes to pervert, it has to be Impel Down. Compared to you, we Marines pirates are as pure as little white flowers. Rain Shiryu was changed in the previous part. She was changed to beg for life from Big Mom and actively kill the jailer under her. Chapter 398 Accountability. Seeing Smoker and Akainu coming back, Magellan hurried to greet them. In terms of level, Marine and Impel Down are both directly affiliated with the world government, while Magellan and Sengoku are on the same level. But now Magellan no longer cares about rank, he is full of gratitude to Marine, so his words are very polite. Akainu Admiral, Smoker Vice Admiral, you are back. Akainu and Smoker both responded politely. Passing by the ice cross, Akainu just glanced at Shiryu of Rain and didn't even bother to ask any more questions. Akainu, what are your casualties? How many criminals got out? Magellan's eyes dimmed. Including the people you rescued, there are only 141 surviving guards and staff. All the prison beasts and prison guards were killed. The casualty rate is over 95%. 2 fugitives were found, namely Red Earl Nathan Field and Devil's Descendant Douglas Bullet. The remaining 308 fugitives were all arrested. As for the casualties among prisoners inside the prison, he looked at Smoker and Akainu. Smoker took a step forward. We have checked. The first and second floors are relatively well preserved, with a survival rate of over 80% of the prisoners. The third and fourth floors suffered more casualties, with a survival rate of less than 50%. As for the fifth and sixth floors, there are no survivors. Magellan sighed heavily, and seemed to collapse. He walked slowly to Akainu and bowed deeply. As the director, I should bear full responsibility for this incident, and it is reasonable for me to be sentenced to death. But my subordinates, they have tried their best. I hope you, Admiral Akainu, can say a few good words for them. Upon hearing this, Hannibal and others hurriedly surrounded them. Director, how can this be your fault? The enemy is too strong this time. That's right, Magellan, you are so cunning. As the director, oh, no, the deputy director, I share the responsibility with you. Director, don't. Smoker and Akainu were both stunned. What death penalty? Garp leaned over and whispered something. It turns out that this fight was broadcast live by Morgan's advertisement. Now the whole world knows that the Big Mom pirates destroyed Impel Down. The world government is furious and just called to demand that Magellan take full responsibility. For this kind of person who is fully responsible, the death penalty is a light punishment. I heard that the CP coming to arrest Magellan is on the way. Smoker and Akainu were both numb. Shit, the battle has gotten so bad, the death rate has reached 95%, and you still want to hold them accountable. Besides, Impel Down is just a prison, and the defense is limited. The Big Mom pirates are going all out this time, and even 10 Impel Downs can't defeat them. Smoker and Akainu looked at each other and exchanged glances quickly. Akainu stepped forward and helped Magellan up. Director Magellan, the world government is our superior, and the Marine has no right to interfere with their decisions. But in this incident, Marine will definitely stand with you. Even if you have to be held accountable, Marine is willing to take the responsibility. Magellan was shocked and opened his mouth to say something, but was interrupted by Akainu. No need to say more. In the past, the Marine and Impel Down only had an escort and handover relationship. It's normal for them to be a little distant. But it's different now. We have become comrades in life and death. As Marines, we will never give up any of our comrades. Smoker also walked forward slowly. Director Magellan, you hold a high position in the government system. This incident has such a huge impact. The world government will never execute you quietly. If they want to take you away, don't resist. Cooperate with us first. We Marines will work hard. It's really irreversible. You know my ability. Magellan's eyes lit up, and his expression changed from confusion and helplessness to gratitude and determination. He took a deep breath and said, "Everyone, thank you for thinking about me so much. I won't be so hypocritical anymore. I'll leave the rest to you." Garp ate his senbei with a crunch. "Don't worry too much, Magellan. We fight every day, shed blood and sweat, and our heads are on the line. What right do those idiots sitting in the office have to point fingers at us? Don't worry, if those CP mad dogs keep biting you, I will go talk to them myself. I won't tolerate those shameless bastards." Magellan is in a bad mood. No wonder there were always rumors that Garp was disrespectful to the world government. I originally thought it was a rumor, but now I think it is conservative. Advertisement. This is not disrespectful, it's just pointing at someone's nose and scolding them. ... Now that both parties have reached a consensus, all that remains is to wait. Everyone continued to be busy treating the wounded and arresting the pirates. Suddenly, Smoker stopped. He sensed someone approaching quickly. Afterwards, Garp, Akainu and other strong men also looked up at the distant sky. After a while, a huge blanket flew in the air, with 3 men in suits standing on it. They were the CP. Marines, pirates, jailers. Flying carpet. Closing square bracket. The flying carpet landed and the 3 men walked down proudly. One person is in front, 2 people are behind, and the hierarchy is clear. A CP behind him waved his hand, and the flying carpet suddenly rolled up automatically, shrank to the size of a scroll, and slipped into his sleeve. The CP leading the team strode up to Magellan. "Director Magellan, I'm the deputy captain of CP2. You can call me by my code name, Mountain Fox. I have been commissioned by the world government to investigate the major incident in Impel Down. Now, please follow me." Before he finished speaking, a weird voice suddenly came from the side. "Impel Down, a major accident, you really have the nerve to say that. If those crappy intelligence agencies didn't even know about Big Mom's movements, how could Impel Down have had an accident?" Upon hearing this, Shanhu flew into a rage. "Who was talking? Don't you want to live?" When I turned my head, I was stunned. It turns out that the person who spoke was Garp. He stuffed a senbei into his mouth. "What are you looking at, little brat?" Shanhu's face twitched a few times. Knowing that Garp was not someone to be trifled with, he could only suppress his anger and turn away. He was about to continue talking to Magellan when the voice came again. "Hundreds of ships, thousands of people, and they can't even see this. The world government collects gold from the sky every year, what are they raising? A dog on a leash is better than you guys." The Mountain Fox suddenly broke through the defense. Chapter 399 Crystal of the Sea. Shanhu's blood boiled and he turned around, pointed at Garp and started cursing. "You old man, try saying that again." Garp was stunned at first, then he threw away the senbei in his hand and walked forward with his fist as big as a casserole. "I didn't expect that even this bunch of wimps like CP would grow a tough guy. Today I want to see whether you are tough-mouthed or tough-boned." Seeing this, the CP behind him flashed in front of Shanhu and used his body to block his superior. "Sir, please step back." Smoker and Akainu also rushed over to smooth things over. Akainu stopped Garp tightly. "Mr. Garp, forget it, forget it. We are all colleagues of the world government. It's not worth it, it's not worth it." Smoker stopped Shanhu and the CP. Sorry, many of our comrades have died. Mr. Garp is in a bad mood, and it's not directed at anyone. Open black lens bracket for all of you, close black lens bracket." The 2 of them hurriedly said nice things, and Garp left angrily, and Shanhu took the opportunity to back off. After Garp left, Akainu came forward. "Mr. Shanhu, Mr. Garp's words were just a momentary impulse and do not represent Marine's intentions. Please don't think too much." If it were any other Marine, Akainu's words would have been the equivalent of drawing a line in the sand, and he probably wouldn't have survived for long. But it's different with Garp. Even if Marine really wants to distance himself from him, the world government will stop him. If this old rascal is really released, without the restraint of military discipline, God knows what this old thief who knows all the secrets of Marine and is as heavyweight as Roger Whitebeard will do. The Mountain Fox naturally understood this, so it could only swallow its anger. Smoker also came forward, took out 3 ordinary-looking small boxes, and stuffed one into each person's hand. "This is a little gift from Marine, please accept it." The 3 of them opened the box curiously and immediately gasped. There were 3 dark blue crystals in Shanhu's box, and the other 2 people also had one each. The Mountain Fox exclaimed, "Sea crystal." The sea crystals are known as the crystals of the sea. They are scattered throughout the deepest seabed of the calm belt and can only be collected by the murlocs. This kind of gem is extremely rare. Even celestial dragons cannot claim to get it whenever they want. Advertisement. Princess Odahime wanted to search for some gifts to give to celestial dragons in exchange for a chance to become an ally. But she was unlucky or for some other reason, but she never got what she wanted until her death. The mountain fox's eyes widened. For CP, money and gems are not attractive. But this thing, like a high-quality slave, is the best choice for pleasing celestial dragons. If it works well, it will be enough to take your position to the next level. He swallowed and pushed the box back. This is too precious. Smoker smiled and stepped back. It's just a small token of my appreciation. It's not on your account, so feel free to accept it. After all, Marine and CP are like brothers and friends. Only if we work together can celestial dragons rest assured. Shanhu was still hesitating, not because he didn't want it, but because he didn't quite trust Marine. At this time, the CP who had protected Shanhu before came up and whispered something in his ear. The mountain fox's eyes suddenly lit up and he showed a happy expression. Smoker. You are the marine smoker who was commended by the 5 elders and is said to be the most loyal to celestial dragons. Smoker was stunned, his face twitched, and he forced a smile. I don't deserve it. I just did what every CP and marine should do. Besides, as a marine, celestial dragons are my justice. Akainu and Magellan next to them looked at Smoker with strange expressions. No, bro, you can tell. The mountain fox was in awe and felt a little closer to them psychologically. After all, those who were loyal to celestial dragons were their own people. Now, he put the box away without any burden, and then held Smoker's hands tightly. I've heard of your name for a long time, but I've never had the chance to meet you in person. Now that I've met you, I realize that hearing about you is worse than meeting you in person. Unfortunately, I have to leave immediately due to official duties today. Next time we meet, we brothers must have a drink together. Smoker nodded heavily and patted Shanyu's hand. No need to say more, brothers all understand. Akainu ideographic, Magellan. The 3 CPs did not stay long. Soon they left, taking Magellan with them. Advertisement. Smoker pleaded for mercy. Magellan had not been dismissed yet and was still a high-ranking official in the world government system, so he still had to maintain the dignity he deserved. Shanhu thought it made sense, so he did not order him to be restrained. Before leaving, both sides said goodbye reluctantly. The CP turned his head and looked at Smoker, who nodded implicitly. He was the black guy that Smoker knew when he was in Punk Hazard. Has this guy already entered the CP headquarters? Smoker waved goodbye, and tightened his other hand in his pocket, holding a piece of paper in his palm. He slipped it to Smoker when they were trying to stop the fight. Afterwards, Marine continued to clean up the battlefield. When they finished cleaning up everything, Smoker found that Hannibal and the others were still gathered together, staring blankly in the direction where Magellan had left. Alas, a bunch of idiots. Smoker came up to them. What's the use of standing there like an idiot? Come with me. Hannibal and other talents finally woke up from their dream. Sorry, Master Smoker, we are. Smoker sighed. Return home. You have nowhere else to go anyway, so why not settle down at the naval headquarters first? Hannibal said with a gloomy face. Thank you for your kindness, but we want to stay here and wait for Director Magellan to come back. The others nodded as well. Smoker, however, looked disgusted. Tisk, how can such a big incident be investigated so easily? This ice won't last for a few days. Do you want him to find that you have all been fed to the fish when he comes back? Don't worry, Magellan, things aren't that bleak. Since Akainu has promised to help him, Marine will do his best. As he spoke, he took out a piece of paper that was shaking slightly. Look what this is. This is a new life card made of Magellan's hair. With it, we can always know his physical condition and whereabouts. If it really reaches the point of no return, what about me? Hannibal and others looked at each other and finally showed happy expressions. Hannibal stepped forward and bowed deeply. Thank you, Smoker Vice Admiral, Marine, and your kindness. We will always remember it in our hearts. Please give us your orders now, and we will follow your command. Smoker nodded. Okay, now, line up and board the ship. Impel down everyone. Yes. Chapter 400. Review of the Result 1. Smoker and his team returned to the naval headquarters. As soon as I got closer, I suddenly heard a dull sound of artillery fire. Smoker in the cabin was startled. What happened? Why is there shelling? Someone called the headquarters. He hurried to the deck, where Garp and Akainu were already, standing by the railing, looking at the sky. Smoker looked up and saw a dazzling array of colors in the sky in the direction of the headquarters. Boom. There was another burst of thunder like cannon fire, and balls of colorful mist exploded in the air again. Garp looked at it with some nostalgia, and said with a smile, Smoker, calm down, this is a salute from the Marine. Smoker. Salute. Akainu nodded and explained to him. It turns out that Marine has a long-standing tradition. Whenever a serious criminal who is powerful enough to influence the world situation is captured, a salute will be used to welcome the hero back. Garp let out a long sigh. Come to think of it, it's been years since we've had a salute. During the God Valley incident, Garp returned to the naval headquarters amid rounds of salutes and became a Marine hero admired by everyone. It was also he who sternly refused the honor of the salute after Roger was arrested. Since then, the Marine salute has never been heard again. Young Marines like Smoker have forgotten this tradition. He turned his head to look at Smoker, who was in a trance, and thought to himself, a new marine hero has appeared. Accompanied by the sound of whistles and the cries of seagulls, the warship slowly entered the port and anchored at the dock. In the square outside the dock, many marine soldiers had already lined up and were waiting. Standing in the front were Marshal Sengoku and Chief of Staff Suru. Judging from the number of people, most of the marines from the headquarters have already gathered. After a while, the warship lowered the ladder. Advertisement. Sengoku stepped forward and shouted, "All marine officers and soldiers, salute our heroes." All the marines present raised their hands and saluted in unison, their expressions solemn, staring intently at the people walking down, their eyes full of pride, excitement. Especially those young marines, their eyes seemed to be on fire. Garp, Akainu, Smoker and several other vice admirals naturally came down first. Halfway through the journey, Garp and Akainu looked at each other, took a few slow steps, and let Smoker move to the front. Marine in the square erupted in earth-shaking cheers. The sound waves rushed into the sky, accompanied by the sea breeze, and seemed to spread across the entire sea. After Smoker returned to the naval headquarters, he made only a few brief appearances before moving into the Marine Hospital's sanatorium under the pretext of recuperation and never appeared again. He has many colleagues and old subordinates who want to visit him. As a result, he was sent away by the guards who were on high alert before he even saw the person in person. Even many doctors didn't see him. A few days later, Zephyr, Aokiji, Kazaru and others also returned one after another. The storm caused by Big Mom has officially come to an end. There is no doubt that Marine won this war. Normally, the world government should announce such a victory to the world and publicize it in great detail. After all, the stronger the Marines' armed forces are, the easier it is for them to collect the sky gold. But this time the world government was eerily quiet, releasing only brief messages. Few details of the war have been leaked except for Morgan's report. That night, Sengoku called a high-level meeting. Only the Marine F4, 5 admirals and Smoker are eligible to attend the meeting. The meeting place was in the different space of the door fruit. Smoker prepared tables, chairs, and tea in advance and built a small meeting room. All the participants were summoned by Smoker using the door fruit in the dead of night. Now that everyone was present, Sengoku didn't waste any time and went straight to the point. Everyone, I have 3 things to ask you today. The first thing is to report the results of this battle. Shao He, come here. Advertisement. He nodded, handed each person a battle report, and began to introduce them. This time, Marine fought against more than a dozen large pirates groups at once, including super pirates groups like the Big Mom Pirates, but still won a complete victory. The one who contributed the most is undoubtedly Smoker. In the impel down battlefield, he relied on the toughness of the blue dragon fruit and the recovery of the dark fruit to almost single-handedly fight against the siege of the entire Big Mom Pirates and several legendary pirates, and successfully held on until Garp and Akainu provided support. The final result was also very objective. He single-handedly defeated Big Mom, who had tied with Whitebeard not long ago. Without a doubt, this is the biggest achievement of Marine since the execution of Pirates King Roger and the capture of Golden Lion. Only the captains of the 2 pirates were arrested, but the Big Mom pirates were all captured. As a result, a huge power vacuum was formed in the New World, causing fighting and scramble among various forces. The most powerful and fastest responding one among them is naturally Marine. Sengoku gave the order, and the branch closest to Cake Island rushed out in full force, quickly occupying the capital of Toto Land. Then he sent 5 vice admirals from the headquarters to take charge, and also transferred personnel from nearby branches. In just a few days, he established a temporary base for the G16 branch. Under Morgan's operation, the news that the largest and most powerful branch in Marine history was built, spread throughout the world, directly making the branch a reality. Marine relied on the victory and did not ask the world government for a penny. Now, even the world government is speechless and can only accept it. In addition to the impel down battlefield, other places have also achieved good results. Because Kaido took the initiative to say that he would not attack the Marine, there was no need to invest too much manpower, and the Marine's defensive pressure was suddenly reduced by half. Zephyr acted decisively and changed his backhand strategy. Facing the pirates' multi-line attack, it is better to take the initiative to attack rather than passively defend, and it is better to chop off your hands directly rather than hurting their fingers. Zephyr ordered everyone to abandon defense, merge 3 lines, and press hard towards Silver Axe, Captain John, and Akoku, who were jumping the most happily. The 3 big pirates were stunned on the spot and were beaten dizzy. Silver Axe and John's fleet were almost wiped out, and he himself was seriously injured. He fled into the Triangle waters and disappeared. Akoku was chased all the way back to the Beehive Island by Zephyr, and only with the help of countless small pirates was he able to repel the Marine's pursuit. As for the other pirates who wanted to take advantage of the situation, Marine ignored them. But seeing how ferocious the Marine was, they dared not provoke him and quickly turned around and fled. Finally, except for the Big Mom pirates who actually attacked Impel Down, everyone else was either just making a cameo appearance or getting beaten up. This is the first complete intelligence about this war. After he finished reading, everyone was excited. The current Marine is truly qualified to challenge the world government. Chapter 401. Review of the Result 2. After listening to Crane's report, Zephyr took a sip of tea. Our side is not the main battlefield, but the results are also impressive. We have wiped out several thousand pirates. Of course, none of this matters. What makes me happiest is that the seedlings I have cultivated for many years have finally grown into trees. Huo Shaoshan, Gumir, Bastiu, those little brats have become outstanding marines who can stand on their own. Sengoku nodded with a pleased look on his face. That's right, it's worth it for all the years of tightening our belts and holding training sessions. He paced a few steps on the spot, his eyes becoming fierce. In that case, those guys who only care about their background and backers should give way. Garp glanced at the admirals, lowered his head, and said nothing. Crane sighed softly. Calm down. Marine is an organization after all. If you want to be promoted, you must either have strong strength or have made significant military achievements. Although these kids are strong, they don't have an overwhelming advantage. As for military merits, considering his age, how could he have so many achievements? Garp nodded slightly. That's what he meant. It is easy to just promote someone, just compare their strengths. But judging from Sengoku's intention, he wants to push the person in the current position down, which means the difficulty level is completely different. You have to have an overwhelming advantage to leave people speechless. Otherwise, not only will the pro-government faction in the Marines band together, but the world government will also intervene directly. Sengoku nodded. I know what I'm doing. That's the second thing. How to improve the young Marine's strength. Smoker, you tell me. Yes, Marshal Sengoku. Smoker stood up and walked to the open space at the side, a darkness coming out of his body. Everyone. The next second, boxes appeared from the darkness. There were hundreds of them, densely packed in several rows. If you look closely, they are all devil fruit. Except for Sengoku, everyone else was dumbfounded. Is this fruit wholesale? Looking at everyone's reactions, Smoker secretly laughed. He hadn't been idle these days, making Hiyashi eat fruits without leaving the house. Kaji ran to the fruits and felt his calves going weak. Suddenly, he discovered that the fruits were placed in boxes of 3 different colors, white, red, and black, and were clearly distinguished from each other. Smoker, why are these boxes different colors? Is there any deeper meaning? Advertisement. Smoker nodded. Well said. Very perceptive, Kaji-sama. He walked forward and pointed at the white box. The white box contains Kaido's newly cultivated artificial devil fruit change. I have introduced its specific effects to you before. These are the first batch of 100 fruits. As the production increases, the number will increase further. With the help of Vegapunk, Geisa has cracked the mass production technology of the same kind of fruit. We can customize the capabilities we need in the future. When everyone heard this, their eyes lit up instantly. Although everyone present owns top-grade devil fruit, it does not prevent them from knowing the value of these artificial fruits. In fact, even ordinary zone is precious. In the original plot, Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral and Madara ordered a dog. In terms of improving strength, artificial devil fruit is indeed not as good as the real devil fruit, but it can be mass-produced. For the big pirates, it may not be a big deal. But for thousands of little pirates, it is nothing short of a catastrophe. Then, Smoker pointed to the red boxes with the largest quantity. The fruits in these red boxes are abilities stolen from the Impel Down prisoners and the Big Mom Pirates members. There are a lot of them, and the categories are diverse. I have made a list, and I'll leave it to you, Mr. Sengoku, to decide how to distribute them. Smoker pulled out a list and handed it to Sengoku. Zongguo took it, glanced at it, and nodded. Xiao He, please pick out the fruits that are urgently needed from these, seal the rest and release them slowly. These fruits are either recorded in Impel Down or known to everyone in the Big Mom Pirates group, so they cannot be hidden at all. Although Garp obtained the teleportation fruit, it was only an isolated case. As long as you are lucky enough to kill it with one bite, the world government will have nothing to say. But if all these fruits appeared in Marine in a short period of time, it would be different. It will inevitably arouse the suspicion of the world government, putting Marine and Smoker in a passive position. So, Sengoku decided to release it slowly. If necessary, they can even be thrown into the black market to confuse people. Ah la la la. Aokiji came over and asked, what about the remaining 8 black boxes? Smoker opened the first box and found the snake fruit, mythical beast, Yamada no Orochi form that everyone had seen before. Akainu raised his eyebrows. The fruit is still there. Smoker shook his head. No, I took it out to gamble, and luckily. I won the bet. Akainu. What do you mean? Smoker opened several other boxes one after another, and they were all filled with identical artificial devil fruit. I've said before that once the artificial devil fruit is restored to a high degree, the bloodline factor will automatically collapse, so only the high-strength blue dragon fruit and the fast-recovering phoenix fruit can succeed. Everyone nodded. Advertisement. That's right, 2 fruits of success, one for you and one for your partner. I was wondering, does a highly restored artificial fruit need to come at the cost of the life of the original fruit? But Yamada no Orochi has 8 lives, can it be copied? So, I asked Vegapunk and Guy to do an experiment, and it actually worked. At the cost of 1 life, I copied 7 artificial fruits with a restoration rate of up to 90%. Everyone was stunned. Is this how it works? What kind of crooked logic is this? No, things like devil fruit are unreasonable. Smoker patted the boxes with a smug look on his face. Most importantly, these are all artificial fruits. This means that, in addition to Hina and I, everyone here can also eat and become a dual ability user like us. Sengoku, Zephyr, Garp, Crane, Akainu, Kizaru, Aokiji, and addition. What? 8 people, 7 fruits. How can I fix? After a discussion, he finally offered to give up. After all, she is a senior advisor who relies on her brain to make a living. Compared with strong strength, she values wisdom more. So, the other 7 people ate the fruit with joy on their faces, and transformed into beast forms. 7 majestic Yamata no Orochi stood there. Smoker had a wicked smile on his face. 5 elders, I wonder what you would think when you see this scene. Although they are not as immortal as you, their 8 lives are enough to slowly consume you. But soon, Smoker's smile disappeared, and his face gradually became gloomy, angry, twisted. Because the entire alien space is full of demons dancing wildly. Sengoku is fine, he is a mythical beast-type ability user, he can only display one ability at a time. Sometimes he turns into a golden Buddha, sometimes he turns into a blue-black snake with black smoke, switching back and forth constantly. The rest are Lodia and Zone, whose abilities can be stacked and used, making the game even more exciting. A Yamata no Orochi teleported back and forth, appearing here and there. A Yamata no Orochi has 8 heads that bite randomly, and whatever it bites turns into pieces. As for the admirals, they went completely crazy. The magma serpent, the ice serpent, the light serpent and the thunder serpent, the 4 elemental serpents opened their 32 big mouths and sprayed everywhere like water guns. Suddenly, the alien space was filled with magma, ice, lasers, and thunder. Seeing that the lava snake was about to set the devil fruit on fire, Smoker finally couldn't hold it anymore. A hidden acupuncture point held them all down. You bastards, stop it. Chapter 402, Review of the Result 3. Looking at the messy alien space, Smoker turned his head to look at he. Suru sighed helplessly, took off his cloak and handed it to Hina, then rolled up his sleeves and walked towards the others. Sengoku, Garp, and Sengoku all swallowed their saliva. Suru-chan, don't. Bang, 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 ah, help. A shrill scream was heard in the different space. A few minutes later, the bruised and swollen people squatted in front of Smoker obediently. Smith Marseille. Sengoku covered his swollen face and asked Smoker incoherently. Smoker, you said there is a way to improve Marine's strength, what is it? Smoker took out a devil fruit. It's this soul fruit. The others stopped playing around and stared at the fruit intently. The fruit of Big Pirate's Big Mom appeared here, and its meaning was obvious. This guy really screwed Big Mom. No one present had any idea about the soul fruit. As top warriors, they never believed in fruits. Therefore, it is very clear that the huge reputation of the soul fruit is largely based on Big Mom's powerful strength. For example, when Big Mom uttered the soul spell, the sense of oppression was enough to scare hundreds of millions of pirates. But if you try it with ordinary pirates, they will get a big nasal blow before they finish the spell. Still life, lie your mother. But Smoker was attracted by the ability to make homies. It is true that Big Mom is gifted, but the fact that she can create homies as soon as she gets the ability shows that this move is not difficult to master. Moreover, there are homies everywhere in the world, which means there is no burden or risk. In this way, Marine can use the soul fruit to create an army of fearless homies. Everyone present's eyes lit up. This plan seems feasible. Advertisement. Big Mom turned all the pots, pans, tables, chairs and benches into homies, wasting a lot of soul power. This should be handed over to the Marine. If the new shells are turned into homits, won't it take off? Thinking of this, Sengoku's breathing became a little rapid. But Smoker rejected this plan outright. The reason is very simple. Big Mom relies on plundering the lifespan of the people to create this kind of homies. When the cannon is fired, a lot of gold will be gained, and a few years of life will be emptied at the same time. Marine can't afford. Smoker came up with another solution. That is to create homies for Marines who are strong enough and have strong enough souls. According to Smoker and Hina's own experience, it is not recommended for Marines below the rank of Major to split their souls. Marine officers can make a homies. Marine officers can build too. It's okay to have more, but the split soul will make the consciousness confused and reduce the strength of the body, which is not worth the loss. After all, one's own strength is the foundation. Sengoku agreed to the plan without hesitation. He had read the battle report and knew the role Odin played in this battle. He looked at Smoker, then turned to look at the Marine admirals. Marine is now so full of elements. Magma, ice, light, thunder, immortal flame. Under Admiral, there are darkness, poison, smoke, snow, and gummies. There is also sand and sticky rice that I haven't eaten yet, gas from friendly forces, and I need to dig up human connections. Wind and coal ash are also possible. Imagine Marine meets pirates again. There are people in front of us breathing fire, shining, blowing wind, releasing poison and smoke, and there are people behind us using the undying flame to heal. What kind of experience is that? The picture is too beautiful to imagine. Moreover, homies does not conflict with devil fruit or artificial fruit. This means that Marine majors and above can gain an extra ability for free. Advertisement. Several admirals imagined this scene and smiled like perverts. Hina pouted her lips. With the experience of Big Mom, she finally understood. Even though these admirals are powerful, they may become homies' power banks in the future. Smoker asks a soul-searching question. Then, who should inherit this soul fruit? Everyone was silent. This fruit is too important to be lost, so the user must have great strength. The most suitable ones are naturally everyone present here, but unfortunately everyone has already eaten the fruit. Sengoku looked constipated. This was the first time in his life that he was upset because there were too many Marines with special abilities. Kaji came up to him in a servile manner. Mr. Sengoku, why not give it to Gion? Sengoku. Yes, she is suitable. Smoker. Bring her here immediately. Smoker nodded in agreement, kicked Odin who was chewing on an ice cube, opened the space door and went out. He glanced at Kaji with pity before leaving. There are tens of thousands of officers in the entire marine system. Even if 1/3 of them want to make homies, it will be enough to make Gion suffer. I hope that brother Kaji will not be beaten to death. Soon, Gion entered a different space. This was her first time here, and she was amazed at the green space. Before she could react, Sengoku called her over and told her the whole story. Gion agreed without hesitation, then pinched his nose and showed off the soul fruit. After a little attempt, he pinched Kaji's lightning and created a homie for himself. It's easier than I thought. Marine F4 and the 4 admirals' eyes lit up when they saw this. Chapter 403. Tearing the Marine Apart. When a group of people came out of the alien space, they all had 2 homies on their heads. One of them is an element that you don't have control over. For example, Akainu chose light, Aokiji chose thunder, Kizaru chose ice, and Cake chose magma. And the other one, coincidentally, chose the flame of regeneration. Smoker is not surprised. Everyone present is an admiral or a potential admiral. Attack, defense, and speed are all maxed out, the only thing lacking is recovery. Now with the flame of regeneration homits, this attribute is maxed out. Everyone is beaming with joy. Except Hina, who was just surrounded by 9 homies and sucked for a long time. As for why no one chooses the power of darkness. Because they are confident that their abilities will not be restrained, at worst they can just use magic to blast away. Smoker looked at the laughing people, then glanced in the direction of Mariajoy and sneered in his heart. 5 old men, what if you have immortal bodies? In the original plot, Akainu Aokiji could fight for 10 days and 10 nights, and the other admirals were probably about the same. Now everyone not only has the flame of regeneration, but also has 8 lives. I want to see if you old men can hold out. ... Between rights. The 5 smart ones get together again. They all held the battle report in silence, with a look of disgust on their faces. Finally, someone smart broke the silence. What do you think? The others then began to talk at once. Marine strength is already too strong. Yes, it's not surprising that we won this war, but the problem is that Marine won so easily. Yeah, Big Mom, that piece of shit, we gave her money to find helpers, secretly manipulate intelligence, and even forcibly recruit 3 admirals, and the result. It was Big Mom's decision to attack Impel Down, and the world government was not completely unaware of it. In fact, Big Mom's power has expanded a lot recently, and some CP spies have also infiltrated the group. Contrary to what Marine guessed, the world government actually knew early on that her goal was Impel Down. The world government took advantage of the situation and secretly provided funds so that Big Mom could hire big pirates like Kaido and force Marine to defend on multiple fronts. If Impel Down is attacked, the place that can provide support the fastest is Eni's lobby and naval headquarters, which are both located in Uzumaki. Eni's lobby is the trial department, with limited manpower and cannot provide much assistance. At that time, the naval headquarters will have to withdraw troops to support Impel Down and go into full-scale war with the Big Mom pirates. Once the battle becomes stalemate, the pirates on other fronts will definitely not give up the opportunity, and will most likely take the opportunity to bite the Marine. Advertisement. As a result, Marine will be caught in a desperate situation of fighting on all sides. In a war of this magnitude, even if the Marines ultimately win, they will surely suffer heavy losses. As for the Impel Down being smashed and the prisoners escaping, they didn't care. What does it have to do with the celestial dragons? People in heaven are still collected, slaves are still bought, and untouchables are still killed. We are still the gods above us. In order to ensure the smooth progress of the plan, they also specially involved 3 of the most mobile admirals. Even the 5 elders have thought it through. After the war, they used the excuse that the Impel Down jailers had suffered heavy losses to recruit a group of Marines to serve as jailers, and then bleed the Marines again. Marine, why do you have to be so strong? Just leave enough power to protect celestial dragons. We would rather have a dog with a collar than an uncontrollable tiger. But the results far exceeded their expectations. Impel Down was indeed smashed. But Marine didn't suffer much loss. Looking at these battle reports, a total of about 1,000 people died, and no one above the Vice Admiral died. Compared to the huge size of Marine, this loss is nothing. The 5 smart guys felt a little pain in their heads. It was a mistake to let Marine expand to such an extent while we were not paying attention. In contrast, Impel Down suffered a heavy blow, CP's performance was disappointing, and its control over Marine has weakened. An overly powerful Marine is just as dangerous as an overly powerful pirate. there is a risk of losing control. That's right. Marine only needs to retain the power to maintain the rule of celestial dragons. In this case, we must take action now to contain them. Second. After the seconding of the motion, the 5 people looked at each other and fell into silence. The 4 of them glanced at the guy who proposed the containment. Don't just talk about containment. Big Mom is in trouble, how can we stop it? Are they going to tempt Whitebeard and Kaido? Impossible. Advertisement. Let's talk about Whitebeard first. Don't be fooled by this guy's usual recklessness, calling lousy all the time, but he is Whitebeard. In fact, he is very smart and a good strategist. For so many years, he couldn't even get a CP on his main ship. How could he be so bewitching? Let's talk about Kaido. This guy has been hiding in Ghost Island recently, and I don't know what he is doing. And he is full of hostility towards the world government, and will not obey obediently. As for the other big pirates, sorry, I don't have that ability. The smart guy felt like a thorn in his back because of the stares he received from his 4 fellow stars. The tremendous pressure made his mind work rapidly. That's right, we can split up. Ooh, seconded. Second. No, what are we seconding? Yes, tell me more about it and I'll second it. Quote. The smart guy took a deep breath, sorted out his words, and began to explain. In fact, we made a common sense mistake. Marine is different from CP. They are the military after all, and their style of doing things is more ruthless. When facing pirates, no matter if they are radical or conservative, pro-government or difficult to discipline, all Marines will share the same hatred for the enemy. Facing a powerful enemy will force them to resolve their conflicts and unite as one. Everyone else nodded. In the battlefield where Zephyr was, many people sacrificed themselves to protect their comrades. Since we can't break them from the outside, let's divide them from the inside. The other 4 were cheered up. That makes sense. It makes a lot of sense. Hiss. Such a plan, so terrifying. Second, this motion must be seconded. How to do it? Keep talking. Dekongming was encouraged and became more confident. There are conflicts among Marines too. The most hidden conflict is whether to be loyal to God or to be loyal to so-called justice. It would be better to support a senior Marine who is close to the government and purge the Marines who are not loyal enough. This will not only weaken the Marines' strength, but also strengthen the control over the Marines. As for the candidate, first recommend the Marine who is most loyal to celestial dragons, Smoker. Chapter 404. The Bridge of Friendship. A room in Naval Headquarters. Smoker disguised himself again and released Ivankov from the darkness. Long time no see, Ivan-chan, thank you for your hard work these past few days. Ivankov raised his hands high. Haha, it finally came out. Although it's not stuffy on the 5.5th floor, all the passages are blocked by a devilish darkness, which makes everyone nervous. Smoker. Ah, sorry, that's just my ability. Ivankov waved his hands quickly. No, don't get me wrong, I definitely don't mean to blame you. We were able to escape from that hellish place. We are all sincerely grateful to you and we trust you very much. By the way, where's the other boy? And what is this place? Previously, Smoker pretended to be a revolutionary and made an agreement with Ivankov to place them on a safe and remote island, so that Ivankov and the others would naturally leave. But Smoker just let himself out. Moreover, this house is exceptionally spacious, and it doesn't look like something that would be found in a remote place. Smoker chuckled. Actually, I asked you to come out this time because some of my friends are sick, and I want you to use your miraculous power to heal them. It's very rude, but please. I will arrange for you to leave as soon as possible after this is over. Ivankov raised his hands and spun them in circles. I see. No wonder the smell of medicine is everywhere. As for the treatment, leave it to me. Are your friends also members of the Revolutionary Army? Not really. It doesn't matter. You helped us escape. If I don't repay you for your kindness, I won't be able to sleep at night. No matter who your friend is, even if it's Marine, I will do my best. Smoker's expression was serious. Okay, I'll leave it to you. This way please. After saying that, he opened the door. Ivankov walked out of the room and found himself in the inner room of a luxurious ward. The patient is. Suddenly, Ivankov froze. In front of him, there was a purple-haired burly man as tall as an iron tower, wearing a marine justice cloak, who was looking at him curiously. Is this the guy? It seems that you guys are communicating smoothly. Advertisement. Ivankov was so shocked that his eyes almost popped out of his head. Zephyr. Former Marine Admiral Zephyr. When he turned around, he found that he was not the only one there, but there were several other people sitting on the sofa next to him. Marine Marshal Sengoku, Marine Hero Garp, Marine Chief of Staff Suru, and Marine Admiral. Ivankov's eyes turned white, the computer was about to crash, and his body was shaking. Suddenly, he steadied himself, his expression became unusually calm, and he kept muttering to himself. Ah, I see, I must be dreaming. Such a realistic nightmare, I must have been under too much stress recently. Ahahaha. Garp burst out laughing when he saw this. Smoker, the guy you found is really interesting, but it looks a bit stupid. Under Ivankov's shocked gaze, Smoker used darkness to absorb the disguise ability and restored his original appearance. Mr. Garp, Don't underestimate him. His hormone fruit has extremely strong healing abilities. In terms of curing diseases and detoxifying, it is far superior to the flames of darkness and regeneration. Also, don't be fooled by his appearance, but he is also an important subordinate of your son. Let me introduce myself again. My name is Smoker, and I am the Vice Admiral of the Naval Headquarters. The other person that day was Admiral Akainu. Akainu was still as aloof as ever. He snorted coldly and stopped talking. Ivankov. Wait. Son. What son? Garp picked his nose. The dragon is your leader, right? That idiot is my son. Ivankov jumped up suddenly, knocking a big hole in the ceiling. You must be kidding. Long is actually the son of a high-ranking enemy. Smoker came forward. Mr. Garp is the real father of the dragon. The dragon was born in East Blue. You should have noticed that. Ivankov had seen the dragon looking towards East Blue, and was startled. Also, don't say we are enemies. The enemy of the Revolutionary Army should be the world government, right? Marines are just tools without attributes. Ivankov felt his mind was in a mess. He took a few deep breaths and finally calmed down. Let's not talk about this for now. The patient you are talking about is. Since you can't figure it out, just stop thinking about it for now and do what you should do first. Zephyr stepped forward and took off his shirt, revealing a body of steel. It starts with me, little ghost, you have to treat it seriously. Advertisement. The outcome will affect you. No, it will affect the future of your Revolutionary Army. Don't think we don't know. The Revolutionary Army's base is now in the White Earth city of Baldigo, and the backup base is your Kamabaka kingdom. Ivankov was startled and swallowed unconsciously. The location of the Revolutionary Army is top secret. This guy not only knows the current base, but also the backup base, plus his understanding of dragons. Now, Ivankov believed Marine's words 80% to 90%. Ivankov stretched out his hand, and there were thorns on his fingertips, which directly gave him a shot of immunity hormone. Zephyr was hit and groaned first, then started coughing violently. Everyone looked at him worriedly, only Ivankov looked confident. After a long while, Zephyr suddenly stopped coughing and took a deep breath. Hiss, ha, I haven't breathed so smoothly in a long time, little brat, you're amazing. Everyone hurried over and asked how Zephyr was doing, and some even prepared to call a doctor. No, I know my body well. The feeling I have now is different from the relief from medication. I am definitely cured. Everyone's face suddenly became delighted. Zephyr's asthma had always been a concern for them. Every time I heard Zephyr cough, I felt like I couldn't breathe. Darkness can eliminate the negative state of asthma, but it cannot cure it, and the flame of regeneration can't do anything about the disease. So, Smoker gained the ability of the hormone fruit. If you can change your gender, it should be easy to cure asthma. Zephyr nodded at Smoker. Alright, this guy's ability is fine, we can start. Smoker nodded, pulled out a huge white cloth and covered Ivankov with it, then took out a huge hood and covered his head. Ivankov. Hina opened the door. The corridor outside the door was full of sick Marines. Some were standing or lying down, and some were simply unconscious and were pushed over. The line reached the end and turned down the stairs. Ivankov was stunned. This is. Smoker patted his shoulder heavily and said, Ivan Chan, I'm also counting on you to take care of the illnesses of these Marines. Remember, although your identity needs to be kept secret, you are the bridge of friendship between the Marines and the Revolutionary Army. Ivankov. Chapter 405 Too resentful. Ivankov originally thought that he would keep silent if he poked him. There were thousands of patients in our department, and they were all cured in a few days. I never expected that Smoker is such a beast. After seeing the seriously ill patients, they started calling the ordinary patients. After finishing the regular number, I thought about curing diseases if there were any and strengthening the body if there were no diseases, so I conducted a physical examination for all Marines. After 2 weeks of hard work, it was finally over and Ivankov was almost exhausted. Smoker also thinks that military families have a hard time too. Now that we are here, let's organize a physical examination for the military families. In this way, all the Marines' family members got a shot, and even the children with slow development and overweight were all dealt with neatly. The naval headquarters was immediately in an uproar, especially the military families whose eyes were filled with tears. Marine benefits are good, but when have benefits been issued specifically for military dependents? The feelings of the military families also infected the soldiers. For a time, the Marines' cohesion and morale were unprecedentedly high. When Ivankov finished his work half-heartedly, he thought it was finally over. Unexpectedly, Smoker had taken this opportunity to organize the branch Marine to come over for treatment. Ivankov's eyes went dark and he almost fainted. Later, I learned that before Marine was fully cured, Smoker had already mobilized his channels to contact nobles from various countries to come and treat him. No matter what difficult and complicated diseases or unspeakable secrets, they are all not a problem. The nobles of various countries were also excited and rushed to the naval headquarters. However, although the treatment for Marine is free, it is different for them. Smoker felt at home, but raised his butcher knife high. In a short period of time, hundreds of nobles came with their families, left behind countless treasures and left. After 2 months of going through this, Ivankov felt exhausted. Working 007 every day, I am so busy that I am exhausted. The hormones I excrete are more than the water I drink. I started to feel tired, and I wanted to drink some coffee to make up for it. Smoker is not stingy either, and provides plenty of coffee from all over the country. Later, I couldn't stand the coffee anymore, so I had to give myself a few injections of excitement hormones and happiness hormones every day. Later, the hormones became tolerant. Smoker uses dark fruit to absorb negative status directly, eliminates fatigue and then. Advertisement. 2 months. Do you know how I spent these 2 months? Fortunately, Smoker kept his word and finally let him go. Smoker held a special farewell ceremony. Several senior executives attended and gave Ivankov a lively farewell. Smoker then took him to an island close to the White Earth land and freed everyone. There are enough supplies on the 5.5th floor, so we can easily survive for 2 months. Everyone left the dark space, yelling excitedly, and running around on the beach. Ha ha ha, great, we are free. We are the new humans, and this world will become a new world. Yes, Lord Ivankov, what's wrong with you? Ivankov's face was sallow, and his dark circles were bigger than his eyes. Even with thick powder on, they couldn't be covered. I'm fine, sweethearts, you're all okay. That's, so good. The disguised smoker stood on the boat and waved. Ivan Chan, goodbye, come visit me again if you have the chance. Ivankov shuddered and sweat broke out on his forehead. Damn, I will never go to naval headquarters again. You don't treat transsexuals as human beings at all. At the same time, on an island hundreds of kilometers away from the naval headquarters, there is a big enemy. The environment on this island is extremely unique. Half of it was hot magma, and half was ice. Thunder fell from the sky like rain, and countless points of light were floating around the island like ghosts. At the junction of magma and ice, Ji Yuan, who was also staring at dark circles under his eyes, was working while cursing. She raised her hand, and a soul ball of light emerged from her palm. She threw it into the magma next to her, and a magma homie emerged. Hello, are you the master? Ji Yuan's face was full of impatience. No. Homies asked again. Then who are you? And who am I? Ji Yuan. You ask me, who should I ask? Who do you care who I am? I don't care who you are. The resentment in Jiwan today is as heavy as that of an old corpse in a mountain village. After obtaining the soul fruit, she began to create homies without stopping. As for what element to choose, the first choice was naturally the 5 admirals. Because the composition of marine is still a bit complicated, mixed with government undercovers. Advertisement. Sengoku thought about it and decided to take it slow, carefully selecting reliable marines and making homies for them. This means that the location where the homies are made must remain secret. Finally, they chose this remote island. Every few days, Admiral and Marine would come to contribute souls and elements, while Jiwan would work day and night to make homies. At first, Ji Yuan was quite patient and would carefully ask the Marine what kind of elements he wanted, and then go find the corresponding Admiral. Hina is okay. Apart from the ship's doctor and the like, few people would choose the undying flame, so it's relatively quiet. The other admirals were in a miserable situation, as they were dragged along to act as homies every day. Except for Kaji, the other 3 were all miserable. After a while, even Kaji couldn't stand it anymore. So, the 4 of them discussed it and used their awakened abilities together to transform the island into what it is today. Jiwan, don't you want to be homies? Whichever one you like, just use the local materials. Ji Yuan was also dumbfounded, and could only be patient and do homies alone. Every time I go to naval headquarters, I draw dozens or hundreds of souls at a time, and then come back exhausted to make homies. After a while, she couldn't stand it anymore and finally gave up. Grab a bunch of souls, use whatever you have, and make a homies. As for what abilities, it depends on luck. Don't give me ideas, what the hell do you want? A beggar wants to order food. Magma Homies was frightened by Jiwan's attitude. His voice unconsciously became timid, and the flame in his head dimmed by 3 points. Aren't you the master? Then who is my master? Where is she? When this was mentioned, Ji Yuan's face became even uglier. I make dozens or even hundreds of homies a day. Who knows whose soul you use? You homies have a soul connection with the master, so get out of here and stop bothering me. Magma Homies was stunned by the scolding, and finally flew away in a hurry. Ji Yuan sighed. What's the point of me in a ball of magma? Then he took out a soul and stuffed it into the light ball next to him, turning into a light homies. Who are you? And who am I? Who the hell cares who you are or who I am? Can you please change your words? Chapter 406. Chief Inspector. On this day, a conference was held at the naval headquarters. All military officers above the rank of Rear Admiral participated, and there were more than 1,000 people. For a moment, the spacious conference room that could seat hundreds of people seemed a little crowded. Everyone has arrived and has been waiting for a while, but the meeting has not started yet. The venue gradually became noisy. The Marine F4 and 5 admirals sitting at the top were very calm, all crossed their arms and said nothing. The only exception is Garp. He held a biscuit in one hand and a teacup in the other, eating and drinking at the same time, looking extremely comfortable. Garp swallowed hard on a cookie and mumbled something incoherent. Sengoku, what are those idiots from the world government trying to do? They gathered us here and left us to do nothing. Sengoku took a sip of his tea. I don't know either. They suddenly called a meeting and said they would issue important instructions. Zephyr snorted coldly. It's been so long, it's time to climb up. It seems that you want to establish your authority. He still had his eyes closed and looked like he was resting. He said faintly, I don't think it will be such a big event. Just be patient and wait. Sengoku nodded. That's right, wait and see what they do. The current marine can withstand their torment. Garp made a tisk sound, not wanting to say anything more, and continued to fight with the biscuits. After waiting for an hour, the three CPs finally arrived. They walked through the crowd without looking away and came in front of Sengoku. Sorry, Marshal Sengoku, we were delayed. Garp muttered. World government is so close to the headquarters, it's just 3 dogs. Before he could finish his words, he was blocked by he. Sengoku pretended not to hear. It doesn't matter. After all, he is a government envoy. It's reasonable to wait no matter how long it takes. The 3 CPs were wearing masks, so their expressions couldn't be seen clearly, but their bodies were all frozen. If this had been in the past, Sengoku would have never mentioned being late. Now we are saying that we should wait as long as possible, which means that you were late and made us wait. CP's voice turned cold. Humph, we are here this time to convey the instructions of the 5 elders. Marine F4 and the 5 admirals' expressions changed, and the crowd below the stage was in an uproar. Quiet. Zephyr glared at the audience. Advertisement. The audience was like primary school students meeting their class teacher, and there was a moment of silence. At this time, the leader of CP looked at Smoker. Smoker looked confused. Although he was masked, he immediately identified the other person from his breath, Nika. But, why are you staring at me? Aren't you afraid of arousing suspicion? Nika took out an order and read it. 5 Elders Special Order No. XXX. Smoker, Marine Number 4X, is hereby appointed as the Chief Inspector of the Naval Headquarters effective immediately, with the same status as the Marshal of the Naval Headquarters. He also resigned from his posts as Vice Admiral of the Naval Headquarters and Deputy Chief of Staff of the Marine Staff. This is a divine oracle. As soon as the order was issued, everyone's eyes were focused on Smoker. Smoker's face was full of question marks. Marine Chief Inspector. Isn't this the position Sengoku held after leaving office in the original plot? Equivalent to Marine Marshal. Is this an exceptional promotion? Sengoku. Crane. Something is wrong. There is a conspiracy. Zephyr. Garp. Akainu. Kazaru. Aokiji. Chatten. Oh. Closing square bracket. The other one. At _at. There was an uproar in the audience. Knowing that Smoker had made great contributions, the world government would definitely commend him generously, but I didn't expect the reward to be so huge. Nika coughed dryly and said, Mr. Chief Inspector, please come up and take the order. Smoker suddenly realized and hurried to the stage to take the appointment letter. Thank you 5 Elders and Celestial Dragons for your trust, and thank you world government for your cultivation. Mr. CP, what I accepted is not a commendation, but a responsibility. Nika. He took a deep breath, resisted the urge to curse, and turned to look at the other Marines. 5 Elders have issued a decree that Smoker is to be honored not only for his merits and strength, but more importantly for his loyalty to Celestial Dragons. You Marines must always remember that justice, military merit, and strength are all false. Only loyalty to Celestial Dragons is real. From today on, Smoker is the spokesperson for the 5 Elders in Marine. Please convey this to your subordinates after the meeting. As soon as these words came out, Sengoku and others' faces suddenly darkened. Those damn bastards of the 5 Elders. They actually split up Marine and didn't even take me seriously. The Marines had different reactions. Some looked disdainful, some bowed their heads in thought. But there are also some who are either explicit or implicit, all showing ecstasy. Advertisement. Nika. Marshal Sengoku, the 5 Elders have something to say to the new Chief Inspector. Please find us a quiet place. Sengoku's face turned pale, and he gritted his teeth and said, of course. Soon, Sengoku led them to a small meeting room. How about this? Nika nodded. Very good. 2 of you go out and guard. Marshal Sengoku, please step aside. The 2 CPs went out and stood outside like door gods. Sengoku also snorted and slammed the door. Returning to his office and closing the door, the angry expression on Sengoku's face disappeared. Ahahaha, that brat is really something. Inside the house, Garp, Zephyr and Crane were already waiting. Garp. Sengoku, your expression just now was amazing. Zephyr nodded. Yes, it's like eating shit. Sengoku, He glanced in the direction of the conference room. What do you think they will say? Sengoku shook his head, indicating that he couldn't guess. It's nothing but some conspiracy. Those CP hyenas are just doing things that are not decent enough. In the conference room, Smoker ripped off Nika's mask. How many times have I told you, can you change the style? Nika took the mask with some embarrassment. Very different from others. Smoker interrupted with a wave of his hand. Let's not talk about this anymore. Why did you call me here? What do those 5 old men have to say? Nika. They asked you to win over Marine as much as possible, and preferably to sideline Sengoku. Smoker. Fictional. You really think highly of me. Let's not talk about whether I can win over so many people. Are you so sure that those loyal to Marine are the majority? But this is a good opportunity. Brother Nika, you know that it costs money to win people over. Even if I become a chief inspector, I can't afford such a huge expense. Don't worry, Five Elders has approved a special fund that is completely under your control. It is 2 billion per year, and you can get more if the results are significant. Hiss, these 5 old people are indeed far-sighted. I admire them. Chapter 407 Doll. Gel Nika looked disgusted. Alright, I'm alone, why are you pretending? You're already so rich, but a mere 2 billion Baileys makes you look like this. Smoker shrugged. You don't know how expensive oil and salt are until you run a household. Besides, who would complain about having too much money? Gel Nika was almost PD off and didn't bother to continue arguing with him. I have some information to tell you myself. Then, he told Smoker the truth about the Impel Down incident. Upon learning that the Impel Down incident was entirely the work of the government, and that the government was even secretly supporting Big Mom, Smoker sneered. In order to deal with Marine, they are willing to sacrifice Impel Down. This is really a big deal. It's a pity that we lost more than we gained. Marine is fine, but Impel Down is almost destroyed. Gel Nika. That is why the 5 elders saw your strength and spent so much money to win you over. Smoker nodded. After all, in everyone's mind, Big Mom is still the gold medal player who tied with Whitebeard. Of course, when she went berserk at the end, she also had the strength of a gold medal. Seeing a gold medalist appear again in Marine, and being so loyal to celestial dragons. It would be strange if the 5 elders didn't express their opinion. That is, I am too young. If I were in my 40s or 50s now and had been in the Marine for 20 to 30 years, maybe I wouldn't have appointed a new chief inspector, but would have directly replaced him with a marshal. But, in this case, Magellan is safe, right? After all, he was wrongly accused. Smoker still has a good impression of Magellan. No, the people in Impel Down. If possible, Smoker would be happy to win them over to Marine's side. Gel Nika nodded. That's true, but the surface punishment is still inevitable. It certainly won't be the death penalty, and the possibility of even jail time is not high. There aren't many strong people who can stand on their own under the world government right now. I estimate that 80% of them will be demoted. Smoker nodded. That's good. By the way, you said the government was behind this, do you have any evidence? Nika rolled his eyes at him. This kind of thing, do you think there might be evidence? Smoker. Okay, advertisement. I wanted to get the evidence and let Morgans expose it directly to give the world government a good beating. Now it seems there is no play. Just as Smoker was daydreaming, Gel Nika suddenly said, by the way, you should find a way to get Hannah to come over. We haven't seen each other for a long time. Smoker. Aren't you supposed to be here? Get lost. I haven't seen them for months. I don't care what method you use to hide it from those 2 idiots outside the door and bring them here. Smoker was stunned. Hide it from them. Aren't they your subordinates? No. These 2 guys are CP1, and they don't get along with me. I don't know why they were sent to follow me. Smoker. I remember you said that the undercover in the Marine was CP1. Quote question mark exclamation mark quote. Nika cried out. Really? Then he lowered his voice and said, they came here to contact that guy. Have they already contacted him? Then he thought carefully about the journey and shook his head firmly. No, definitely not. They have never left my sight since I left Mariajoy. Unless there is some special fruit ability, there is no way it can deliver a message under my nose. Smoker glanced in the direction of the door. Do you think, will they have any valuable information? Nika shook his head. Unfortunately, I can't guess, and they don't know either. They don't have such high authority. Even if they connect with the target, they can only transmit codes at most. Even if they are intercepted, it will be useless. Moreover, even they themselves don't know what these codes mean. Smoker thought for a moment and then asked, what if we kill them? Will that cut off their intelligence? Gel Nika was horrified. Are you crazy? Don't do anything stupid. Once they die, I, as a colleague, will definitely not be able to escape. Even if we can't find anything, we will be listed as a suspect, and all our previous efforts will be in vain. Not only that, since they came here, the target must have known that there was a message. Once these 2 guys are dead, it will definitely alert the enemy. The target will hide deeper, and it will be even harder to find him then. Smoker thought for a moment and said, what if these 2 people didn't exist from the beginning? Gel Nika was shocked. What do you mean? Smoker raised his hand and a purple skull popped out. It was the poisonous homeskulls. Hello, Master Smoker, you didn't even call me during the previous battle. Don't you like me anymore? Advertisement. Kless looked aggrieved, and even his voice sounded like tears. In fact, in the battle with Big Mom, or in the battle with anyone, Smoker can win more easily as long as he uses Cress. But Smoker never let it appear, just to keep a trump card. That's not true. How could I bear to let you participate in such a rough battle? You should use your abilities in more critical places. Like now. Claire suddenly burst into laughter. Really? Smoker found a note and wrote down what had just happened, then said to Kless, go out and turn those 2 guys outside the door into toys. Yes, Master Smoker. Kless slipped out through the crack in the door. The next second, two screams suddenly came from the door. When Smoker and Gel Nika left, there were only two toy dolls left. Gore Nika has lost his memory of both of them. What is this? Why are there two toys? Still alive. Although Smoker also lost his memory, as soon as he saw Cress, he realized who he had turned into a toy. Then he noticed the note in his hand and read it carefully. CP1, Subpoena, Marine Undercover. I see. Nika, who did you come here with? Gel Nika was stunned. What nonsense are you talking about? I am alone. Smoker nodded in satisfaction and glanced at the toy figure. Clarks, let them stand at the door. No matter what happens, they are not allowed to speak or move. Just be a decoration for the rest of their lives. Kless laughed a few times and issued an order. As expected, the toy doll stopped what it was doing and stood at attention at the door, as if it had always been there. Gel Nika saw that there was no one around. Smoker, it's rare for me to come here alone, please call Hannah and her daughter over, I haven't seen them for a long time. The toy doll couldn't make any facial expressions, but its heart was filled with shock. Open black lens bracket. What did we hear? Close black lens bracket. Mother and daughter. Lord Ghoul Nika has a family. And they are in the Marine. They were extremely anxious and wanted to send this information out. But I have become a toy and cannot resist at all. Smoker glanced at the two toys and said confidently, okay, wait a minute. Chapter 408. Different Thoughts. Gur Nika stayed for most of the day, spending a long time with his wife and children, and then left reluctantly. All that was left were two toys with fire coming out of their eyes, but they could only stand still. It was only then that Sengoku realized that this guy was the biggest nail Marine had planted in the world government. No wonder he is favored by the five elders for speaking so nasty words. Knowing the other party's identity, Marine's attitude towards him changed 180 degrees in an instant, and he sent him away respectfully. Before leaving, Smoker gave him some special instructions. If the CP has any action regarding the Marine, especially any action coming to the naval headquarters, he must be informed promptly. Now Gel Nika has become the vice captain of CP0, and is only a step away from becoming the captain. It is not easy to contact my wife and daughter, but it is much easier to contact Smoker, who is also in the government system. Gur Nika was a little confused, but he agreed immediately. Smoker's idea is actually very simple. Now that the two grudges have been turned into toys, everyone has lost their memory of them. In the eyes of the five elders and the spy, since they did not send a message, there was no leak. Therefore, they will probably find a way to send someone to summon them again. Smoker is ready to catch the biggest cancer in the Marine in the act. In fact, if Smoker behaves well and gets closer to the world government, he may be able to find out the identity of this guy in time. But this was too slow, and he couldn't wait. Moreover, since the five elders concealed the identity of the spy and even his existence, it may be that he was intending to monitor him. It would be best if that guy died reasonably. Golnica left alone. No one noticed that there were two fewer people than when they came. The only one who had doubts was the Marine chef. There is only one guest, why did I prepare 3 portions of ingredients? After sending Ghoul Nika away, Smoker used the door fruit to come to Sengoku's office. As soon as he saw him, Garp burst out laughing. What, you don't even dare to leave the door now? Mr. Inspector. Ha 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 ha. Advertisement. Smoker smiled bitterly and shook his head. I can't help it. The five elders have given me such a big benefit, it would be unreasonable if I don't show some appreciation. What they want is to use me to divide the Marines. Sengoku looked angry and slammed his fist on the table. Humph, those guys are actually playing dirty tricks. Crane was very calm. Calm down, Sengoku. As a superior, they are so shameless as to resort to such tricks. Doesn't this just prove that they can no longer suppress Marine openly? After hearing what Suru said, Sengoku's expression started to brighten up. Xiaohei is right. It is true when I think about it. Marine was originally the strongest force under the world government. Now there is no shortage of top experts, and the bottom-level combat power has also been greatly strengthened. If it weren't for the world turmoil, the current Marine could easily defeat the world government. Strength determines status. In the past, the five elders pointed fingers at Sengoku, and Sengoku didn't think much of it, but now he gets angry when he sees those five elders. How dare you talk to me like that? Smoker found an empty seat on the couch and sat down. Actually, this isn't a bad thing. We can take this opportunity to gather all the disloyal Marines together and think of a solution. He made a gesture of wiping his neck. The biggest problem in the Marine right now is not the strength of the force, but the fact that there are too many pro-government factions. Fortunately, due to Sengoku's suppression, although they are large in number, they are very scattered and cannot work together, and they do not pose a threat to Sengoku. So, five elders pushed Smoker out and made him the leader. And Smoker also wanted to take advantage of the situation. Flames can be the hope of moths, but they can also burn them to ashes. It is better to attract them and catch them all in one fell swoop. Zephyr frowned and snorted, don't mess around, Smoker. Even if they are on different paths, they are all Marines and they all shed blood and sweat for justice. If they raise their butcher knives just because of different beliefs, then what is the difference between us and the world government? Advertisement. Not to mention that many of these people were taught by him. Although they went astray, they were still his disciples after all. Why should he kill them all? Sengoku, Garp, and Tsuruya said that this time is different from the past, and they should be more gentle. Smoker had no choice but to agree. The lobby of Mariajoy. Gel Nika was reporting the mission to the 5 elders, reporting to them every detail of everyone's reactions after the order was announced. When they heard that Smoker was grateful to the 5 elders, they all nodded slightly. Young man, very good, you have broadened your horizons. When I heard that Sengoku's face was livid and Marine's heart was in turmoil, I felt even more refreshed. As expected, the 5 of us are the wise ones of the world government. This world government, without us, will fall apart. Okay, you go down. Yes. After getting rid of Ghoul Nika, the 5 elders started discussing again. Last time we said we would pass on the order to that guy, but I didn't expect that all 5 of us forgot. Second. No. What the hell are you doing? Oh, slip of the tongue. Then let's discuss whether or not to let him continue to stay in the marine. There's no need to explain the reason for staying here. No one is better than him in controlling spies. Moreover, with him here, we can monitor Smoker at any time. But there are also good reasons to come back. CP's performance is disappointing. They need a more capable leader. Although there are 11 candidates, the best ones are actually him and Gorn Nika. Yes, that guy has been lurking in the marine for 30 years. His loyalty, ability, and achievements are all impeccable. The only shortcoming is that I've been away for too long and need an adjustment period. It's okay, we still have plenty of time. Let's observe for a while longer. Second 4. Chapter 410 Quarrel. The main structure of Impel Down was not damaged, so the restoration progressed quickly. In just over a month, it was able to function normally. There were fewer jailers, but most of the prisoners were killed or wounded. Although the staff is tight, if we only guard and do not torture or interrogate people, it is barely enough. On the day of completion, senior marine executives also went to congratulate in time. Sengoku waved his hand and sent several warships and a lot of weapons. The marines have been replacing their equipment too quickly in recent years. Instead of letting these old equipment gather dust in the warehouse, it would be a good idea to take this opportunity to dispose of them. The current Impel Down and Naval Headquarters form a horn with each other on the left and right. Smoker generously gave Magellan some Zone Devil fruit, which made Magellan very happy. All the jailermans were killed, so we can train a few zone users to fill the gaps. If the awakening fails, I can also fill in the gap of the jailerman. The 5 elders are very satisfied with the relocation of Impel Down. They felt that placing a government agency near the naval headquarters was a stroke of genius. Marine was also very satisfied. Because of the last rescue and the long time they have been together, Marine and Impel Down have become closer, and he is trying to pull Impel Down to his side. Impel Down is even more satisfactory. Several senior officials have already known the government's plan, which has more or less influenced their subordinates. Now they hate CP so much that they want to be as far away from the world government as possible. When politicians have dirty hearts, the military is easier to get along with. In this way, a situation that was pleasant for all parties was achieved. It's the monthly Marine high-level meeting again. Marine's government faction and the People's faction were arguing with each other, and even the centrists would occasionally join in the argument. The cause of the incident is simple. A year ago, the great pirate's Akoku was severely beaten and has been hiding on Beehive Island to lick his wounds. Because he became unusually quiet, Marine stopped attacking him. Advertisement. But recently, according to secret information, Akoku has become active again. Marine keenly sensed that something was wrong and quickly asked the hidden spy to find out the news. Finally, it was discovered that Akoku had contacted the long-missing Golden Lion Shiki, and seemed to be planning something. Smoker was confused. This paragraph is not in the original book. Marine was also highly nervous. Akoku is nothing, but Shiki is different. As an old rival of Marine F4, Shiki is ambitious, smart, and has a crazy personality. Although his strength has declined, he is undoubtedly a dangerous person who deserves Marine's serious attention. Although the information was insufficient, Sengoku still acted decisively. No matter what they wanted to do, he would just ruin it. If you can't find the Golden Lion, then defeat Akoku first and see what they can do. Smoker knew that the Golden Lion was most likely in Vermeulen. But the food had to be eaten bite by bite, and the pirates had to be killed one by one, so there was nothing much to say. With the current size of the Marine, it would be a complete crushing defeat for Akoku. Soon, Marine formulated an attack plan. But they couldn't agree on who would fight. No way. Marine promotion requires military merit. In recent years, with the growing strength of the Marines, the pirates' lives have become increasingly difficult. In some places around the world, pirates have even become extinct. If the world government had not been constantly oppressing the allies, provoking wars with non-allied countries, and creating a large number of refugees, I'm afraid not many people choose to be pirates. Therefore, military merits are becoming increasingly difficult to obtain nowadays. Especially big pirates like Akoku. In the eyes of Marines who want to improve themselves, these are not pirates, but a piece of fat meat. The meeting was in chaos with noisy conversation and no one was willing to give in. Pumpkinhead, Lousy has tolerated you for a long time. It was you who wiped out the Iron Hand pirates last time, and now it's you again. Why do you get all the good things? You 167 eat the meat, but you don't even leave a mouthful of soup for everyone. Why? Advertisement. I don't care who comes aboard, our ship will be the vanguard anyway. Fortunately, the people arguing were the Vice Admiral and the Rear Admiral. Several senior executives were very depressed and sat quietly, watching the people below quarreling. Smoker secretly exchanged a glance with Sengoku, and a hint of helplessness flashed in both of their eyes. In the end, Sengoku mediated and formed a lineup led by one admiral and 6 vice admirals. The lead admiral is Hina Shiratori. Although she is Smoker's girlfriend, she has publicly stated many times that she is a marine just to catch pirates, and it doesn't matter who she is working for. Therefore, in the eyes of all marines, she is an absolute centrist. In fact, all 5 admirals stood firmly in the middle. This is also Sengoku's order. Smoker is an agent of the world government and cannot stay out of it. He can only take the lead. Zephyr and Garp's positions have long been exposed, so it doesn't matter whether they take sides or not. They might as well stand in the open and attract the government's firepower. As for the 5 admirals, as the next generation of leaders, they all stay away from the vortex of contradictions. Regardless of the outcome of this battle, it will not affect their future control of the marine. The 6 vice admirals will naturally be evenly distributed among the 3 camps, 2 per camp, and no one can snatch them. As for the troops below, it depends on their abilities. The centrists naturally have no objection to this result. Although the government and the people's faction were hesitant, they finally got a quota and accepted it with a pinch of their nose. After the meeting, Smoker just nodded to Sengoku and Crane, then left. He ignored Garp and Zephyr beside him. Garp and Zephyr were shouting in the background. What an ungrateful brat. You were such an arrogant cub. The others pretended not to hear, packed up their documents and left in a hurry. He also packed up and left. When I was passing through the corridor, someone suddenly called me. Xiao He.